was where the hole was that the Kickapoo had come out of. The reason Famous Shoes wanted to find the hole so much was because he was convinced there were still underground people who lived somewhere in the earth. At night, when he slept with his ears close to the ground, the underground people spoke to him in dreams. Over the years, he had come to want badly to go visit the underground people and learn the important things they knew. After all, they were the oldest people. His interest in tracks had only made him more interested in the underground people. Over the years, he had become convinced that the underground people were watching the tracks that were made on the earth. Sometimes, out of mischief, they altered the tracks of animals and made the tracks vanish. Quite a few animals that he tracked had simply ceased to make visible tracks. They vanished. These odd vanishings had happened so often that it occurred to him that perhaps the underground people had a way of opening the earth so that animals being pursued could come down with them for a time and rest. Famous Shoes had no proof that the underground people could open the earth and take animals into it. He didn't know. He just knew that tracks sometimes stopped. It was one of the mysteries of his work. He thought that if he could find the hole the Kickapoo people had come out of, he might be able to go down into the earth for a few days and see if there was someone there who could explain these matters to him. When, on the third day, his grandmother finally grew tired of complaining about his grandfather's habit of wandering off and leaving her just when she needed him most, she listened to him explain his theory of the underground people and told him it was nonsense. "There are no underground people," she informed him brusquely. "All the Kickapoo people came out of the hole except one old woman who was our mother, and she died and let her spirit go into the rocks. She is Old Rock Woman. Those dream people you hear when you sleep on the ground are witch people, and the reason you think those animals vanish is because you have been witched. The witch people take away the power of your eyes. The tracks are still there, but you can't see them." Then she cut up a polecat she had caught and started making polecat stew. While the stew was cooking, his grandmother made clear to him that she thought it was time he was on his way. "You can't eat polecat stew," she informed him. "The skunk people are your enemies. If you eat polecat stew, you will shit too much, and your eyes will grow even weaker." Famous Shoes took the hint and left. He didn't believe his eyes were weak. It was just that his grandmother was stingy with her polecat stew. It was while he was headed for a place on the Caprock where there were many snake dens that the young Comanches caught him. Famous Shoes knew there were Comanches about because he saw the tracks of their horses, but he wanted to go to the snake den place anyway and look for the hole that led into the earth. He didn't believe his grandmother's story about Old Rock Woman. It was just a way of getting rid of him. He thought his own theory made better sense, and he wanted to spend a few days in the place of snake dens looking for the hole that the Kickapoo people had come out of. Of course, he knew of Buffalo Hump's great raid long before Blue Duck and the other Comanche boys caught him. 6 buffalo hunters were the first to tell him about it. They were well armed, but they were hurrying to get north of the Comanche country, out of fear. The Comanches were strong in their pride again. They were apt to kill any whites they encountered. When Blue Duck and his haughty young friends spotted Famous Shoes, they were on their way to try and trade a captive to Old Slow Tree. The captive was a white boy who looked as if he had only a few more days of life in him. The young braves ran over and immediately pointed guns at Famous Shoes. They thought he would be better trading material than a white boy who was sick and near death. "Slow Tree wanted to torture you before, so I will give you to him," Blue Duck told Famous Shoes. Blue Duck was arrogant and boastful. Even as his friends were tying Famous Shoes' wrists, Blue Duck was trying to impress him with stories of his rapings on the raid. He poked Famous Shoes 3 or 4 times with his lance, not deep, but deep enough to draw blood. Famous Shoes didn't bother pointing out to the young man that his father, Buffalo Hump, had told him in front of many warriors that Famous Shoes was to be left alone. Such a reminder might only inflame Blue Duck. He was of an age to be defiant of his father. "You should just leave this white boy and let him die," he told Blue Duck, but no one paid any attention. Once they had Famous Shoes securely tied, they fell to quarreling about what to do with him. Several of the braves wanted to torture him right there. One, a stout boy named Fat Knee, the grandson of Old Spotted Bull, thought the best course would be to bury Famous Shoes in the ground, with only his head sticking out, and then ride off and leave him. Fat Knee was afraid of what Buffalo Hump might do, and he found out they had delivered the man to Slow Tree. After all, Buffalo Hump had explicitly said he was to be let alone. Fat Knee had seen Buffalo Hump kill men over small disputes. He did not want to be killed over Famous Shoes. His argument was that if they just buried him and rode off, some animal would kill him. Buffalo Hump might never know about it. "If we bury him good and poke out his eyes, he won't last long," Fat Knees said. Blue Duck was contemptuous of the suggestion. He was determined to have his way about the disposal of the prisoner. "We are going to the camp of Slow Tree," he insisted pompously. So Famous Shoes was put on a horse behind Fat Knee, and the braves hurried on to the camp of the old chief, a camp that lay below the Cap Rock 30 or more miles to the south. Famous Shoes would have preferred to walk. He had never liked the pace of horses very much. It seemed to him that a man who bounced around on the back of horses risked injury to his testicles. Indeed, he had known men whose testicles were injured when their horses suddenly jumped a stream or did something else injurious to the testicles. But he was a prisoner of several hot-headed Comanche boys. Under the circumstances, it would have been foolish to complain. Such boys were apt to change their minds at the slightest provocation. If he argued with them, they might do what Fat Knee suggested, in which case he would be blind and unable to follow tracks that interested him. It was better to keep quiet and hope that Fat Knee didn't jump his sorrel horse over too many creeks. It was on the days when Ahumado paid him no attention, never once raising his binoculars to the yellow cliffs, that Skull came closest to despair. As long as Ahumado watched, Skull could feel that he was in a fair contest of wills. When Ahumado watched, Skull immediately responded. Though he had given up scratching Greek hexameters or anything else on the rock wall, he grabbed his file and pretended to be scratching something. If that didn't hold the old man's interest, then Skull tried singing. He roared out the battle hymn at the top of his lungs. Then, hoping to puzzle Ahumado, he warbled a few snatches of Italian opera, an aria or two that he knew imperfectly, but that might fool the old dark man who sat on the blanket far below him. It was all a bluff, but it was his only chance. He had to keep Ahumado interested in order to stay interested himself. Otherwise, he was just a man hanging in a cage, eating raw birds and waiting to die. One book might have saved him. A tablet to write on might have saved him. He tried recalling his Shakespeare, his Pope, his Milton, his Virgil, his Burns. He even tried composing couplets in his head. He had always been partial to the well-rhymed couplet. But his memory, stretch as it might, would only get him through 2 or 3 hours of the day. His memory wasn't weak. He could snatch back much of the poetry that he had read, and not just poetry either. Lines came to him from Clarendon's History, from Gibbon, even from the Bible. His memory was vigorous, and Skull enjoyed exercising it, but he wasn't at war with it, and war was what he needed, someone or something to fight. For days he studied the cliff above and below him, thinking he might fight it, but the thought of the dark men waiting with their machetes made him hesitate about the climb. Most of all, what he needed was Ahumado's attention. The black vaquero was a man worth fighting. Skull warbled and howled, sometimes yelling out curses, anything to let Ahumado know that he was still an opponent, a challenger, a captain. Ahumado heard him, too. Often he would train the binoculars on the cage. Sometimes he would study Skull for many minutes, but Ahumado was sly. Often he would do his studying while Skull was napping, or distracted by the effort to catch some bird that was nervous and would not quite settle on the cage. Ahumado wanted to watch but not be watched in turn. It was another way of being behind, in a position to surprise his opponent. He was subtle with his attention. Perhaps he knew that Skull drew his energy from it. What Skull wanted was some way to trigger Ahumado's anger, as he had triggered it when he suggested a ransom. Ahumado's hatred would give him something to challenge and resist, not just the endless swinging over an abyss. Confinement induced torpor, and from torpor he could easily slip to passivity, resignation, death. He needed a fight to keep his blood up. He had been 3 weeks in the cage, long enough to grow sick of the sight and taste of raw fowl, yet long enough, too, that news of his plight might have reached Texas. Such news would travel quickly across even the most seemingly deserted country. A peon would mention something to a traveler, and that single comment would radiate outward like sunlight. Soldiers in the northern forts would soon hear of things happening below the border. Of course, the information might be distorted, but that was to be expected. Even well-informed journalists writing for respectable papers were not free of the risk of distortion. Even now, for all Skull knew, the governor of Texas might have got wind of his peril. With luck, a rescue party might already be on the way. While rescue was still a possibility, it was all the more imperative that he keep his blood up, which he could do best by reminding the old man on the blanket that he, Einish Skull, was still alive and kicking, still a fighter to be reckoned with. Hardest were the days when Ahumado failed to lift the binoculars, when he seemed indifferent to the white man hanging in the cage. On those days, the days when Ahumado did not look, the birds seemed to know that Skull was losing. The great vultures roosted in a line on the cliff above him, waiting. Pigeons and doves, the staple of Skull's diet, rested in numbers on the cage itself. He could, with a little stealth, have caught a week's supply, and yet he didn't. On such days it was often only the evening light that brought Skull out of despair. The space before him would grow golden at sunset, leaving the distant mountains in haze until the glow faded and they became blue and then indigo. Staring into the distance, Skull would slowly relax and forget for a time the struggle he had to wage. It was on such an evening that he began to file away the bindings on the side of the cage that faced outward, away from the cliff. If the vast echoing space was to be his balm and his ally, he didn't want bars interfering with his relation to it. The bars were ugly anyway, and stained with bird droppings. He didn't want them between himself and the light of morning or evening. Once, long before, as a youth, walking in Cambridge, he had seen a man of the East, a Buddhist monk, who sat cross-legged in bright orange robes by the Charles River. The man was merely sitting, with his robe covering his legs and his hands folded in his lap, watching the morning sunlight scatter gold over the grey water. The memory came back to Skull as he cut through the bindings at the front of his cage. The Buddhist had been an old man, with a shaven head and a long, drooping wisp of beard. He had attentive eyes, and he seemed to be thoughtfully studying the air as it brightened amid the buildings of Cambridge. Skull, high on his cliff, thought he might emulate the old Buddhist man he had seen only that once on a Cambridge morning by the Charles River. When it came to air, he had before him a grander prospect for study than the old man had by the Charles. Before him, indeed, was a very lexicon of air, a dictionary or cyclopedia that would be hard to exhaust. He could study the grey air of morning, the white air of bright noon, the golden air of evening. He wanted no bars to interfere with his contemplation, his study of the airy element. And to that end he sawed and sawed with his little file well into the deep Mexican night. Ahumado had just walked out of the cave when Skull gave a great yell. At first Ahumado didn't look up. He knew well that the white man, Skull, craved his attention. The stronger prisoners always craved his attention, or at least the attention of the people in the camp. They didn't want to be forgotten by the people who were alive. They wanted to remind everyone that they were still of the living. But then one of the vaqueros shouted, and Ahumado looked up in time to see Skull heave the front of the cage as far as he could pitch it. The people sitting with coffee or tobacco jumped up when they saw what was happening. They got out of the way of the piece of cage that was falling. The only thing that didn't get out of the way was a red hen. The falling piece of cage hit the hen and caused her to flop around for a minute or two. Then she died. Ahumado picked up the binoculars and looked up at the man in the cage. For a moment he was annoyed because he supposed Skull had decided to commit suicide as the sly Comanche had. With the front of the cage gone, Skull could jump to his death at any time, which was a thing not to be tolerated. Ahumado did not put prisoners in the cage in order to provide them with a choice in the matter of their own deaths. Yet when Ahumado looked, he saw that Skull did not seem to be getting ready to jump. He was sitting comfortably in the cage, singing one of the songs he was always singing. This penchant for song was another annoying thing about the man. It made the villagers restive. Many of them considered Skull to be a powerful witch. There were a few, probably, who thought that Skull might prove to be more powerful than Ahumado. Why was he singing? Why wouldn't he just die? The most logical answer was that Skull was a witch. Ahumado had carefully considered that possibility when Skull began scratching on the rock, and he was still a little uneasy about it. The notion that Skull might make the mountain fall had come to him in a dream, and dreams of that sort were not to be lightly disregarded. Although time passed and the mountain didn't fall, Ahumado did not forget his dream and continued to be suspicious of Skull. Witches were often known to bide their time. An old witch from the south who had a grudge against his father had caused a tumor to grow in his father's stomach. Though they caught the old witch and cut her throat, the tumor continued to grow in his father's stomach until it killed him. It was a thing Ahumado had never forgotten. He knew better than to underestimate the patience of a powerful witch. Now Skull had cut open his cage. He could leap out if he wanted to. The old woman, Ama, the one who had foamed at the mouth when she was listening to the mountain, came hobbling over, carrying the red hen that the fallen cage had killed. "We should cut open this hen and look inside her," Ama said. "He might have put a message in her." "No," Ahumado said. "If we look inside her, we will only find chicken guts." In his view, visioned people who tried to see the future by looking at the entrails of animals were frauds. The future might be visible in the smoke that rose from a campfire if only one knew how to look into the smoke, but he didn't believe that the spirits who made the future would bother leaving messages in the guts of goats or hens. He gave old Ama the hen to get rid of her, but before she left she came out with another prophecy, one that was a little more plausible. "A great bird is going to come and get the white man soon," old Ama said. "The great bird lives on a rock at the top of the world. The reason the white man cut away the front of his cage is because the great bird will soon be coming to fly him back to Texas." "Go away and eat your hen," Ahumado said. She was a long-winded old woman, and he did not want to waste his mornings listening to her. Still, his mind was not entirely easy where Skull was concerned. Once or twice, when he looked up and saw the white man sitting there in the open cage, he considered taking his Winchester and shooting the man right where he hung. That would end his worry about the mountain falling down. The mention of the great bird was worrisome, too. There were many stories about a great bird that lived at the top of the world. Perhaps the white man's strange singing was in the language of the birds. Perhaps he was telling the eagles that flew around the cage to go to the top of the world and bring the great bird. The language that Skull sang in was not the language of the Texans. Perhaps it was the language of the birds. To make matters even more uncertain, that very afternoon the largest vulture that anyone had ever seen came soaring over the cliff and flew down past the cage. The vulture was so large that for a moment Ahumado thought it might be the great bird. Though it proved to be only an exceptionally large vulture, its appearance annoyed him. Big Horse Skull was proving to be the most troublesome prisoner he had ever captured. Skull did so many things that were witch-like that it might be better just to kill him. That evening, by the campfire, he discussed the matter with old Goyeto, the skinner. Usually old Goyeto had only one response when asked about a prisoner. He wanted to skin the prisoner at once. This time, though, to Ahumado's surprise, Goyeto took a different tack. "You could sell him to the Texans," Goyeto said. "They might give you many cattle. Nobody around here has very many cattle." Ahumado remembered that Skull had mentioned a ransom. He had never bargained with the Texans. He had only taken from them in the way of a bandit. But the old simple-minded skinner Goyeto had made a good point. Perhaps the Texans would want Big Horse Skull so badly that they would bring them a lot of cattle. Skull had said so himself. Because he had said it, Ahumado had scorned the idea. He did not like suggestions from prisoners. Besides, he had supposed that Skull would soon lose heart, like other men in the cage. But Skull was not like other men, and he had not lost heart. He had boldly cut away the front of his cage, he scratched on the face of the mountain, he sang loudly, and he ate raw birds as if he liked them. All this was annoying behavior, so annoying that Ahumado was still tempted just to shoot the man. Then, if the great bird came to free him, he would only find a corpse. There had not been much to eat lately in the camp. The thought of cattle made Goyeto's mouth water, but of course he still wanted to use his sharp skinning knives on Big Horse Skull. It would be vexing to send him home without skinning even a little part of him. Goyeto knew that would vex Ahumado too. It was then that Goyeto remembered the small federale, Major Alonso, a strong fighter they had been lucky to catch alive. Major Alonso had killed 6 of their pistoleros before one of the dark men caught him with a bola. When they tied Major Alonso to the skinning post, Goyeto had one of his most brilliant ideas. Without even telling Ahumado what he had in mind, he had delicately removed the Major's eyelids. Tied to the skinning post, with no eyelids or any means of shielding his eyes, the Major had to bear the full light of the August sun for a whole day, and by the end of it he was insane. It was as if the sun had burned away his brain. Major Alonso gibbered and made the sounds of a madman. Ahumado was so pleased by Goyeto's inventiveness with Major Alonso that he did not bother to torture the man more. Why torture a man whose brain had been burned up? They merely took away the Major's clothes and chased him out into the desert. He stumbled around with no eyelids until he died. A vaquero found his body only a few miles from camp. "I could take his eyelids, and we could leave him in the sun until the Texans come with the cattle," Goyeto suggested to Ahumado. "I guess he would be crazy like that federale." "Ah," Ahumado said. It was rare that the black vaquero exclaimed. It usually meant that he was impressed. Goyeto was pleased with himself for having had such a timely idea. That very afternoon Ahumado dispatched a caballero that he trusted, Carlos Diaz, to Texas, to tell the Texans that they could have Skull if they brought 1,000 cattle to a grassy place below the river, where Ahumado's vaqueros would take them. Ahumado then wasted no time hauling Skull up the cliff. The dark men swarmed over him before he could run. Although he did stab one of them fatally with the small file he had concealed, he shoved the file straight into the dark man's jugular vein, causing him to lose so much blood that he died. Skull was taken down the cliff and pinioned securely to the skinning post. Goyeto finally got to use his knives. He took away Big Horse Skull's eyelids with even more delicacy than he had managed with the federale, Major Alonso. Skull fought his bonds and cried out curses, but there was so little pain involved in the operation that he didn't moan or groan. Ahumado seemed pleased by the skill with which Goyeto worked. But then, before the sun could begin to bring its searing heat into Big Horse Skull's brain, clouds, heavy and dark, began to roll in from the west. Thunder shook the cliffs and hard rain fell. Before the little stream of blood from the cuts died on Skull's cheeks, the rain washed the blood away. The thunder was so loud that some of the people started to run away. They were more than ever convinced that Skull might bring the mountain down on them because of what had been done to his eyes. Goyeto thought so too for a time. He began to regret that he had even had such a crazy idea. Why had he ignored all the signs that Skull was a witch? If the mountain fell on them, he would be dead, and even if he didn't, Ahumado might kill him for exercising such bad judgment in regard to Big Horse Skull. The mountain didn't fall, though the sun was not seen for 3 days, during which time nothing bad at all happened to Captain Skull's brain. Ahumado, though, exhibited no doubt. He had another cage made for Skull and put it right in the center of the village, not far from where he sat on his blanket. He wanted all the people to see the man without eyelids. Skull did not curse any more. The women were instructed to feed him, and he ate. He was silent, watching Ahumado out of eyes he could not close. On the 4th day the sun came back, and Skull was immediately tied to the skinning post so he could not shield his eyes. Even so, Goyeto worried. It was only May. The sun was not strong as it had been in August when he had removed Major Alonso's eyelids. "I don't know," Goyeto said. "This is not a very strong sun." Ahumado was getting tired of the old Skinner and his endless anxieties. He wished Goyeto had a wife to distract him, but unfortunately Goyeto's wife had grown a tumor almost as large as the one that had killed his own father. Not many women were willing even to couple with Goyeto because he smelled always of blood. Probably some of the women were afraid he might skin them if he got angry. "This is the only sun there is," Ahumado pointed out. "Do you think you can find another?" "I can't find another," Goyeto said meekly. "There is only this sun. What if it doesn't make him crazy before the Texans come with all those cattle?" "Then I may let you skin the rest of him," Ahumado said. Then he gave Goyeto a hard look, the kind of look he gave people when he wanted them to go away and do so promptly. Goyeto knew what that look meant. He had talked too much. Immediately he got up and went away. When Slow Tree saw Famous Shoes bounced into camp on the back of Fat Knee's sorrel horse, he looked severely displeased. But Blue Duck, not Famous Shoes, was the object of his displeasure. Instead of yanking the Kickapoo off the horse and marching him straight to the torture post, as Blue Duck had supposed he would do, Slow Tree took a knife and cut Famous Shoes' bonds himself. Then the old chief did worse. To Blue Duck's intense annoyance, Slow Tree apologized to Famous Shoes. "I am sorry you were disturbed," Slow Tree said. "I hope you are not taken too far from where you wanted to be." At this point, Blue Duck, a rude and impatient boy, interrupted. "He was only looking in snake holes," he said. "I caught him and brought him here so you could torture him. He is a Kickapoo and should be tortured to death." Slow Tree paid no attention to the rude young man. "Were you catching snakes?" he asked Famous Shoes in mild tones. "Oh, no," Famous Shoes said. "I was looking for the hole the people came out of. I thought some snakes might have found the hole and started living in it." "Oh, that hole is far to the north," Slow Tree said in a pompous tone, as if he knew perfectly well which of the many holes in the earth the people had come out of. "I thought it might be around the Cap Rock somewhere," Famous Shoes replied in a mild tone. He wanted to be as polite with Slow Tree as Slow Tree was being with him. As he was not of the Comanche tribe, certain courtesies had to be respected, but once these courtesies had been observed, Slow Tree might turn back into a cruel old killer and torture him after all. The chief didn't appear to be in a torturing mood, but he was a crafty old man, and his mood could always change. Blue Duck, though, continued to behave with poor manners. He looked scornfully at Slow Tree, who was, after all, one of the most respected of the chiefs of the Comanche people. He spoke scornfully also. So far he had not even bothered to dismount, a serious discourtesy in itself. All the other Comanche boys had immediately dismounted, but Blue Duck still sat on his prancing horse. "When you saw this Kickapoo in my father's camp, you wanted to torture him," Blue Duck said. "You wanted to put scorpions in his nose. We caught him and brought him to you, though it was out of our way. We were going after antelope when we saw this man. I would not have brought him to you if I had known you would only turn him loose. I would have killed him myself." Blue Duck's tone was so rude that even his own companions looked unhappy. Fat Knee walked away. He did not want to be associated with such rude behavior. Slow Tree looked up at Blue Duck casually, with no expression on his face. It was as if he had just noticed the loud-spoken boy who had not had the manners to dismount. He looked Blue Duck up and down, and his eyes became the color of sleet. He still had a knife in his hand, the one he had used to set Famous Shoes free. "You are not a Comanche, you are a Mexicano," Slow Tree said. "Get out of my camp." Blue Duck was shocked. It was as if the old man had slapped him. No one had ever offered him such an insult before. He wanted to kill old Slow Tree, but the chief was backed by more than 30 warriors, and his own friends had dismounted and quickly walked away from him. They were all being so polite it disgusted him. It made him think they were cowards. He was sorry he had ever ridden with them. "Go on, leave," Slow Tree said. "If your father has any sense, he will listen to the elders and make you leave his camp too. You are rude, like the Mexicanos. You don't belong with the Comanche." "I am a Comanche," Blue Duck insisted in a loud voice. "I went on the great raid. I killed many whites and raped their women. You should give me food at least." Slow Tree, not amused, stood his ground. "You will get no food in my camp," he said. "Then I will take my prisoner," Blue Duck said, riding toward Famous Shoes, who stood just where he had been standing when Slow Tree released him. "You have no prisoner," Slow Tree said. "Your father granted this man protection. I heard him say so myself with my 2 ears. You were there, you heard the same words I heard, and they were your father's words. Your father said not to interfere with this man, and you should have obeyed." "You are afraid of my father," Blue Duck said. "You are old." Slow Tree didn't answer, but several of his warriors scowled. They did not like hearing their chief insulted. Slow Tree just stood, looking. "You have no prisoner," he repeated. "You had better be gone." Blue Duck saw that the situation was against him. His own friends had walked away. He could not reclaim his prisoner without fighting the whole camp. Fat Knee had been right to begin with. They should have tortured the Kickapoo themselves. He himself had insisted that they take him to Slow Tree, never supposing that Slow Tree would consider that he was bound by Buffalo Hump's instructions regarding the Kickapoo tracker. He thought Slow Tree might be so happy to get the Kickapoo to torture that he would reward him with a fine horse, or at least a woman. Now he had lost his prisoner and been insulted in front of the whole camp. He was angry at his father, at Slow Tree, and at Famous Shoes, all three. He had expected to gain much respect from bringing Slow Tree such a desirable prisoner, but Slow Tree was more interested in remaining at peace with Buffalo Hump. Instead of gaining respect and perhaps a horse and a woman, he had been humiliated by an old fat chief. Without another word, he turned his horse and rode out of Slow Tree's camp. He didn't look back or wait for his companions to join him. He didn't even know if they would join him. Probably they, too, were only interested in staying in good with his father, Buffalo Hump. When Blue Duck rode away, only Fat Knee chose to follow him. The other boys made themselves at home in Slow Tree's camp. Famous Shoes watched the two young Comanches ride away. He did his best to maintain a calm demeanor. He figured the only reason he was alive was because Slow Tree, who still had sleet in his eyes, did not want trouble with Buffalo Hump, not when Buffalo Hump had just led the great raid that all the warriors were talking about, and all the travelers, too. Famous Shoes was still a Kickapoo in the camp of Comanches, and some of the young warriors were undoubtedly more reckless than Slow Tree. They didn't have a chief's responsibilities, and most of them probably didn't care what Buffalo Hump thought. They were free Comanches, and would feel that they had every right to kill a Kickapoo if they could catch one. "I think I will go now," Famous Shoes said. "I want to keep looking for that hole where the people came out." Slow Tree no longer looked at him so politely. Though he felt obliged to respect Buffalo Hump's wishes in this matter, he did not look happy about it. The braves who stood behind him didn't look friendly either. "That hole is to the north, where the great bears live," Slow Tree said. "If you are not careful, one of those bears might eat you." Famous Shoes knew that Slow Tree himself was the bear most likely to eat him, or at least to do something bad to him. It was not a place to linger, not with the old chief so moody. He got his knife and his pouch back from the Comanche boy who had taken them, and trotted out of the camp. Call found Gus McCrae asleep by the river under a bluff that looked familiar. Long before, when the two of them were young rangers, Augustus had stumbled off that very bluff one night and twisted his ankle badly when he hit. Then, because of Clara Forsythe, Gus had been too agitated to watch where he was going. Now, an hour after sunup, he was snoring away and probably hung over because he pined for the same woman. In a boat, turning slowly in the middle of the river, an old man was fishing. An old man had been fishing the night Gus hurt his ankle. For all Call knew, it might even be the same old man in the same boat. Years had worn off the calendar, but what had changed? The river still flowed, the old man still fished, and Augustus McCrae still pined for Clara. "Get up, the governor wants to see us," Call said when he got back to where his friend was sleeping. Gus had stopped snoring. He was nestled comfortably against the river bank with his hat over his eyes. "It's too early to be worrying with the governor," Gus said without removing his hat. "It ain't early, the sun's up," Call said. "Everybody in town is up except you. The barber's waiting to give you a good shave." Gus sat up and reached for an empty whiskey bottle by his side. He heaved the bottle out into the river and drew his pistol. "Here, don't shoot," Call said. "There's an old man fishing right in front of you." "Yell at him to move, then, Woodrow," Augustus said. "I'm in the mood for target practice." He immediately fired 3 shots at the bottle to no effect. The bottle floated on, and the old fisherman continued to fish unperturbed. "That fisherman must be deaf," Call said. "He didn't realize he was nearly shot." Gus stood up, shot twice more, and then heaved his pistol at the bottle, scoring a solid hit. The bottle broke and sank, and the pistol sank with it. "Now, that was foolishness," Call said. Gus waded into the river and soon fished out his gun. "Which barber did you hire to shave me?" he inquired. "The small one is cheaper," Call said as they walked back toward town. "I don't like that short barber. He farts," Gus said. "The tall one's slow, but he don't fart as often." They were almost to the barber shop when a shriek rent the calm of the morning. The shriek came from the direction of the Coleman's house, one shriek followed by another and another. "That's Pearl," Gus said. "Nobody else in town can bellow that loud." The shrieks caused a panic in the streets. Everyone assumed that the Comanches had come back. Men in wagons hastily grabbed their weapons. "It might not be Indians, it might just be a cougar or a bear that strayed into town," Gus said, as he and Call, keeping to what cover there was, ran toward the Coleman's house. "Whatever it is, you best load your gun," Call said. "You shot at that bottle, remember?" Gus immediately loaded his pistol, which still dripped. Call happened to glance around toward the house where Maggie boarded. Maggie Tilton stood on her landing in plain view, looking at whatever caused Pearl Coleman to shriek. Maggie had her hands clasped to her mouth and stood as if stunned. "It ain't Indians, Gus," Call said. "There's Maggie. She ain't such a fool as to be standing in plain sight if there's Indians around." Yet the shrieks continued to rake the skies, one after another. "Could she be snake-bit?" Gus asked. "I recall she was always worried about snakes." "If she's snake-bit, where's Bill?" Call said. "I know he's a sound sleeper, but he couldn't sleep through this." Two more women were in sight, two laundresses who had been making their way back from the well with loads of laundry. Like Maggie, they were looking at something. Like her, they had clasped their hands over their mouths in horror. They had dropped their laundry baskets so abruptly that the baskets tipped over, spilling clean laundry into the dirt. "It might just be a big bear," Call said. On occasion, bears still wandered into the outskirts of town. The shrieks were coming from behind the Coleman house. There was a big live oak tree a little ways back from the house. In happier days, Gus and Long Bill had spent many careless hours in its shade, gossiping about women and cards and women. As the two men approached the corner of the Coleman house, pistols drawn, they slowed out of caution. Pearl Coleman shrieked as loudly as ever. Gus suddenly stopped altogether, filled with dread, such a dread as he had not felt in years. He didn't want to look around the corner of the Coleman house. Woodrow Call didn't want to look either, but of course they had to. In the streets behind them, men were crouched behind wagons, their rifles ready. Whatever it was had to be faced. "Somebody's dead, or she wouldn't be shrieking like that," Gus said. "I fear something's happened to Bill. I fear it, Woodrow." Both of them remembered Long Bill's doleful face as it had been for the last few weeks. No longer was he the stoical man who had once walked the Jornada del Muerto and eaten gourd soup. Call stepped around the corner, his pistol cocked, not knowing what he expected, but he did not expect what he saw, which was Long Bill Coleman dead at the end of a hang-rope dangling from a stout limb of the live oak tree, a kicked-over milking stool not far from his feet. Pearl Coleman stood a few yards away, shrieking, unable to move. The pistol in Call's hand became heavy as an anvil suddenly. With difficulty he managed to uncock it and poke it back in its holster. Gus stepped around the corner too. "Oh, my God," he said. "Oh, Billy." "After all we went through," Call said. The shock was too much. He could not finish his thought. The townspeople, seeing that there was no battle, rose up behind wagons and barrels. They edged out of stores, women and men. The barbers came out in their aprons. Their customers, some half-shaven, followed them. The butcher came, cleaver in hand, carrying half a lamb. The two laundresses, their work wasted, had not moved. The clean clothes were still strewn in the dirt. Above them, Maggie Tilton, clearly pregnant and too shocked to trust herself to walk down her own steps, stood sobbing. Augustus holstered his gun and came a few steps closer to the swaying body. Long Bill's toes were only an inch off the ground. His face was purple-black. "Billy could have done this easier if he'd just taken a gun," he said in a weak voice. "Remember how Bigfoot Wallace showed us where to put the gun barrel back there years ago?" "A gun's noisy," Call said. "I expect he done it this way so as not to wake up Pearl." "Well, she's awake now," Gus said. The A silent crowd stood watching as the two of them went to the tree and cut their old friend down. Together, Call and Augustus cut Long Bill down, pulled the noose from his neck, and then, feeling weak, left him to the womenfolk. One of the laundresses covered him with a sheet that had spilled out when her basket overturned. Maggie came down the steps and went to Pearl, but Pearl was beyond comforting. She sobbed deep, guttural sobs as hoarse as a cow's bellow. Maggie got her to sit down on an overturned milk bucket. The two laundresses helped Maggie as best they could. "I don't want him going to heaven with his face so black," Pearl said suddenly. "They'll take him for a nigger." Maggie didn't answer. The undertaker had been killed in the raid. Funerals since then had been hasty and plain. Call and Gus caught their horses and rode on to the governor's. Though the distance was not great, both felt too weak to walk that far. "What are we going to say to the governor now that this has happened?" Augustus asked. "He's the governor. I guess he can do the talking," Call said as they rode up the street. When informed of the tragedy, Governor Pease shook his head and stared out the window for several minutes. A military man was with him when the two captains came in, a Major Nettleson of the U.S. Cavalry. "That's 3 suicides since the raid," Governor Pease said. "Raids on that scale have a very poor effect on the nerves of the populace. Happens even in the Army, don't it, Major?" "Why, yes, we sometimes have a suicide or two after a violent scrap," the Major said. He looked at the Rangers impatiently, either because they were late or because they were interrupting his own interview with the governor. "Bill Coleman had been with us through it all, Governor," Call said. "We never expected to lose him that way." Governor Pease turned from the window and sighed. Call noticed that the governor's old brown coat was stained. Since the raid, he had often been seen in an untidy state. He had grown careless with his tobacco juice, too. Judging from the carpet, he missed his spittoon about as often as he hit it. "It's one more murder we can charge to Buffalo Hump," the governor said. "People can only tolerate so much scalping and raping. They get nervous and start losing sleep. A lack of sound sleep soon breaks them down. The next thing you know, they start killing themselves rather than worry about when the Comanches will show up again." Just then Inez Skull came striding into the room. Major Nettleson, who had been sitting, hefted himself up. He was a beefy man. Madame Skull merely glanced at him, but her glance caused the Major to flush. Augustus, who was merely waiting dully for the interview to be over, noted the flush. "Why, there you are, Johnny Nettleson," Inez said. "Why'd you leave so early? I rather prefer for my house guests to stay around for breakfast, though I suppose that's asking too much of a military man." "It's my fault, Inez," the governor said quickly. "I wanted a word with the Major. Since he's leaving, I thought we'd best meet early." "No, Johnny ain't leaving, not today," Madame Skull said. "I've planned a picnic, and I won't allow anything to spoil it. It's rare that I get a major to picnic with." Then she looked at Governor Pease defiantly. The governor, surprised, stared back at her, while Major Nettleson, far too embarrassed to speak, stared solemnly at his own 2 feet. Augustus suspected that it was stout Major Nettleson that Madame Skull was trotting with now. The picnic she was anxious not to have spoiled might not be of the conventional kind. But this suspicion only registered with him dully. His mind was on the night before, most of which, as usual, he had spent drinking with Long Bill Coleman. It was a close night, and the saloon an immoderately smelly place. During the raid, a bartender had been stabbed and scalped in a rear corner of the barroom. The bartender had been murdered, and so had the janitor, which meant that the bloody corner had been only perfunctorily cleaned. On close nights, the smells made pleasant drinking difficult, so difficult that Gus had left a little early, feeling that he needed a breath of river air. "Come along, Billy, it's late," he said to Long Bill. "Nope, I prefer to drink indoors, Gus," Long Bill replied. "I'm less tempted to seek horrors when I drink inside." Augustus took the comment for a joke and went on out into the clean air to nestle comfortably by the riverbank all night. But now the remark about whores, the last words he would ever hear from Long Bill Coleman, came back to mind. Had Bill, so deeply attached to Pearl, really been seeking whores? Or was it, as he had supposed, a joke? He didn't know. But he did know that he hated being in the governor's office listening to Inez Skull banter with her new conquest, Major Nettleson. Longbill's death was as much a shock as Clara's marriage. It left him indifferent to everything. Why was he there? What did he care about rangering now? He'd never stroll the streets of Austin again, either with the woman or the friend. At the thought, such a hopeless sadness took him that he turned and walked out the door, passing directly in front of the governor, the major, and Madame Skull as he went. "I'll say, now, where's McCrae going?" the governor said in surprise. "The two of you have just got here. I haven't even had a moment to bring up the business at hand." "I expect he's sad about our part. He'd ridden with the man for many years," Call said. "Well, but he was your friend, too, and you ain't walked out," Governor Pease said. "No," Call said, though he wished the governor would get down to business. He thought he knew how Gus felt when he walked out. The governor seemed momentarily thrown off by Gus's departure. He bent right over the spittoon, but still managed to miss it with a stream of tobacco juice. Madame Skull had relaxed, but Major Nettleson hadn't. "Was there something in particular, Governor?" Call asked finally. "Long Bill will be needing a funeral and a burial soon. I'd like to arrange it nice, since he was our friend." "Of course. Excuse me," Governor Pease said, coming back to himself. "Arrange it nice, and arrange it soon. There's work waiting for you and McCrae and whatever troop you can round up." "What's the work?" Call asked. "Ahumado has Captain Skull," the governor said. "He's offered to exchange him for 1,000 cattle delivered in Mexico. I've consulted the legislature, and they think we better comply, though we know it's a gamble." "The U.S. Army cannot be involved. Not involved," Major Nettleson said, suddenly and loudly. "I've made that plain to Governor Pease, and I'll make it plain to you. I'm trying to train 3 regiments of cavalry to move against the Comanche and finish them. I've no men to spare for Mexico, and even if I did have men, I wouldn't send them below the border, now that there is a border, more or less. Not a man of mine will set foot across the Rio Grande, not a man. I must firmly decline to be involved, though, of course, I'd be happy to see Captain Skull again if he's alive." Both the governor and Call were nonplussed by this stream of talk. Madame Skull, however, was merely amused. "Oh, shut up, Johnny, and stop telling lies," she said, with a flirtatious toss of her head. "What lies? I'm merely pointing out that the U.S. Army can't put itself out every time a bandit demands a ransom." "No, the lie was that you'd be happy to see Inish again," Madame Skull said. "You weren't happy to see him when he was your commanding officer, I seem to recall." "Not happy? I fail to understand." "Really, Madame," Major Nettleson protested, turning cherry red from embarrassment. "Inish always thought you were a fat-gutted fool," Mrs. Skull said. "He said as much many times. The only man in the whole army Inish thought had any sense was Bob Lee, and Bob Lee's a little too stiff-necked for my taste." Then she looked at Governor Pease, who was staring at her as if she was insane. "Close your mouth, Ed, before a bug flies down your gullet," she said. "I'm taking Johnny off to our picnic now. I've managed to find virtues in him that Inish never suspected." As Madame Skull was about to leave, she paused a moment and looked at Call. 1,000 cattle is a good deal more than Inish is worth," she said. "I wouldn't give 3 cats for 'em myself, unless the cats were mangy. If you see that yellow gal of mine while you're looking for Inish, bring her back, too. I have yet to find a match for that yellow gal. She had the Cuba touch." "I doubt we'll spot her, ma'am," Call said. "The Comanches went north, and we're going south." "And you think life is that simple, do you, Captain?" Inez Skull said, with more than a little mockery in her tone. "You think it's just a matter of plain north or south, do you?" Call was perplexed. He could not clear his mind of the image of Long Bill Coleman hanging dead by his own hand from a live oak limb. More than 10 years of his life had been bound up with Long Bill Coleman. Now he was dead. He found it hard to attend to the mocking woman in front of him. His mind wanted to drift backward down the long river of the past to the beginning of his rangering days. He wished Madame Skull would just go away and not be teasing him with questions. "I hope you'll come to tea with me before you leave, Captain," Madame Skull said. "I might be able to teach you that there's more to life than north and south." With that, she turned on her heels and left. "Can't interfere with Mexico, not the U.S. cavalry," Major Nettleson said. Then he left, putting on his military hat as he went through the door. Governor Pease spat once more, inaccurately, at the brass spittoon. "If I had a wife like that, I'd run farther than Mexico," the governor said quietly. His own wife had only raised her voice to him once in 20 years of marriage, and that was because the baby was about to knock the soup pot off the table. Call didn't know what to say. He thought he'd best stick to simple, practical considerations and not let himself be sidetracked by what Madame Skull felt or didn't feel about her husband. "You mentioned 1,000 head of cattle, Governor," Call said. "Yes, that's the demand," Governor Pease said in a slow, weary voice. 1,000 head. We have a month to make the delivery." "What if the captain's already dead?" Call asked. "Why, that's the gamble," the governor said. "The man might take our cattle and send us Einish's head in a sack." "Or he might just take the cattle and vanish," Call said. "Yes, he might. But I have to send you," the governor said. "At least, I have to ask you if you'll go. I'm not forgetting that I just sent you off on a wild goose chase just when we needed you here the most. But Ahumado has Einish, and he's set a price on him. Einish is still a hero. They'll impeach me if I don't try to get him back." "Where will we get the cattle?" Call asked. "Why, the legislature will vote the money for the cattle, I'm sure," the governor said. Call started to ask a practical question, only to have his mind stall. He saw Long Bill's black face again and couldn't seem to think beyond it. The governor talked, and the governor talked, but Call was simply unable to take in what he was saying, a fact Governor Pease finally noticed. "Wrong time. You've got your friend to bury," he said. "We can talk of these arrangements tomorrow when your sad duty has been done." "Thanks," Call said. He turned and was about to leave, but Governor Pease caught his arm. "Just one more thing, Captain Call," he said. "Inez mentioned having you to tea. Don't go. The state of Texas needs you more than she does in this troubled hour." "Yes, sir, I expect it does," Call said. When Call got back to the ranger corrals, he heard the sound of hammering from behind the barn. Ikey Ripple, the oldest ranger left alive, was making Long Bill a coffin, or at least he was supervising. Ikey had never advanced much in the ranks of the rangers due to his taste for supervising as opposed to actually working. He and Long Bill had been sincere friends, though, which is why he stood beside Dietz to supervise the sawing of every plank and the driving of every nail. "Billy was particular, and he'd want to be laid out proper," Ikey said when Call joined the group, which consisted of the entire ranger troop, such as it then was. Augustus sat on one end of the wagon that was to haul Long Bill to his grave. He was silent, somber, and drunk. Dietz put the coffin together meticulously, well aware that he was being watched by the whole troop. Lee Hitch and Stove Jones had spent a night of insobriety in a Mexican cantina. They were so hungover as to be incapable of carpentry. Stove Jones was bald and Lee Hitch shaggy. They spent their evenings in the cantina because they had ceased to be able to secure adequate credit in the saloons of Austin. Call noticed that neither man was wearing a sidearm. "Where's your guns?" he asked them. Lee Hitch looked at his hip and saw no pistol, which seemed to surprise him as much as if his whole leg were missing. "Well, where is it, damn it?" he asked himself. "I don't require you to swear," Call said. "We've a mission to go on soon, and you'll need your weapons. Where's yours, Stove?" Stove Jones took refuge in deep, silent solemnity when asked questions he didn't want to answer. He stared back at Call solemnly, but Call was not to be bluffed by such tactics, forcing Stove to rack his brain for a suitable answer. "I expect it's under my saddle," he said finally. "They pawn their guns, Woodrow," Augustus said. "I say just let 'em fight the Comanches with their pocket knives. A man who would sink so low as to pawn his own pistol deserves a good scalping anyway." "It's not the Comanches," Call told him. "It's Ahumado. He's got Captain Skull, and he's offered to ransom him for 1,000 cattle." "That lets me out. I ain't got 1,000 cattle," Gus said. "The state will buy the cattle. We have to deliver them and bring back the captain," Call told him. "Well, that still lets me out, because I ain't a cowboy," Gus said. "I have no interest in gathering cattle for some old bandit. Let him just come and steal 'em. He can leave off the captain if he wants to." Call noted that the coffin was almost finished. He saw no reason to pursue an argument with Gus at such a time. In his present mood, Gus would easily find a reason to disagree with anything he might say. The men were all stunned by Long Bill's suicide. The best procedure would probably be to go on and hold the funeral if the women were up to it. With no undertaker and no preacher, funerals were rude affairs, but they were still funerals. The women folk could sing, and the ceremony would draw the men away from the saloons for a few minutes. Once their old compañero was laid to rest, there would be time to consider the matter of Ahumado and the 1,000 cattle. "We don't have to worry about the mission right this minute," Call said. "We've got a month to deliver the cattle. Let's go see how the women folk are doing while Dietz finishes the coffin." "Nearly done," Dietz said, wondering if he was expected to go to the funeral, or if he would even be allowed to. He worked carefully on the coffin. One of the laundresses had brought over an old quilt to line it with. Dietz took special care to see that the lining was laid in smoothly. He knew that the spirits of suicides were restless. They were more likely than other people to float out of their graves and become spooks, harassing those who had offended them in life. He was not aware that he had offended Long Bill. He had helped him with quite a few chores, but all that might be forgotten if he then built him an uncomfortable coffin, a coffin his spirit could not be at rest in. Mr. Bill, as Dietz had always called him, had rangered far in his life. It would be too bad if his spirit had to keep rangering for want of a comfortable resting place. "We ought to caulk this coffin, I expect," Ikey Ripple said, rendering his first judgment on the matter. The coffin was sitting on 2 sawhorses. He bent over and peered underneath it, an action that aggravated his rheumatism. It was a coffin that could profit from a good caulking, in his view. "I doubt we have anything to caulk it with," Call said. "It won't hold out the worms or the maggots no time if we don't give it a caulking," Ikey insisted. "Well, the store's closed. I don't know where we could get any caulking," Call said. With the Forsyth store still out of operation, everyone in town was constantly discovering that they needed some small necessity which there was no way to procure. "Billy Coleman was a fine fella," Ikey went on. "He deserves better than to be bloated up with screwworms before he's hardly in his grave. The darn state of Texas ought to have some caulking somewhere." Mention of screwworms at a moment of such solemnity made everyone queasy, even Call, for they had all seen the dreadful putrefaction that resulted when screwworms infested a deer or a cow. The thought that such might happen to Long Bill Coleman, a comrade who had been walking among them only yesterday, made everyone unhappy. "Shut up talking about worms and maggots, Ikey," Augustus said. "Long Bill's just as apt to be up in heaven playing a harp as he is to be having screwworms infect him." Ikey Ripple considered the remark obtuse, and besides that it was made in an unfriendly tone, a tone particularly unwelcome for having come from a raw youth such as Gus McCrae. Ikey had passed his 70th year and considered anyone under 50 to be callow at best. "I don't know what happens in heaven, but I do know what happens when you stick a coffin in the ground that ain't caulked," Ikey said. "Worms and maggots, that's what." Dietz had just finished the coffin lid, which fitted snugly. "Ikey, stop your griping," Gus said. "Plenty of our fine rangers have been buried without no coffin at all." "Them boards are thin. I expect the worms will get in pretty soon, even if you do caulk it," Stove Jones observed. "Worms and varmints. A hungry varmint'll dig up a coffin unless it's buried deep," Lee Hitch added. "You are all too goddamn gloomy," Augustus said. "I say let's bury Billy Coleman and go get soundly drunk in his memory." He got off the wagon and began to walk toward the Coleman house. "I expect we'll just have to do without the caulking," Call said. "Just load the coffin in the wagon and bring it to the house. I believe it would be best to get this burying done." Then he followed Gus, who was walking slowly. Ahead, a knot of women stood around the back porch of the Coleman house. Call looked for Maggie, but didn't see her at first. When he did spot her, she was not with the women on the porch. They were respectable women, of course. Maggie sat alone on the steps going up to her rooms. She had her face in her hands, and her shoulders were shaking. "Mag's upset," Gus said. "I expect one of these old church biddies ran her off from the morning." "I expect," Call said. "Maggie's close to Pearl. She took the arrows out of her after the raid," she said. "The doctor was busy with the serious wounds." When Call walked over and asked Maggie if one of the ladies had been rude to her, Maggie shook her head. She looked up at him, her face wet with tears. "It's just so hard, Woodrow," she said. "It's just so hard." "Well, but there's easy times, too," Call said awkwardly. He immediately felt he had said something wrong. He could never come up with the right words when Maggie cried. His remark was true enough. There were easy times. But the day of Long Bill's death was not one of them. "Not for me," Maggie wanted to say when he mentioned easy times. She wanted to go be with Pearl Coleman, but she couldn't because of her position. It was hard, not easy, but there was no point in trying to make Woodrow understand how hard it was for her. "It's sunny, at least," Call said. "Bill hung himself on a mighty pretty day." That didn't sound right either. Although it was true, the day was brilliant. To his dismay, Maggie began to cry all the harder. He didn't know whether it was the standoffish women, or Long Bill's death, or his ill-chosen remarks. He had thought to comfort her, but he didn't know how. He stood awkwardly by the steps, feeling that he would have been wiser just to go along with Gus and see that Bill was wrapped up proper and ready for the coffin. "Hush, Woodrow, you don't have to talk," Maggie said, grateful that he had come to stand beside her. It was the first time he had done such a thing when there were people watching. Just then the Rangers came around the corner with the coffin in the wagon. Old Ikey Ripple, who had once pestered Maggie endlessly, drove the wagon. The other Rangers rode behind the wagon. All of them saw Call standing by Maggie at the bottom of the steps. "I best go. Will you be coming?" Call asked. "Yes, I'll follow along," Maggie said, surprised that he asked. There was green spring grass in the little graveyard when they buried Long Bill Coleman. Trees were leafing out green on the distant slopes. Fine, clear sunlight shone on the mourners. Mockingbirds sang on after the hymn-singing stopped, and the mound of red dirt was shoveled back in the grave. Maggie, fearing censure, hadn't followed very close. Pearl Coleman, bereft, heaved her deep cow sobs throughout the brief service. "I'm a poor talker. You talk over him," Call whispered to Augustus when the time had come for someone to speak a few words over the departed. Augustus McCrae stood so long in thought that Call was afraid he wouldn't find it in him to speak. But Gus, hat in hand, finally looked up at the little crowd. "It's too pretty a day to be dying. But Long Bill's dead, and that's that," he said. "I recall that he liked that scripture about the green pastures. It's spring weather, and there'll be green grass growing over him soon." He paused a minute, fumbling with his hat. When he spoke again, he had some trouble controlling his voice. "Billy, he was a fine pard. Let's go home," he said finally. Pearl Coleman had a brother, Joel, who was stout like her. Joel helped his sobbing sister back down the path toward town. The ladies who liked Pearl and had come to support her in her hour of grief followed the brother and sister away. The other townspeople trickled away in twos and threes, but the Rangers were reluctant to leave. In the heat of battle they had surrendered many comrades to death, often having no opportunity to bury them or take note of their passing at all. But this death had not occurred in battle. It occurred because Long Bill, a man who had been stout-hearted through much violent strife, wanted it. "I wish we'd had time to caulk the coffin," Ikey Ripple said. "I expect it'll be worms and maggots for Billy pretty soon." The others cast hard glances at him, causing Ikey to conclude that his views were not appreciated. He decided to seek a saloon, and was joined in his search by Lee Hitch and Stove Jones, men disposed to overlook his views of worms and maggots. "Reckon Bill would change his mind if he had a chance to?" Gus asked Call. They were the last to leave, although P.I. was not far from them on the path. Call had been asking himself the same question all day. The last conversation he had had with Long Bill Coleman had been a casual one about the relative merits of mares and geldings as saddle horses. Long Bill argued for geldings as being more stable. Call argued for mares for their alertness. Long Bill talked fondly of a horse he had favored in earlier years, a sorrel gelding named Sugar who had carried him safely on many patrols. Call reminded Bill of a time when Sugar had shied at a badger and run away with him. They had a chuckle, remembering the runaway. It had been an easy conversation about horses, of the sort he had often had with Long Bill over the years. Sugar grew old and had to be put out to pasture, but Long Bill from time to time would have another gelding whose virtues he would brag about, just as Call from time to time would acquire an exceptional mare. They would often talk about horses, he and Bill. Whatever troubles might be elsewhere in their lives never dampened their interest in the pleasure to be had with good horses. "He can't change his mind, Gus. It's foolish to even think that way," Call said. "Gone is gone." "I know it," Gus said. Yet he could not stop wondering about Long Bill. In the saloon the night before, Long Bill had seemed somber, but not more somber than he had been on many a night. Augustus couldn't get the business of hanging out of his mind. Hanging wasn't simple, like shooting oneself. Shooting he could imagine. A momentary hopelessness, such as he himself had felt several times since Clara's marriage, could cause a man to grab a pistol and send a bullet into his brain. A few seconds, rushing by so fast they gave one no time for second thoughts, would allow a man to end the matter. But hanging was different. A rope had to be found and a stool to climb on. Long Bill had watched the hanging of quite a few thieves and miscreants in his years of rangering. He knew the result was often imperfect if the knot was set wrong. The hanged man might dangle and kick for several minutes before his air supply was finally cut off. Care had to be taken when a hanging was contemplated. A good limb had to be chosen, for one thing. Limbs that looked stout to the eye would often sag so far in practice that the hanged man's feet would touch the ground. Long Bill had never been skilled with his hands, thus his quick failure as a carpenter. It taxed him to tie a simple halter knot. The more Gus thought about the physical complications involved in hanging, the more perplexed he felt that his friend had been able to manage his final action successfully. And why? Had there been a sharp quarrel? Had a nightmare afflicted him so powerfully that he lost his bearings? It seemed that Long Bill was so determined to be free of earthly sorrow that he had gone about the preparations for his death with more competence than he had been capable of when only the chores of life were involved. He had even done it all in the dark, perhaps fearing that if he saw the bright sunrise, he might weaken in his resolve and not do it. "I just wonder what Bill was thinking there at the end," Gus said. "You can wonder all you want to," Call said. "We'll never know that. It's just as well not to think about it." "I can't help thinking about it, Woodrow, can you?" Gus asked. "I was the last man to drink with him. I expect I'll think about it for years." They had walked back almost to the steps that led to Maggie's rooms. "I think about it," Call admitted. "But I ought to stop. He's dead. We buried him." Call felt, though, that the comment had been inadequate. After all, he too had been friends with Long Bill for many years. He had known several men who had lost limbs in battle. The men all claimed that they still felt things in the place where the limb had been. It was natural enough, then, that with Bill suddenly gone, he and Gus would continue to have some of the feelings that went with friendship, even though the friend was gone. "I can't be thinking about him so much that I can't get the chores done, that's what I meant," Call added. Augustus looked at him curiously, a look that was sort of a slant. "Well, that's you, Woodrow. You'll always get the chores done," Augustus said. "I ain't that much of a worker myself. I can skip a chore now and then if it's a sunny day." "I don't know what sunny has to do with chores. They need to be done whether it's sunny or not," Call said. Augustus was silent. He was still thinking about Long Bill, wondering what despair had infested his mind while he was looking for the rope and setting the milking stool in place. "It's funny," he said. "What is?" Call asked. "Billy was the worst roper in the outfit," Augustus said. "If you put him in the lots with a tame goat, the goat would die of old age before Billy could manage to get a loop on it, remember?" "Why, yes, that's true," Call said. "He never was much of a roper." "It might take him 6 or 7 tries just to catch his own horse," Augustus said. "If we was in a hurry, I'd usually catch his horse for him just to save time." Call started to go up the stairs to see Maggie, but paused a moment. "You're right," he said. "The only thing the man ever roped on the first try was himself. That's a curiosity, ain't it?" "Why, yes," Augustus said. "That's a curiosity." Call still had his hat in his hand. He put it on and went up the steps to Maggie. "Woodrow's lucky and he don't know it," Augustus thought. He's got a girl to go to. I wish I had a girl to go to. Whore or no whore, I wouldn't care. With no way to shade his pupils, Skull began to pray for rain. Or if not rain, at least a cloud, anything that might bring his eyes relief. Even on cool days, the white light of the sun at noon brought intense headaches. The light was like a hot needle stabbing and stabbing into his head. Rolling his eyes downward brought a few moments of relief, but not enough. Day after day, the white light ate at his optic nerve. Even though he heard the caballero Carlos Diaz tell Ahumado that the Texans had agreed to send the cattle for his ransom, Skull felt little hope. He might be blind or insane before the cattle arrived. Besides, there was no certainty that Ahumado would honor the ransom anyway. He might take the cattle and kill the Texans. If he respected the bargain, it would be mere whim. From the noon hour each day until the sun edged behind the western cliffs, Skull felt himself not far from madness from the pain in his eyes. The only thing that saved him, in his view, was that the season was young and the days still fairly short. Also, Ahumado had pitched his camp in a canyon, a deep slot in the earth. In the canyon, the sun rose late and set early. It only burned at his eyes for some 6 hours a day, and often spring thunderheads drifted over the canyon and brought him some minutes of relief. As soon as the sun went behind the canyon wall, Ahumado took him from the skinning post and put him back in the cage. Skull then covered his head with his arms to make a cave of darkness for his throbbing eyes. Sometimes, instead of drinking the water they brought him, he poured a little in his palms and wet his throbbing temples. He could hear the rippling of the little stream that ran not far away. At night he dreamed of thrusting his head in the cool water and letting it soothe his eyes. He no longer sang or cursed, and when, now and then, he tried to remember a line of verse or a fragment of history, he couldn't. It was as if the white light itself had burned away his memory so that it would no longer give back what was in it. The old bandit was clever, more clever than Skull had supposed. He might take the Texans' cattle and send them back their captain. Only the captain he sent back would be blind and insane. The one weapon Skull had left to him was his hatred. Always, throughout his life, hatred had come easier to him than love. The Christian view that one should love his brethren struck him as absurd. His brethren were conniving, brutish, dishonest, greedy, and cruel, and that judgment included particularly his own brothers and most of the men he had grown up with. From the time he first hefted a rifle and swung a sword, he had loved combat. He sought war and liked it red. His marriage to Inez was a kind of war in itself, which was one reason he stayed in it. Several times he had come close to choking her to death, and once he even managed to heave her out a window. Unfortunately, only a first-floor window, or he would have been rid of the black bitch, as he sometimes called her. He had no trouble hating any opponent, any prey, red Indians, bandits, horse thieves, card cheats, pimps, bankers, lawyers, governors, senators. He had once pistol-whipped a man in the foyer of the Massachusetts State House because the man spat on his foot. All his earlier hatreds, though, seemed casual and minor when compared to the hatred he felt for Ahumado, the black vaquero. There was nothing of chivalry in Skull's hatred, no respect for a worthy opponent, none of the civilities that went with formal warfare. Skull dreamed of getting Ahumado by the throat and squeezing until his old eyes popped out. He wanted to saw off the top of the man's head and scoop out his brains as they had scooped out the steaming brains of Hector, his great horse. He wanted to open his belly and strew his old guts on the rocks for carrion birds to peck at. Ahumado had outsmarted him at every turn, had caught him easily, stripped him, hung him in a cage, taken his eyelids, and he had done it all with light contempt, as if it were an easy, everyday matter to outsmart Einish Skull. The old man didn't appear to want his death particularly. He could have had that at any time. What he wanted was his pride, and taking the eyelids was a smart way to whittle it down. When the sun shone full in his face, Skull's pupils seemed as wide as a tunnel that let searing light into his brain. At times he felt as if his own brains were being cooked as Hector's had been. The hatred between Skull and Ahumado was a silent thing now. For most of the day, the two men were no more than 50 feet apart. Ahumado sat on his blanket. Skull was either in his cage or tied to the skinning post. But no words passed between them. Only hatred. Skull tried as best he could to keep track of days. He lined up straws in the corner of his cage. Keeping a crude calendar was a way of holding out. He needed to keep his hatred high, to calculate when he might expect the Texans. Once the season advanced, once spring gave way to summer, the sun would burn even hatred out of him. He knew it. The old dark man sitting a few feet away would become meaningless. The sun would cook away even hatred. And when hatred was gone, there would be nothing left. While he could, though, he lined up straws in the corner of his cage and imagined revenge. One morning it rained, a blessed rain that continued to fall for 8 hours or more. They did not bother tying him to the skinning post that day. There was no sun to afflict him. Skull scraped at the puddles in his cage and made a paste of mud, which he plastered over his sore eyes. The relief was so great that he wept beneath his mud poultices. All day he kept on, putting the mud poultices over his eyes. No one came near him. Ahumado, who hated rain, stayed in his cave. Later, when the rain had subsided to a cool drizzle, Skull heard 2 vaqueros talking. The vaqueros wanted to kill him. They were convinced he was a witch. What he did with the mud was a thing a witch would do. The vaqueros had long believed that Skull was a witch and were annoyed at Ahumado for allowing a witch to live in their midst. He might cause someone to be struck by lightning. He might even cause the cliff to fall and bury them all alive. They wanted to take out their guns and shoot many bullets into Skull, the witch in the cage. But they could not, because Skull belonged to Ahumado, and only Ahumado could order his death. When Skull overheard the conversation, he felt his strength revive a little. Because of the rain and the mud, he was saved for a little time. Perhaps he was a witch. At least perhaps he could play on the vaquero's superstition. At once, in his croak of a voice, he began to sing in Gaelic, a sea ditty a sailor had once taught him in Boston. He couldn't sing loud and had forgotten most of the Gaelic song, but he sang anyway, with mud plastered over his eyes. When he took the plasters off, Skull saw that the vaqueros and everyone else in the camp had moved as far away from him as they could get. He had witched them back, and if the mud puddles would just last a few days, he might keep witching them until the Texans came with the cattle. At least it was something to try. Ahumado even came out of his cave for a moment, although he disliked rain. He wanted to watch the strange white man who put mud on his eyes. When Buffalo Hump and Worm were only 2 days from the canyon, they met up with Fatney and 2 other boys. One of the boys, White Crow, was so good with snares that he had caught several wild turkeys. Of course, they were glad to share the turkey meat with their chief. Buffalo Hump ate the turkey happily, but Worm refused it, believing that turkey meat might affect his brain. Turkeys were easily confused, and so might be the people who ate them, Worm reasoned. Buffalo Hump thought the notion was ridiculous and tried to joke Worm out of his silly belief. "You are confused," he told Worm, "but if I ate you, I would still be smart." Fatney had always been afraid of Buffalo Hump. The sight of the great hump made him fearful. While Buffalo Hump was eating a wild turkey hen, Fatney blurted out the business about Blue Duck and Famous Shoes. He was afraid that if he waited, Blue Duck might try to put the blame for the whole episode on him. Blue Duck was a good liar. He was always managing to get other people blamed for his mistakes. Also, of course, he was Buffalo Hump's son. Fatney assumed that Buffalo Hump would more likely believe his own son than an insignificant young warrior named Fatney. But when he blurted out the admission that he and Blue Duck had tried to trade Famous Shoes to Slow Tree, Buffalo Hump didn't seem particularly interested. "You should change your name," the chief suggested. "Your parents gave you that name because when you were young a snake bit you on the knee and made your knee fat. Now you are grown and your knee isn't fat. If I were you, I would change my name." Fatney was relieved that Buffalo Hump wasn't angry about the business with Famous Shoes. He had been worrying about Buffalo Hump's reaction to that business for many days. In fact, though, Buffalo Hump seemed more annoyed with Worm for his reluctance to eat turkey meat than he was about the matter of Famous Shoes and Slow Tree. As they were riding north, Buffalo Hump brought up the matter of his name again. "People who are named for parts of the body can only be jokesters and clowns," Buffalo Hump told him. "Look at Straight Elbow. His name ruined him. If you were named for your scrotum, it would be the same. No matter how hard you fought in battle, people would get tickled when they said your name. Soon you would forget about being brave. It would be enough that you were funny. You would only be a clown." Fat Knee recognized that what Buffalo Hump said might be true, but he had no idea what he should change his name to. His father had named him Fat Knee, and his father, Elk Shoulders, was an irascible man. If he went to his father and announced that he wanted to change his name, his father might hit him so hard with a club that his brains would spill out like clotted milk. Still, Buffalo Hump was the chief. It would not do to ignore his suggestion completely. Buffalo Hump was known to hold grudges, too. He had been known to kill people over incidents or embarrassments that had occurred so long ago that most people had forgotten them. Often the warrior who suddenly found himself being killed would be dispatched so quickly that he could not even remember what he had done to deserve the knife or the lance. As they were riding north, Fat Knee rode up beside Buffalo Hump and put a question to him. "If I change my name from Fat Knee, what will I change it to?" he asked. Buffalo Hump gave the matter only a moment's thought. "Change it to Many Dreams," Buffalo Hump suggested. "The name will make you dream more. If you can learn to dream enough, we might make you into a medicine man." While Fat Knee was thinking about the name Many Dreams, which pleased him, they saw an Indian sitting on the edge of a low butte not far to the west. The butte was not high, it was no more really than a pile of rocks. Buffalo Hump immediately recognized the warrior's horse, a small gray gelding. "That is Red Hand's horse," he said. "Why is Red Hand sitting on that pile of rocks?" No one had any idea. Red Hand was a gregarious man who usually stayed in camp so that he could couple frequently with his wives. He liked to lie on soft elk skins and have his wives rub his body with buffalo tallow. He also liked to wrestle, but was hard to throw because his wives had made him slippery with the tallow. He had never been known to sit on a pile of rocks far from camp. When they came to where the gray horse stood, Red Hand was staring up into the sky. His body was shaking. He did not look at them. He kept his face turned up to the sky. "He is praying. We had better just leave him to his prayers," Worm said. Worm wanted very much to be back in camp. Too many things that he had seen on this trip did not seem right to him. The sight of the old one had unnerved him badly. Now they were almost home, and Buffalo Hump was slowing them down again just because of Red Hand. The delay was one thing too many for Worm, who did not hide his impatience, forgetting that Buffalo Hump could be impatient too. Before Worm realized the danger, he had pushed too hard. Buffalo Hump whirled on him. He did not raise his lance or draw his bow, but the death he could deal with them was there in his eyes. "I want you to wait until Red Hand has finished his prayer," he said. "He might need to talk to you. He would not come so far to pray unless it was important. Once he has finished and we have all talked to him, then we will go home." Worm restrained himself with difficulty. He did not like to be corrected. Red Hand was a man of no judgment. Probably he was just sitting on a rock pile praying because his wife had refused him. Although it was true that Red Hand was shaking as if his life were about to end. Worm composed himself and waited. Fat Knee caught a mouse, and he and the other boys amused themselves with it for a while, catching it under a cup and then releasing it, only to catch it again before it could get to a hole. Finally, Red Hand stopped shaking so much. His eyes had been turned up to the sky. He had been seeing only what was inside his prayer. When he lowered his head and saw several people waiting for him, he looked very surprised. "I came here to pray," he said. Then he could not seem to think of more words. He got to his feet, moving like an old man, and mounted his gray horse. "This is a new place you have found to pray," Buffalo Hump pointed out. "Many people find good places to pray in the canyon." He was trying to be patient. After all, a man's prayers were serious. He himself had chosen a difficult place on a high rock when he had prayed for the success of the great raid. Red Hand had every right to pray on a rock pile if he wanted to. Buffalo Hump was merely curious as to why he had chosen this particular rock pile as his praying place. What Red Hand wanted to do was change the subject. What had driven him to the rock pile to pray was the fact that one of his wives had got her blood on him. They had been coupling when her impure time came. When he pulled away from his wife and saw that he was red with blood, he was so upset that he jumped on his horse and left the village. Red Hand was no longer a youth. He had 4 wives, and he coupled with them as frequently as possible, but never before had he coupled with one of his wives when she was impure. The wife it happened with was known as High Rabbit because she stepped so high in the dance. Also, her legs were thin like a jackrabbit's. High Rabbit was not an immodest woman. In fact, she was the most circumspect of his wives. She insisted on a great deal of privacy before she would let Red Hand couple with her. High Rabbit was also horrified by what had happened. She ran quickly to her mother to find out what her fate would be. Sometimes women were driven out of the tribe or even killed for allowing men to come near them when they were impure. Red Hand didn't know what High Rabbit's mother might have told her because he had left the village immediately and had not been back. As soon as he came to a stream, he washed himself many times, though he knew the washings would do little good. The impurity would strike him inside, where he couldn't wash it away. His assumption was that he would die soon. He wanted to pray as much as possible before his end came, and the rock pile seemed as good a place as any. In his mind, contact with impure blood meant death, and he wanted to hurry to a praying place and start praying. Some rattlesnakes had been around the rock pile when he arrived, but they soon went away. Probably even the rattlesnakes knew of his impurity and hurried to their dens to disassociate themselves from it. To Red Hand's surprise, he didn't die. Now, Buffalo Hump, leader of the great raid, had come upon him and seemed to find it amusing that he had chosen to prey on a rock pile. Of course, Buffalo Hump didn't know about the dire thing that had occurred in Red Hand's lodge. Red Hand would have liked a few words with Worm about the matter of impure blood, but Worm had never liked him very much. Probably he would just tell him to go away and die if he knew about the blood. Under the circumstances, Red Hand thought it best to talk about something beside his choice of places to pray. Buffalo Hump was not a great chief for nothing. He might find out that Red Hand had come to the rock pile because he was stained. "Kicking Wolf is back," Red Hand said. "He was very weak when he found us, and he sees 2 deer where there is 1. Buffalo Hump was not concerned with Kicking Wolf's vision problems. "Where is the buffalo horse?" he asked. "I don't know about that, but the worst thing is that 3 birds did not return," Red Hand said. "The black vaquero got him." "If he got 3 birds, how did Kicking Wolf get away?" Buffalo Hump asked. Then Red Hand realized that he did know what had happened to the buffalo horse. He returned in his mind to an earlier part of the story. He was so upset about his impurity that he could not remember events in a straightforward way. Now he suddenly remembered about the buffalo horse. An Apache had told Slipping Weasel about him. The Apache had heard the story from a man who was wandering. "Wait, I was in my prayer. I forgot this," Red Hand said. "They cooked the buffalo horse in a great pit, but they took away his head and cooked it somewhere else. It took a whole village to eat him. I think Ahumado ate his head. They also caught Big Horse Skull and hung him in a cage." "I was wanting to know about Kicking Wolf," Buffalo Hump said, without impatience. He could tell that Red Hand's mind was in a disordered state. He was talking rapidly, although there was no need to hurry their talk. "Ahumado did catch Kicking Wolf," Red Hand said. "He tied him to a horse, and the horse almost dragged him to death, but Big Horse Skull cut him loose." "What did Ahumado do with 3 birds?" Worm asked. "There are some stories about 3 birds, but I don't know if they are true," Red Hand said. "An Apache said that 3 birds flew off the yellow cliff. He did not want to go in the cage where they put Skull." "I don't think 3 birds could fly," Buffalo Hump said. "I will ask Kicking Wolf about it myself. He may know more than that Apache." "He may, but since the horse pulled him, he sees 2 deer where there is 1, Red Hand told him. On the ride home, Buffalo Hump asked Worm about the things Red Hand had said, but Worm was not very informative. He was annoyed that Kicking Wolf had taken the buffalo horse to Mexico to be eaten by a village. "We could have cooked it in a pit ourselves," Worm said. "We could have eaten it as quickly as that village." Later, in camp, Buffalo Hump mentioned Worm's complaint to Kicking Wolf. The latter was having his hair greased by one of his wives at the time. "Worm thinks you should have let us eat the buffalo horse," Buffalo Hump said. "If Worm had stolen it, he could have eaten it, but I stole it and I wanted to take it to Mexico," Kicking Wolf said. "Anyway, Apaches are liars. The buffalo horse may still be alive." Buffalo Hump saw that Kicking Wolf was in a quarrelsome mood. He had been about to tease Kicking Wolf a little. After all, the man had missed the great raid. But he decided to let it be, mainly because he was anxious to see Lark and his other wives. Fat Knee had ridden ahead to let them know he was coming, so they would probably have cooked him something good. He wanted to eat. Kicking Wolf he could tease any time. "How about Three Birds?" he asked before going on to his tent. "Do you think he is still alive, too?" At that, Kicking Wolf merely shook his head. He didn't think Three Birds was alive, and it was a sorrow to him. "I didn't want him to go to Mexico," he told Buffalo Hump. "I was going to take the horse myself. I wanted Three Birds to go home, but he came to Mexico anyway. He wanted to be brave." Though Buffalo Hump had always considered Three Birds a fool, there was no doubt that what he had done had been very brave. "He got his wish," Buffalo Hump said. "He was brave. When your eyes are better, we will sing for him sometime." When the wild black cow came popping out of a thicket of mesquite and chaparral, she was on them and had gored Dietz's horse badly in the flank before the rangers even knew what kind of beast they were dealing with. The horse squealed and fell over, throwing Dietz almost under the cow, whose horn tips were red with the horse's blood. The cow lowered her head when Call and Gus shot her, firing almost at the same time. The bullets knocked the cow to her knees, but didn't kill her. Even on her knees she tried to go for Dietz. It took a bullet to the head to kill her. Dietz was shaking, as much from surprise as from fright. His horse gushed blood from its torn flank. "My horse dying," Dietz said, stunned. "Well, where'd she come from?" P.I. asked. All he could remember was that a black streak with short, shiny horns came popping out of the brush. He had had no time to make precise observations. "She came out of that," Augustus said, pointing to what seemed to be an impenetrable thorny brush. The mesquite and chaparral grew out above a solid floor of green prickly pear. "Well, maybe she had hydrophobia," Stove Jones volunteered. "I've lived with cows and such all my life, but I've never seen a cow charge a bunch of men like that." "Just be glad it wasn't one of them tough little black bulls," Lee Hitch said. "One of them little black bulls would have done for about half of us." "You can't kill a bull with no pistol bullet," he added, "not even with 10 pistol bullets." A mile or two farther, Dietz was now riding double with Jake Spoon, who had the stoutest horse. They came upon 3 of the small black bulls Lee Hitch had described. Everyone in the troop drew their rifles, expecting to have to defend themselves, but the bulls were content to paw the earth and snort. Then, just as they were about to stop for coffee and a bit of bacon, a second cow came shooting out of the brush behind them. This time the rangers were primed, but even so it took 3 rifle shots to bring the cow down. In mid-afternoon it happened a third time. A red cow came charging directly at them, breathing froth and bellowing. All the rangers shot this time, and the cow went down. Call, though profoundly startled by the violent behavior of the wild South Texas cows, held his counsel, meaning to talk the development over with Augustus privately when they camped. Gus McCrae couldn't wait for a private parley. They were scarcely south of San Antonio and had just been attacked 3 times with the loss of 1 horse. They had seen no ranches or ranchmen who might advise them on the bovine behavior they were encountering. The rangers were jumpier now than they would have been if they'd been crossing the Comanche. In the space of an afternoon, they had come to fear cattle more than they feared Indians. And it was the cattle of the country, hundreds of them, that they were supposed to round up and deliver to Mexico. "This is pointless traveling," Gus said. "How are we going to deliver 1,000 cattle of that old bandit if we have to shoot every damn cow we see?" Call accepted the point. It was obvious they had been presented with a difficult mission. "There must be tamer cattle down here somewhere," he said. "There's ranches down this way, big ranches. They ship cattle to New Orleans regular, I hear. The boats come to Matagorda Bay. They don't shoot every cow. There's got to be cowboys down here who know how to handle this stock." The rangers listened in silence, but his words made little impression compared to their fresh memories of the mad, frothing cows. "Livestock ain't supposed to be this hostile," Stove Jones commented. "We're Indian fighters, Woodrow," Augustus pointed out. "Indian fighters and bandit chasers. We ain't vaqueros. If I tried to go into one of them thickets after a cow, I'd be lucky not to get scratched to death. We'd just as well try to deliver 1,000 deer. At least deer don't come charging at you. That damn governor's betrayed us again," he added in disgust. Call couldn't really disagree. Governor Pease had given them a flowery letter to show to the ranchers in South Texas. The letter bound the state of Texas to compensate the ranchers for cattle sufficient to make a herd of 1,000 head. There was no mention, however, of a price per head. When Call pointed this out to Governor Pease, the governor had merely shrugged. "Our South Texans are patriotic men," he said. "They'll be glad to let you take a few head of stock if it'll get our hero back. Speak to Captain King," he added. 2 harried clerks were following him around at the time, hoping to get his attention. "Captain Richard King. He'll help you. I expect that goddamn old black bandit has stolen at least that many cattle from him already." "Where do we find Captain King?" Augustus asked. "I've never met the man." "Why, just ask, Captain McCrae, just ask," Governor Pease said. "Captain King is well known along the coast." The governor's office was bustling that day. Besides the clerks and an army man or two, there were 3 benches packed with legislators, all of them evidently hoping for an audience with the governor. As a lot, they looked dusty and drunken. "Look at them ramshackly senators," Augustus said as they left the office. "Maybe we ought to change jobs, Woodrow. We could make laws instead of enforcing them." "I can barely read," Call reminded him. "I'd be a poor hand at making laws." "Why, you wouldn't need to read," Gus said. "We could hire a clerk to do the scribbling. All it takes to make laws is good sense. I could probably make better laws than that whole bunch sitting in there half drunk." "Maybe," Call said. "Maybe not." Governor Pease handed them the letter and sent them away. As they left, several of the legislators were attempting to crowd in his door. Now, faced with the fact that they were barely out of sight of the Alamo and had already had to shoot 3 cows, Call remembered the governor's advice. "I expect we better try and find Captain King," Call said. "Maybe he'll want to lend the state of Texas some vaqueros for a week or 2. "I don't know, Woodrow," Gus said. "When I'm given a job that's downright impossible, my practice is to find a whorehouse and stay in it until my funds run out." "We don't need to find a whorehouse. We need to find a ranch house," Call said. "This is Captain Skull we're trying to rescue. Captain Skull led us for quite a few years and got us out of plenty of hard spots. Now he's in a hard spot, and we've got to do the best we can to bring him back." "Well, the fool would walk off to Mexico," Augustus said. He reloaded his rifle and kept a wary eye on the thickets as they passed them. The next day they did find a ranch house, but there was no one there except 3 women folks, some babies and small children, and 2 old Mexican men who had been left to do the chores. A lanky woman with a baby at her breast and 2 toddlers clinging to her skirts just looked unhappy when asked where the menfolk were. "They're off branding cattle," she said. "I expect they're south. They've been gone 3 weeks. I've been looking for 'em back, but they ain't here." "South's a big place," Augustus remarked. The woman just smiled a tired smile. "It's a brushy place, too. You'll find that out once you leave here," she said. "I got goat and I got frijoles. You won't get much except goat and frijoles, not in this part of the country." The men ate outside at a long table shaded by a great mesquite tree whose limbs seemed to spread over an acre. The woman who greeted them was named Hannah Fogg. She had a pretty younger sister who helped with the serving. Though the younger sister was shy as a deer, Gus did get her to reveal that her name was Peggy. Gus stole several glances at her during the meal and lingered over his coffee so he could steal several more. As the men ate, Augustus began to notice children peering out shy as mice, one under the porch, another behind a bush, 2 more who had managed to climb the big tree. 2, at least, were under the wagon. "Why, there's a passel of children here," he said to Peggy. It was an excuse to speak to her. "Are all these little tykes Mrs. Fogg's?" But Peggy ducked her head and wouldn't say. Hannah Fogg was not lying about the difficulties of the country south of a ranch house. For a day and a half more the rangers zigged and zagged in a southerly direction, proceeding from little clearing to little clearing. They were seldom long out of sight of cattle, but no more cows charged. These cattle fled like deer the moment they saw the riders. In the afternoon of the second day they heard the sound of men working and came upon the rancher Denton Fogg and his branding crew, which numbered more than 20 vaqueros. The cattle were held in a large clearing. Ropers slid into the herd and soon came out dragging the animal to be branded. Denton Fogg himself, drenched in sweat and lugubrious in appearance, applied the iron himself. He was not happy to be interrupted in his hot work by a party of Texas Rangers with a letter from the governor asking for a donation of cattle to be driven into Mexico in return for a Heinisch skull. He did read the letter, though, holding it carefully so his sweat wouldn't drip on it. "This is a piece of worthless foolery, sir," he declared, handing the letter back to Call. "The Mexicans steal half our cattle anyway, and Ed Pease does nothing about it. Now he wants us to give him 1,000 more. No thank you, sir, not my cattle." Call didn't like the man's tone. "He's not asking you to give anything," he pointed out. "The state will pay you for your cattle." "If the state intended to pay for the cattle, it should have provided you with cash money," the rancher said. "Have you got cash money, sir?" Augustus didn't care for the man's tone either. "We're in a hurry to rescue our captain," he said. "We couldn't wait for a bunch of money to be gathered up. Don't you even trust the state of Texas?" "Nope, not the state and not Ed Pease either," Denton Fogg replied. "I wouldn't give either one of them a cow, but I will sell cattle for cash on the barrelhead. Come back with the money and I can have 1,000 head ready for delivery within the week." With that he walked off and picked a hot iron out of the branding fire. "The fool, I feel like shooting him," Augustus said. "We can't shoot a man just because he doesn't want to give away his cattle," Call said. He was not without skepticism about the state's willingness to pay for the cattle. "Well, he's out here branding every cow he can catch," Augustus pointed out. "Who said he could take these cattle?" "I guess that's just how you build up a ranch," Call said. "The cattle belong to the man who gets to 'em first." "Hell, we could be ranchers ourselves then," Gus said. "We could hire a few ropers and buy some branding irons and get to work. Pretty soon we'd be big livestock men, too." "Where'd we put the cattle once we branded 'em?" Call asked. "We don't own any land. We don't even own the horses we're riding. All we own are our guns and our clothes. And the saddles," he added. "We do own our saddles." The comment depressed Augustus to an unusual degree. He liked to think of himself as prosperous, or at least prospectively prosperous. But the fact was he was just short of being a pauper. All he owned was 3 guns, a fairly well-made saddle, and some clothes. He had no house, no land, no wife, no livestock. He had ridden all day in the blazing sun through thorny country, threatened by dangerous bovines and possibly even wild Indians, and for what? A paltry salary that would scarcely see him through a month of whoring and imbibing. "I say we quit the Rangers," he said abruptly. "There's a fortune in cattle down here in this brush, and we're letting fools like that one beat us to it." "If you want to get rich ranching, you'll have to work as hard as that fellow Fogg. I doubt, myself, that you'd enjoy working that hard," Call said. He rode over to where Denton Fogg was working. Smoke rose from a brand he had just slapped on a large yearling. "Do you know a man named Richard King, Captain King?" Call asked. "I know him," Fogg said, but did not continue. He moved on to the next yearling while the iron was still hot enough to impress a brand. "Well, would you know where we could find him?" Call said. "The governor thought he might advance us the cattle we need." At that, Denton Fogg stopped dead. He looked at Call for a moment and smiled. He even slapped his leg in amusement. "Dick King give up 1,000 cattle?" he said. "Dick King didn't get what he's got by giving away cattle." "He wouldn't be giving them, sir," Call said, trying his best to curb his impatience. "The state will pay him. I'd appreciate it if you would just tell me where I can find him." "I don't keep up with Dick King," Denton Fogg said, still amused. "There's a fella in Lonesome Dove that knows him. You might ask him." Before he had quite worked through his amusement, he was off to the nearest branding fire to select a fresh iron. "Is Lonesome Dove a place?" Call asked. "I confess I'm not familiar with it." "You don't seem to be familiar with anything, Captain," Denton Fogg told him. "This is branding season. Every cattleman who's got any sense is off branding every animal he can get his rope on. Dick King's branding like the rest of us. I wish I had as many cattle as he does, but I don't, and I never will if I have to stand here all day giving directions to Texas Rangers. Just go due south to the Rio Grande and turn left. You'll eventually come to Lonesome Dove. There's a man there named Wands who might know where Dick King and his men are branding." "Let's go," Call said to the troop. "That man's too busy branding cattle to bother with us." "The fool, I'd arrest him if there was a jail nearby," Augustus said. "No, he's not a criminal. Let's go," Call said. For a moment he keenly missed Long Bill Coleman. Though not a professional tracker, such as Famous Shoes, Long Bill had a good instinct for routes, and what they needed just then was to hold a true route south to the Rio Grande. But it was more than Bill's usefulness that Call missed. The man had been reassuring company, and a frontiersman whose opinion was always useful to have. The thought that he would never have it again made Call low-spirited for a time. If they were lucky enough to strike another ranch house, he meant to try and hire an old vaquero to guide them through the brush. "I have a notion to go back and marry that fellow's sister-in-law," Augustus said. "Being married to her'd be better than having this goddamn brush scratch your eyes out." "It's odd to be traveling without Billy Coleman, ain't it?" Call said. "It's first time since we took up rangerin' that Billy ain't been along." Augustus started to agree, but before he could speak, memory rose in him so powerfully that he choked on his words. There was no more Long Bill to ride with. Memories of the missions they had been on together passed through his mind in a vivid parade. But then, to his dismay, the parade was interrupted by images of Clara. One second he would be remembering the tall, lanky man, white with dust, on their march as captives across the Jornada del Muerto, but then it would be Clara, smiling, waiting for him on the back porch of the Forsyth store in her pretty gingham dress. Clara, laughing, teasing, kissing. She had grown a little fuller in the bosom over the years, but otherwise she had been the same girl, from the moment in the muddy street when he had kissed her for the first time until he had bidden her goodbye in the morning mist behind the same store only a few weeks ago. Clara hadn't gone where Bill was. It had already occurred to him that, life being the dangerous business that it was, she might be a widow some day. But by then his own life might have ended, or he might be in jail or in a war somewhere. Anyway, even if Clara were once more to be free, she might turn him down again as she just had. "Why would the man hang himself, Woodrow?" Augustus asked, trying to force his mind back to the original topic. "I know it's best not to think about it, but I can't stop thinking about it," he went on. "There are times at night when I'd give a year's wages just to ask Billy one question." "Well, but he's gone where wages don't help you," Call said. "The best thing is just to try and do the job we have to do." "I doubt we can do this job. Where are we going now?" Gus asked. "To the Rio Grande," Call replied. "To the Rio Grande, and then what? Is Captain King a fish?" Gus asked. "No, but there's a town there where we might be able to find him," Call said. "At least I guess it's at a town." "Well, if it's a town, is it on a map? Does it have a name?" Gus asked impatiently. "Is it on this side of the river, or is it an island, or what?" "It's probably a town," Call said. "There's a saloon there owned by a man named Wands. I think he's a Frenchman." "Oh, well, if it's got a saloon, let's go," Augustus said. "In fact, let's hurry. We'll give the saloon a thorough inspection. Then we'll worry about Captain King. What's the name of this place?" "Lonesome Dove. That's its name," Call said. The captives, 3 men and a woman, were brought in a little after sunrise in an ox cart. Munoz, the bandit Ahumado had assigned to do the job Tudwall once did, ambushed them in their fine coach 3 days to the east. All their finery, rings, watches, and the like he put in a little sack for Ahumado to inspect. The first thing the old man did, before he so much as glanced at the captives, was take the sack from Munoz and carry it to his blanket. He emptied the sack and carefully inspected every item before he turned his attention to the prisoners, all of whom were large and fleshy, as hidalgos and their women tend to be, and all of whom, with good reason, were terrified. Skull watched the proceedings from his cage, shielding his eyes with his hands. On days when they tied him to the skinning post, his vision became a blur. He could distinguish motion and outlines, but not much else. The rains had stopped, and the sun was blinding, but Ahumado only now and then tied him to the skinning post. Often he would be left for 3 or 4 days in his cage. When free to shade his eyes, his vision gradually cleared. Also, to his puzzlement, Ahumado instructed the women to feed him well. Every day he was given tortillas, frijoles, and goat meat. Ahumado himself ate no better. Skull suspected that the old man wanted to build him up for some more refined torture later, but that was just a guess and not one that impeded his appetite. "Live while you're alive, Bible and sword," he told himself. He observed that from time to time the black vaquero was racked with coughing, now and then bringing up a green pus. It was enough to remind Skull that the old bandit was mortal too. He might yet die first. That was not a thought likely to bring comfort to the fat new captives. As soon as Ahumado had inspected the booty, he had the 4 prisoners lined up in the center of the camp. He did not speak to them or question them. He just made them stand there through the hot hours of a long day. The people of the village stared at them as they went about their work. Vaqueros or pistoleros who rode in from time to time stared at them. Skull judged the captives to be gentry of some sort. Their dusty garments had once been expensive. Provincial gentry, perhaps, but still from a far higher sphere than the peasants who peopled the camp. The prisoners were used to being pampered. They spent their lives sitting, eating, growing fatter. They were unaccustomed not merely to being prisoners, but to being required to stand up at all. They were too scared to move, and yet they longed to move. They were offered neither food nor drink. Munoz, a thin man with a pocked face, was clearly proud of his catch. He stood close to them, waiting for Ahumado's order. The standing was a torture in itself, Skull observed. In the afternoon, the woman, desperate, squatted and made water. She was well concealed behind heavy skirts, but still Munoz laughed and made a crude joke. Later, the 3 men made water where they stood, in their pants. Skull watched Ahumado. He wanted to know what the old man would do with his prize catches. The old skinner, Goyeto, sat beside him, clicking his finely sharpened knives, one of them the knife that had taken off Skull's eyelids. A little before sundown, trembling with fatigue, the woman passed out. She simply fell face down, in a faint, Skull supposed. Ahumado did not react. Munoz had just filled his plate with food. He went on eating. A few minutes later, the 3 men were prodded at knife point to the edge of the pit of snakes and scorpions and pushed in. The bottom of the pit was in darkness by this time. The captives had no idea how deep the pit was. They were merely led to the edge of a hole and pushed off the edge. All of them screamed as they fell, and 2 of them continued screaming throughout the night. One of the men screamed that his leg was broken. He pleaded and pleaded, but no one listened. The peasants in the camp made tortillas and sang their own songs. Skull decided that the 3rd captive must have broken his neck in the fall. There were only 2 voices crying out for help. In the morning, when Ahumado and Goyeto went to look in the pit, Skull heard the old skinner complaining. "I thought you were going to let me skin one of them," he said. Ahumado ignored the complaint. He usually ignored Goyeto, who complained often. He stood on the edge of the pit, looking down at the captives and listening to them beg him and plead with him. Then he returned to his blanket. When an old woman brought Skull a little coffee and 2 tortillas, he asked her about the men in the pit. He had noticed several of the women peeking in. "Is one of the men dead?" he asked. "Si, dead," the old woman said. The woman who fainted lay through the night in the place she had fallen. It had grown cold. Skull noticed that someone had brought her a blanket during the night. She was not tied. After the sun had been up a while, the woman rose and hobbled hesitantly over to one of the little campfires. The poor women of the camp made a place for her and gave her food. She thanked them in a low voice. The women did not respond, but they allowed her to sit by the fire. Ahumado took no further interest in her. A week later, when all 3 of the men in the pit were dead, the woman was still there, unmolested, eating with the women of the camp. When Blue Duck saw that his father was angry, he thought it might be because of the captive woman. The woman, who was young and frail, had been found dead that morning, but in fact she had been sickly when they took her. There had been some beating and raping, but not enough to kill her. She had been sick all along, spitting blood night after night on the trail. Now she had died of her sickness, which was not his doing or his fault. As a chief, Buffalo Hump had always been touchy about the matter of captives. He expected to control the disposal of all captives. He might order them tortured or killed, he might sell them into slavery with another tribe, or he might let them live and even on occasion treat them well. The fate of a captive brought to Buffalo Hump's camp depended on reasoning Blue Duck did not understand. Even though he felt blameless in the matter of the dead woman, he was also scared. Everyone feared Buffalo Hump's angers, and with good reason. The words his father said, though, shocked him. They were not what he had expected, not at all. "You should have left Famous Shoes alone, as I ordered," Buffalo Hump said. "Now you have to leave the tribe. You can take 5 horses, but you cannot come back to my camp again. If you do, I will kill you myself." At first, Blue Duck could not believe his father meant what he was saying. Was he going to banish him from the tribe because of a little foolery with a Kickapoo tracker? The Kickapoo had not even been harmed. Blue Duck had fought bravely on the Great Raid, killing several Texans in close combat. No young warrior had done better on the Great Raid, or fought more bravely. He said as much, but Buffalo Hump merely stood and looked at him, a chill in his eye. "We didn't hurt the Kickapoo," Blue Duck said. "We merely teased him a little. I thought Slow Tree might want him, but he didn't, so we let him go." Buffalo Hump didn't change expression. He was not interested in arguments or explanations. He had his big lance in his hand. "Slow Tree heard me tell you to leave the Kickapoo alone," Buffalo Hump said. "He did not want to assist you in your disobedience. Now I am telling you to go. You have never been obedient, and I have no time to argue with you or to correct your ways. If you stay, I will kill you soon, because of what is in you that will not obey. You have courage, but you are rude. Take the 5 horses and go away now. Any warrior who sees you near this camp after today has a duty to kill you." Blue Duck had not expected such a terrible judgment to fall on him so quickly. Yet it had fallen. Though he didn't really like many people in their band, it was the camp where he had always lived. He had always been where the tribe was. His roaming had seldom lasted more than a week. When he could not kill game, there would be food in the camp. He felt a terrible anger at the Kickapoo for having brought such a judgment on him. The next time he saw Famous Shoes, he would kill him. And he would also like to kill Slow Tree, the fat chief who had been unwilling to torture Famous Shoes merely because Buffalo Hump had forbidden it. But he could not think much about such things. Not then, when his father still stood before him. He had his rifle in his hand. Perhaps he should shoot his father right there. But he didn't shoot, or do anything at all. As always, when confronting his father, he felt a weakness in his legs and his belly. The weakness paralyzed him. He knew that if he tried to raise his gun and shoot, Buffalo Hump would be quicker. His father would shove the big lance into him. Blue Duck thought of murder, but did nothing. Buffalo Hump watched his son for a minute, and then turned away. A little later he saw the boy ride out to the horse herd to select his 5 horses. He looked dejected, but Buffalo Hump did not relent. He had returned home tired, only to have to listen half the night to stories of Blue Duck's bad behavior. The boy had beaten Hair on the Lip severely, though he had no right to. Hair on the Lip was still sore and could not move well. Also, Blue Duck had followed Lark when she went into the bushes to make water and had spoken to her rudely. Also, he had raced a fine young horse that belonged to Last Horse's father. In the race, he put the horse off a cut bank and it broke both its front legs. Of course, it had to be killed and eaten. The old man was indignant and wanted a high price for the horse that had been lost. Buffalo Hump had never been able to like his son, and now he wanted to see him gone. He had never been obedient to the Comanche way and never would. The Bluecoat soldiers would be coming onto the Llano to fight them soon, in a year or two. Buffalo Hump didn't want anyone in the camp who was only disposed to make trouble, as Blue Duck had. Soon word of the banishment spread around the camp. Buffalo Hump was with Lark for a long time. When he came out, he discovered that the men and women who came to visit him were more cheerful. All of them approved of what he had done. A few brought him new stories of Blue Duck's bad behavior, mostly with women. Buffalo Hump was not especially disturbed by these stories. Many young warriors strutted too much with women and were not careful about marriage customs. He himself had almost been banished in his youth because of his lusts. Later that day, Fat Knee came hesitantly up to Buffalo Hump. It seemed that Blue Duck wanted Fat Knee to accompany him into exile. Blue Duck planned to go north and east into a territory where renegades and exiles from many tribes gathered. There were slavers there and bandits. They watched the Arkansas River and picked off people who traveled in boats or freighters who hauled goods in wagons. Blue Duck told Fat Knee they would soon be rich if they joined the renegades, but Fat Knee was hesitant. "Isn't he gone yet?" Buffalo Hump asked. "No," Fat Knee said. "He is still looking at the horses. He wants to take the best 5. A wind had come up. Sand was blowing through the camp. It had been warm for several days, but a cold wind was bringing the sand. "You stay in camp," Buffalo Hump said. "I will go drive him away." He found the whole business vexing. The fact that Blue Duck was still prowling around the horse herd was annoying, so annoying that Buffalo Hump caught his own horse, took his lance, and immediately rode out to the horse herd. Blue Duck's delay was merely one more example of his disobedience. Buffalo Hump thought it might be wiser just to kill the boy. Talking to him that morning, his arm had tensed twice, as it did when he was ready to throw his lance. But he had held off. Exile should be enough. But now the boy had angered him by not leaving. When he reached the horse herd, the only person who was there was Last Horse. One of his mares had just foaled, and he was watching for a bit to see that no coyote slipped in and killed the foal. "I thought Blue Duck was here," Buffalo Hump said. Last Horse merely pointed upward to the rim of the canyon. A rider with 5 horses in front of him had climbed out of the canyon and was following the horses along the rim. Buffalo Hump could barely see the rider through the blowing sand, but he knew it was Blue Duck leaving. "Whoa, now. Stop, boys," Augustus said. Far down the river, in the shallows, he saw something he didn't like, something blue. The creature was a good distance away, but it was rolling in the shallow water. Gus judged it to be an aquatic beast of some sort. Few land animals worried him, but he had long been afflicted with an unreasoning fear of aquatic beasts. And now one had appeared in the muddy Rio Grande, where up to then they had seen nothing more threatening than the occasional snapping turtle. The rangers immediately stopped and yanked out their rifles. Thanks to the hostility as well as the volatility of the South Texas cattle, they had become well accustomed to yanking out their rifles several times a day. Gus McCrae was known to have exceptional eyesight. If he saw something worth calling a halt for, then it was best to look to their weapons. "What is it?" Call asked. All he saw ahead of them was the brown Rio Grande. An old Mexican with 3 goats whom they came upon half an hour earlier assured them that they were nearly to the town of Lonesome Dove. Call was anxious to hurry on in hopes that Captain King would be there. But Augustus apparently saw something that made him nervous, something Call could not yet see. "It's blue and it's in the edge of the water, Woodrow," Gus said. "I expect it might be a shark." "Oh, Lord, a shark!" Stove Jones said, wishing suddenly that he had never left the cozy cantinas of Austin. "It was a shark that swallowed Jonah, wasn't it?" Lee Hitch inquired. "Shut up, you fool. That was a whale, and this river's too small for a whale to be in." Augustus kept his eyes on the blue object thrashing in the shallow water. It was an aquatic beast of some kind, that was for sure. Now and then he thought he glimpsed the limb of a body. It might be that the shark was eating somebody right before their eyes. Or before his eyes, at least. None of the other rangers could see anything other than the river, but they had grown accustomed to accepting Gus's judgment when it came to the analysis of distant events. "If it's a shark, why are we stopped?" Call said. "It's in the water and we ain't. Sharks don't walk on land, that I recall." "It might jump, though," Augustus said. "If it jumped out of the water, then it would die," Call pointed out. "Let's go." Call was about to ride past him when they suddenly heard brush popping from the Mexican bank of the river. In a moment, 2 men and a bull emerged from the brush and plunged into the river. In a minute, the bull, a large brown animal wearing a bell that clanged with every step, came out of the river and trotted straight into a thicket of brush, popping their limbs liberally as he went. One of the riders was an American, a short man riding a fine bay gelding. The other was an old vaquero on a buckskin mare. The short man pulled up in surprise when he saw the rangers, but the old vaquero went right on into the brush behind the bull. The rangers, who had been stopped by the brush a number of times in the last week, were as amazed by the vaquero's ability to penetrate the thicket as they were by the size of the bull that had just swum out of Mexico. The American had bushy sideburns and a short, stiff beard. He surveyed the rangers carefully, if quickly, before he trotted up to where they were stopped. "You're Call and McCrae, aren't you? And these are your wild ranger boys, I expect," the man said. "I'm Captain King. So you want 1,000 cattle, do you?" Though Call had already suspected the short man's identity, several of the ranchers had described him, mentioning that he was partial to fine horses, he was surprised that Captain King not only knew who they were, but what they wanted of him. "Yes, but not as a gift," Call said. "The state will pay you for them." "I doubt that. But let's see the letter," Captain King said. He observed that Gus McCrae seemed to be considerably less interested in the matter of the 1,000 cattle than was Captain Call. Gus McCrae was looking downriver in the direction of Lonesome Dove. Call produced the letter, which he had wrapped in oilcloth. 2 or 3 violent rainstorms had doused them lately. Inasmuch as the letter was their only hope of getting the cattle they needed, he wanted to make sure it didn't get wet. "That was my bull Solomon you just saw. You'll not see his equal in America," Captain King said, taking the letter from Call. "He strayed off last night, tempted by a Mexican heifer, I suppose." He started to read the letter, but then looked again at Gus. "McCrae, you seem jumpy as a tick," he said. "What do you see that's upset you so?" "It's down the river, and it's blue, Captain," Gus said. "I expect it's a shark." Captain King glanced at what Gus pointed at and immediately burst out laughing. Just as he did, a gust of wind took the governor's letter out of his hand and blew it into the river. Before anyone could move, it sank. Call jumped off his horse and ran into the river. He was not a little vexed at Captain King, who sat astride his horse enjoying a fit of laughing. Call was able to pull the letter from the water, but not before it had become a sodden mess. Call felt like giving Captain King a good dressing down for being so careless with an important document, but it was hard to dress down a man who was laughing. And anyway, Captain King was the one man who might help them succeed in their mission. "I wish you'd read it before you let it blow in the river," Call said. He spread the letter on a good-sized rock, thinking it might dry if given time. "I beg your pardon, Captain," Captain King said, attempting to control his amusement. "I don't usually throw letters into the river, particularly not if they're letters from a high potentate like Ed Pease. But I must say this is the best laugh yet. Captain McCrae here has mistook our blue sow for a shark." "Sow? What sow?" Gus asked, annoyed by the man's jocular tone. "Why, that sow," Captain King said with a wave of his hand. "She probably caught a snake. A moccasin, perhaps. There's not much to Lonesome Dove, but at least it's mainly clean of snakes. The sow eats 'em all. She's thorough when it comes to snakes." "But, Captain," Gus said, appalled by his mistake, "who ever heard of a blue pig? I ain't." Captain King evidently didn't welcome challenges to his point of view. He looked at Augustus sharply. "That's a French pig, sir," he said. "She's silvery in the main, though I suppose she does look bluish in certain lights. She comes from the region of the Dordogne, I believe. In France they use pigs to root up truffles, but you'll find very few damn truffles in this part of the world, so mainly she roots up snakes." Madame Juan's brought her over, and a fine boar, too. I expect the boar is off girling like my bull Solomon. When you get a closer look, you'll find she's unusually long-legged, that sow. She ain't low-slung like these runny little Texas pigs. The long legs are for climbing hills to seek out the truffles which don't flourish in low altitudes." Call was listening carefully, impressed by Captain King's quick manner. Gus had the Rangers half spooked with his talk of sharks when it was only a pig in the water downriver. He didn't know what a truffle was or why one would need to be rooted up. "What is a truffle, Captain?" he asked, putting up the rifle he had pulled during the alarm. "Truffles are edible delicacies, Captain," Richard King said. "I have not had the pleasure of digesting one myself, but Therese Wands swears by them, and she's as French as they come." "If she's French, why is she here? This ain't France," Gus said. He was a good deal embarrassed by the matter of the shark that was only a sow. He felt sure he would be ribbed about it endlessly by the other Rangers once they got to town, if there really was a town. "She should have stayed in France, and her pig, too," he said in a burst of annoyance. "They've got no call to be disturbing the local stock." Captain King had been about to turn his fine bay horse and ride down the river, but he paused and looked at Gus sharply again. "As to that, sir, you've got no call to be coming down here asking me for cattle when I'm hellish busy selecting worthy wives for my bull Solomon," Captain King said. "When was the last time you had a drink of whiskey, Captain?" "More'n a week's past. I last touched liquor before we struck this derned brush," Gus said. "No wonder you're surly, then," Captain King said. He pulled a flask out of his saddlebag and offered it to Gus. Gus was startled. He politely wiped the top of the flask on his sleeve before taking a good swig and handing the flask back to Captain King. Lee Hitch and Stove Jones looked on enviously. "Thank you, Captain," Augustus said. "A man needs his grog," Captain King said. "I'm goddamn surly myself and deprived of my grog." Call was annoyed with Gus. Why would he say a woman he had never met should have stayed in France? It was rude behavior, though Captain King was mainly right about the grog. Gus McCrae was scarcely able to be good company now unless he had had his tipple. He was anxious, though, that the rude behavior not obscure the fact that they needed Captain King's help if they were to secure the 1,000 cattle. "Captain, what about the cattle?" he asked, but Richard King was too quick for him. He had already turned his horse and was loping down the river toward where the blue pig lay. When the Rangers finally rode into Lonesome Dove, the town they had been seeking thicket by thicket for several days, the wet blue sow, who was indeed large and long-legged, followed them at a trot, dragging a sizable bull snake she had just killed. "I wouldn't call this a town," Augustus McCrae said, looking around, disappointed. There were 4 adobe buildings, all abandoned. Despite what Captain King had just said about the sow's efficiency as a snake killer, the buildings all looked snaky to him. "No, but it's a nice-sized clearing," Call said. "You could put a town in it, I guess." On the west side of the clearing, a large white tent had been erected. Near it, construction was underway on what was evidently meant to be a saloon. A floor had been laid and a long bar built, but the saloon as yet had no roof. One table sat on the floor of the bar-room-to-be. A small man dressed in a black coat sat at it. There was a tablecloth on the table, as well as a bottle of whiskey and a glass, although the small man did not seem to be drinking. Outside the tent, a small, plump woman, whose hair hung almost to the backs of her knees, was talking volubly to Captain King. "Do you reckon that bar's open, Gus?" Ike Ripple asked. Augustus didn't immediately comment. He was watching the blue sow suspiciously. On the whole, he didn't trust pigs. But Stove Jones spoke up. "Well, of course it's open, Ike," he said. "How could you close a saloon that don't have no roof?" Before the matter could be debated further, Captain King came back. "That tent belonged to Napoleon once," he said. "At least that's Therese's line. That's Xavier, her husband, sitting there at his table. I guess the carpenters ran off last night. It's put Therese in a temper." "Run off?" Gus said. "Where could a person run off to from here?" "Anywhere out of earshot of Therese would do, I expect," Captain King said. "The carpenters in these parts ain't used to the French temperament, or French hair either. They think Therese is a witch." Call looked with interest at the tent. He had not made much progress in the book Captain Skull had given him about Napoleon, but he meant to get back to it once his reading improved. He would have liked to have a look inside the tent, but didn't suppose that would be possible, not with a talky Frenchwoman in it. "It's a nuisance," Captain King admitted. "Now I'll have to go try to corral the carpenters. I expect it could take half a day." Just then a flock of white-winged doves flew over the clearing, 100 or more at least. Mourning doves were abundant, too. The one thing that wouldn't need to be lonesome in such a remote place were the doves, Augustus concluded. "Even if there was a town here, I don't see why it would be called Lonesome Dove," he said. "There's dove everywhere you look." Captain King chuckled. "I can tell you the origin of that misnomer," he said. "There used to be a traveling preacher who wandered through this border country. I knew the man well. His name was Windhorst, Herman Windhorst. He stopped in this clearing and preached a sermon to a bunch of vaqueros once, but while he was preaching, a dove lit on a limb above him. I guess Herman took it as a holy omen because he decided to stop wandering and start up a town." Captain King gestured toward the 4 fallen-in adobe huts. "Herman was holier than he was smart," he said. "He lived here a year or two, preaching to whatever vaqueros would stop and listen." "Where is he now?" Gus asked. "Why, in heaven, I expect, sir," Captain King said. "Herman preached his last sermon about 5 years ago. He thought he had a nice crowd of vaqueros, but in fact it was Ahumado and some of his men who stopped to listen. As soon as Herman said amen, they shot him dead and took everything he had." Captain King fell silent for a moment, and so did the Rangers. Mention of the black vaquero reminded them of their dangerous mission. "But they still call it Lonesome Dove. The name stuck," Call said. "Yes, sir, that's true," Captain King said. "The preacher's gone, but the name stuck. It's curious, ain't it, what sticks and what don't? I better get after those carpenters," he went on. "I need to get a roof on this saloon. There's a fine crossing of the river there. I can do some business in this town once it gets built. We need that roof, otherwise it'll shower one of these days, and if Xavier ain't quick, it'll get his tablecloth wet." Augustus looked at the small man in the black coat sitting stiffly with the bottle of whiskey at the one table. "What's he need a tablecloth for?" he asked. "Why worry about a tablecloth if he ain't even got walls or a roof?" "He's French, sir," Captain King said. "They order things differently in France." Without further explanation, he turned his horse and rode off. "I wish he could have waited until we talked to him about the cattle," Call said, disappointed. "I don't," Augustus said. "Why not?" Call asked. "We've been at this 2 weeks, and we don't have a single cow. We need to get some and go." "You need to, Woodrow," Gus said. "I don't. All I need is to see if that fellow with the tablecloth will sell this thirsty bunch some whiskey." Call was annoyed with Captain King for leaving before they could discuss the business at hand, and annoyed as well with Gus McCrae for being so quick to seize every opportunity to loaf. All the Rangers dismounted, and the older men headed for the roofless bar. On impulse, Call loped after Captain King, thinking perhaps they could negotiate for the cattle while looking for the carpenters. It might speed things up a little. Lee Hitch and Stove Jones began to feel anxious when they saw Call leaving. "Now Woodrow's leaving. What'll we do, Gus?" Lee asked. "I'd like to get drunk, myself. I suppose you can do as you like, Lee," Gus said. It occurred to Lee that there weren't many of them. What if the pistoleros who finished the preacher came back and went for them? With Call gone and Gus drunk, they might all be massacred. "Yes, but then what?" he asked. "Why, then nothing, Lee," Gus said. "I guess we can all sit around and watch that French pig eat snakes." "Inish Skull's just a Yankee adventurer," Richard King said directly when Call overtook him. "He went up against Ahumado once with a strong force and he lost. What the hell made him go back alone?" "I can't say, Captain," Call admitted. "We were on our way home and he just peeled off with the tracker. The next thing we heard, he was captured." "Speaking of peeling, what do you think of Madame Inez?" Captain King asked. "I hear she peels the pants off the lads quicker than I could core an apple." Call had managed to depart Austin without having accepted Madame Skull's invitation to tea. He knew what Maggie thought about her, but what Madame Skull did was none of his business. He had no intention of gossiping about her with Captain Richard King. "I scarcely know her," Call said. "I believe the governor introduced us once. I suppose she's anxious to have her husband back." "Possibly," Captain King said, eyeing Call closely. "Possibly not. As long as she has lads to peel, she might not care. You're a circumspect man, ain't you, Captain?" Call was not familiar with the word. Means you don't gossip about your superiors, Captain. That's a rare trait," Captain King said. "I wish you'd quit the Rangers and work for me. I need a circumspect man with ability, and I believe you have ability to go with your circumspection." Call was surprised by the statement. He knew little about Captain King, just that he owned a vast stretch of land south along the coast. The two of them had met scarcely an hour ago. Why would the man try to hire him on such short acquaintance? Captain King, though, did not seem to expect a reply, much less an acceptance. The trail narrowed as it entered the thick mesquite. The two of them had been riding side by side, but that soon ceased to be possible. Call fell in behind the captain, who kept a brisk pace, ducking under the larger limbs and brushing aside the smaller. Call, less experienced in brush, twice had his hat knocked off. He had to dismount to retrieve it, and in the process fell some ways behind Captain King. Fortunately, the trail was well worn. He pressed on as fast as he could, but despite his best efforts could not draw in sight of the captain, or hear him either. He was beginning to feel anxious about it. Perhaps the trail had forked and he had missed the fork. Then he heard shouts from his left. Suddenly a large form came crashing at him through the brush. His horse reared and threw him against the base of a mesquite tree just as Solomon, Captain King's great brown bull, passed in front of them with a snort. Call just managed to hang onto his rein and stop his horse from bolting up the trail. As he fell, a thorn had caught his shirt and ripped it almost off him, leaving a cut down one side. The cut didn't worry him, but it was a nuisance about the shirt, because he only had one other with him. The shirt was so badly torn he didn't think it could be mended, even though Dietz was adept with needle and thread. The great bull had passed on, its head up, its testicles swinging. The trees over the trail were so low that Call didn't immediately remount. He walked, leading his horse. Then he heard a sound and turned in time to see the old vaquero Captain King had put in charge of the bull slipping through the brush in close pursuit of the great animal. It was all puzzling to him. Why would anyone try to raise cattle in a place where you could scarcely see 20 feet? Even if you owned 10,000 cattle, what good would it do if you couldn't find them? He wondered why Texas had bothered taking such brushy country back from Mexico. In his years of rangering, he had become competent, or at least adequate, in several environments. He could ranger on the plains, or in the hills, or even in the desert. But now he had been thrust into yet another environment, one he was not competent in at all. Captain King could move through the brush, the vaqueros could move through it, Solomon, the great bull, could move through it. But so far all he had done was get lost and ruin his shirt. He would have done better to have stayed with Gus and got drunk. Just as Call was beginning to wonder if he should try to retrace his steps and at least get back to Lonesome Dove, he heard voices ahead of him. He went toward the voices and soon came into a sizable clearing. Captain King was there, talking to 4 black men who were sitting on the thick lower limb of a big live oak, their feet dangling. "Why, there you are, Captain. What happened to your shirt?" Captain King asked. "Thorns," Call said. "Are these the lost carpenters?" "Yes. Solomon kindly treed them for me," Captain King said. "They're not eager to come down while Solomon's in the vicinity. They don't think the treeing was kindly meant." "I don't blame them," Call said. "He nearly treed me." "Nonsense, that bull is gentle as a kitten most of the time," Captain King said. "I expect it was those Mexican heifers that stirred him up. Anyway, Juan is taking him home. It's unfortunate about your shirt, Captain." The black men did not seem at all inclined to leave their limb. While they watched, Solomon trotted quickly through the clearing with the old vaquero, Juan, right behind him. The bull did not look their way. "See there, men, Juan's taking Solomon home," Captain King said. "He won't chouse you no more. It's perfectly safe to come down." The black men listened respectfully, but didn't move. "Now, this is vexing. I don't know if Lonesome Dove will ever get built, though there's a fine river crossing there to be taken advantage of," Captain King said. "Between the bull and the French witch, these men are badly spooked. I don't suppose I could persuade you to lead 'em back to Lonesome Dove, could I, Captain?" "Well, I guess I could take 'em back if they ever decide to come down," Call said. "But what about the cattle to ransom Captain Skull?" Captain King simply ignored the question. "I've decided to proceed to my headquarters. He said I'd be obliged if you'd take these men back. They've got a saloon to build and then a house. Therese Juans will not be wanting to bivouac in Napoleon's tent forever." The black men, evidently feeling that the bull was now gone, began to edge off the limb. Call was hoping that Captain King would at least make some proposal regarding the cattle. After all, the governor had asked, even if his letter did get a little wet. It was annoying that Captain King felt he could simply disregard it. He seemed far more interested in the carpenters than in the fate of Captain Skull. One by one, the carpenters edged down the bole of the live oak tree. They were all elderly men, each carrying a small sack of possessions, not much. "Captain Skull is my captain," Call said. "I'm obliged to try and rescue him if I can." Captain King only looked at him the more severely. "I'm a blunt man, Captain," he said. "I know Skull's rank and I know your mission. In my opinion, you and those tipplers back in Lonesome Dove could no more drive 1,000 head of cattle to the Sierra Perdita than you could 1,000 jackrabbits. I won't give you a cow, and besides that, I'm in the midst of the branding season and can't spare my vaqueros either. Were that not enough, I happen to know that the state of Texas is broke, and I am not the sort of man who enjoys giving away livestock." "Well, Mr. Fogg said as much," Call told him. "Oh, Denton Fogg, that gloomy fool," Captain King said. "He'll starve out in another year or two and have to take those spavined women back east." "You won't sell us any cattle then, Captain?" Call asked. Captain King, whose mind seemed to be elsewhere, swung his severe gaze back to Call. "You're a persistent man, I see, Captain," he said. "Do you like Inish Skull?" "What, sir?" Call asked, surprised by the question. "It's a simple question, Captain," Richard King said. "Do you like Inish Skull?" Call resented the question so much that it was all he could do to keep from simply riding off with the black carpenters. He didn't like Inish Skull, as it happened. The man had been rude to him too often, but that was his business, not Captain King's. "The governor gave us orders," he said. "I mean to carry them out if I can. I'd appreciate your help, but if I can't get it, I've still got my orders to carry out." "I should have asked McCrae," Captain King said. "I expect I would have got an answer from McCrae. You do like McCrae, don't you, Captain? Will you admit that much?" "I had better take these men and head back to Lonesome Dove, Captain," Call said. "I don't want to get caught in this brush after dark." "I'm glad you didn't take me up on that job offer, Captain Call," Richard King said. "I fear we'd quarrel." "We would if you asked about things that are none of your business," Call said. Captain King's look grew dark. "Everything that happens in Texas is my business, Captain Call," he said. "Everything. I trust you'll remember that." Without another word or look, he turned his horse and left, disappearing into the brush at the point where the bull and the old vaquero had been. Call found himself no wiser in the matter of the ransom than he had been when he left Austin. They had no cattle and could find no one who would let them have any. Yet another mission was tending toward failure. Besides that, he was in the midst of the South Texas brush country with 4 elderly black men who did not seem happy to have been left with him. He suddenly realized that he had failed to ask Captain King whether the men were slave or free. If they were free, he had no right to insist that they go back to Lonesome Dove with him. He decided just to ask them if they would come. "I'm ready to go, men. Are you coming with me?" he asked. All the men nodded. They clearly didn't want to be caught in the brush after dark either. "Mrs. Therese gonna whip us, though," the oldest of the men said. "Oh, does she whip you, then?" Call asked. To his surprise, the 4 men all smiled broadly. "She get after us with the buggy whip," one said. "Mr. Xavier, too, though," another commented. "She get after Mr. Xavier worse." "Her husband, you mean?" Call asked. The old black man nodded. The others looked suddenly fearful, as if they might have said too much. Call didn't question them further. It would only embarrass them. As he rode back down the narrow trail, he recalled that Madame Skull was said to go after the captain with a bullwhip when in a temper. Now here was another wife who whipped her husband. It struck him as strange. Though he and Maggie were not married, he could not imagine her behaving so. "Well, at least it's just a buggy whip," he said. None of the black men said anything. "Get up, monsieur! Make the liquors! The customer is here!" Therese Wands said, flinging each word at her husband as if it were a small stone. Xavier Wands, her husband, seemed to be thinking thoughts of his own. He continued to sit at the table with the white tablecloth, staring at his glass. Therese, in only a few moments in her tent, had managed to sweep her abundant brown hair up on her head in an appealing mound. The gown she wore did not quite conceal her plump shoulders. Augustus McCrae, who had not expected to see a woman, much less an attractive woman, for several years, if ever, found that the sight of Thérèse brought an immediate improvement in his mood. She stood in the middle of the barroom floor, hands on her hips, looking at the rangers cheerfully. "See already the customers," she said to Xavier. "Vite, vite, make the liqueurs." Xavier Wands compressed his lips, and then, as if propelled by a spasm of fury, jumped from his chair and strode over to the tent, beside which a sizable mound of goods was covered by a large wagon sheet. Xavier dove under the sheet like a rat seeking cover. For a moment only his rump was visible, but in the space of a minute he emerged with 2 bottles of whiskey and several glasses. He hurried to the bar, set the bottles and glasses on it, and paused to straighten his cuffs. "Messieurs," he said, bowing slightly, "the pleasures are mine." "If the bar's open, I expect a few of those pleasures might be ours, too," Gus said. P.I. declined the liquor, and Dietz wasn't offered any, but in a few minutes the other rangers, including young Jake Spoon, were all seated around the table where Xavier had sat. At Thérèse's strident urging, Xavier had applied himself again to the mound under the wagon sheet and come out with several chairs. "These glasses are clean," Gus said in astonishment. "You could spend a week in the saloons of Austin and never encounter a clean glass." As soon as each glass was emptied, a process that didn't take long, Xavier appeared with a bottle, poured, and bowed. "Monsieur," he said invariably. Ikey Ripple, who had passed easily and quickly into a state of profound inebriation, found himself a little put off by the bowing. "Why is he bowing to us?" Ikey asked. "To be polite. Why shouldn't he bow?" Augustus asked. "That's right, a bartender ought to bow," Lee Hitch said. Although, so far as he could remember, none of the bartenders of his acquaintance had ever bothered to bow to him before. "I say it's a goddamn trick," Ikey declared. "I think he means to get us drunk and steal all our money." "Ikey, if you've got cash money on you, you don't need to wait for a Frenchman to steal it," Gus said. "Loan it to me and I'll invest it for you." "Invest it in whores? That's all you know about, Gus," Ikey said. "Well, that way you wouldn't have to be anxious about it," Gus told him. Thérèse Wands, a smile on her lips, seemed to be studying the rangers closely. P.I. had elected to help Dietz with the horses, but Jake Spoon had boldly taken his place at the table and was drinking whiskey as if he had a right to, a fact that annoyed Gus McCrae a good deal. Even more annoying was the fact that the Frenchwoman was looking at Jake with interest. "Jake, you ought to be helping with the horses," Gus said in an irritable tone. Jake knew well that when Gus was out of temper, it was better to walk small. He saw the Frenchwoman watching him, but didn't connect it with Gus's angry tone. After all, the woman's husband was standing right behind her. Thérèse decided right away that she liked Monsieur McCrae, but she saw nothing wrong with flirting a little with the curly-headed boy. Opportunities to flirt were limited in Lonesome Dove. Opportunities to make money were no less rare, and Thérèse liked money. Captain and Thérèse liked money. Captain King assured her there would soon be a brisk trade in the town. He seemed to think that merchants would rush to Lonesome Dove in order to take advantage of the fine river crossing, but so far very few merchants had appeared, a fact which frustrated Thérèse's commercial instincts severely. Now, at the sight of the tired, dusty, unshaven men, Thérèse began to think in terms of money. She quickly decided that the first task would be to barber them. They could all use shaves, and 2 or 3 of them needed haircuts as well. "Xavier, the woods, monsieur," she said crisply with a glance at her husband. "I want to shave these men and give them their hair-offs." Xavier Wands, severely depressed as he was by the many differences between Texas and France, walked over to a campfire that smoldered in front of the tent. He would have preferred himself to sit at the table all day, enjoying the seemliness of his clean tablecloth, and perhaps drinking just enough liquor to blind himself to the ugliness of the mesquite trees that surrounded the clearing where, if Captain King was to be believed, a town would one day exist. Thérèse, of course, had her own ideas. Every day Lonesome Dove presented some new challenge to her energies, and her energies were not small. Every day in this new land Thérèse arose impatient. Every day Xavier was the man who bore the brunt of her impatience. Yesterday, Therese's impatience had overflowed and scared away the carpenters. Today, at least, there were these men to occupy her, these rangers. If she wanted to barber them, it was fine with him. With his foot, he nudged a few more sticks of firewood into the fire before returning to his bar. Herr-offs, Therese said, coming to the table. You first, monsieur, she said, tapping Augustus on the shoulder. All right, I'll volunteer. Do I get a shave, too? Gus said. Therese didn't answer. She'd already marched off to her tent. When she emerged, carrying a razor strop, and several other tools of the barbering trade, she pulled another chair from under the wagon sheet and insisted that Gus sit on it. The rangers, most of them now drunk, watched with interest as Therese vigorously stropped her razor. I'm shaggier than Gus. You ought to have barbered me first, Stove Jones complained. What you complaining about? I'll be lucky to even get a shave, Lee Hitch said, well aware that his bald head offered little incentive to a barber. Jake Spoon gulped down what was left of the whiskey and went off to sit with P.I. and Dietz. It was vexing that Gus McCrae seemed to get the first attentions if a woman was around. Now the woman was wrapping Gus in a sheet and cooing over him as if he were something special. The sight put Jake in such a hot mood that he picked up 3 clods and threw them at the blue sow, who had consumed the bull snake and had flopped down under a small bush to rest. The clods missed, but Xavier Wands noticed and immediately walked over to Jake. Monsieur, he said sternly, do not disturb the pig. That's right, it ain't your pig, don't be chunking it, Gus said from his barber chair. That pig's the pride of the community. It needs its rest. His pride stung, Jake walked straight past P.I. and on toward the river. He had merely thrown 3 clods at a sow. What right had Gus to speak to him in such a tone? He felt like quitting the Rangers on the spot. He could hammer and saw. Maybe the French couple would hire him to be a carpenter. With Gus gone, the Frenchwoman might even come to like his curly hair, as Madame Skull once had. Perhaps she would take him up and teach him the language. He imagined how chagrined Gus McCrae would be if the next time the Rangers stopped in Lonesome Dove, he and Madame Wands were chattering in French. Where do you suppose he's going? P.I. asked when Jake walked past. Could be going to take a wash, Dietz said. Now you've run Jake off, picking on him, Lee Hitch remarked. The pup, he's welcome to drown himself for all I care, Gus said, well aware that he was the envy of the troop by virtue of having been chosen to receive the first haircut. Therese Wands, though flirtatious in her approach to barbering, was all seriousness when she got down to the business itself. She decided to start with a shave and promptly lathered Gus's face liberally with a nice-smelling soap. Boy, this beats that old lye soap, Gus said, but Therese rapped his head sharply with her knuckles, indicating that the time for talk was over. Therese then shaved him carefully and expertly, not omitting to do some careful work under his nose. Then she wrapped his face in a hot towel and began the haircut, moving his head this way and that, touching him, making him sit up straighter, or insisting that he turn one way or another. With the hot towel steaming on his face and Therese's deft hands working it with scissors and comb, Gus drifted into a kind of half-sleep, in which he allowed himself to imagine that it was Clara doing the barbering. On occasion, dissatisfied with the work of the local barbers, Clara had barbered him, sitting him down on the steps behind the store and scissoring away until she had him looking the way she wanted him to look, a process that took much squinting and inspecting. Therese Wands, more expert than Clara, was also more decisive. When she took the hot towel off his face, she produced some small tweezers and began to yank the hairs out of his nose. Gus had never had his nose hairs interfered with before. He was relaxed, half asleep, and a little drunk. The first extraction took him so completely by surprise that he yelped. His companions had been watching the barbering operation closely, all of them filled with envy. When Therese yanked out the first nose hair, Gus's reaction struck them as the funniest thing they had ever seen. They howled with laughter. Lee Hitch was so amused that a chair could not hold him. He lay on his back on the floor of the saloon, laughing violently. Stove Jones laughed nearly as loud. Far down the street, Jake Spoon heard the laughter and turned, wondering what could be so funny. P.I. and Dietz, who had been trimming a gelding's hoof, had not been paying too much attention to the barbering. When they saw the Frenchwoman pulling hairs out of Gus's nose, they began to laugh too. Augustus McCrae, who had been in a pleasurably relaxed state, found that he had suddenly become an object of wild amusement to the men. Thérèse, though, brooked no resistance. She finished his nose to her satisfaction and began to yank hairs out of his ears, oblivious to the laughter from the saloon. She proceeded briskly with her tweezers, seizing a hair and extracting it with the same motion. Xavier Wands, standing stiffly behind a bar, thought the men he was serving must be crazy. He had never heard such desperate laughter, and at what? Because his wife was giving their captain the hair-offs? Not knowing quite what to do, he contented himself with folding and refolding his little white towel several times. The hairs out, Thérèse began to rub Gus with an unguent whose smell she liked. The young monsieur had nice hair. She felt she might enjoy entertaining him in her tent for a bit, if only Xavier could be distracted, which didn't seem likely. Meanwhile, there was business. Once she had combed Gus's hair the way she considered that it ought to be combed, she took the sheet off him and announced that he could stand up. $1, monsieur, she said. Now you look like a fine cavalier. Augustus was somewhat startled by the price. He had not expected to pay more than 50 cents for his barbering in such a place. Many a whore would cost little more than the haircut. But Thérèse smiled at him and whisked him off with her little brush. He liked her plump shoulders. Why be tight? "A bargain at the price, ma'am," he said, and paid her the $1. When Call came back to Lonesome Dove with the 4 carpenters, he was surprised to find that the whole troop had been barbered and shaved. P.I. was just rising from the chair when he rode up. Only Dietz, watching silently from a seat on a stump, had not been worked on. All the men were preening as if they had just come out of church. Thérèse Wands, the woman who had clipped the considerable pile of hair that was around the barber chair, was bent over a large washtub wringing out a towel. "Ma'am, you need to strop your razor. Here's one more," Gus said. "I'll take your horse, Woodrow. You've got a treat in store." Madame Wands was evidently a woman of cheerful temperament. She sat Call down and poured out a torrent of French. "Do you know what she's saying?" he asked Augustus. "Just keep still and do your duty, Woodrow," Gus said. Madame Wands made a little bow when she sat Call in the barber's chair. He felt a touch of embarrassment. He had heard of women barbers, but had never been worked on by one before. All of the men were in high good humor. They looked more presentable than they had looked in months. "I expect you better shear me," Call said. "It'll probably be a good spell before I see a barber again." Call had relaxed and slipped into a half-doze by the time Thérèse Wands got around to the extraction of his nose hairs. He jumped so violently at the first jerk of the tweezers that he turned the barber chair over. All the men who had been watching for just such a reaction exploded with laughter. Augustus laughed so hard he had to hold his side. Even Call had to smile. It must have been funny seeing him tip over a barber's chair. "I wish we had old Buffalo Hump here," he said. "I expect he'd think this was a pretty fancy torture." Thérèse, undeterred, sat him down again and applied the tweezers until his nose was plucked clean of hairs. Later, when they were all cleaned up enough to look almost as respectable as Xavier Wands's tablecloth, Thérèse proved that she was as skilled a cook as she was a barber. A sizable flock of half-wild chickens chirped amid the crumbling adobe huts. Thérèse snatched 4 of them, collected a great number of eggs, and made them all a feast which included potatoes. The men ate so much they could scarcely stumble off the floor of the saloon to be where the feast had been served on a folding table Xavier had produced from under the wagon sheet. "If people knew they could get fed like this, Lonesome Dove would be a town in no time," Gus said. "I wouldn't mind moving here myself. It would save the expense of all that high-priced Austin liquor." "Yes, but what would you do for cash?" Call asked. "It's fine eating, but there'd be no one to pay you a wage." Thérèse had put 2 candles on the folding table. Other than their flickering light, the only illumination came from the high moon. "Captain King expects there'll be businesses here some day because of the fine river crossing," Gus said. "If there's businesses here, I guess we could have one too." "Speak for yourself," Call said. "I'm a Texas Ranger, and I aim to stay one." "Now, that's a damn boresome point of view," Gus said. "Just because we started out being Rangers don't mean we have to stay Rangers all our lives. The army will whip out the Indians in a few more years, and there won't be much to do anyway." "Maybe, but there's plenty to do right now," Call said. "Mr. Xavier, now he's a curious fella," Gus said. "He's been standing behind that bar all day, and he's still standing behind it." Call looked. Sure enough, Xavier still held his position behind the long bar, although all the Rangers had either fallen asleep or left the floor of the saloon. "Between the barbering and the liquor, they made a pretty penny on us today," Call said. "I expect they'll soon prosper." The two of them strolled away from the unbuilt saloon and the camp where their comrades slept, and meandered toward the river. They heard the water before they saw it, and when they did see it, it was only the flicker of moonlight here and there on the surface. "Lonesome Dove will need a whore or two, otherwise it won't grow," Augustus allowed. "Prosperous businessmen won't long tolerate the absence of whores." "You can't tolerate it, you mean," Call said. "That's one reason you'll never be a prosperous businessman." "Well, I just wasn't meant to work at one trade all my life," Augustus said. "I'm too fond of variety." "If you like variety, I don't see how you can beat rangering," Call said. "A month ago we were freezing on the plains, trying not to get scalped, and now we're off to Mexico, where we'll be hot and probably get shot." "Is the captain sending the cattle?" Gus asked. "If he is, I hope they don't come for a day or two. A little more of that woman's cooking might improve my cowboying." "He's not sending the cattle. No interest," Call said. "No interest?" Gus said, astonished. "No cattle? What are we going to do, Woodrow?" They both stood looking across the river at Mexico, the dark country. "Maybe the captain's already escaped," Gus said. "He's sly, the captain. He could be halfway home by now." "He might be halfway dead, too," Call pointed out. "If we can't raise the cattle, what do we do?" Augustus asked. "Go after him anyway? Or give up again?" "You're a captain, same as I am," Call said. "What do you want to do?" "The two of us might go in alone and sneak him out." "Why, yes, and pigs might cuss," Gus said. "What'll happen is we'll get caught too, and the state of Texas won't bother sending no expedition after us." Still, once he thought about it, something about the adventure of trying to rescue Captain Skull appealed to him, and the thought of a herd of cattle did not. "It's getting to be the fly season, Woodrow," Gus said. Call waited. Augustus didn't elaborate. "What's your point?" Call asked finally. "We can't stop the seasons from turning." "Nope, but we could avoid cattle during the fly season," Gus said. 1,000 cattle would attract at least 1,000,000 flies, which is more flies than I care to swat." "We don't have 'em anyway," Call said. "And if Captain King won't give 'em to us, nobody will. Anyway, he's right. We could no more drive 1,000 cattle across Mexico than we could 1,000 jackrabbits." "That's right. We ain't vaqueros," Gus said. The two of them fell silent, looking across to Mexico. Though they quarreled frequently, they were often tugged by the same impulses, and so it was at that moment by the slow river. The longer they looked across it, the more strongly they felt the urge to attempt their mission alone, without cattle and without the other men. "We could just do it, Woodrow, the two of us," Augustus said. "We'd have a better chance than if we take the cattle or the troop." Call agreed. "I'm game if you are," he said. "I think it's about time we made something of ourselves anyway." "I'd just like to travel with less company myself," Gus said. "I don't know about making something of ourselves." "Buffalo Hump's held the plains ever since we've been rangers," Call pointed out. "We've never whipped him. And Ahumato's held the border. We've never whipped him either. We can't protect the plains or the border either. That's poor work in my book." "Woodrow, you're the worst I've ever known for criticizing yourself," Gus said. "We've never rangered with more than 12 men at a time. Nobody could whip Buffalo Hump or Ahumato with 12 men." Call knew that was true, but it didn't change his feeling. The Texas Rangers were supposed to protect settlers on the frontier, but they hadn't. The recent massacres were evidence enough that they weren't succeeding on their job. "You ought to give up and open a store if you feel that low about it," Augustus suggested. "There's a need for a store now that the Forsyths are dead. You can marry Mag while you're at it and be comfortable." "I don't want to run a store or marry either," Call said. "I'd just like to feel that I'm worth the money I'm paid." "No, what you want is to take a big scalp," Gus said. "Buffalo humps or ahumados, that's what you want. Me, I'd take the scalp too, but I don't figure it would change much." "If you kill the Hefe, it might change something," Call argued. "No, because somebody else just as mean will soon come along," Gus said. "Well, we rarely agree," Call said. "No, but let's go to Mexico anyway," Augustus said. "I'm restless. Let's just saddle up and go tonight. There's a fine moon. Without the boys to slow us down, we could make 40 miles by morning." Call felt tempted. He and Augustus at least knew one another's competencies. They would probably fare better alone. "What's your hurry?" he asked Gus. "Why tonight?" "If I stay around, I expect that Frenchwoman might fall in love with me," Gus said. "Her husband might fight me. It'd be a pity to get blood on that nice tablecloth." "You suppose the boys can find their way back to Austin if we leave?" Call asked. "Ikey Ripple claims to have never been lost," Augustus reminded him. "I expect it's a boast, but I think we should put him to the test. If the other boys don't want to try it with Ikey, they can stay and help build the saloon. The town would grow quicker if they had a saloon that didn't expose you to the weather. If the saloon had a roof and there was a whore or two and a livery stable, Lonesome Dove might be a place somebody might want to live." "The boys will be right surprised when they wake up and find us gone," Call said. "A little startlement would be better than being caught by Ahumado," Gus pointed out. "From what I've heard, he ain't gentle." The white moon soared over Mexico. The longer the two men looked, the stronger beckoning they felt from the unknown land. "If we had cattle, I'd try it the way we were supposed to," Call said. "But the fact is, we don't." When they got back to the saloon, the 2 candles had been blown out and the Wanzas had retired to their tent. "I doubt that tent really belonged to Napoleon," Call said. "He was the emperor. Why would he give it up?" "He might have just liked Therese if he'd met her," Augustus said. "I like her myself, even if she did pull hairs out of my nose." Dietz was the only man awake when the 2 of them were saddling their horses and selecting a few provisions. At first he supposed the 2 captains were just going off on a scout. When Call came over and informed him that they were going to try and rescue Captain Skull themselves, Dietz's eyes grew wide. He knew it was not his place to question the action of his 2 captains, but he could not entirely suppress his apprehension. "We way down here in the brush," he said. It wasn't that Dietz felt exactly lost. It was just that he didn't feel exactly safe. The big Indian with the hump might come, or if not him, someone just as bad. Call felt a little guilty as he gathered up his gear. He was usually the one impatient to leave, but this time it was Augustus who was in a sweat to get started. Call felt he ought to wake up 1 or 2 of the men and let them know what was happening. But Augustus argued against it. "These men have been drinking ever since we got here," he pointed out. "They're drunk and they're asleep. Let's just go. They ain't new calves, they're grown men. I doubt we'll be gone more than a few days. If they don't want to head back to Austin, they can stay here and wait for us." Several loud snores could be heard as they talked. Call felt that they ought to leave instructions, but again Gus protested. "You don't always have to be telling people every single thing to do, Woodrow," he complained. "They need to work up some independence anyway. If we wake 'em up, they might quarrel and start punching one another." "All right," Call said. It didn't feel quite right, but there was logic in what Gus said. P.I. woke up as the 2 captains talked. He saw them mount and ride out of camp. In a minute or 2 he heard their horses take the river. But it was not an unusual thing. Captain Call particularly often rode off at night to scout a little. P.I. supposed it was no more than that, and went back to sleep. When Ahumado saw the small hole in his leg, with the little ring of rot around it, he knew that Parrot had been at work. Parrot had sent the small brown spider who hides to bite him. When he first saw the hole, which was in the lower part of his leg, he was surprised. He had always been respectful of Parrot, as he had of Jaguar. It was hard to know why Parrot would have the spider who hides bite him, but the evidence was there. When Ahumado bent over, he could smell the rot, and he knew it would get worse. Soon he might have no leg. He might merely have a bone where the leg had been. The flesh of his leg would rot and turn black. Parrot liked to joke. What had happened might only be Parrot's joke. Parrot was older than humans and had no respect for them. He was capable of complicated jokes, too. The whites had always called Ahumado the Black Vaquero, despite the fact that he had no interest in cows. He only bothered taking them to annoy the Texans, who prized cows highly. He didn't like horses either, except to eat, yet the whites considered him a great horse thief, though he only stole horses to trade them for slaves. Still, all the whites called him the Black Vaquero. Parrot knew such things. So now Parrot had sent Spider Who Hides to make his leg black. It was one of Parrot's jokes, probably. The Black Vaquero would at least have a black leg. Ahumado did not reveal his injury to anyone. He sat on his blanket, as he always did, watching the great vultures soar across the face of the yellow cliffs. There were fewer vultures now, because Ahumado had stopped hanging men in the cages, men the vultures could eat. Only a few of the vultures or the eagles still flew along the cliff, waiting to see if Ahumado would cage a man for them to eat. Ahumado sat as he had always sat, listening, saying little. The wound in his leg was very small yet. No one had noticed it or smelled the rot that would soon spread. Once he had thought the matter over for a day or two, Ahumado realized that it was more than just one of Parrot's jokes. Parrot had sent Spider to call him home. Parrot and Jaguar wanted him to leave the yellow cliffs, to stop harrying the whites with their thin cattle. Parrot and Jaguar wanted him to return to his home, to the jungle, where great serpents rested in the vine-covered temples. There was a broad tree near one of the temples, a tree with a great hole in it. Lightning had hit the tree and burned it away inside, so that there was a space in the tree large enough for a person to live in. When Ahumado was young, an old woman had lived in the tree. Her name was Uatl, and she was a great curandera. So great that she could even cure the bite of the Spider Who Hides. In his youth, Ahumado had often seen old Uatl. She lived in the split tree near his home. She had told him that he would live long, but that in his old age it would be his duty to return to the place of the split tree. When it was time for him to finish with his life as a human being, he was to lie near the tree with the hole in it. Then he would sink into the earth and become a root. Lightning would come again and burn the great tree where Uatl lived. That tree would burn up, but another tree would grow from the root that had once been the man Ahumado. That tree would live for 1,000 years and become the tree of medicines. The people would come in their weakness or illness to the tree of medicines and be cured. In that tree would be all knowledge, all that Uatl and all the other great healers knew. For 3 days Ahumado watched the tiny hole in his leg become larger. He watched as the ring of rot spread. On the 3rd day he heard a sound deep in his ear, and looked up to see Parrot fly like a red streak across the face of the cliff. He thought the sound in his ear was from Jaguar, who was somewhere near. Ahumado knew then that he had been summoned. He was spending his last day in the canyon of the Yellow Cliffs. None of the people in the camp knew this, of course. The women went on with their work, washing clothes in the stream and making tortillas. The men played cards, drank tequila, quarreled over dice, and tried to get the women to couple with them. Skull crouched in his cage, sheltering his lidless eyes from the sun. It was hundreds of miles to the jungle, to the place of temples. Ahumado knew he had better get started. He wanted to get across the first mountains before his leg became too bad. He knew that by the time he reached the home of Jaguar, he would have no leg. He meant to take a good hatchet with him so he could make himself a crutch when his leg failed. That night he would crawl through a hole that only he knew about. The hole would take him through the belly of the cliff. It would take him past the dark men. He told no one. He would merely vanish. In the morning there would be no ahumado. He would travel over rocks and leave no track. None of the people would know where he went. He would simply be gone. There was only one thing left for Ahumado to do in the canyon of the Yellow Cliffs, and it involved old Goyeto, the skinner. "Sharpen your knives," he told Goyeto. "You had better get them as sharp as you can. They need to be very sharp today." Goyeto brightened when he received those instructions. They had taken no captives lately. There had been no one to skin. But now Ahumado wanted him to make the knives sharp. He wanted the knives to be very sharp. It must mean that he had at last decided to let him skin the white man's skull. There was no one else who was a candidate for skinning. So Goyeto set about to make his little knives sharp. While Ahumado sat on his blanket, Goyeto whetted his knives with skill. When they were ready, he brought them to Ahumado, who tested them one by one. He used fine threads from his blanket, cutting the threads with the mere touch. "Are we going to skin the white man?" Goyeto asked. "I'll have him tied to the post if you want." When Ahumado turned to face him, Goyeto's heart almost stopped from the look that was in Ahumado's eyes. Goyeto did not even have the strength to stammer. He knew he had been discovered. An old sin, one he had committed many years before with one of Ahumado's women on a blanket amid the horses, had been found out. Goyeto had long feared discovery. Ahumado was jealous of his women, but Ahumado had been 100 miles away on a trip to catch slaves when the woman coaxed him onto the blanket. She was a lustful woman. She had tried to coax him onto the blanket many times, but Goyeto had been too fearful of Ahumado's vengeance. He had only coupled with the woman that once. When Ahumado turned his snake-like look on him, Goyeto knew who the knives had been sharpened for. He jumped up and tried to run, but the vaqueros quickly caught him. At Ahumado's command, they took all his clothes off and tied him to the post where he had practiced his delicate art for so long. Goyeto felt such a fear that he wanted to die. No one but himself knew how to skin a man. If one of the crude young pistoleros tried to skin him, it would just be butchery. They would hack his flesh off with his skin. Then Ahumado himself rose from his blanket and took the knives. He stuck them one by one into the post above Goyeto's head, so that as one became dull he could take another. "Parrot told me what you did with my woman," Ahumado said. "He told me in a dream. I have watched you skin people for many years. I am your pupil in this matter. Now we will see if I have learned well." Goyeto didn't plead. He was so frightened that all words left his mind and became screams. Ahumado began at his armpits and began to work downward. Old Goyeto had a big stomach. Ahumado thought such a stomach would be easy to skin, but it wasn't. Goyeto screamed so loudly that people became confused and began to flee the camp. It was not merely the loudness of the screams that confused them either. Ahumado was skinning the skinner. No one knew what it meant. It might mean that he was tired of them, that he meant to skin them all. If they ran, he might merely shoot them, which would be better than being skinned. Goyeto's voice wore out long before Ahumado worked downward to the parts that had been active in committing the sin years before on the horse blanket. Goyeto's mind broke. He spewed liquids out of his mouth that mixed with his blood. Ahumado tried to skin one of his ears, but Goyeto didn't feel it. He died in the afternoon, well before the sun touched the rim of the yellow cliff. Disappointed, Ahumado stuck all of Goyeto's skinning knives in him and walked away. There were only a few people left in the camp by then, a few old women, too crippled to run, and one or two of the older vaqueros. All of them hated Goyeto and wanted to see how long he would last. Like Ahumado, they were disappointed. The other person left was the white man, Skull. He had not watched the skinning. It was a bright day. He had to crouch with his arms over his head to keep the brightness from burning his brain. Skull knew what happened, though. Ahumado had seen him glance once or twice at the skinning post. Skull noticed that people were leaving the camp. It was only when dusk fell and deep shadows filled the canyon that Skull could look. Ahumado had returned to his blanket. A few old women sat by the fires. In the night, when the camp slept, Ahumado went to the cage where Skull was kept. Skull flashed his white eyes at him but didn't speak. Neither did Ahumado. Goyeto, dead, hung from the skinning post. Even some of the old women had begun to hobble away. Ahumado pulled the cage, with Skull in it, toward the pit of snakes and scorpions, and without delay pushed it over the edge. He heard it splinter when it hit the floor of the pit. There was no sound from Skull, but Ahumado heard the buzz of several rattlesnakes as he walked away. Ahumado took his rifle and his blanket and moved quickly until he found the hole that led through the belly of the mountain. By morning, when old Sitla woke and began to stir the campfire, the vultures had begun to curl down into the camp to feast on Goyeto. But Ahumado, the black vaquero, was gone. As Skull listened to old Goyeto's screams, he wondered what had occurred. The skinner was being skinned, that much he could see, although he only glanced up once or twice. He could not risk more, not with the sun so bright. But Ahumado was doing the skinning, and to judge from the intensity of Goyeto's screams, doing it badly on purpose. Where the skinner, Goyeto, had only taken skin, Ahumado pulled away strips of flesh, and did it so cavalierly that Goyeto soon wore out his voice and his heart. He died well before sunset, only partially skinned. Once the shadows came, Skull could risk more looks. He saw that almost all the people in the camp were leaving, unnerved by the unexpected execution of Goyeto. Then, once it was dark, Ahumado suddenly appeared and began to push the cage toward the pit. He didn't speak. Skull didn't either. The two had contested in silence so far. Let it stay silent, Skull thought, though he was disturbed by what was occurring. He had seen men hurled into the pit and had heard their dying screams. He didn't know how deep the pit was. Perhaps he would be killed or crippled by the drop. He knew there were snakes in the pit because he could hear them buzzing, but he didn't know how many snakes or what else might be there. Once Ahumado appeared, there was no time to reflect or plan. Ahumado didn't even glance at him or speak words of hatred and triumph. He just pushed the cage a few feet and without ceremony shoved it over the edge of the pit. The darkness Skull fell into was soon matched by the darkness in his head. He heard snakes buzzing, and then he heard nothing. The cage turned in the air, he landed upside down, and struck his head sharply on one of the wooden bars. When he came to, it was night. In the moonlight he could see the opening of the pit above him. Skull didn't move. He heard no buzzing, but didn't consider it prudent to move. If there was a snake close by, he didn't want to disturb it. In the morning he could assess matters more intelligently. There was dried blood on his cheek. He assumed he had cut his head when the cage hit bottom. But he was alive. At the moment his worst affliction was the stench. The rich Mexicans who had died in the pit were still there, of course, and they were fragrant. But he was alive, Bible and sword. Under the circumstances, phenomenal luck. It could easily have been himself and not Goyeto at the skinning post. The pistoleros, the vaqueros, the young men of the camp, and the young women seemed to have gone. Always at night there would be singing around the campfires. There would be laughter, quarrels, the sounds of flirtation, drunkenness, strife. Sometimes guns were fired. Sometimes women shrieked. But now the camp above him was silent, a fact which bothered Skull considerably. To be alive after such a drop was exhilarating, but after relief and euphoria came terrible thoughts. What if they had all left? The old man might just have pushed him into the pit and left him to starve. The walls of the pit looked sheer. What if he couldn't scale them? What would he survive on? What if no rains came and he had no water? From exhilaration he slid toward hopelessness. He had to will himself to stop, to collect his thoughts. Intelligence, he told himself. Think! The fact that he was in a hard situation didn't mean the final doom was come. At least in the pit he could shade himself, and the rangers might well be on their way with the cattle. With Ahumado gone, all they would have to do was ride in and hoist him out of the pit. Slowly, Skull's panic subsided. He reminded himself that in the pit there was shade. The torture of sunlight would be avoided. Finally, a gray light began to filter into the air above the pit. The stars faded. Skull looked first for the snakes and saw none. Perhaps they were hiding in crevices. The dead men were far gone and rot. Fortunately, his cage had splintered, and he soon freed himself of it. The stench all but overcame him. He thought his best bet to contain it would be to scoot dirt over the bodies. If he could cover them over with dirt, it would cut at least some of the smell. He pulled loose a couple of bars from his cage to use as digging instruments. He could dig at the side of the pit until he had enough dirt to cover the bodies. Though not particularly fastidious, he felt that a day or two of the stench might unhinge his mind. He was just about to begin digging at the wall of the pit when he heard the buzzing again and realized he had been wrong about the snakes. The light was gray, and so was the dust in the pit. In the gray dust, the snakes were almost invisible. One large rattler had been resting not a yard from where he stood. The snake started to crawl away, only rattling a little, not coiling, but Skull leapt at it and crushed its head with his stick. He knew he had to be careful. His eyes were apt to water when he focused too long on one thing. He couldn't see well enough to spot the snakes. He edged around the perimeter of the pit and killed 3 more snakes before he was done. Then he began to dig at the walls. By noon, when he had to quit and hide his eyes, the dead Mexicans lay buried under sizable mounds of earth. Before burying the men, Skull held his nose with one hand and forced himself to investigate their pockets. He was hoping Ahumado had overlooked a pocket knife or another file, but in that he was disappointed. All he got off the corpses was their belts. From time to time he dug, heaping more dirt on the corpses, but his time in the cage had weakened him. He could not dig long at a stretch, and no matter how careful he was, dirt got into his lidless eyes. The dust and dirt felt as painful as if it were gravel. Finally, he took off his shirt, tied it over his eyes, and dug at the walls blindly. By the afternoon, exhausted, he huddled in the shade. One of his ankles was inflamed. He had seen several scorpions and wondered if he had been bitten by one during the night when he was unconscious. He saw no sign of a bite, but the ankle was very sore, which chastened him. The pit seemed to be only 15 feet deep, only some 3 times his size. Perhaps he could dig a few handholds and pull himself out. But his throbbing ankle, coupled with his exhaustion and the beginnings of a fever, brought home to him again the desperate character of the situation. No sound at all came from what had been, only the day before, a bustling camp. There might be no one left to bring him water or food. The rangers might not have been able to get the cattle. No help might be coming. The pit he was in, though not really deep, was just deep enough to constitute the perfect trap for a man in his condition. Even if he could dig the handholds, he might not have the strength to climb out. His ankle would scarcely bear his weight. He could eat the snakes he had killed, but after that he would have nothing. Every day he would get a little weaker and have less and less hope of effecting his own escape. Barring a miracle, Ahumado had beaten him after all. The old man had even robbed him of time. As soon as Ahumado noticed that Skull was keeping a little calendar of twigs, he moved the cage and scattered the twigs. It was a thing to brood about. Ahumado had known that time meant something special to his prisoner. Now and then he would approach the cage and say, "Do you know what day it is, Captain?" Skull refused to answer, But Ahumado knew that Skull's hold on time had been broken. "I know what day it is," he would say quietly before returning to his blanket. That night, as Skull's fever rose, he dreamed of a flood. He dreamed that water filled the pit to its brim, cool water that allowed him to float free. 40 days and 40 nights, he mumbled, but he awoke to dry sunlight and pain in his eyes. The dirt he had got in them the day before left them swollen. "Noah," Skull said aloud. "I need what Noah had. I need a flood to raise me up." His own words sounded crazy to him. As his mind swirled, touching the edges of madness, he suddenly thought of Dolly, his Dolly, Inez to the world, but always Dolly to him. Even at that moment, as he lay starving in a scorpion pit in Mexico, she probably was in a bed or a closet, stoking her own fires with some stout, illiterate lad. "The black bitch," he said. Then, anger pulsing through him, he yelled the words as loudly as he could. "The black bitch! The bitch!" The sound echoed off the cliffs, where a few buzzards still circled. Then, dizzy from his own spurt of anger, Skull sat back against the wall of the pit, exhausted. In his mind, he saw exactly how the handhold should be dug, in an ascending circle around the pit. He stood 5'2". He only needed to raise himself a bit over 10 feet to escape. Nothing to what Hannibal had faced with his elephants at the base of the Alps. Yet it was those 10 feet that would defeat him. His eyes saw the way clearly, but his body, for the first time in his life, would not respond. Skull dozed. The heat of the day began to fill the pit. Soon it felt hot as a stovepipe to him. His fever rose. He felt chill even as he sweated. Once he thought he heard movement above him. He thought it might be a coyote or some other varmint inspecting the camp, hoping to find a scrap to eat. He yelled a time or two, though, on the off chance that it might be a human visitor. His yells produced no answer. Skull stood up to test his ankle, but immediately sat back down. His ankle would bear no weight. Then he began to get the feeling that he was not alone. Someone was above him, waiting where he couldn't see them. But the person, if it was a person, waited quietly, making no sound. Through the afternoon he turned his sore eyes upward a few times, but saw no one. Then, as dusk was approaching, he saw what he had sensed. A face, as old and brown as the earth, was visible above him. Then he remembered the old woman. He had seen her often during his days of captivity in the cage, but had paid her little mind. Most of the day the old woman sat under a small tree, silent. When she rose to do some chores, she walked slowly, bent almost double, supporting herself with a heavy stick. He rarely saw anyone speak to her. No doubt the people of the camp had left her to die. Crippled as she was, she would have been an impediment to travel. "Agua," he said, looking up at her. The sight of a human face made him realize how thirsty he was. "Agua! Agua!" The old face disappeared. Skull felt a flutter of hope. At least one human knew where he was, and that he was alive. There was no reason for the old woman to help him. She was probably dying herself. But she was there, and people were unpredictable. She might help him. Above him, old Zitla crept about the camp. She was glad the people had left. The camp was hers now. She had spent the day looking for things people had dropped as they were leaving. People were so careless. They left things that they considered had no use, but old Zitla knew that everything had a use if one were wise enough to know the uses of things. In a few hours of looking, she had already found a bullet, several nails, an old shirt, and a rawhide string. These things were treasures to Zitla. With each find, she hobbled eagerly back to her tree and put her treasure on her blanket. In her years in Ahumado's camp, Zitla had been careful never to tell him her name. She knew he would kill her immediately if he knew that her name was Zitla and that she was the daughter of Tilan, a great curandera who had known him in his youth in the south. Her mother had insisted that she take the name Zitla because it would protect her from Ahumado. When he was a baby, her mother told her the elders had put a poisoned leaf under Ahumado's tongue and sent him out in the world to do evil. Though Ahumado did not know it, he and Zitla had been born on the same minute of the same day, and their mothers were sisters. Thus their destinies were forever linked together. They would die on the same moment of the same day, too. In killing Zitla, Ahumado would have killed himself. But Tilan, her mother, when she sent Zitla away, warned her that she was never to tell Ahumado her real name or the circumstances of her birth. If Ahumado knew, he would try to challenge his destiny by putting Zitla to death in some cruel fashion. He bore the legacy of the poisoned leaf, and would do much evil as a result. A few years back, Zitla thought Ahumado had found her out. He seldom rode a horse, yet one day, for no reason, Ahumado mounted a strong horse and rode the horse right over her, injuring her back so that she could never again stand straight. He had never explained his actions. He had merely ridden over her and left her in the dust. Then he dismounted and was never seen on a horse again. He had forbidden the people to help her, too. Zitla had crawled away on her hands and knees and found roots and leaves that helped her pain to be less. Around the camp, Zitla was known as Manuela. Because it was understood that Ahumado disapproved of her, she had few friends. Sometimes drunken vaqueros, men so debased that they would use any woman, or even a mare or a cow, came and pawed at her in the night. She had been small and dark, but very beautiful. The vaqueros saw something of her beauty and still pawed at her, even though she had passed her time as a woman. One or two of the other old grandmothers in the village spoke to her. They were too old to care about Ahumado or his wrath. Zitla's one companion was a small white cat. The little cat grew and became her hunter. It brought her the fattest rats and even now and then a baby rabbit, a delicacy Zitla cooked in her pot, seasoned with good spices. Her cat was Zitla's companion. It slept next to her head at night, and its thoughts went into her brain. The cat wanted her to leave the camp and go to a nearby village, but Zitla was afraid to go. She moved so slowly that it would take her many days to reach the village. Once Ahumado knew that she was gone, he might send his pistoleros to catch her and put her on one of the sharpened trees. That was the penalty for those who left without permission. A few weeks later, her cat left the camp to hunt and never came back. A woman told her much later that Ahumado had caught it and given it to a great rattler he kept in a cave. Zitla never knew whether the story was true. Even though she was old, many women in the camp were jealous of her because of her great beauty. Sometimes in the night Zitla felt her cat trying to send its thoughts into her brain, but its thoughts were not clear. Another woman told her that the story about the great rattler was nonsense. There had been an old cougar living near the camp. The cougar had probably eaten her cat. This old woman, Cincha, had merely wanted gossip, Zitla thought. Like everyone else in the camp, Cincha was curious about Zitla and Ahumado. They wanted to know why the black vaquero hated Zitla so much, and why, if he hated her, didn't he just kill her? None of them knew about the sisters or the poisoned leaf, nor did they know the real reason for Ahumado's hatred, which was simple. Once, in his youth, Ahumado had tried to come to her in the way of a man, and she had stuck him in his member with a green thorn. She had been using the thorn to sew, and had merely stuck Ahumado with it because she did not want to be with him in that way. The green thorn had poison in it, and the poison went into Ahumado's member. He had several wives, but none of them were happy. There were stories and stories, but Zitla didn't know if they were true. She just knew that Ahumado hated her so badly that he had run her over with a horse. Now, to her surprise, Ahumado had been the one to leave the camp. He told no one that he was leaving. There was much speculation, but no one really knew why Ahumado did the things he did. Within a day, all the other people in the camp left too. No one offered to take Zitla. They had simply left her on her blanket. The women were particularly anxious to leave her. They did not like it that Zitla had such beauty of face still. Zitla had been asleep, dreaming of Parrot, when Ahumado pushed the white man into the pit. When she awoke, she heard the white man speaking to himself and knew that he was still alive. The white man had survived as Ahumado's captive for many weeks. He had a strong spirit in him. He might yet find a way to escape the pit. She could not resist peeking at him in the pit, and it was then that he asked her for water. There were 3 or 4 pots laying around the camp, pots people had left in their careless haste. Zitla took one of the pots and filled it with water from the stream. Then she searched through her treasures until she found enough rawhide string to make a cord long enough to lower the water to the white man. It would please her to help the prisoner in the pit, but when she lowered the water and looked at the man, she realized it would not be easy to save him. He was very weak. He was on the point of giving up, this man. But Zitla hoped that a little cool water and some food would bring his spirit back its strength. It took Zitla a long time to get the water, moving slowly as she did, and she was careful when she lowered it into the pit. When the white man stood up to catch the jug, Zitla saw that one of his ankles was injured. He could not put his foot on the ground without pain, a fact which complicated his escape. It would be hard for him to climb out of the pit with such a sore ankle. Zitla decided to take the blanket and go to the little cornfield by the stream. The corn was young, but it was the only food close to the camp that she might bring him. She would pile some of the soft corn on her blanket and drag it to the pit so that the man would have something to eat. She could stay alive on very little, and the white man could too, or he would have already starved. "Gracias, gracias," Skull said when the water jug was safely in his hands. He took the water in little sips, just a drop or 2 at a time, to soothe his swollen tongue. His tongue was so thick that he could barely speak his words of thanks. It was a good sign that Skull was careful with the water, Zitla thought. He was disciplined. If she could get him a little corn, his spirit might revive. That night Zitla listened carefully to the animal noises around the camp. She wanted to be awake in case Ahumado came back. He had always been a night raider. He struck at the most peaceful hour, when people were deep in restful sleep. Young women dreaming of lovers would not know anyone was there until the hard hands of the pistoleros took them away into slavery, far from their villages and their lovers. People were not alert enough to sense the approach of Ahumado, but animals could sense it. All the animals knew that Ahumado had been given the poison leaf and did evil things. Sometimes he made Goyeto tie up animals and skin them for practice. The animals knew better than to let such an old man catch them. The coyotes stayed away, and the skunks, and even the rats. The night birds didn't sing when Ahumado was around. Zitla listened carefully and was reassured. There were plenty of animals out that night, enjoying the bright moon. Just beyond the cornfield where she meant to go in the morning with her blanket, there were some coyotes playing, yipping at one another, teasing and calling out. She watched a skunk pass by and heard an owl from a tree near the cliff. Hearing the sounds of the animals made Zitla feel peaceful, content to doze by her little fire of twigs and branches. She didn't know where Ahumado had gone or why, but it was enough for the moment to know that he was far away. In the morning she would go to the cornfield with her blanket and pick some corn for the white man, Captain Skull. Therese Wands was much put out when she emerged from the white tent and discovered that Captain Call and Captain McCrae had left Lonesome Dove in the night. She had been up early, gathering eggs in her basket from hen's nests in the crumbling house left by Preacher Windhorst. She liked the 2 young captains. Having them there was a fine change from the company of her husband, Xavier, a man disposed to look on the dark side of life, a man who had little natural cheer in him or even a satisfactory amount of the natural appetites all men should have. Frequently, due to his gloom, Therese had to sit on Xavier in order to secure her conjugal pleasures. Xavier was convinced they would starve to death in the western wilderness they had come to, but Therese knew better. In only one day, with the rangers there, they had made more money than they would have made in France in a month, doling out liquor in their village for a few francs a day. All day the rangers had drunk liquor and paid them cash money, a fact not lost on Xavier, who threw off his gloom long enough to accord Thérèse a healthy dose of conjugal pleasure without her having to go to the trouble of sitting on him. She sprang up early, ready to make the rangers a fine omelette and collect a few more of their dollars, only to discover that the two rangers she liked best had ridden off to Mexico. Only the black man had seen them leave. The other rangers were as startled as Thérèse to discover they were gone. "You mean they left us here?" Lee Hitch asked. "Yes, sir," Dietz said. "Gone to get the captain." "Well, that's all right, Lee," Stove Jones said. "I imagine they expect us to wait, and at least we'll be waiting in a place where the saloon don't close." "It'll close if Mr. Buffalo Hump shows up," Lee said, with an apprehensive look around the clearing. Toward the river, the blue sow and the blue boar were standing head-to-head as if in conversation. Xavier Wands was attempting to fasten a bow tie to his collar, a task that soon reduced him to a state of exasperation. At the mention of Buffalo Hump, Jake Spoon came awake with a start. "Why would he show up, Lee?" Jake asked. "There ain't a town here yet. He wouldn't get much if he shows up here." "My tooth twitched half the night, that's all I know," Lee Hitch said. "When my tooth twitches, it means Indians are in the vicinity." "God damn them, why did they go?" Jake said, annoyed at the two captains for leaving them unprotected. Since the big raid on Austin, his fear of Indians had grown until it threatened to spoil his sleep. P.I. was shocked that Jake would use such language in talking about Captain Call and Captain McCrae. They were the captains. If they left, it was for a good reason. Then, to P.I.'s surprise, the Frenchwoman began to wave at him, beckoning him to come help her prepare the breakfast. She was breaking eggs into a pan and swirling it around. Her husband, meanwhile, took out his tablecloth from a bag where he kept it and spread it on the table, smoothing it carefully. The man had on a bow tie, which struck P.I. as unnecessary, seeing as there was only a rough crew to serve. "Quick, monsieur, the woods," Thérèse said when P.I. bashfully approached. He saw that the cook fire was low and immediately got a few good sticks to build it up. As Thérèse swirled the eggs in the pan, her bosom, under the loose gown, moved with the swirling motion. P.I. found that, despite himself, his eyes were drawn to her bosom. Thérèse didn't seem to mind. She smiled at him and with her free hand motioned for him to bring more sticks. "Hurry, I am cooking, but the fire is going low," she said. Though it was so early that there were still wisps of ground fog in the thickets, Lee Hitch and Stove Jones presented themselves at the bar, expecting liquor. To P.I.'s amazement, Jake Spoon stepped right up beside them. Only the night before, Jake had confided in him that he didn't have a cent on him. He had lost all his money in a card game with Lee, a man who rarely lost at cards. Xavier Wands put 3 glasses on the bar and filled them with whiskey. Jake drank his down as neatly as the 2 grown men. Both Lee and Stove put money on the bar, but Jake had none to put, a fact he revealed with a smile. "You'll stand me a swallow, won't you, boys?" he asked. "I'm a little thin this morning when it comes to cash." Neither Lee nor Stove responded happily to the request. "No," Lee said bluntly. "No one invited you to be a drunkard at our expense," Stove added. Jake's face reddened. He did not like being denied what seemed to him a modest request. "You're barely weaned off the teat, Jake," Lee said. "You're too young to be soaking up good liquor anyway." Jake stomped off the floor of the saloon, only to discover another source of annoyance. The Frenchwoman had summoned P.I. rather than himself to help her with the cook fire. The woman, Thérèse, was certainly comely. Jake liked the way she piled her abundant hair high on her head. Jake sauntered over, his hat cocked back jauntily off his forehead. "P, you ought to be helping Dietz with the horses. I imagine they're restless," Jake said. To his shock, the Frenchwoman suddenly turned on him, spitting like a cat. "You go away. Ride the horses yourself, monsieur," she said emphatically. "I am cooking with monsieur," she said emphatically. "I am cooking with Monsieur Pease. You are in the way. Vite, vite. Young goose," she added, motioning with her free hand as if she were shooing away a gosling that had gotten underfoot. Mortified, Jake turned and walked straight down to the river. He had not expected to be so rudely dismissed so early in the day. It was an insult of the worst kind because everybody heard it. Jake would never suppose such a blow to his pride would occur in such a lowly place. It stung. It burned. The high-handedness of women was intolerable, he decided. Better to do as Woodrow Call had done and form an alliance with a whore. No whore would dare speak so rudely to a man. The worst of it, though, was having P.I. chosen over him to do a simple chore. P.I. was gawky and all thumbs. He was always dropping things, bumping his head, or losing his gun. Yet the Frenchwoman had summoned P and not himself. While Jake was brooding on the insult, he heard a splashing and looked down the river to see a group of riders coming. At the thought that they might be Indians, his heart jumped, but he soon saw that they were white men. The horses were loping through the shallows, throwing up spumes of water. The man in the lead was Captain King, who loped right past Jake as if he wasn't there. The men following him were Mexican. They carried rifles, and they looked hard. He turned and followed the riders back toward the saloon. When he arrived, Captain King had already seated himself at the table with the tablecloth, tucked a napkin under his chin, and was heartily eating the Frenchwoman's omelet. One of the vaqueros had killed a javelina. By the time Jake got there, they had the little pig skinned and gutted. One of the men started to throw the pig guts into the bushes, but Thérèse stopped him. "What do you do? You would waste the best part," Thérèse said, scowling at the vaquero. "Xavier, come!" Jake and a number of the other rangers, too, were startled by the avid way Thérèse and Xavier Wands went after the pig guts. Even the vaquero who had killed the pig was taken aback when Thérèse plunged her hands to the wrists in the intestines and plumped coil after coil of them on a tray her husband held. Her hands were soon bloody to the elbow, a sight that caused Lee Hitch, not normally a delicate case, to feel as if his stomach might come up. "Oh, Lord, she's got that gut blood on her," he said, losing his taste for the delicious omelet he had just been served. Captain King, eating his omelet with relish, observed this sudden skittishness and chuckled. "You boys must have spent too much time in tea parlors," he said. "I've seen you Karankawa Indians, of which there ain't many anymore, pull the guts out of a dying deer and start eating them before the deer had even stopped kicking." "This is fine luck, Captain," Thérèse said, bringing the heaping tray of guts over for him to inspect. "Tonight we will have the tripes." "Well, that's fine luck for these men. While they're eating tripe, I'll be tramping through Mexico," he said. "Some thieving caballeros run off 50 of our cow horses, but I expect we'll soon catch up with them." "You could take us with you, Captain," Stove Jones said. "Call and McCrae, they left us. We ain't got nothing to do." Captain King wiped his mouth with his napkin and shook his head at Stove. "No thanks. Taking you men would be like dragging several anchors," he said bluntly. "Call and McCrae were unwise to bring you. They should have left you to the tea parlors." He spoke with such uncommon force that none of the men knew quite what to say. "It was the governor sent us on this errand," Lee Hitch said finally. "He just wanted to get rid of you so he could claim he'd tried," Captain King said with the same bluntness. "Ed Pease knows that few Texas cattlemen are such rank fools as to deliver free cattle to an old bandit like Ahumado. He takes what livestock he wants anyway." "It was to ransom Captain Skull," Stove Jones reminded him. Captain King stood up, wiped his mouth, scattered some coins on the table, and went to his horse. Only when he was mounted did he bother to reply. "Inish Skull is mainly interested in making mischief," he said. "He got himself into this scrape, and he ought to get himself out. But if he can't, I imagine Call and McCrae will bring him back." "Well, they left us," Lee Hitch said. "Yes, got tired of dragging anchors, I suppose," the captain said. He motioned to his men, who looked dismayed. They had cut up the javelina and prepared it for the fire, but so far the meat was scarcely singed. "You will have to finish cooking that pig in Mexico," he informed them. "I cannot be sitting around here while you cook a damn pig. I need to get those horses back and hang me a few thieves." With that, he turned and headed for the river. The vaqueros hastily pulled the slabs of uncooked javelina off the fire and stuffed them in their saddlebags. A couple of the slabs were so hot that smoke was seeping out of their saddlebags as they rode away. Thérèse and Xavier Wands began to cut up the pig guts, stripping them of their contents as they worked. Xavier had taken off his black coat, but he still wore his neat bow tie. Lee Hitch and Stove Jones were both annoyed by Captain King. In their view, he had been rude to the point of disrespect. "Why does he think we sit around in tea parlors?" Stove asked. "The fool, I don't know. Why didn't you ask him yourself?" Lee said. "Lord, Mexico's a big country," Augustus said. It was a warm night. They had only a small campfire, just adequate to the cooking they needed to do. Just after crossing the river, Call had shot a small deer, meat for a day or two at least. They were camped on a dry plain and had not seen a human being since coming into Mexico. "The sky's higher in Mexico," Gus observed. He felt generally uneasy. "It ain't higher, Gus," Call said. "We've just traveled 60 miles. Why would the sky be higher just because we're in Mexico?" "Look at it," Gus insisted. He pointed upward. "It's higher." Call declined to look up. Whenever Gus McCrae was bored and restless, he always tried to start some nonsensical argument on topics Call had little patience with. "The sky's the same height no matter what country you're in," Call told him. "We're way out here in the country. You can just see the stars better." "How would you know? You've never been to no country but Texas," Gus commented. "If we was in a country that had high mountains, the sky would have to be higher. Otherwise the mountains would poke into it." Call didn't answer. He wanted, if possible, to let the topic die. "If a mountain was to poke a hole in the sky, I don't know what would happen," Gus said. He felt aggrieved. They had left in such a hurry that he had neglected to procure any whiskey, an oversight he regretted. "Maybe the sky would look lower if I had some whiskey to drink," he said. "But you were in such a hurry to leave that I forgot to pack any." Call was beginning to be exasperated. They were in deserted country and could get some rest, which would be the wise thing. "You should clean your guns and stop worrying about the sky being too high," he said. "I wish you'd talked more, Woodrow," Augustus said. "I get gloomy if I have to sit around with you all night. You don't talk enough to keep my mind off them gloomy topics." "What topics?" Call asked. "We're healthy and we got no reason to be gloomy that I can see." "You can't see much anyway," Gus said. "Your eyesight's so poor you can't even tell that the sky's higher in Mexico." "The fact is I was thinking about Billy," Augustus said. "We've never gone on a rangering trip without Billy before." "No, and it don't feel right, does it?" Call agreed. "Now, if he were here, I'd have someone to help me complain, and you'd be a lot more comfortable," Augustus said. They were silent for a while. Both stared into the campfire. "I feel he's around somewhere," Augustus said. "I feel Billy's haunting us. They say people who hang themselves don't ever rest. They don't die with their feet on the ground, so their spirits float forever." "Now that's silly," Call said, although he had heard the same speculation about hanged men. "I can't stop thinking about him, Woodrow," Gus said. "I figure it was just a mistake Billy made, hanging himself. If he'd thought it over a few more minutes, he might have stayed alive and gone on rangering with us." "He's gone, though, Gus. He's gone," Call reminded him without reproach. He realized he had many of the feelings Augustus was trying to express. All through the bush country he had been nagged by a sense that something was missing, the troop incomplete. He knew it was Long Bill Coleman he missed, and Augustus missed him too. It was, in a way, as if Long Bill were following them at an uncomfortable distance, as if he were out somewhere in the thin scrub, hoping to be taken back into life. "I hate a thing like death," Augustus said. "Well, everybody hates it, I expect," Call said. "One reason I hate it is because it don't leave you no time to finish conversations," Gus said. "Oh," Call said. "Was you having a conversation with Billy that night before it happened?" Augustus remembered well what he and Billy Coleman had been talking about the night before the suicide. Bill had heard from somebody that Matilda Jane Roberts, their old traveling companion, had opened a bordello in Denver. Mattie, as they called her, had ever been a generous whore. Once on the Rio Grande, bathing not far from camp, she had plucked a big snapping turtle out of the water and walked into camp carrying it by its tail. He and Long Bill always talked about the snapping turtle when Matilda's name came up. "We was talking about Mattie. I believe she's in Denver now," Gus said. "I guess she never made it to California then," Call said. "She was planning to go to California when we knew her." "People don't always do what they intend, Woodrow," Gus said. "Billy Coleman had it in mind to turn carpenter, only he couldn't drive a nail." "It was only a fair shot," Call remembered. "I guess it's a wonder he survived as a ranger as long as he did." "You survive, and you're just a fair shot yourself," Augustus pointed out. "He married," Call said. He remembered how anguished Long Bill had been after he learned that Pearl had been outraged by the Comanches. That discovery changed him more than all their scrapes and adventures on the prairies. "He's out there now, Woodrow. I feel him," Gus said. "He's wanting to come back in the worst way." "He's in your memory. That's where he is," Call said. "He's in mine, too." He did not believe Long Bill's ghost was out in the sage and the thin chaparral. It was in their memories that Long Bill was a haunt. "Rangers oughtn't to marry," he said. "They have to leave their womenfolk for too long a spell. Things like that raid can happen." Augustus didn't answer for a while. "Things like that happen, married or not," he said finally. "You could be a barber and still get killed." "I just said what I believe," Call said. "Rangering means ranging, like Captain Skull said. It ain't a settled life. I expect Bill would be alive if he hadn't married." "I guess it's bad news for Maggie if you feel that way, Woodrow," Gus said. "She's needing to retire." "She can retire if she wants to," Call said. "Yes, retire and starve," Gus said. "What would a retired whore do in Austin to earn a living? The only thing retired whores can do is what Mattie just did, open a whorehouse, and I doubt Maggie's got the capital. I imagine she could borrow it if you went on her note." Call said nothing. He was being as polite as he could. They would need to be at their best if they were to rescue Captain Skull. They ought not to be quarreling over things they couldn't change. He believed what he had just said. Rangers ought not to marry. The business about going on Maggie's note was frivolous. Maggie Tilton had no desire to open a whorehouse. "I doubt Captain Skull is even alive," Gus said. "That old bandit probably killed him long ago." "Maybe, but we still have to look," Call said. "Yes, but what's our chances?" Gus asked. "We'll be looking for one man's bones. They could be anywhere in Mexico." "We still have to look," Call said, wishing Augustus would just quiet down and go to sleep. On the third day, the Rangers came into terrain that looked familiar. They had crossed the same country before, when Inish Skull had first pursued Ahumado into the Sierra Perdida. "We've got to be alert now," Call said. "We're in his country." In the afternoon, they both had the feeling that they were being watched, and yet, as far as they could see, the country was entirely empty of human beings. The mountains were now a faint line far to the west. Augustus kept looking behind him, and Call did too, but neither of them saw anyone. Once Gus noticed a puff of dust far behind them. They hid and waited, but no one came. Gus saw the puff of dust again. "It's them," he said. "They're laying back." Too nervous to leave the problem uninvestigated, they crept back, only to see that the dust had been kicked up by a big mule deer. Gus wanted to shoot the deer, but Call advised against it. "The sound of a gun would travel too far," he said. "The sound of my belly rumbling will, too, pretty soon if we don't raise some more grub," Gus said. "Throw your knife at him. I don't object to that," Call said. "I think it's time we started traveling at night." "Oh, Woodrow, I hate traveling at night in a foreign country," Augustus said. "I get to thinking about Billy being a ghost. I'd see a spook behind every rock." "That's better than having Ahumado catch you," Call told him. "We're not as important as Captain Skull. They won't send no expeditions after us." "Woodrow, he ain't important either," Augustus said. "None of these ranchers let us have a single cow. I guess they figure the captain's rich enough to pay his own way out." They rode all night, and the next day hid under some overhanging rocks. Gus thought to amuse himself by playing solitaire, only to discover that his deck of cards was incomplete. "No aces," he informed his companion. "That damn Lee Hitch stole every one of 'em. What good is a deck of cards that don't have no aces?" "You're just playing against yourself," Call pointed out. "Why do you need aces?" "You ain't a card-playing man, and you wouldn't understand," Gus said. "I always knew Lee Hitch was a card cheat. I mean to give him a good licking once we get back to town." "I'd suggest hitting him with a post if you want to whip him," Call said. "Lee Hitch is stout." As dusk approached, they started to edge into the foothills and immediately began to see tracks. People had been on the move, some on horseback, some on foot, and all the tracks led out of the Sierra. Gus, who considered himself a tracker of high skill, jumped down to study the tracks, but was frustrated by poor light. "I could read these tracks if we'd got here a little earlier," he said. "Let's keep going," Call said. "These tracks are probably just made by some poor people looking for a better place to settle." As they passed from the foothills into the first narrow canyon, the darkness deepened. Above them soon was a trough of stars, but their light didn't do much to illuminate the canyon. The terrain was so rocky that they dismounted and began to lead their horses. They had but one mount apiece and could not risk laming them. They entered an area where there were large boulders, some of them the size of small houses. "There could be several pistoleros behind every one of those big rocks," Augustus pointed out. "We might be surrounded and not know it." "I doubt it," Call said. "I don't think there's anybody here." When they had ridden into the Yellow Canyon before, there had been no army of pistoleros, just 3 or 4 riflemen shooting from caves in the rock. Only their Apache scout had seen Ahumado lean out briefly and shoot Hector and the captain. No one else saw him. Ahumado was not like Buffalo Hump. He didn't prance around in front of his enemies, taunting them. He hid and shot. He was only seen by his enemies once he had made them his prisoner. As they walked their horses deeper and deeper into the Sierra Perdida, Call became more and more convinced that they were alone. From years of rangering in dangerous territory, he had gained some confidence. He believed he could sense the presence of hostiles before he saw them. There would be a sense of threat that could not be traced to any one element of the situation. The horses might be nervous, the birds might be more noisy, or the threat might be detectable by the absence of normal sounds. Even if there was nothing specific to point to, he would tense a little, grow nervous, and rarely was his sense of alarm without basis. If he felt there was about to be a fight, usually there would be a fight. Now, in the canyon that led to the cliff of caves, he felt no special apprehension. Few landscapes were more threatening physically. Gus was right about the boulders being a good place for pistoleros to hide, but he didn't believe there were any pistoleros. The place felt empty, and he said so. "He's gone," he said. "We've come too late, or else we've come to the wrong place." "It's the place we came to before, Woodrow," Augustus said. "I remember that sharp peak to the south. This is the same place." "I know that," Call agreed, "but I don't think anybody's here." "Why would they leave?" Gus asked. "They'd be pretty hard to attack in these rocks." Call didn't answer. He felt perplexed. They were only a few miles from the place where they expected to find the captain, but they had heard nothing and seen nothing to indicate that anyone was there. "Maybe we came all this way for nothing," he said. "Maybe," Gus said. "We've had a lot of practice going on expeditions for nothing. That's how it's mostly turned out. You ride a while in one direction, and then you turn around and ride back." In the rocky terrain they had several times heard rattlesnakes sing, so many that Augustus had become reluctant to put his foot on the ground. "We'll just get snake-bit if we keep tramping on in the dark like this," he said. "Let's stop, Woodrow." "We might as well," Call agreed. "It can't be more than a mile or 2 from the place where the camp was. In the morning we can ride in and see what we see." "I hope I see a whore and a jug of tequila," Gus said. 2 whores wouldn't hurt either. I'm so randy I might wear one of them down." Now that he didn't have to march through rattlesnakes, Augustus felt a little more relaxed. He immediately took off his boots and shook them out. "What was in your boots?" Call inquired. "Just my feet, but I like to shake my boots out regular," Gus said. "Why?" "Scorpions," Gus replied. "They crawl around everywhere down here in Mexico. One could sneak off a rock and go right in my boot. They say if a Mexican scorpion bites you on your foot, it will rot all your toes off." They hobbled the horses and kept them close by. There was no question of a fire, but they had a few scraps of cold venison in their saddlebags and ate that. "Why would he ask for 1,000 cattle if he was planning to leave?" Call asked. "Maybe he didn't," Gus suggested. "That vaquero who showed up in Austin might have been lying, hoping to get 1,000 free cattle for himself. I expect he just wanted to start a ranch." "If so, he was a bold vaquero," Call said. "He came right into Austin. We could have hung him." "The more scared I get, the more I feel like poking a whore," Augustus said. "How scared are you?" Call asked. "Not very, but I could still use a poke," Augustus said. When he thought about the matter, he realized that he had almost no apprehension, even though they were close to the black vaquero's camp. "I know why I ain't scared, Woodrow," he said. "Long Bill ain't haunting us no more. He was following along for a while, but he's not here now." "Well, he never liked Mexico," Call observed. "Maybe that's why." Either that or he just decided it was too far to travel, Augustus said. It was after the old crippled woman began to bring him food that Skull's mind slipped. At first the food she brought him was only corn, ears of young corn which she pitched down into the pit. The kernels were only just forming on the corn, it was so young, but Skull ate it greedily, ripping off the husks and biting and sucking the young kernels for their milky juice. The cobs he threw in a pile. He had been so hungry he was about to eat the dead snakes. The corn and the cool water revived him. It was then, though, with his strength returning and his ankle not so sore, that he began to speak in Greek. He looked up at the old woman to thank her, to say gracias, and instead reeled off a paragraph of Demosthenes that he had learned at the knee of his tutor 40 years ago. It was only later, in the night, when the pit was dark, that he realized what he had done. At first his lapse amused him. It was a curious thing. He would have to discuss it with someone at Harvard if he survived. He believed it was probably the eyelids. The sun, unobstructed, burned through 40 years of memory and revealed again a boy sitting in a chilly room in Boston, a Greek grammar in his lap, while a tutor who looked not unlike Hickling Prescott put him through his verbs. The next morning it happened again. He woke to the smell of tortillas cooking. Then the old woman rolled up a handful and lowered them to him in the jug that she used to bring him water. Skull hopped up and began to quote Greek, one of Achilles' wild imprecations from the Iliad. He couldn't recall which book. The old woman did not seem startled or frightened by the strange words coming from the filthy, almost naked man in the pit. She looked down at him calmly, as if it were a normal thing for a white man in a pit in the Mexican mountains to be spouting Greek hexameters. The old woman didn't seem to care what language he spoke, English and Greek being equally unintelligible to her. But Skull cared. It wasn't merely damage done by the sun that was causing him to slip suddenly into Greek. It was the Skull dementia, damage from the broken seed. His father, Evanswood Skull, intermittently mad but a brilliant linguist, used to stomp into the nursery thundering out passages in Latin, Greek, Icelandic, and Old Law French, a language which it was said that he was the only man in America to have a thorough mastery of. Now the aberration of the father had reappeared in the sun, and at a most inconvenient time. In the night he suddenly woke up, twitching in the brain, and poured out long speeches from the Greek orators, speeches he had never been able to remember as a boy, an ineptness that caused him to be put back a form in the Boston Latin School. Yet those same speeches had been all along imprinted in his memory as if on a tablet. He had merely to look up at the old woman to ask for water, to pour out instead a speech to the citizens of Athens on some issue of civic policy. He couldn't choke off these orations either. His tongue and his lungs worked on in defiance of his brain. Skull began to try and curb himself. He needed to devise a way to get out of the pit before Ahumado came back, or if not Ahumado, some other pistolero who would shoot him for sport. His tongue might soar with the great Greek syllables, but even that noble language wasn't going to raise him 15 feet to the pit's edge. He thought he might encourage the old woman to look around. Maybe someone had left a length of rope somewhere. If she could find a rope and anchor it somehow, he felt sure he could pull himself up. He was handicapped, though, by the insistent Skull malady. When he saw her old face above him, he would try to make a polite request in Spanish, of which he knew a sufficiency. But before he could utter a single phrase in Spanish, the Greek would come pouring out, a cascade, a flood, surging out of him like a well erupting, a torrent of Greek that he couldn't check or slow. "She'll think I'm a devil," he thought. "I might yet get free if I could just choke off this Greek." Sitla, for her part, leaned over the edge and listened to the white man as long as he wanted to talk. She could make no sense of the words, but the way he spoke reminded her of the way young men, heart-stricken by her beauty, had sung to her long ago. She thought the white man might be singing to her in a strange tongue he used for songs of love. He spoke with passion, his thin body quivering. He was almost naked. Sometimes Zitla could see his member. She began to wonder if the white man was in love with her, as all men had been once. Since Ahumado had run over her with the horse and broken her back, few men had wanted to couple with her, a regret. Always Zitla had had men to couple with her. Many of them, it was true, were not skilled at coupling, but at least they wanted her. But once the men knew that Ahumado hated her, they withdrew, even the drunken ones, for fear that he would tie them to the post and have Goyeto skin them. Zitla had not been ready to stop coupling when the men began to ignore her. She did not want to be like the other old women who talked all day about the act that no one now wanted to do with them. Zitla had coupled happily with many men, and thought she could still do so pleasurably if only she had a man with a strong member to be with. The only possibility was the white man. But before any coupling could take place, she would have to get the white man out of Ahumado's scorpion pit and feed him something better than the young green corn. Zitla didn't know how she was going to do either thing until she remembered Lorenzo, a small caballero who was more skilled than anyone else at breaking horses. About a mile south of the cliff was a spot of bare, level ground where Lorenzo took the young horses he worked with. There was a big post in the center of the clearing. Often Lorenzo would leave the horses roped to the post for a day or two so that they would have time to realize that he, not they, was in control. Lorenzo left a long rope tied to the snubbing post. Perhaps it was still there. With such a rope, she could help the white man get out of the pit. It was a gamble, though. Zitla knew it would take her all day to hobble to the post and back. There was an irritable old bear who lived somewhere down the canyon, and an old cougar, too. If the old bear caught her, he would probably eat her, which would put an end to her coupling for sure. Still, Zitla decided to try and secure the rope. With all the people gone, the old bear might come into camp and eat her anyway. In the early morning, she lowered the white man some tortillas and a jug of water and set out for the place where Lorenzo trained his horses. By midday, she regretted her decision. Her bent back pained her so badly that she could only hobble a few steps at a time. Zitla realized she could not go to the post and make it back to the camp by nightfall. The hunting animals would be out, the bear and the puma. If one of them smelled her, they would kill her. The pumas in the Great Canyon were particularly bold. Several women had been attacked while waiting by the cliffs for their lovers to appear. All day Zitla crept on, stopping frequently to rest and ease her back. She did not want to be eaten by a puma or a bear. Long before she reached the spot where Lorenzo trained the horses, the shadows had begun to fill the canyon. When she got to the place, Zitla saw at once that she had not traveled in vain. The rope that was used to restrain the young horses was still tied to the hitching post. It was a good long rope, as she had remembered. She could tie one end to the skinning post and throw the other end to the white man so that he could pull himself up. Maybe he would continue to sing his strange love song to her. Maybe his member would rise up with the song. On the way back, though, hobbling slowly through the darkness with the coiled rope, Zitla felt a deep fear growing in her. At first she thought it was fear of the bear or the puma. But as she crept along, pain from her back shooting down her leg, Zitla realized she had made a terrible mistake. She had allowed the white man's strange love song to drive judgment and reason out of her head. An old vanity and the memory of coupling had driven out her reason just as the shadows were driving the last light out of the canyon. Because she remembered a time when vaqueros would ride 100 miles just to look on her beauty, she had forgotten that she was an old, bent woman nearing the end of her time. Now that Zitla was caught in the darkness far from camp, she realized that she had been a fool. What was it to couple with a man anyway? A little sweat, a jerk, a sigh. The pain shooting down her legs grew more intense. Now she had put herself at the mercy of bear and puma. That was bad. But now, as she crept along, a worse fear came, the fear of Ahumado. He was dying somewhere. Zitla knew he must have gone to the south, to their home, to seek the tree of medicines. But something was eating at his leg, and he would not reach the tree. The pain in her leg came from Ahumado. Perhaps spider had bitten him, or snake or scorpion. A poison was killing Ahumado. Those who tasted the poison leaf died of poison when their time arrived. But Ahumado's time was Sitla's time too, and she would suffer it without even the protection of her little shelter at the camp. It was Ahumado who had made the prisoner show her his member and turn her head. Ahumado who had made the white man sing her love songs in the old tongue. Perhaps the words Skull used were in the language of the first human beings, words which no one could resist. Because of it she had been lured away, far from her little store of herbs and plants, things that might have helped her scare away Bear and Puma, all for a rope to save the white man, for a jerk and a sigh. Ahumado had made it all happen, so that as he was dying, a death more cruel than his own would come to Sitla. She crawled faster, carrying the rope, although she knew well that such haste was foolish. Her fear grew so strong that she threw away the rope she had come so far to get. The rope was only another trick of Ahumado's. Its loop was the loop of time that would close and catch her soon. It was all a joke of Ahumado's, Sitla realized. He had put the white man in the pit to tempt her, to awaken her loins again, to draw her away from camp where she had herbs and leaves to protect her. She had the black leaves that made a bad smell when burned. If she put them in the fire, then Puma would let her alone. Puma did not like the smell the black leaves made when they were burned. Sitla was only halfway back to camp when the night began to end. She had traveled slowly. Often she had to stop and rest. Now the light of day was beginning to whiten the sky overhead. When the light sank into the canyon, Sitla saw something near the canyon wall not far ahead. At first she thought it was Puma. She yelled and yelled at it, hoping to scare it away. Puma would sometimes run from people who yelled. It was not until the animal began to glide toward her that Sitla saw it wasn't Puma. It wasn't Bear. It was Jaguar. Around her neck she had a little red stone. The stone had hung around her neck all her life. The red stone was Parrot. Sitla clutched it in her hand as Jaguar came. Sitla knew that Jaguar would not stop for Parrot. Jaguar was coming to eat her. But Ahumado too was dying of poison somewhere to the south. He would not reach the tree of medicines. Sitla clutched the red stone tight and sent a message to Parrot. She wanted Parrot to find the body of Ahumado and peck out his eyes. When Skull realized the old woman was no longer in the camp above him, he fell for the first time into raw panic, a kind of explosion of nerves that caused him to hop wildly around the floor of the pit, cursing and yelping out strange words. He emitted cries and bursts of language as if he were farting fear out of his mouth. He became afraid of himself. If he could have bitten himself to death at that time, he would have. He leapt on top of the mound of earth he had heaped over the 3 corpses and sprang at the wall of the pit several times, hoping to claw his way out of it by main force. But it was hopeless. He could not leap out of the pit. When he exhausted himself, he fell back, his eyes raw and stinging with the dirt that fell in them when he leapt at the walls of the pit. Skull tried to calm himself, but could not stifle his panic. He knew the old woman's absence might be only temporary. Perhaps she had had to hobble a little farther than usual to gather the corn she brought him. Perhaps she had even journeyed to another village to bring back someone who would help him out of the pit. He used all his force of mind to try and find a rational reason why the old woman's absence was temporary, but it was no use. The panic was violent and strong, so strong that he could not stop hopping around the pit, gibbering, mewling, cursing. There were many reasons why the old woman might only be gone temporarily, but Skull could not calm himself even for a second by thinking of them. He knew the old woman was dead. She would never be back, and he was alone in a stinking pit in Mexico. His heart was beating against his ribs so hard he thought it might burst and hoped it would, or that the arteries of his brain would pop and bring him a quicker death than starving day by day amid the scorpions and fleas, for fleas were one of the worst torments of the pit. They were in his hair, his armpits, everywhere. If he sat still and focused, he could see them hopping on his bare leg. From time to time, crazed, he tried to catch them and squeeze them to death, but they mostly eluded him. With the old woman there, Skull could manage a little hope, but now his nerves told him all was lost. The old woman was dead. He was stuck. He knew he should resign himself, but for hours he was fired with panic, like a motor, a dynamo. He jumped and jumped. It was as if lightning ran through him. He could not make himself stop jumping. He saw himself soaring with one miraculous jump all the way up, out of the pit. He jumped and gibbered all day, until dusk. Then he collapsed. When the sunlight of a new day woke him, he was too drained to move. He still had a little water and a few scraps of food, but he didn't drink or eat, not for several hours. Then, in a rush, he choked down all the food, drank all the water. Though he knew there would be no more, he didn't care to ration what there was. He wanted to put sustenance behind him. He had, he thought, fought well. He had held out against torturous circumstances longer than many a man of his acquaintance would have, excepting only his second cousin, Ariosto's Skull. But the fight was over. He had seen many men, generals, captains, privates, bankers, widowers, arrive at the moment of surrender. Some came to it quickly after only a short, sharp agony. Others held to their lives far longer than was seemly. But finally they gave up. He had seen it, on the battlefield, in hospital, in the cold toils of marriage, or the great houses of commerce. Finally men gave up. He thought he would never have to learn resignation, but that was hubris. It was time to give up, to stop fighting, to wait for death to ease in. Now he even regretted killing all the rattlesnakes. He should have left one or two alive. He could have provoked one or two to strike him, while not as rapid as the bite of the fer de lance that had killed his cousin Willie in a matter of 17 minutes. 3 or 4 rattlesnake bites would probably be effective enough. Skull even went over and examined the dead snakes, thinking there might be a way to inject himself with the venom. It would ensure a speedier end. But he had beaten the snakes until their heads were crushed and their fangs broken. Anyway, the venom must have long since dried up. After his day of hopping and jumping, raging and gibbering, clawing at the walls and spewing fragments of old orations and Greek verse, Einish Skull settled himself as comfortably as he could against the wall of the pit and did nothing. He wished he had the will to stop his breath, but he didn't. Whether he wanted it or not, his breath came. It was a bright day. To look up at all with his lidless eyes was to invite the sun into his brain. Instead, he kept his head down. His hair was long enough to make a fair shade. He wanted to let go the habit of fighting, to die in calmness. He remembered again the Buddhist, sitting calmly in his orange robes by the Charles River. He had no orange robes. He was not a Buddhist. He was a Skull. Captain Einish Skull. He thought he had fought well in every war he had been able to find. But now was the day of surrender, the day when he had to snap the sword of his will, to cease all battling and be quiet, be calm. Then, finally, would come the moment when his breath would stop. Call and Gus were moving cautiously into the canyon of the Yellow Cliffs when a great bird rose suddenly from behind a little cluster of desert mesquite. 5 more rose as well, great bald vultures, so close to the 2 men that their horses shied. "I hope it wasn't the captain they're eating," Augustus said. "It'd be a pity to come all this way and lose him to the buzzards." "It wasn't the captain," Call said. Through the thin bushes he glimpsed what was left of the body of an old woman. The vultures were reluctant to leave. 2 lit on boulders nearby, while the shadows of the others flickered across the little clearing where the body lay. "Must have been a cougar to rip her up like that," Gus said. Would a cougar do that? I guess one did, Call said. See the tracks? He was a big one. They dismounted and inspected the area for a few minutes while the vultures wheeled overhead. I've never seen a lion track that big, Augustus commented. A rawhide rope lay not far from the corpse. Why would an old woman be way out here alone? Gus wondered. All she had was this rope. Where was she going? I guess we could pile some rocks on her, Call said. I hate just to leave a body laying out. Woodrow she's mostly at anyway, Gus said. Why spoil the buzzard's picnic? I know, but it's best to bury people, Call said. I believe she was crippled. Look at her hip. While they were heaping rocks on the corpse, Call got an uneasy feeling. He couldn't say what prompted it. Something's here. I don't know what, he said when they resumed their cautious ride into the canyon. It might be that cougar hoping for another old woman, Gus said. A few moments later, Augustus saw the jaguar. He was not as convinced as Call that Ahumado and his men had left and was scanning the rocky ledges above them looking for any sign of life. Probably if the old bandit had gone, he would have left a rear guard. He didn't want to be ambushed as they had been the first time they entered the Yellow Canyon, and he took particular care to scan the higher ledges where a rifleman could hide and get off an easy shot. On one of the higher ledges, he saw something that didn't register clearly with his eye. There was something there that was hard to see. He stopped his horse to take a longer look, and when he did, the jaguar stepped into full view. "Woodrow, look up there," he said. Call could not immediately see the jaguar, but then the animal moved and he saw him clearly. "I think it's a jaguar," Augustus said. "I never expected to see one." "I imagine that's what got the old woman," Call said. For a moment, surprised, they were content to watch the jaguar, but their mounts were far from content. They put up their ears and snorted. They wanted to run, but the rangers held them steady. The jaguar stood on the rocky ledge looking down at them. "Do you think you can get off a shot?" Call asked. "If we don't kill it, I might get one of these horses when it comes nightfall." Augustus began to lift his rifle out of the scabbard. Though both men were watching the jaguar, neither saw it leave. It was simply gone. By the time Augustus raised his rifle, there was nothing to shoot. "He's gone." "It's bad news for the horses," Call said. "I'll never forget seeing him," Augustus said. "He acted like he owned the world." "I expect he does. This world, at least," Call said. "I've never seen an animal just disappear like that." All afternoon, as they worked their way carefully through the narrow canyon, they often looked upward, hoping for another glimpse of the jaguar. But the jaguar was seen no more. "Just because we don't see him don't mean he's not following us," Call said. "We have to keep the horses close tonight." Suddenly the canyon opened into the space they remembered from the time they were ambushed. The cliffs above them were pitted with holes and little caves. They stopped for a few minutes, examining the caves closely, looking for the glint of a rifle barrel or any sign of life. But they saw nothing, only some eagles soaring across the face of the cliff. "We ought to walk in, but we can't leave the horses," Call said. "That jaguar might be following us." "I think this camp is deserted," Augustus said. "I think we came too late." They rode slowly into the deserted camp, a sandy place, empty, windy. Only a ring of cold campfires and a few scraps of tenting were left to indicate that people in some numbers had once camped there. Besides the tenting and the campfires, there was one other thing that suggested the presence of humans. The skinning post, with a crossbar at the top, from which a badly decomposed, mangled, and half-eaten corpse still hung. "Oh, my lord," Augustus said. He could barely stand to look at the corpse, and yet he couldn't look away. "They say Ahumado had people skinned if he didn't like them," Call said. "I supposed it was just talk, but I guess it was true." "I ain't piling no rocks on that," Gus said emphatically. The bloated thing hanging from the crossbar skinning post bore little resemblance now to anything human. "I'll pass myself this time," Call said. He did not want to go near the stinking thing on the post. In the pit, not far from where the two rangers stood, Einish Skull had slipped into a half-sleep. Many times he had dreamed of rescue, so many that now, when he heard the voices of Call and McCrae in his half-sleep, he discounted the words. They were just more dream voices. He would not let them tempt him into hope. "We ought to search these caves," Call said. "They might have had the captain here. If we could find a scrap of his uniform or his belt or something, at least, it would be a thing we could take to his wife." "You look in the caves, Woodrow," Gus said. "I'll stand guard in case that jaguar shows up." "All right," Call said. As Call started for the largest of the caves at the base of the cliff, Augustus noticed the pit. Because of the shadows stretching out from the pit, it had been hard to see from where they entered the camp. Curious, Augustus took a step or two closer. A stench hit him, but a stench less powerful than that which came from the swollen black flesh hanging from the skinning post. He stepped to the edge of the pit. From the stench, it seemed to him that the pit might be a place where Ahumado tossed his dead. It could be that Captain Skull's body might be there, or what was left of it. He looked into the pit, but did not at first see the small, almost naked man sitting with his head bent down in the shadows near one wall of the pit. Augustus saw some dead snakes, a broken cage, and a mound of dirt with the dirt not piled thickly enough to shut out the stench of death. He was about to turn away, disappointed, when the man sitting against the wall suddenly rolled two white, lidless eyes up at him from beneath a long, dirty mat of hair. "Oh, Lord! Woodrow! Woodrow!" Gus yelled. Call, almost at the entrance to the first cave, turned at once and came running back. "We found him, Woodrow! It's the captain," Augustus said. Einish Skull was still in his half-sleep, listening listlessly to the dream voices, when he felt a shadow slant across the pit. With his eyes exposed, he registered shadows, even when he was looking down or trying to shield his eyes. If a vulture or an eagle soared above the camp, he saw its shadow. But the shadow that slanted across the pit was not the shadow made by a bird's wings. Skull saw a man looking at him from the edge of the pit. The man looked like the ranger Augustus McCrae. At the sight, panic stormed Skull's nerves again. He vowed to be calm, but he couldn't. He leapt to his feet and sprang at the wall, hopping from one side of the pit to the other. When a man appeared who looked like the ranger Woodrow Call, Skull sprang all the harder. He spewed out words in Greek and English, jumping frenziedly about the pit and at the walls. Again and again he jumped, ignoring the ranger's words of calm. He jumped like a flea, like one of the thousands who had tormented him. He had become a flea, his duty to jump and jump, hopping up at the wall, hopping across the pit. Even when Ranger Call slid down a rope into the pit and attempted to quiet him, to let him know that he was saved, Einish Skull, the Boston flea, continued to jump and jump. Buffalo Hump let the summer pass, resting with his wives, climbing to the spire of rock to pray and meditate. At night, around the fire, the warriors made songs about the great raid. Hair on the lip died suddenly. Something went wrong inside her. Word came that Blue Duck was the leader of a gang of renegades, white and half-breed, who killed and robbed along the Sabine River. In July, Buffalo Hump went on an antelope hunt far north, near where he had taken the great buffalo whose skull he had used for his shield. He had heard that the antelope were thick in the north, and it was true. In one day he killed 7 antelope with the bow. Worm made a prophecy about the feat. There was no fighting with the whites. The story came from an Apache that Gun in the Water and his friend McCrae had rescued Big Horse from the camp of Ahumado. The Apache said that Big Horse Skull was insane. He jumped around like a flea. The Apache mentioned that Ahumado had cut off Skull's eyelids, which was what had made him insane. No eyelids. What a clever torture, Buffalo Hump said to Slow Tree. It was Slow Tree who had brought him this gossip. When asked about Ahumado, though, Slow Tree grew vague. There were many stories, much speculation, but it had all come from Apaches, and Apaches were all liars, Slow Tree reminded him. "Tell me the stories anyway," Buffalo Hump said. "No one has seen Ahumado all summer," Slow Tree said. "He left his camp at night through a hole in the mountain. They think he went back to the place he came from in the south. Most people think he died." "What else?" Buffalo Hump asked. "2 white men were found stuck on the sharpened trees," Slow Tree said. "No one does that but Ahumado." "Anyone can do it if they want to," Buffalo Hump said. "All they have to do is sharpen a tree and catch a white man, or any man. An Apache could do it. You could do it if you wanted to. It doesn't mean that Ahumado is alive." "They say a jaguar lives in his camp now," Slow Tree said. "The Texans took away Big Horse Skull, and the jaguar came. Some people think he ate Ahumado." "Oh," Buffalo Hump said. "I have never seen a jaguar. Have you?" Slow Tree was reluctant to answer. He had never seen a jaguar either, but he was reluctant to admit this to Buffalo Hump. He liked people to think that he was the wisest and most experienced chief, a man who had tasted every plant and killed every animal. He did not like to confess that he had never seen a jaguar. "They are very shy," Slow Tree pointed out. "They can make themselves invisible, so you cannot see them. They have much power, jaguars." "I know they have much power, but I don't think they can make themselves invisible. They are just good at hiding," Buffalo Hump said. "I think I will go south and see this jaguar. Would you like to come with me?" Slow Tree was surprised by Buffalo Hump's invitation. Buffalo Hump had never offered to hunt with him before. Now he was offering to ride with him all the way to Mexico to see a jaguar. Slow Tree decided on the spot that it was a plot to kill him. Probably Buffalo Hump knew that Slow Tree would kill him if he ever got a chance to drive a lance through his big hump. But Buffalo Hump was wary. He never slept in Slow Tree's presence and rarely turned his back to him even for a moment. Slow Tree knew that Buffalo Hump didn't really like him or respect him. Even now, Buffalo Hump looked at him with hooded eyes, smiling a little. Buffalo Hump was mocking him, only doing it politely with just enough regard for ceremony and custom that Slow Tree could not challenge the mockery without appearing to be more touchy than a great chief should be. Slow Tree knew that he did not want to go to Mexico with Buffalo Hump. That would be a fatal mistake. He regretted even telling Buffalo Hump the story about the jaguar. Once again his own tongue had got him into difficulties. Thinking quickly, Slow Tree produced several reasons why it would be imprudent for him to leave on a long trip just then. The buffalo would have to be hunted soon, and they were scarce. Also, one of his wives was dying, and he did not want to leave her. Buffalo Hump himself had just lost hair on the lip. He knew how important it was to stay with a valued wife while she was dying. Buffalo Hump pretended to be surprised when Slow Tree began to pile up reasons for not going to Mexico with him. "I thought you wanted to see a jaguar," he said, and quickly changed the subject. Of course he hadn't wanted Slow Tree to go in the first place, but it was nice to embarrass him and make him think up lies. Later, when Slow Tree left the camp, Buffalo Hump sought out Kicking Wolf. The great horse thief had become discouraged since losing his friend Three Birds. Kicking Wolf hardly left the camp all summer, only going out now and then to hunt. He had not stolen a horse since the theft of the buffalo horse. Though his vision had improved, he still complained now and then that he saw two where there was one. Buffalo Hump had often found Kicking Wolf irritating, but there was no denying that he was a good horse thief. In the fall, it might be wise to raid again to put more fear in the Texans. But Buffalo Hump suddenly felt like traveling. He wanted to go somewhere, and a chance to see a jaguar was not to be missed. Even if the jaguar was no longer there, it would be good to go to Mexico. If Ahumado was gone, there might be some villages worth raiding near the Sierra Perdida. He found Kicking Wolf not far from his tent, sitting alone, watching some young horses frolic. Two of his wives, both large, stout women not noted for their patience, were drying deer meat. Kicking Wolf was braiding a rawhide rope. The rawhide came from 3 cows Kicking Wolf had found on the llano, thin cows he had killed and skinned. He was good at braiding rawhide into ropes and hobbles. "I have heard of a jaguar. I think we should go try and kill it," Buffalo Hump said. "If we killed such a beast, it might clear up your sight." Kicking Wolf had been prepared to be annoyed with Buffalo Hump. The comment took him by surprise. He looked at Buffalo Hump gratefully. They had been good friends when they were boys, but as they grew older, rivalry made them touchy with one another. "My sight is still uncertain," Kicking Wolf acknowledged. "If we were able to kill a jaguar, it might clear up." "Then go with me," Buffalo Hump said. "I want to leave right now before the women try to stop us." Kicking Wolf smiled. "Where is this jaguar?" he asked. "In Mexico," Buffalo Hump said. "It lives near where you took the buffalo horse." "Slow Tree told me the same thing," Kicking Wolf said. "He is a liar, you know. He makes up stories and claims he heard them from Apaches, but he never kills these Apaches, which is what he should be doing." "I know all that," Buffalo Hump assured him. "Let's go anyway. If we don't find the jaguar, we can steal some horses on the way back." Kicking Wolf immediately got up and coiled up his rawhide. He seemed eager to leave off braiding the rope. "If the jaguar lives in Ahumado's old camp, as Slow Tree claims, where is Ahumado?" he asked. "They say he is gone," Buffalo Hump said. "Do you believe it?" Kicking Wolf asked. "I don't know," Buffalo Hump said. "He may be gone, or he may be waiting for us." "I will go with you," Kicking Wolf said. "I want to see the jaguar, and I want to know what happened to Three Birds." "How will you know that? He went with you in the winter," Buffalo Hump pointed out. "If he is dead, there won't be much left of him by now." "I intend to look anyway," Kicking Wolf said. Heavy Leg knew Buffalo Hump much better than did his young wife, Lark. Heavy Leg could tell by the way her husband moved and by the way he looked at the horses when he was wanting to leave. By the time he came back with Kicking Wolf, she had already filled a pouch with dried deer meat for him to take on his journey. She was not allowed to touch his bow or his lance, but she got his paints ready, in case he had to paint himself and go into battle. Buffalo Hump was a little surprised when he saw what Heavy Leg had done. Though Heavy Leg had been his wife for a long time, it still startled him that she could anticipate his intentions so accurately. His young wife, Lark, by contrast, had no idea that he was in a mood to leave. She was putting grease on her black hair and had not even noticed what Heavy Leg was doing. Buffalo Hump was almost ready to mount before Lark awoke to the fact that he was leaving. Though he depended on Heavy Leg and respected her for providing him what he would need on his journey, he sometimes wished she were a little dumber like Lark. He was not sure he trusted a wife who could read his thoughts so clearly. Kicking Wolf's wives were indignant that he was leaving them on such short notice, but Kicking Wolf ignored them. It had been a long time since he had traveled with Buffalo Hump. It pleased him that Buffalo Hump had asked him to come on the journey to Mexico. By sunset, the two warriors had left the camp. Eager for travel, singing a little, they climbed out of the canyon and rode all night. For 2 days, as they approached the canyon of the Yellow Cliffs, Buffalo Hump and Kicking Wolf saw no game, though there had been an abundance of antelope and deer as they traveled south. Soon after crossing the Rio Grande, they discovered a small herd of wild horses, a discovery that excited them both. They were small horses, mustangs. As soon as they saw the Comanches, they fled. Kicking Wolf wanted to chase them a while. At the sight of the quick, hardy wild horses, animals able to live where there was little water and almost no grass, his appetite for catching horses revived a little. But Buffalo Hump was intent on one purpose, which was to go to the canyon of the Yellow Cliffs and see the jaguar. "We know where those horses are now," he told Kicking Wolf. "We can come back and track them any time. If we chase them, they might move into Apache country." "The Apaches don't like horses," Kicking Wolf said. "Not to ride, but they like to eat them," Buffalo Hump said. "I would like to have a few of them," Kicking Wolf said. "The jaguar must have eaten all the deer and antelope, but he has not been able to catch those horses." Kicking Wolf was growing very excited. His passion for horses was very great, and these horses did not even have to be stolen. They only had to be caught. Buffalo Hump wouldn't listen to him, though, so he reluctantly had to leave the mustangs for the moment. All he talked about for a whole day was the wild horses they had found near the Rio Grande. The next day, Kicking Wolf led Buffalo Hump to the place where he and Three Birds had been ambushed. "Ahumado was behind us," Kicking Wolf said. "He walks as quietly as I do when I go into a herd of horses." "I don't think he is here," Buffalo Hump said. "But if he is, I don't want him behind me." He started to reveal the prophecy of the hump, but caught himself. Kicking Wolf was a gossip. If he knew of the prophecy, the whole camp would soon know. "Let's go high on the rocks," he said. "If he is here, I would rather be above him than below him." They picked their way up to the high plateau that led to the yellow cliffs. To their surprise, there was a declivity on the plateau, a great crater whose sides were steep. Near the center of the crater was a pit, with some charred and broken horse bones in the bottom of it, laying in the deep ashes. Kicking Wolf knew at once whose bones he was looking at. "This is the place where they ate the buffalo horse," he said. "Why did they eat him?" "Why does anyone eat any horse?" Buffalo Hump said. "They were hungry." Kicking Wolf stayed a long time by the pit, looking at the bones of the buffalo horse. That Ahumado would kill and eat such a beast rather than keeping him as a prize astonished him. He jumped down into the pit and came back with one of the great rib bones. Buffalo Hump spent some time riding around the rim of the crater, trying to understand how it had come to be. The rocks in it were black, the walls steep. He knew that the great hole with the black rocks in it was a place of power, a place where people came to pray and perform their spirit ceremonies. Some of the old ones thought that such holes were the footprints of the first spirit people to visit the world. His own view was that it might be the hole where the people first came out of the earth. Only, in time, it had silted over, so that the people could not go back into the darkness they had left. Buffalo Hump put a few of the black rocks in his pouch to show to Worm and a few of the old men when he got home. It occurred to him that the reason Ahumado had so much power was because he had put his camp near the place of the black rocks. He was said to be black himself, like the rocks. The crater was such a powerful place that Buffalo Hump was reluctant to leave it, but they had come to look for the jaguar that had been eating all the game. In the afternoon they rode across the plateau to the yellow cliffs. They found the place where the posts were and the cages, all but one of which had human remains in them. From the cliffs they could see far south, down the range of peaks. Several eagles soared along the cliff edge. Buffalo Hump wanted badly to shoot an eagle. He waited until dusk with his arrows ready, but none of the eagles flew close enough for him to risk an arrow. "In the morning I will hide myself better," he said. The eagles were the large eagles of the south. He thought if he was patient he might kill one. They camped on the plateau. In the morning the sun and moon were in the sky together, one to the east and the other to the west. Both men knew that it was time to be careful when the two powers, sun and moon, were in the sky together. At such times unexpected things could happen. Below them the cliff was pocked with caves. Buffalo Hump wondered if the jaguar lived in one of them. It soon became clear that no people were in the old camp. 3 jackrabbits were nibbling at the bushes near the edge of the clearing, a thing that would not happen if the people were still nearby. As he stood on the cliff looking down, Kicking Wolf suddenly had a memory of his friend Three Birds, a memory so strong that he began to tremble. "What's wrong? Why are you shaking like that?" Buffalo Hump asked. "I was thinking of Three Birds," Kicking Wolf said. Although Buffalo Hump waited, Kicking Wolf did not say more, but he continued to tremble for some time. Though Buffalo Hump hid himself well near the edge of the cliff, He soon realized that the eagles were not going to come anywhere near him, certainly not close enough that he could kill one with an arrow. One eagle did dip close enough to tempt him, but it was merely a trick on the eagle's part. He tilted and let the arrow pass under his wing. It fell all the way to the bottom of the cliff, so far that Buffalo Hump lost sight of it. "Let's go down," he said to Kicking Wolf. "I want to find my arrow." Once they rode into the camp at the base of the yellow cliffs, they saw that no people had been there for some time. "The jaguar was here," Buffalo Hump said. "The Apache who spoke with Slow Tree did not lie." Near one of the little caves they found some scat, and everywhere there were tracks. But the scat was old and none of the tracks were fresh. The jaguar had slept in a little cave near where the people had been. He had left some of his hairs on the rock. Carefully the two men collected as many hairs as they could. The hair of a jaguar would be very useful to Worm or the other medicine men. While Buffalo Hump finished collecting the hairs and some of the scat to be used in medicine, Kicking Wolf walked a good distance along the base of the cliff, looking for any trace of his friend. They had looked in the smelly pit and determined that the hastily buried bodies in it were Mexican. There was nothing of Three Birds in the pit, and it was not he rotting from the post in the center of what had been the camp. Yet Kicking Wolf felt that Three Birds would not have come to him so powerfully in memory if his remains, or at least some part of them, were not near the cliff somewhere. "Be careful," Buffalo Hump told him. "The jaguar might be clever. He might be hiding." Kicking Wolf did not answer. He wanted to be away from Buffalo Hump for a while. Buffalo Hump was so strong in himself that when you were with him it was hard to think about other people, even such an old friend as Three Birds. Kicking Wolf thought that if he just got away from Buffalo Hump for a while, he might receive another strong memory and be able to locate some trace of his friend. His thinking was correct. Near the base of the cliff, below where the cages hung, Kicking Wolf found the bones of the Comanche Three Birds. The bones were scattered, and most of them broken, with only a little skin clinging to them here and there. But when Kicking Wolf found the skull, he knew that he had located his friend. Three Birds had a knot, a little ridge of bone located just below his left temple. As a boy, he had been hit in the head with a war club while playing at war with the other boys. The blow left the little ridge or knot of bone behind his temple. Kicking Wolf looked up at the cliff, so high that it was hard to see the top. There 2 eagles were soaring. He wondered if Ahumado had had Three Birds thrown from the cliff, or if he had fallen out of one of the cages. It might be that he had jumped, in hopes of becoming a bird as he was falling to his death. Kicking Wolf knew that he would never know the answer to that question, but at least he had found what he had journeyed to Mexico to find. He went back to his horse and got a deerskin he had brought just for that purpose. Then he wrapped the bones of Three Birds carefully in the deerskin and tied them securely with a rawhide thong. Buffalo Hump came to him as he was working. When Kicking Wolf showed him the skull and the hand, he merely said, "Oh," and helped Kicking Wolf search the site so they would not miss any bones. It was Buffalo Hump who found one of Three Birds' feet. The next day the two of them left the canyon of the Yellow Cliffs. Kicking Wolf carried the bones of Three Birds tied safely in the deerskin. He meant to take them to Three Birds' brother. "We must come back soon and catch those wild horses," he said to Buffalo Hump as they were crossing the river back into Texas. "I have never known a man who wanted horses so much," Buffalo Hump said. Book 3. Augustus McCrae was sitting at the bedside of his second wife, Nellie, when Woodrow Call tapped lightly on the door. Bright sunlight poured through the window, but to Gus's eye the sunlight only pointed up the shabbiness of the 2 poor rooms where Nellie was having to die. There was no carpet on the floor, and the curtains were dusty. The windows faced on Austin's busiest street. Horses and wagons were always throwing up dust. "Come in," Augustus said. Call opened the door and stepped inside. The sick woman was pale as a bedsheet, as she had been for several weeks. He thought it could not be long before Nellie McCrae breathed her last. Augustus, weary and confused, held one of the dying woman's hands. "Well, what's the news, Woodrow?" he asked. "War. Civil war," Call said. "War between the North and the South. The governor just found out." Augustus didn't answer. Nellie was in a war, too, at the moment, and was losing it. Thought of a larger war, one that could split the nation, seemed remote when set beside Nellie's ragged breathing. "The governor would like to see us when you can spare a moment," Call said. Augustus looked up at his friend. "I can't spare one right now, Woodrow. I'm helping Nellie die. I don't expect it'll be much longer." "No, it's not likely to," Call agreed. A bottle of whiskey and a glass with a swallow or two left in it sat on a little table by the bed, along with 2 vials of medicine and a wet rag that now and then Augustus used to wipe his wife's face. "Captain Skull predicted this war years ago," Call said. "You remember that?" "Old blinders. I expect he's already enlisted on the Yankee side," Gus said. Once they had returned Captain Skull from captivity, his mind recovered, though not immediately. For months he was still subject to bursts of hopping, which could seize him in the street or anywhere. He soon invented a kind of goggle containing a thin sheet of darkened glass to protect his lidless eyes from the sunlight. The goggles gained him the nickname Blinder's Skull. He and Madame Skull were soon as intemperately married as ever, yelling curses at one another as they raced through town in an elegant buggy the captain had ordered. Then, overnight, they were gone, moved to Switzerland, where a renowned doctor attempted to make Skull usable eyelids using the skin of a brown frog. Rumor had it that the experiment failed, forcing the captain to get by with his goggles from then on. "Yes, I expect he's signed up," Call said. It was not likely that Irish Skull would sit out a war, eyelids or not. Call put his hand on Gus's shoulder for a moment and prepared to leave, but Gus looked up and stopped him. "Sit with me for a minute, Woodrow," he said, feeling sad. It was not much more than a year ago that his first wife, Geneva, had been carried off by a fever. "You've no luck with wives, Gus," Call said. He sat back down and listened as the sick woman drew her shallow breaths. "I don't, for a fact," Augustus said. "Geneva barely lasted 4 months, and it's not yet been a year since Nellie and I wed." He was quiet for a bit, looking out the window. "I guess it's a good thing Clara turned me down," he said. "If we'd married, I fear she would have died off years ago." Call was surprised that Gus would bring up Clara, with Nellie dying scarcely a yard away, but the sick woman didn't react. She seemed to hear little of what was said. Neither of the 2 women Gus had married had been able to survive a year. Call knew it had discouraged his friend profoundly. Unable to secure a healthy wife, he had already gone back to the whores. "I wish Nell could go on and go," Gus said. "She ain't going to get well." "I would prefer to be shot myself if I get that sick," Call said. "Once there's no avoiding death, I see no point in lingering." Augustus smiled at the comment and poured himself a little more whiskey. "We're all just lingering, Woodrow," he said. "None of us can avoid dying. Though old Skull did the best job of it of any man I know while that old bandit had him." "Do you have an opinion about the war?" Call asked. "One I could take to Governor Clark?" The hubbub in the streets had already grown louder. Soon the citizens of Austin, some of whom sided with the Yankees and more of whom sided with the South, might decide to begin a war at the local level, in which case there would soon be more people dying than Gus McCrae's wife. "No opinion, and the governor has no right to press me at a time like this," Augustus said. "He just wants to know if we'll stay," Call told him. In the last few years, he and Augustus had been the twin mainstays of frontier defense. Naturally, a governor wouldn't want to lose his 2 most experienced captains, not at a time when most of the fighting men in the state would be going off to fight in the Great Civil War. "I don't know yet. You vote for me, Woodrow," Augustus said. "Once Nellie dies, I'm going to want to go drinking. When Nellie's buried and I'm fully sober again, I'll get around to thinking about this war." Call smiled at the comment. "I've known you a good many years, and I've rarely seen you fully sober," he remarked. I wouldn't be surprised if this war is fought and finished before that happens. The whole nation might kill itself before you're fully sober," he added. He smiled when he said it, and Gus returned a weary glance. "You go on and manage the governor, Woodrow," he said. "I've got to manage Nellie." Hearing gunfire in the street, Call hurried out to discover that it was only a few rowdies shooting off their guns. They wanted to celebrate the fact that at long last war had come. Call made slow progress up the street. Every man he saw wanted his opinion about the war. But the sight of Gus and his Nellie in the poor, cheap bedroom left him feeling melancholy. It was hard to deal with the war question because he couldn't get his mind off Gus and Nellie. He had not known Nellie well. Gus had married her on only a week's acquaintance, but she seemed to be a decent young woman who had done her best to settle Augustus down and make him comfortable with the little they had. The only thing he knew about Nellie McCrae was that she was from Georgia. The only fondness he had ever heard her express was for mint tea. Now Lee Hitch and Stove Jones came crowding up with war questions, when all Call could think about was the sadness Gus must feel at having married twice only to lose both wives. "When are you leaving to fight the Yankees, Captain?" Stove Jones asked. It was only at that moment, when he saw Lee Hitch draw back in shock, that Stove realized he and Lee might favor different sides. It dawned on him too late that Lee Hitch hailed from Pennsylvania, a Yankee state, as well as he could remember. Call didn't have to answer. Lee and Stove were looking at one another in astonishment. The two old friends agreed about almost everything. It had not occurred to either of them that they might be divided on the issue of the war that had just begun. "Why, are you a Reb, Stove?" Lee asked in puzzlement. "I'm a Carolina boy," Stove reminded him. But his appetite for discussion of the coming conflict had suddenly diminished. "We've still got the Comanches to fight here in Texas," Call reminded them. "I suppose they're Yankees enough for me." "But everybody's going to war, Captain. That's the talk up and down the street," Stove Jones said. "There'll be some grand battles before this is settled." "Some grand battles and some grand dying," Augustus said. He had come quietly up to where Call and the two men were talking. His arrival so soon took Call by surprise, though Augustus did not seem quite as sad as he had been in the rooming house. "Nell's gone," Gus added before Call could ask. "She opened her eyes and died. I never had a chance to ask her if she needed anything. Why will people die on days this pretty?" Sunlight poured down on them. The sky was cloudless and the air soft. No one had an answer to Gus's question. Darkness and death seemed far away, but war had been declared between South and North, and Nellie McCrae lay dead not 2 blocks away. "What are you, Gus, Yank or Reb?" Lee Hitch asked, putting the question cautiously, as if afraid of the answer he might receive. "I'm a Texas Ranger with a good wife to bury, Lee," Gus said. "Will you go find Dietz and P for me? I'd like to get 'em started on the grave." "We'll find 'em. We'll help too, Gus," Lee assured him. Call and Augustus walked briskly to the lots and caught their horses. It was a short walk to the governor's office, but if they walked, everybody they met would try to sound them out about the war, an intrusion they wanted to avoid. "Remember what Skull said when he first told us war was coming?" Call asked. "Brother against brother and father against son, that's what I remember," Augustus replied. "He was accurate, too," Call said. "It's happened right here in the troop, and the news not an hour old." Augustus looked puzzled. "You mean there's Yankees in the company?" he asked. "Lee Hitch," Call said, "and Stove is a Reb." "My Lord, that's right," Augustus said. "Lee's from the north." Governor Clark stood by a window looking out at the sunlit hills when the two rangers were admitted to his office. He was a spare, solemn executive. No one could remember having heard him joke. He was patient, though, and dutiful to a fault. No piece of daily business was left unfinished. Gus and Call themselves had seen lamplight in the governor's office well past midnight, as the governor attended, paper by paper, to the tasks he had set himself for the day. In the streets, men, most of them rebels, were rejoicing. All of them assumed that the imperious Yankees would soon be whipped. Governor Clark was not rejoicing. "Captain McCrae, how's your wife?" the governor asked. "She just died, Governor," Gus said. "I would have excused you from this meeting had I known that," Governor Clark said. "There would be no reason to, Governor," Gus said. "There's nothing I can do for Nellie now except get a deep grave dug." "If I had money to invest, which I don't, I'd invest it in mortuaries," the governor said. 10,000 grave diggers won't be enough to bury the dead from this war once it starts. There's a world of money to be made in the mortuary trade just now, and I expect the Yankees will make the most of it, damn them." "I guess that means you're a Reb, Governor," Gus said. "Up to today, I've just been an American citizen, which is what I'd prefer to stay," Governor Clark said. "Now I doubt I'll have the luxury. Do you know your history, gentlemen?" There was a long silence. Call and Augustus both felt uneasy. "We're not studied men, Governor," Call admitted eventually. "I'm so ignorant myself I hate to talk much," Augustus said. The remark annoyed Call. In private, Augustus bragged about his extensive schooling, even claiming a sound knowledge of the Latin language. When Captain Skull was around, Augustus moderated his bragging, it being clear that Captain Skull was extensively schooled. Augustus was not confident enough, though, to attempt a display of learning with Governor Clark looking at him severely. "Civil wars are the bloodiest. That's my point, gentlemen," the governor said. "There was Cromwell, there were the French. People were torn apart in the streets of Paris." "Torn to bits, sir?" Gus asked. "Torn to bits and fed to dogs," the governor said. "It was as bad or worse as what our friends the Comanches do." "Surely this will just be armies fighting, won't it?" Call asked. Though he had read most of his Napoleon book, there was nothing in it about people being torn to bits in the streets. "I hope so, Captain," the governor said, "but it's war. In war you can't expect tea parties." "Who do you think will win, Governor?" Call asked. He had lived his whole life in Texas. The work of rangering had taken him to New Mexico and Old Mexico, and a time or two into Indian Territory, but of the rest of America he knew nothing. He did know that almost all their goods and equipment came from the north. He assumed it was a rich place, but he had no sense of it, nor, for that matter, much sense of the South. He had known or encountered men from most of the states, from Georgia and Alabama, from Tennessee and Kentucky and Missouri, from Pennsylvania and Virginia and Massachusetts, but he didn't know those places. He knew that the East had factories, but the nearest thing to a factory that he himself had ever seen was a lumber mill. He knew that the Southern boys, the Rebs, without exception, assumed they could whip the Yankees, rout them, in fact. But Captain Skull, whose opinion he respected, scorned the South and its soldiers. Fops, he had called them. Call was not sure what a fop was, but Captain Skull had uttered the word with a sort of casual contempt, a scorn Call still remembered. Captain Skull seemed to feel himself equal to any number of Southern fops. "Nobody will win, but I expect the North will prevail," the governor said. "But they won't win tomorrow, or next year either, and probably not the year after. Meanwhile, we've still got settlers to defend and a border swarming with thieves." The governor stopped talking and looked at the two men solemnly. "There won't be many men staying here, not if they're able-bodied, and not if the war lasts as long as I think it will," he said. "They'll be off looking for glory. Some of them will find it, and most of the rest of them will die in the mud." "But the South will win, won't it, Governor?" Augustus asked. "I would hate to think the damn Yankees could whip us." "They might, sir. They might," the governor said. "Half the people in Texas come from the northern part of the country," Call observed. "Look at Lee Hitch. There's hundreds like him. Who do you think they'll fight for?" "There will be confusion such as none of us expected to have to live through," the governor said. "That could have been prevented, but it wasn't, so now we'll have to suffer it." He paused and gave them another solemn inspection. "I want you to stay with the Rangers, gentlemen," he said. "Texas has never needed you more. The people respect you and depend on you, and we're still a frontier state." Augustus let bitterness fill him for a moment, bitterness and grief. He remembered the cheap, dusty room Nellie had just died in. "If we're so respected, then the state ought to pay us better," he said. "We've been rangers a long time now, and we're paid scarcely better than we were when we started out. My wife just died in a room scarcely fit for dogs." "You could have afforded better if you'd been careful with your money," Call thought, but he didn't say it. In fact, Augustus's criticism was true. Their salaries were only a little larger than they had been when they were raw beginners. "I wouldn't go to no war looking for glory," Gus said, "but I might go if the pay was good." "I take your point," the governor said. "It's a scandal that you've been paid so poorly. I'll see that it's raised as soon as the legislature sits, if we still have a legislature when the smoke clears." There was a long pause. In the distance there was the sound of gunshots. The rowdies were still celebrating. "Will you stay, gentlemen?" the governor asked. "The Comanches will soon find out about this war, and the Mexicans too. If they think the Texas Rangers have disbanded, they'll be at us from both directions, thick as fleas on a dog." Call realized that he and Augustus had not had a moment to discuss the future, or their prospects as soldiers, or anything. They had scarcely had a minute alone since Nellie McCrae got sick. "I can't speak for Captain McCrae, but I have no wish to desert my duties," Call said. "I have no quarrel with the Yankees that I know of, and no desire to fight them." "Thank you, that's a big relief," the governor said. "I recognize it's a poor time to ask, but what about you, Captain McCrae?" Augustus didn't answer. He felt resentful. From the moment years before on the Llano when Inish Skull abruptly made him a captain, it seemed that every minute people had pressed him for decisions on a host of matters large and small. It might be trivial, someone might want to know which pack mules to pack, or it might be serious, like the question the governor had just asked him. He was from Tennessee. If Tennessee were to join the war, he might want to fight with the Tennesseans. Not having heard from home much in recent years, he was not entirely sure which side Tennessee would line up with. Now the governor was wanting him to stay in Texas, but he wasn't ready to agree. He had lost 2 wives in Texas, not to mention Clara, who in a way made 3. Why would he want to stay in a place where his luck with wives was so poor? His luck with cards hadn't been a great deal better, he reflected. "I assure you there'll be an improvement in the matter of salaries," the governor said. "I'll raise you even if I have to pay you out of my own pocket until this crisis passes." "Let it pass, or there'll just be another one right behind it," Augustus said irritably. "It's just been one crisis after another the whole time I've been rangering." Then he stood up, fed up. He felt he had to get outside or else choke. "I've got to get my wife decently buried, Governor," he said. "She won't keep, not with the weather this warm. I expect I'll stay with Woodrow and go on rangering, but I ain't sure. I just ain't sure, not right this minute. I agree with Woodrow. Yankees are still Americans, and I'm used to fighting Comanche Indians or else Mexicans." He paused a moment, remembering his family. "I've got 2 brothers back in Tennessee," he added. "If my brothers was to fight with the Yankees, I wouldn't want to be shooting at 'em, I know that much." Governor Clark sighed. "Go home, Captain," he said. "Bury your wife. Then let me know what you decide." "All right, Governor," Augustus said. "I wish there was a good sheriff here. He ought to arrest those fools who are shooting off their guns in the street." Inish Skull, Hoppity Skull as he was known in Boston, because he was still occasionally seized by involuntary fits of hopping. They might occur at a wedding or a dinner party, or even while he was rowing, in which case he hopped into the Chilly Charles, was walking across Harvard Yard, a copy of Newton's Optics in his hand, when a student ran up to him with the news that war had been declared. "Why, the Southern rascals!" Skull exclaimed, after hearing of the provocation that had occurred. His mind, though, was still on optics, where it had been much of the time since Ahumado had removed his eyelids. He had just spent 3 years making a close study of the eye, sight, light, and everything having to do with vision. Harvard had even been prompted to ask him to teach a course on optics, which is what he had been doing just before news of the Southern insurrection reached him. He was wearing his goggles, of course. Even in the thinner light of Boston, a chance ray of sunlight could cause him intense pain. The headaches, when they came, still blinded him for days. He was convinced, though, from his study of the musculature of the eye, that his experiment with the Swiss surgeon and the frog membrane need not have failed. He had been planning to go back to Switzerland, armed with new knowledge and also better membranes, to try again. But the news that the spindly student had brought him, once it soaked in, drove optics and all their rich complexity out of Inish Skull's mind. The excitement in Cambridge was general. Even the streets of Boston, usually silent as a cemetery, rang with talk. Skull rarely walked home, but today he did, growing more excited with every step. He still had his commission in the Army of the United States. The thought of battle made a sojourn in Switzerland seem pallid. He longed to lead men again, to see the breaths of cavalry horses condense in white clouds on cold mornings, to ride and curse and shoot under the old flag, Bible and sword. When he flung open the door of the great house on Beacon Hill, the house where he had been born and been raised, the sight that greeted him was one to arouse ardor, but not of a military kind. Inez Skull, entirely bored with Boston, was striding up and down the long, gloomy entrance hall, naked from the waist down, slashing at the Skull family portraits with a quirt. Lately she had begun to exhibit herself freely, mostly to shock the servants, good, proper Boston servants all, very unused to having their mistress exhibit her parts in the drawing-room or wherever she happened to be, and at all hours of the day as well. Hearing the door open, Entwistle, the butler, appeared. Old Ben Mickelson had been sent to the house in Maine to dodder and tipple through the summer. Without giving Madame Skull so much as a glance, Entwistle took the master's coat. "So there, Inez, I hope you're satisfied," Inish said. "I'm very far from satisfied. The stable boy was hasty," Inez said, turning her red face toward him as she continued to quirt the portraits. "Entwistle, would you find a towel for Madame?" Skull said. "I fear she's dripping. She'll soil the Aubusson if she's not careful." "You Bostonians are so beggarly," Inez said. "It's just a rug." "Sack the stable boy, if you don't mind, Entwistle," Skull added. "He's managed to anger me while not quite pleasing Madame." Then he looked at his wife. "I wasn't talking about the success or lack of it of your amours, Inez, when I said I hoped you were satisfied," he informed her. "The fact is your imbecile cousins have gotten us into a war." "The darlings, I'm so glad," Inez replied. "What did they do?" "They fired on us," Skull said. "The impertinent fools, they'll soon wish they hadn't." At that point Entwistle returned with a towel, which he handed to Madame Skull, who immediately flung it back in his face. Entwistle, unsurprised, picked up the towel and draped it over the banister near where Madame Skull stood. "Find that stable boy?" Skull asked. "No, he didn't, and he won't," Inez said before Entwistle could answer. "Why's that, my dear?" Skull asked, noting that a whitish substance was still dripping copiously down his wife's leg. Happily, though, her quirtings had done little damage to the Skull portraits, which hung in imposing ranks along the hallway. "Because I've stowed him in a closet where I mean to keep him until he proves his mettle," Inez said. "I should shoot you on the spot, you Oglethorpe slut," Skull said. "No Boston jury would convict me." "What, because I had a tumble with the stable boy, you think that's grounds for murder?" Inez asked, coming at him with menace in her eyes. "No, of course not," he said. "I do it because you embarrassed Entwistle. You don't embarrass butlers, not here in our Boston." "My cousins will soon put you to rout, you damn Yankee hounds," Inez said, starting up the stairs. "Hickling Prescott suspects you of Oglethorpe blood." "Did you hear me, you dank slut?" Inish yelled after her. Inez Skull did not reply. Before he could say more, he was taken with a fit of hopping. He was almost to the kitchen before Entwistle and the parlour-maids could get him stopped. Maggie considered it a happy turnabout that she now had a position in the store that had once been the Forsyths. She did the very jobs that Clara had once done, unpacking, arranging goods on the shelves, helping customers, writing up bills, wrapping the purchases that required wrapping. She thought often of Clara, and felt lucky to have, at last, a respectable job. Clara, she thought, would have understood and approved. The store's new owner, Mr. Sam Stewart, was from Ohio and a newcomer to Austin. He knew little of Maggie's past, and what he knew he ignored. Fetching and competent clerks were not plentiful in Austin. Mrs. Sam Stewart was glad to accept the fiction that Maggie was a widow, and Newt the son of a Mr. Dobbs, killed by Indians while on a trip. Sam Stewart had a few irregularities in his past himself, and was not disposed either to look too closely or to judge too harshly when Maggie applied for the job, though he did once mention to his formidable wife, Amanda Stewart, that Maggie's boy, Newt, then 4, bore a strong resemblance to Captain Call. "I'd mind your own business if I were you, Sam," Amanda informed him. "I'm sure Maggie's done the best she could. I'll nail your skin to the back door if you let Maggie go." "Who said anything about letting her go, Amanda?" Sam asked. "I have no intention of letting her go." "Scoundrels like you often get churchly once they're safe from the hang-rope," Amanda informed him. She said no more, but Sam Stewart went around for days wondering what skeleton his wife thought she had uncovered now. It was while clerking in the store that Maggie made friends with Nellie McCrae. Nellie often came in to purchase little things for Gus, but rarely spent a penny on herself, though she was a fetching young woman whose beauty would have shone a little more brightly if she had allowed herself a ribbon now and then or a new frock. That Nellie was not strong had always been clear. Once or twice she had become faint while doing her modest shopping. Maggie had had to insist that she rest a bit on the sofa at the back of the store before going home. Then Nellie commenced dying and was seen in the store no more. Maggie sorrowed for her and sat up all night rocking Newt, who had a cough, when news of the death came. She was dressing to go to the funeral when Graciela, the Mexican woman who watched Newt while Maggie worked, came hobbling in terror. Graciela was convinced she had been bitten by a snake. "Was it a rattler?" Maggie asked, not without skepticism. The day seldom passed without nature striking some near-fatal blow at Graciela. Graciela was far too upset to give an accurate description of the snake. Though Maggie could find no fang marks on her leg or anywhere else, Graciela was convinced she was dying. She began to pray to the saints and to the Virgin. "You might have stepped on a snake, but I don't think it bit you," Maggie said. But Graciela was sobbing so loudly she couldn't hear. It was vexing. Maggie thought the best thing to do was take Newt to the funeral with her. He was a lively boy and might escape Graciela and be off. If there was a rattlesnake around, Newt might be the one to find it. While Maggie was buttoning Newt into the nice brown coat he wore to church, Graciela, in her despair, turned over a pot of beans. A small river of bean juice was soon flowing across the kitchen floor. "If you don't die, clean up the beans," Maggie said as she hurried Newt out the door. Then she regretted her sharpness. Graciela was a poor woman who had lost 5 of her 12 children. She had suffered so many pains in life that she had become a little deranged. Maggie could already hear the strains of the new church organ. It had just arrived from Philadelphia the week before. Amanda Stewart, who had some training in music, had been enlisted to play it. "Will we see Captain Woodrow?" Newt asked as his mother hurried him along. "Yes, and Jake too, I expect," Maggie said. "Maybe Captain Woodrow would walk with us to the graveyard." Newt didn't say anything. His mother was always hoping that Captain Woodrow would do things with them that the captain seldom wanted to do. Jake Spoon, though, was always jolly. He came to their house often and played with him, or sometimes even took him fishing. Jake had even given him an old lariat rope, Newt's proudest possession. Jake said every ranger needed to know how to rope, so Newt practiced often with his rope, throwing loops at a stump in the backyard, or if his mother wasn't looking, at the chickens. He thought roping birds would be safe, though he was careful not to go near old Dan, the quarrelsome tom turkey that belonged to Mrs. Stewart. "Old Dan will peck you, Newt," Mrs. Stewart warned, and Newt didn't doubt. Old Dan had pecked Graciela, causing her to weep for several days. Though Newt, like his mother, hoped that Captain Woodrow would come and do things with them, the occasions when he did come frightened little Newt a little. Captain Woodrow didn't play with him, as Jake did, and had never taken him fishing, though on rare occasions he might give Newt a penny so that he could buy sassafras candy at the store where his mother worked. Jake Spoon's visits usually ended with Newt laughing himself into a fit. Jake would tickle him until he went into a fit. But nothing like that happened when Captain Woodrow came. When the captain came, he and Newt's mother talked. but in such low voices that Newt could never hear what they were saying. Newt tried to be on his best behavior during Captain Woodrow's visits, not only in the hope of getting a penny, but because it was clear that Captain Woodrow expected good behavior. Newt was always a little glad when Captain Woodrow got up to go, but he was always a little sorry, too. He wanted Captain Woodrow to stay with them. His mother was never more pleased than when Captain Woodrow came, but he himself never quite knew what to do when the captain was there. He had a whistle which he liked to blow loudly, and a top he liked to spin, and a stick horse he could ride expertly, even though the stick horse bucked and pitched like a real bronc. But when the captain came, he didn't blow his whistle, spin his top, or ride his stick horse. Newt just sat and tried to be well-behaved. Almost always, after Captain Woodrow came, his mother cried and was in a bad temper for a while. Newt had learned to be cautious in his playing at such times. Maggie and Newt hurried across the street and crept into the back of the church just as the brief service began. "Ma, I can't see," Newt whispered. He didn't like being in church, which required him to be still, even more still than he was used to keeping during Captain Woodrow's visits. At the moment, all he could see was a forest of backs and legs. "Shush, you be quiet now," Maggie said. But she did hoist Newt up so he could see Amanda Stewart play the new organ. All the Rangers were there but Dietz, one of Newt's favorites. Dietz was skillful at devising little toys out of pieces of wood or sacking and whatever he could find. So far he had made Newt a turkey, a bobcat, and a bear. Of course Dietz was black. Newt was not sure whether he was exactly a Ranger. In any case, he could not spot him in the church. Then his mother whispered to him and pointed out a thin man standing with the Rangers. "That's the governor," she said. "It's nice that he came." Newt took no special interest in the governor, but he was careful to squeeze his eyes shut during the prayer. Graziella had made it clear to him that he would go to hell and burn forever if he opened his eyes during a prayer. When the praying was finished, the Rangers went past them out of the church, carrying a wooden box which they set in the back of a wagon. Jake Spoon was helping carry the box. When he went past Newt, he winked at him. Newt knew that winking at such a time must be bad, because his mother colored and looked annoyed. Maggie was annoyed. Jake ought to have better manners than to wink while carrying a coffin. Newt adored Jake. It was not setting the boy a good example to wink at such a solemn time. What made it worse was that Gus McCrae looked so low and sad. Sometimes Maggie wondered why she had fixed her heart on Call and not on Gus. She and Gus were more adaptable people than Woodrow ever had been or ever would be. She thought she could have stayed alive and done nicely by Augustus, had she felt for him what a wife should feel for a husband, and yet through the years it was Woodrow she loved and Jake she tolerated. Even then, walking up the street behind the wagon, Maggie felt her spirits droop a little, because Woodrow, mindful of the solemnity of the occasion, had walked past them without a nod or a glance. The hope Maggie held, above all, was that her son would be able to live a respectable life. She herself might manage to die respectable, but she had not lived respectable, not for much of her life. She placed a high value on it and wanted it for her son. He might never manage to be a hero, as his father was. He might never even be called to do battle. Maggie hoped he wouldn't. But it wasn't necessary to fight Indians or arrest bandits to be respectable. Respectability was a matter of training and guidance, learning not to wink in funerals, for example, or keeping one's eyes closed during prayer. There was no managing Jake Spoon, though. There never had been. Maggie knew it, and it was bittersweet knowledge, because for all his faults, Jake did his best to help her, and had for the whole time she had had Newt. It was Jake who carried her groceries home if he noticed that she was heavily laden. Jake that tacked up a little shelf in her kitchen to hold the crockery. Jake Spoon did the chores that Woodrow Call would rarely unbend to do, even if he had the time. Maggie knew her own weaknesses. She could not do entirely without a man, could not be alone always, could not survive and raise her son well without more help than Woodrow Call gave her. Call and Gus were not heroes to the people for nothing. They were constantly on patrol along the line of the frontier. Skirmishes with the Comanches were frequent, and the border was very unsettled. Call and Gus were always gone, but Jake Spoon was usually left at home. He had had the prudence to take a course in penmanship, and wrote the neatest hand in the company. There was a man in the legislature, a senator named Summerskin, who considered the Rangers profligate in the matter of expenses. He hectored Call and Gus to produce accountings down to the last horseshoe nail, a vexation that both captains found hard to tolerate. Though Jake Spoon could shoot and might occasionally produce a dashing bit of daring-do during a fracas, he was also lazy, careless of his tack, and prone to exhausting the troop by leading sing-songs all night. His main use when they were after bandits was that he could tie the most elegant hang-knots in the troop. Bandits hung with one of Jake's nooses rarely danced or kicked more than a few seconds. Call, though, could barely tolerate Jake's laziness. Augustus, though an inspired fighter, provided more than enough laziness for any one troop, Call considered, so usually Jake got left at home to keep the company records in his elegant hand. He would wad up page after page of ledger paper until he had his columns exact and the loops and curves of his letters precisely as he wanted them to be. Where Woodrow Call was concerned, Maggie's hope shrank year by year to one need, the need to have Call give Newt his name. She no longer supposed, even in her most hopeful moments, that Woodrow would marry her. It wasn't that he scorned her because of her past, either. The bitter truth Maggie slowly came to accept was that Woodrow Call liked being alone. He liked his solitude as much as Gus and Jake liked female company. "Woodrow just ain't the marrying kind, Mag," Augustus said to her on more than one occasion, and he was right. Still, every time Maggie saw Woodrow, her heart fluttered, although she knew that a fluttering heart could not change such things. She ceased mentioning marriage to him, even in times ceased to think about it. It had been the central hope of her life, but it wasn't to be. What she didn't cease to think about was Newt. Newt was the spitting image of his father. The two of them walked alike, talked alike, had the same smile and the same forehead, yet Call would not give Newt his name. The resemblances Maggie catalogued, resemblances that were obvious to everyone in Austin, didn't convince him. Or, if they did convince him, he hid the realization from himself. Often Maggie could not contain her bitterness at his refusal. She quarreled with him about it, sometimes loudly. Once, on a hot, still day, they quarreled so loudly that their argument woke P.I., who had been dozing below them in the shade of the building. Maggie knew P.I. overheard them. She happened to look out the window and saw his startled face turned up in surprise. That Newt would someday bear his father's name was the one hope Maggie would not relinquish, though she came to realize that no effort of hers would make it happen. Her hope, she felt, lay with Newt himself. As the boy grew, his own sweetness might have an effect on Woodrow that she herself had not been able to have. All the Rangers liked Newt. They kept him with them whenever they could. They sat him on their horses, whittled him toy guns, let him pet the crippled possum that Lee Hitch found in the hay one morning and adopted. As Newt grew, they taught him little skills, and Newt was a quick pupil. All of them, Maggie was convinced, knew he was Call's. Now, in the strong sunlight, the crowd followed the wagon with the coffin in toward the green cemetery by the river. Maggie heard all about her murmurs about the war. She scarcely knew herself what it meant. She longed for a moment with Woodrow so he could explain it. But he had not, as she hoped, dropped back to walk with her. Instead, it was Jake Spoon who dropped back when they were almost to the graveyard. Jake had a habit of touching her in public that Maggie despised. She worked in a store now. She had a respectable job. But even if she hadn't, she would not have wanted Jake to touch her in public. Even in private, her acceptance of him had some reluctance in it. When he attempted to touch her arm, Maggie drew away. "You oughtn't to be winking at Newt, not at a funeral," she reproached him. Jake, though, could not be managed. He turned to Newt and winked again. "While the preachin' was over," he said, "there's no harm in a wink. Nobody noticed anyway. All they can think about is the war. It's a wonder anybody even came to see Nellie buried. Gus does have poor luck with wives," he added. "If I was a woman, I'd think twice before hitching up with him. It'd be a death sentence." "I wish you'd be nice," Maggie whispered. "I just wish you'd be nice. You can be nice, Jake, when you try." Maggie knew that Jake Spoon wasn't really bad, but neither was he really good either. Though he was capable of sweetness at times, she often felt that she would be better off having no man than a man like Jake. but if she sent him away, Newt would be the lonelier for it. She never completely turned Jake out, though she was often tempted to. It vexed her that she was spending so much of her energy on a large child when there was a better man, one she had long loved, not 100 yards away. Yet there it was. "I see Dietz," Newt whispered as the procession reached the little graveyard. Sure enough, Dietz and 2 other Negroes, men who had worked for Nellie McCrae or her family, stood deferentially waiting near a grove of trees. Newt was wondering if Graziella had died of the snake bite, in which case they might have to bury her too when they got back home. He did like Graziella. She gave him honey cakes and taught him how to tie little threads on grasshoppers' legs and make them pull sticks along like tiny wagons. But if Graziella had died and they had to go through the singing and praying again, it would be a long time before he got to play. Besides, the brown coat his mother was so proud of scratched his neck. There was more singing, and all the grown-ups all gathered around a hole in the ground. Newt seemed sleepy. The brown coat made him hot. He held his mother's hand, put his head against her leg, and shut his eyes. The next thing he knew, Dietz, who carried him home, was setting him down in his own kitchen. Graziella, who was still alive, helped him take off the scratchy coat. Once he had become a rich man, Blue Duck began to think of killing his father. Getting rich had been easy. The whites were on the roads in great numbers, and they were careless travelers. They traveled as if there were no Comanches left. Most of these whites did not even post guards at night. Blue Duck supposed they must be coming from lands where the Indians were tame, or where they had all been killed. Otherwise, the whites would long since have been robbed and killed. They drank at night until they passed out, or else lay with their women carelessly. They were easy to kill and rob, and even the poorest of them had at least a few things of value: guns, watches, a little money. Some of the women had jewels hidden away. Often there would be a horse or two Blue Duck could add to the herd he was building at his camp near the Cimarron River. Few of his father's band hunted that far east. Comanches didn't bother him, nor did the Indians to the east, the Cherokees or Choctaws or other tribes that the whites had driven into the Indian Territory. Those Indians were not raiders anyway. They tried to build towns and farms. They hunted a little, but they had few horses and did not go after the buffalo. A few renegades from those tribes tried to join up with Blue Duck, but the only one he allowed into his band was a Choctaw named Broken Nose, who was an exceptional shot with the rifle. Blue Duck wanted only Indians who were skilled horsemen, like his own people, the Comanches. Sometimes he liked to strike deep into the forested country, where the whites had many little settlements. For such work he needed men who could ride. He wanted to raid as the Comanches raided, only in the eastern places, where the whites were numerous and careless. Blue Duck had 5 women, 2 who were Kiowa and 3 white women he had stolen. There were many other stolen women that he let his men play with for a while and then killed. He wanted the whites to know that once he had one of their women, the woman was lost. Ermoki, the first man to join up with him once he had left his father's band, was very lustful, so lustful that he had to be restrained. Blue Duck wanted wealth, but Ermoki only wanted women. He would raid any party if he saw a woman that he wanted. Soon there were 15 men in the camp on the Cimarron. They had many guns, a good herd of horses, and many women. Sometimes Blue Duck would get tired of all the drinking and quarreling that went on in the camp. Once or twice he had risen up in fury and killed 1 or 2 of his own men, just to quiet the camp. He had learned from his father that the way to deal death was to do it quickly, when people were least expecting death to be dealt. Blue Duck kept an axe near the place where he spread his robes. Sometimes he would spring up and kill 2 or 3 renegades with his axe before they could react and flee. At other times he would simply ride away from the camp for a few days to rest his mind. And when he left, he always rode west, toward the Comanche lands. It rankled him that he had been made an outcast. He would have liked to ride again with the Comanche, to live again in the Comanche way. He missed the great hunts, he missed the raids. The renegades he commanded seldom took a buffalo or any game larger than a deer. Once or twice Blue Duck rode north alone and took a buffalo or 2. He did it for the meat, but also because it reminded him of a time he had gone hunting with Buffalo Hump and Kicking Wolf and the other Comanche hunters. The knowledge that he had been driven out, that he could never go back, filled him sometimes with anger and other times with sadness. He did not understand it. He had done no worse than many young warriors. He had only been trying to prove his bravery, which it was right to do. Blue Duck decided that the real reason for his exile was that the old men feared his strength. They knew he would be a chief someday, and they feared for themselves, just as the renegades on the Cimarron were afraid for themselves. He decided, too, one night when the sleet was blowing and he was eating buffalo liver far north of the Canadian River, that his father also feared his strength. Buffalo Hump was older. Soon his strength would begin to fade. But he had been war chief of his band for a long time. He would not want to surrender his power to his son or anyone. His power would have to be taken, and Blue Duck wanted to be the one to take it. In the cold morning, he skinned the buffalo he had killed and took the hide back to the camp on the Cimarron for the women to work. Only the two Kiowa women knew how to work with skins. The stolen white women had no such skills. The women were inept, and so were many of the men. They were adequate when raiding white farmers, travelers with families and the like, but in battle none of them were equal to the Comanches. They had no skill with any weapon except the rifle, and most of them were cowards as well. A few Comanche warriors could make short work of them, a thing Blue Duck knew well. He meant to kill his father, but it was not a thing he would attempt hastily. His father was too alert and too dangerous. He might have to wait until his father weakened. Perhaps an illness would strike Buffalo Hump, or a white soldier kill him, or perhaps he would just grow careless when on a hunt and die of an accident. As the years passed, Blue Duck's fame spread, thanks to his random and merciless killings. He was a wanted man in the eastern country, the country of trees. In Arkansas and in East Texas or Louisiana, his name was feared by people who had never heard of Buffalo Hump. People who had no reason to fear a Comanche attack feared Blue Duck. He became expert at working the line between the wild country and the settled. He knew where there were effective lawmen and where there were not. Many of his renegades were shot, and not a few captured, tried, and hung, but Blue Duck shifted away. He robbed at night, then went north into Kansas. Few white lawmen had ever seen him, but all knew of him. His restlessness did not leave him, or his frustration. He was a Comanche who was not allowed to live as a Comanche, and the injustice rankled. Many times he went back to the Comanche country, sometimes camping in it for days alone. He was careful, though, to stay well away from his father's people. He didn't fear Slow Tree, but he knew that if he gave Buffalo Hump enough provocation, Buffalo Hump would come after him and hunt him to death if he could. Blue Duck, cool in the attack but impatient in most other aspects of life, knew that he needed to be patient in the matter of his father. He was the younger man. He had only to wait until time weakened his father or removed him. Now and then his hot blood urged him not to wait, to challenge his father and kill him. But in cooler moments he knew that was folly. Even if he killed Buffalo Hump, there were other warriors who would hunt him down and kill him. In the east, among the forests, the name of Blue Duck was most feared. Even on the much-traveled army roads, few travelers felt safe. The gun merchants in Arkansas and Mississippi sold many guns to travelers who hoped to protect themselves from Blue Duck, Ermoki, and their men. Many of those travelers died, new guns or no. Blue Duck's wealth grew. But despite it, he still went back every few months to ride the Comancheria, the long plains of grass. The morning after Nellie's funeral, Augustus McCrae disappeared. He had been seen the night before, drinking in his usual saloon, but when morning came he was nowhere to be found. His favorite horse, a black mare, was not in the stables, and there was no sign that he had been back to the room where he had lived with Nellie. Call was surprised and a little disturbed. When Geneva, his first wife, died, Gus had sought company wherever he could find it. He stayed in the saloons or the whorehouses for over 2 weeks and was hardly fit for rangering duties once he did resume them. On a trip to Laredo, where banditry had been especially rife, he had been thrown from his horse 3 times due to inebriation. The fact that he had chosen a half-broken, untrustworthy horse for the ride to Laredo was evidence that his mind was not on his work. Augustus had always been careful to choose gentle, well-broken mounts. Call was annoyed by his friend's sudden disappearance. Even allowing for grief, and Gus had seemed sadly grieved, it was unprofessional behavior in view of the unsettled state of things. Call supposed himself that the war fever would soon abate, at least a little. Texas wasn't in the war yet, and when the eager volunteers discovered how far they would have to travel to get into a battle, many of them, he suspected, would develop second thoughts. Many would elect to stay at home and see if the war spread in their direction. It wasn't like the Mexican conflict, where men could ride south for a day or two and join in battle. Still, it was a war, and the governor's concern about the local defenses was justified. Governor Clark had an assistant, a man named Barkley, a small man who fancied that he was a large cog in the machinery of state government. Augustus McCrae had promised the governor an answer regarding his intentions, and Mr. Barkley wanted it. "Where's McCrae? The governor's in a hurry, and so am I," Barkley wanted to know, presenting himself at the ranger stables with an air of impatience. "He's not here," Call said. "Where is he, then? This is damned inconvenient," Barkley snapped. "I don't know where he is," Call admitted. "He just buried his wife. He may have wanted to take a ride and mourn a little." "We're all apt to have to bury wives," Barkley replied. "McCrae has no business doing it on state time. Can't you send someone to find him?" "No, but you're welcome to go look yourself," Call said, piqued by the man's tone. "Go look? What do you mean, sir?" Barkley said. "Look where?" "He was here yesterday. I expect that means he's still somewhere in the state," Call informed the man before turning on his heel. By mid-afternoon, with Augustus still gone, Call became genuinely worried. He had never married and could not claim to know the emotions that might torment a man at the loss of a wife, but he knew they must be powerful. In the back of his mind was the sad fate of Long Bill Coleman, whose wife had not even been dead. Long Bill had seemed to be a troubled but stable man only the day before he killed himself, and Augustus, if anything, was a good deal more flighty than Long Bill. The thought kept entering Call's mind that Augustus might have done something foolish in his grief. The Kickapoo tracker, Famous Shoes, the man so trusted by Captain Skull, lived with his wives and children not far north of Austin. Though Famous Shoes preferred the country along the Little Wichita, the Comanches had been violent lately in that region, killing several Kickapoo families. Famous Shoes had brought his family south for safety. The Army, hearing of his skill, tried to hire him to track for them on several expeditions, but their present leader, Colonel D.D. McCorkadale, insisted that all scouts be mounted, a form of travel that Famous Shoes rejected. Colonel McCorkadale refused to believe that a man on foot could keep up with a column of mounted cavalry, despite numerous testimonials to Famous Shoes' speed and ability, one of them by Call himself. "He not only keeps up, he gets 3 or 4 days ahead if you don't keep him in sight," Call assured the colonel. "He's the best I've ever seen at finding waterholes, Colonel." "You'll need the waterholes, too," Augustus said. He had a contempt for soldiers, but he had been eavesdropping on the conversation while whittling on a stick. "I have every confidence in my ability to find water, sir," Colonel McCorkadale said. "I run the scouts, and they'll travel the way I tell them to if they expect to work for Dan McCorkadale." On the colonel's next expedition west, 16 cavalry horses starved to death, and several men came close to it, saved only by a heavy spring rain. Despite this evidence of the variability of water sources on the western plains, Colonel McCorkadale refused to relax his requirements, and Famous Shoes continued to refuse to ride horses, the result being that he was in his camp, surrounded by his wives and children, when Call and P.I. sought him out. Call wanted to know if Famous Shoes was available to conduct a quick search for Augustus. When they arrived, Famous Shoes was holding the paw of a small animal of some sort, studying it with deep curiosity. His wives were smiling as if they shared some joke, but Famous Shoes was only interested in the paw. "We've lost Captain McCrae," Call said, dismounting. "Are you busy, or could you find the time to go look for him?" "Right now I am wondering about this paw," Famous Shoes said. "It is the paw of a ferret my wives killed, but they cooked it when I was away. I did not get to look at the ferret." "Why would you need to look at it if it was tasty?" P.I. asked. Over the years he had grown fond of Famous Shoes. He liked it that the Kickapoo was curious about things that other men didn't even notice. "This ferret did not belong here," Famous Shoes informed him. Once I went to the north, and I saw many weasels like this near the Platte River. This ferret was black, but all the ferrets around here are brown. This is the kind of ferret that ought to be up by the Platte River." Famous Shoe's penchant for diverting himself for days in order to investigate things that didn't particularly require investigation was one of the things that tried Call's patience with him. "Maybe it was just born off color," P.I. suggested. "Sometimes you'll see a litter of white pigs with one black pig in it." "This paw is from a ferret. It is not a pig," Famous Shoes said, unpersuaded by P.I.'s suggestion. He saw, though, that Captain Call was impatient. Captain Call was always impatient, so he put the ferret's paw in his pouch for future study. "Captain McCrae went by this morning early," Famous Shoes said. "It was foggy here. I did not see him, but I heard him say something to his mare. He is on that black mare he likes, and he is going west. I saw his track while I was looking for some more of these ferrets." "His wife died. I expect he's just grieving," Call said. "I'd be obliged if you'd track him and see if you can get him to come back." Famous Shoes considered the matter in silence for a moment. He could not do anything about the fact that Captain McCrae's wife had died. If Captain McCrae had a wife to mourn, he had probably gone away so he could mourn her without anyone interfering with him too much. Also, he himself now had an interesting problem to study, the problem of the black ferret. He was comfortably settled in with his wives and children and did not particularly want to go anywhere. But Captain Call had helped him with the army, when the colonel who wanted all scouts to ride horses had decided to put him in jail because he refused to ride. Famous Shoes had carefully explained to the colonel and to his captains and lieutenants his views on horses. There were several reasons why it was not wise for Kickapoos to ride horses. Besides those reasons, there was a simple reason that should have been apparent to the colonel and his men, which was that it was impossible to track expertly from the back of a horse. A tracker needed his eyes close to the ground if he were to see the fine details that would tell him what he needed to know. The qualities of dust and dirt were important to a tracker. No one could know what the dust revealed without kneeling often to feel it and study it. The white colonel had not been interested in any of that. He had promptly put Famous Shoes in jail for disobedience. Fortunately, Captain Call heard about the matter quickly and soon got him out. He and Captain McCrae had complained to the white colonel, too. Captain McCrae had even yelled at the colonel. He let him know that Famous Shoes was needed by the Texas Rangers and was not to be interfered with. In view of the help he had received, Famous Shoes thought he ought to lay aside the problem of the black ferret for a bit and go locate Captain McCrae. He had known Captain McCrae for a number of years and knew that he did not behave like most white men. Captain McCrae's behavior reminded him of some friends he had who were Choctaw. Captain Call was very much a white man. He lived by rules. But Captain McCrae had little patience with rules. He lived by what was inside him, by the urgings of his heart and his spirit. And now, grieved by the death of his wife, Captain McCrae's spirit urged him to get on his black mare and go west. Already that morning, Famous Shoes had the feeling that something unusual was happening with Captain McCrae. He was not going away to do some chore that he would be paid for. He was going away for a different reason. Famous Shoes got up and led the two rangers over to the stream to show them the tracks where the black mare had crossed. "I will go find him. I think it will take me many days," Famous Shoes said. Captain Call looked displeased, but he didn't disagree with the statement. He himself probably felt that something unusual was happening with his friend. "Why would it take so many days if he just left?" P.I. asked. Tracking was a mystery to him. He liked to watch Famous Shoes as he did it, but he didn't understand the process involved. The track he saw by the stream just told him that a horse had passed. Which horse and where it was going and how heavy a rider it was carrying were all obvious to Famous Shoes, but not obvious to P.I. Even more puzzling was Famous Shoes' ability to predict things about the traveler, his mood or circumstance, that he himself could not have guessed even if he were with the traveler and looking him right in the eye. Captain McCrae himself had been doubtful of the scout's ability to figure out such things, and said so often. "He's just guessing," Augustus said. "When he's right, it's luck, and when he's wrong, nobody knows about it, because whoever he's guessing about gets away." "I don't think he's guessing," Call had protested. "He's got nothing to do but track and think about tracking, and he ain't young. He's learned it. He gathers information that we can't see and puts it together." P.I. thought Captain Call probably had the better of the argument. The tracker's very next comment was a case in point. "He's looking for peace and cannot find it here along the Guadalupe," Famous Shoes said. "I think he will have to go a long way to find it. He may have to go to the Rio Pecos." "The Pecos?" Call exclaimed. "The governor will fire him if he goes that far." "I don't think the captain will care," Famous Shoes said. "Oh, you're right," Call said once he had considered. He thought the matter over for a minute, looking west into the hills. "I'm going to send Corporal Parker with you," he told Famous Shoes. There were no graded ranks in the Rangers, but he and Gus had taken to calling P.I. Corporal because they liked him. He was not a confident young man. It flattered him a little to be thought of as a corporal. "We can leave now," Famous Shoes said. "Maybe we can spot another of those black ferrets while we are tracking Captain McCrae." P.I. was startled but pleased. Traveling with Famous Shoes would be instructive. The man was already trotting west. He did not seem to think it necessary to go back and speak to his wives. "Stay with him, Corporal," Call said. "I'll stay with him, Captain," P.I. said. He had no more than said it when he looked around and noticed that Famous Shoes, the man he had just promised to stay with, had disappeared. The hilly country was patched with clumps of cedar, juniper, live oak, chaparral, and various other bushes. P.I. felt something like panic. He had not taken even one step westward and had already lost the man he was traveling with, and Captain Call was right there to see it. Call noticed P.I.'s confusion and remembered how annoyed he had been at first and how confused when Famous Shoes would just disappear, often for days. "There he is," Call said, pointing at Famous Shoes, who was crossing a little hillock some 200 yards to the west. "I expect he just squatted behind a bush to look at a track," he added. "Maybe it was a ferret track," P.I. said, much relieved. "He's got a powerful interest in ferrets." "What is a ferret, Captain?" he asked. He wasn't quite sure and did not want to appear ignorant as he traveled with Famous Shoes. "Well, it's a varmint of the weasel family, I believe," Call said. "You best catch up with Famous Shoes and ask him. He might lecture you on ferrets all the way to the Pecos if you have to go that far." "I don't know why Gus would want to go all the way to the Pecos," he said. But P.I. had his eye fixed on Famous Shoes, clearly worried that he might disappear again. "I'm going, Captain, before I lose him," P.I. said. He put his horse in a lope and was soon beside the tracker, who neither stopped nor looked around. Watching them go, Call felt both relief and envy. Relief that Famous Shoes had accepted the job, envy because he wished he could be as young and unburdened with duties as P.I. Parker. It would be nice to be able to forget the governor and Barkley and the ledger keepers and just to ride west into the wild country. Perhaps, he thought as he turned back, that was what Augustus wanted, just to be free for a few days, just to saddle his horse and ride. Within an hour of leaving Captain Call, P.I. began to wish fervently that they would soon find Augustus McCrae, mainly because he had no confidence that he could stay with Famous Shoes. It wasn't that Famous Shoes traveled particularly fast, though it was certainly true he didn't travel slow. The problem was that he traveled irregularly, zigging and zagging, slipping into a copse of trees, loping off at right angles to the track, sometimes even doubling back if he spotted an animal or a bird he wanted to investigate. No matter how hard P.I. concentrated on staying with him, Famous Shoes continually disappeared. Every time it happened, P.I. had to wonder if he would ever see the man again. Famous Shoes was amused at the young ranger's frantic efforts to keep him in sight, a thing, of course, which was quite unnecessary. The young man looked worried and nervous all day, and was so tired when they made camp that he was barely capable of making a decent fire. Famous Shoes liked the young man, and thought it might help a little if he instructed Corporal Parker in the ways of scouting. "You do not have to follow me or stay close to me," he told P.I. "I do not follow a straight trail." "Nope, you don't," P.I. agreed. He had been almost asleep from fatigue, but the strong coffee Famous Shoes brewed woke him up a little. "I have many things to watch," Famous Shoes told him. "I do not think we will catch up with Captain McCrae for a few days. I think he is going far." "Can you tell how far he's going just from the tracks?" P.I. asked. "No, it is just something I am thinking," Famous Shoes admitted. He has lost his wife. Right now he does not know where to be. I think he is going far to look around." In the night, P.I. found that he could not sleep. It occurred to him that he had never been alone with an Indian before. Of course, it was only Famous Shoes who was friendly. But what if he wasn't really friendly? What if Famous Shoes suddenly got an urge to take a scalp? Of course, P.I. knew it was unlikely. Captain Call wouldn't send him off with an Indian who wanted to take his scalp. He knew it was foolish to be thinking that way. Famous Shoes had scouted for many years and had never scalped anybody. But P.I.'s mind wouldn't behave. The part of it that was sensible knew that Famous Shoes meant him no harm, but another part of his mind kept bringing up pictures of Indians with scalping knives. He was annoyed with his mind. It would be a lot easier to do his task well if his mind would just behave and not keep making him scared. Late in the night, while the young ranger dozed, Famous Shoes heard some geese flying overhead, and he began to sing a long song about birds. Of course, he sang the song in his own Kickapoo tongue, which the young white man could not understand. Famous Shoes knew that the words of the song would be mysterious to the young man who had awakened to listen, but he sang anyway. That things were mysterious did not make them less valuable. The mystery of the northward flying geese had always haunted him. He thought the geese might be flying to the edge of the world. So he made a song about them, for no mystery was stronger to Famous Shoes than the mystery of birds. All the animals that he knew left tracks, but the geese, when they spread their wings to fly northward, left no tracks. Famous Shoes thought that the geese must know where the gods lived, and because of their knowledge had been exempted by the gods from having to make tracks. The gods would not want to be visited by just anyone who found a track, but their messengers, the great birds, were allowed to visit them. It was a wonderful thing, a thing Famous Shoes never tired of thinking about. When Famous Shoes finished his song, he noticed that the young white man was asleep. During the day he had not trusted enough, and had worn himself out with pointless scurryings. Perhaps even then the song he had just sung was working in the young man's dreams. Perhaps as he grew older he would learn to trust mysteries and not fear them. Many white men could not trust things unless they could be explained, and yet the most beautiful things, such as the trackless flight of birds, could never be explained. The next morning, when the first gray light came, P.I. awoke to find that he had not been scalped or hurt. He felt so tired and so grateful that he didn't move at once. Famous Shoes squatted by the campfire, bringing the coffee to a boil. P.I. wanted to be helpful, but he felt as if his joints had turned to glue. He sat up, but he felt incapable of further movement. Famous Shoes drank his coffee as if he were drinking water, although to P.I.'s taste the coffee was scalding. "I am leaving now," Famous Shoes said. "You do not have to go where I go. Just travel to the west." "What? I won't see you at all?" P.I. asked. Never since joining the Rangers had he spent a whole day alone in wild country. Even if he hadn't been feeling that his joints had melted, the prospect would have alarmed him. If he met a party of Comanches, he would be lost. "You haven't seen no Indian sign, have you?" he asked. Famous Shoes was not in the mood for conversation just then. There was a ridge to the north that had some curious black rocks scattered around it. He wanted to examine those black rocks. The sky to the east was white now. It was time to start. "No, there are no Indians here, but there is an old bear who has a den in that little mountain," he said, pointing toward a small hill just to the west. "You should be careful of that bear. He might try to eat your horse." "The rascal, I'll shoot him if he tries it," P.I. said. But with his joints so gluey, he didn't feel confident that he could kill a bear. Determined to make a show of competence, he stood up. "I will find you when the evening star shines," Famous Shoes said. "Bring the coffee pot." Then he slipped into the grayness. P.I. sipped his coffee, which was still barely cool enough to drink, but he kept his hand on his rifle while he sipped, in case the surly old bear was closer than Famous Shoes thought. When Augustus left Austin, he had no aim other than to ride around for a while alone. To be in Austin was to be under orders. The governor was always summoning them or sending them off, consulting with them, or pestering them about details of finance that Augustus had not the slightest interest in. As a rule, he did not, like his friend Call, enjoy solitude. Woodrow was virtually incapable of spending a whole evening in the company of his fellow men, or women either, if Maggie's account was to be trusted. At some point in the evening, Woodrow Call would always quietly disappear. He would slip off in the night, ostensibly to stand guard when there was not a savage within 100 miles. Prolonged stretches of company seemed to oppress him. With Augustus, it was the opposite. When night fell, if he was in town, he wanted company, the livelier the better. He sought it and he found it, whether it involved a card game, a few talky whores, a sing-song, or just a session of bragging and tale-telling with whatever gamblers and adventurers happened to be around. He had never particularly liked to sleep, and rarely did for more than 3 or 4 hours a night. Even that necessity he begrudged. Why just lay there when you could be living? A little rest at night was needful, but the less the better. Now, though, his lovely Nellie's death had arrested for the moment his taste for company. It seemed to him that he had been under orders for his entire life, and he was tired of it. Once it had been captains who ordered him around, now it was governors or legislators or commissioners. The war in the East was barely started, and already the governor was pressing him and Call to pledge themselves to stay in Texas. Augustus didn't want it. He had been ordered around enough. The war could wait, the governor could wait, Woodrow could wait, and the whores and the boys in the saloons could wait. He was going away because he felt like it, and he would come back when he felt like it, if he felt like it, and not because of some governor's summons. He rode all the first day in brilliant weather, not thinking of Nellie or the war or Call or anything much. His black mare, Sassy, was a fine mount with a long, easy trot that carried them west mile after mile through the limestone hills. He had not rushed off improvidently this time, either. He had 4 bottles of whiskey in one saddlebag, some bullets, and a good slab of bacon in another. He was not much of a hunter, and he knew it. Stalking game was often boresome work. He would cheerfully shoot any tasty animal that presented itself within rifle range, but he seldom pursued his quarry far. Despite the Comanches, the country west of Austin was rapidly settling up. Those settlers who had survived the Great Raid of 1856 had by now rebuilt and remarried. Cabins were scattered along the valleys or anywhere there was sufficient water. Several times Gus had heard a large animal in the underbrush and pulled his rifle, expecting to flush a bear or a deer, only to scare out a milk cow or a couple of heifers or even a few goats. A little before dusk he smelled wood smoke and saw a faint column rising from a copse of cedar to the southwest. He knew there must be a settler's cabin there, but on this occasion decided to ride on. The grub at these rude little homesteads was apt to be uncertain. Frequently the families lived on nothing but corn cakes. He didn't feel inclined to sit for an hour making conversation with people he didn't know only to eat corn cakes or mush. A good many of the new settlers were Germans who spoke only the most rudimentary English. Also, many of them were, to Augustus's way of thinking, excessively pious. Some kept no liquor in their houses at all, and on several occasions, when he had been invited in for a meal, the grace was said at such length that he had all but lost his appetite before anyone was allowed to eat. This night he decided not to gamble on the cabin. A dog began to bark, but Augustus left it to its barking and slipped on by. He rode only another few miles before making camp. It was rocky country, the footing in some places so uncertain that he felt he risked laming the black mare if he traveled further. In any case, he was not going anywhere in particular and was on no schedule except his own. The cedarwood and low mesquite burned nicely. He soon had a fragrant fire going. It was not cold. He only fed the fire a stick now and then because he liked to have a fire to look at. Over the last years, he had looked into many campfires and only seen one face, Clara's. His fat wife, Geneva, and his skinny wife, Nellie, were dead. The memory of their forms and faces didn't disturb him. That night, when he looked into the fire, he saw no one. Women had been constantly in his thoughts since his youth, but that night he was free of even the thought of them. He thought he might just keep on riding west, into the desert, where there were neither governors nor women. His absence would vex Woodrow Call, of course. But he didn't see that he needed to live like a bound servant just to spare Woodrow Call a little vexation. The bright stars above him seemed to act like a drug. He dreamed of floating on air like a gliding bird, gliding into a slumber so deep that when he woke the stars had faded into the light of a new day. At the edge of sleep, he heard a clicking sound, the sort a tin cup might make or a coffee pot. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a pair of legs standing by his campfire, which blazed beneath the coffee pot. "The coffee's hot. I suggest you rouse yourself up, Captain," a voice said. Recognizing that his visitor was none other than Charlie Goodnight, Augustus immediately did as the man suggested. "Howdy. I'm glad it was you and not Buffalo Hump, Charlie," Gus said. "I may have taken ill. Otherwise I fail to understand why I would sleep this late." "You don't look ill to me, just idle," Goodnight observed. He was a stout man, a little past Gus's age, fully as forceful in speech as he was in body. He had been, at times, a superlative scout and ranger, but lately his interest had shifted to ranching. He now only rode with the rangers when the need was urgent. He was known for being as tireless as he was gruff. Conversations with Charlie Goodnight were apt to be short ones, and not infrequently left those he was conversing with slightly bruised in their feelings. "Heard about the war?" Augustus asked. "Heard," Goodnight said. "I'd appreciate a bite of bacon if you have any. I left in a hurry and took no provisions." "It's in my saddlebag with the frying pan," Gus said. "You'll pardon me if I don't offer to cook it. I prefer to contemplate the scriptures in the morning, at least until the sun's up." Goodnight got the bacon and the pan. He didn't comment on the war or the scriptures. Gus saw that a fine sorrel gelding was nibbling mesquite leaves alongside his mare. Not only had he not heard the man approach, he had not heard the horse either. It was fine to be relaxed, as he had been last night, but in wild country there was such a thing as being too relaxed. Goodnight's silence irked him a little. What good was a guest who consumed bacon but didn't contribute conversation? "Do you fear God, Charlie?" Augustus asked, thinking he might pursue the religious theme for a moment. "No, too busy," Goodnight said. "Are you a God-fearing man? I would not have supposed it." "I expect I ought to be," Gus said. "He keeps taking my wives. I suppose he could take me at any time." "He might as well if you're going to sleep till sunup," Goodnight said. He'd already cooked and eaten fully half of Gus's bacon. He stood up and returned the rest of the saddlebag. "You going somewhere?" Goodnight asked. "Why, yes, west," Augustus said. "How about yourself?" "Colorado," Goodnight replied. "There's a lively market for Texas beef in Denver, and an abundance of beef on the hoof down here in Texas." Augustus considered the two remarks, but in his groggy state failed to see how they connected. "Have you got a herd of cattle with you, Charlie?" he asked. "If so, I guess I'm blind as well as deaf." "Not presently," Goodnight said, "but I could soon acquire one if I could find a good route to Denver." "Charlie, I don't think this is the way to Colorado," Augustus said. "Not unless your cattle can drink air. There's no water between here and Colorado that I know of." "There's the Pecos River. That's a wet river," Goodnight said. "If I could just get a herd as far as the Pecos, I expect the moisture would increase from there to Denver." Mention of Denver reminded Gus of Matilda Roberts, one of his oldest and best friends. In the old days, everyone had known Matty, even Goodnight, though as one of the soberer citizens of the frontier, he had no reputation as a horror. "You remember Matty Roberts, don't you, Charlie?" Gus inquired. "Yes, she's a fine woman," Goodnight said. "She's in the love business, but love ain't been kind to her. I've not visited her establishment in Denver, but they say it's lavish." "What do you mean love ain't been kind?" Gus asked. He realized he had no recent information about his old friend. "Matilda's dying, that's what I mean," Goodnight said. He had unsaddled his horse so the sorrel could have a good roll in the dust. But the sorrel had had his roll, and in a few minutes Goodnight was ready to depart. "What? Matty's dying? What of?" Augustus asked, shocked. Now another woman of his close acquaintance was about to be carried off. The news struck him almost as hard as if he had been told that Clara was dying. Even Woodrow Call would admit a fondness for Matty Roberts. He would be shocked when he heard the news. "I don't know what of," Goodnight informed him. "I suppose she's just dying a living. That's the one infection that strikes us all down, sooner or later." He mounted and started to leave, but turned back and looked down at Augustus, who still sat idly at the campfire. "Are you poorly today?" Goodnight asked. "No, I'm well." "Why would you ask, Charlie?" Gus said. "You don't seem to be in an active frame of mind today, that's why," Goodnight said. "You ain't ready to die, are you?" "Why, no," Augustus said, startled by the question. "I'm just a little sleepy. I was sitting up with Nellie quite a few nights before she passed away." Goodnight did not seem to be satisfied by that answer. The sorrel was nervous, ready to leave, but Goodnight held him back, which was unusual. When Charlie Goodnight was ready to go, he usually left without ceremony, seldom giving whomever he was talking to even the leisure to finish a sentence. He had never been one to linger, yet now he was lingering, looking at Augustus hard. "If you were under my orders, I'd order you home," he said bluntly. "A man who can't get himself in an active frame of mind by this hour has no business traveling in this direction." "Well, I ain't under your orders, and I never will be," Augustus retorted, a little annoyed by the man's tone. "I ain't a child, and nobody appointed you to watch over me." Goodnight smiled, also a rare thing. "I was concerned that you might have lost your snap, but I guess you ain't," he said, turning his horse again. "Wait, Charlie, if you're bound for Denver, I've got something for you to take to Maddie," Gus said. The news that she was dying struck him hard. He was beginning to remember all the fine times he had had with the woman. He went to his saddlebag and pulled out the sock where he kept his loose money. The sock contained about $60, which he promptly handed to Goodnight. As he did, his face reddened and he choked up. Why were all the good women dying? "I was always behind a few pokes with Matilda," he said. "I expect I owe her at least this much. I'd be obliged if you'd take it to her, Charlie." Goodnight looked at the money for a moment and then put it in his pocket. "How long have you owed this debt?" he asked. "About 15 years, Augustus said. "If you were going toward the Pecos, I'd accompany you until your mind gets a little more active," Goodnight offered. "I ain't, though," Gus said. He did not want company, particularly not company as prickly as Charles Goodnight. "I'm bound for the good old Rio Grande," he said, although he wasn't. "All right, goodbye," Goodnight said. "If I plan to find a way to get my cattle to Colorado, I better start looking. Charlie, if you do see Maddie, tell her she's got a friend in Texas," Augustus said. He was still choked up. "Done, if I get there in time," Goodnight said. When 5 days passed with no word from Augustus McCrae or the 2 men who had been sent to find him, Governor Clark waxed so indignant that he was hot to the touch. Call, impatient himself, thought the governor's indignation unwarranted. The Rangers had no urgent mission at the moment, in light of which Augustus's absence did not seem exceptional. Governor Clark himself was a hunter, often gone from Austin for a week at a time, killing deer, antelope, or wild pig. Call began to find the governor's complaints irksome, and said so to Maggie one evening over a beefsteak which she had been kind enough to cook him. The boy, Newt, had scampered downstairs on his arrival and was blowing his whistle at some chickens who belonged to the lady next door. "I expect Gus is just grieving," Maggie said. "If I ever had a husband and he died, I'd want to go off someplace to do my grieving. It wouldn't be fair to Newt to do too much moping at home." "Being a ranger is getting to be like being a policeman," Call said. "Nowadays they want you on call all the time." He noticed that Maggie's arms were freckled to the elbows. Probably she'd spent a little too much time in the sun, working the little garden plot she had planted with Jake Spoon's help. In the warm months, Maggie was never without vegetables. It was a fine thing, in Call's view, that Maggie had gained respectable employment at last. He had been in the store one day while Maggie was writing up an inventory, and was surprised to see that her penmanship was excellent. "Why, you write a hand as fine as Jake's," he said. "They'll be asking you to teach school next. I doubt there's a teacher in town who writes that pretty." "Oh, it just takes practice," Maggie said. "Jake lent me his penmanship book and showed me how to do some of the curls." As Call was finishing his beefsteak, he noticed Jake's penmanship book on a table by Maggie's bed. Then he noticed a bandana that he thought was Jake's hanging over the bedpost at the foot of Maggie's bed. He had known, of course, that Jake and Maggie had a friendship. The 2 of them were often seen working in the garden. Jake's skills as a gardener were such that a number of local women pestered him for his secrets or showed up to watch when he was working in the garden. Jake basked in the attention of all the local ladies. Call had no doubt that many of them would have envied Maggie her penmanship lessons. "Why, Jake's left his bandana on the bedpost," Call said as Maggie was taking his plate to the wash bucket. "Yes, he left it," Maggie said. At that point young Newt burst in, crying and holding up an injured hand. In his pursuit of the chickens he had wandered too close to old Dan, the turkey, and had been soundly pecked. "That ain't the first time Dan's pecked you. Why won't you avoid that turkey?" Maggie said. "Go down to the mud puddle and daub a little mud on that peck. It'll soothe it." When Newt went down, Maggie excused herself for a moment and went with him. She wanted to run the old turkey off before it did damage to her garden. While Maggie was gone, Call looked around the room. A pair of Jake's spurs were on the floor by the little sofa, and his shaving brush and razor were by the wash basin. Call knew it was none of his business where Jake kept his razor or his spurs or his bandana, and yet the sight of so many of Jake's things in Maggie's room disturbed him in a way he had not expected. When she came back, he thanked her for the beefsteak, gave Newt a penny for some sassafras candy. Newt was a well-behaved little boy who deserved an occasional treat, and left. Call got his rifle and started to take a short walk down by the river. He had been twice to the governor that day and had spent the afternoon going over the company accounts with Jake, a task that always tired him. He didn't intend to walk long. As he came out of the bunkhouse, he saw Jake Spoon leave a saloon across the street and angle off toward Maggie's rooms. Ordinarily, he would have thought nothing of it, but that night he did think of it. He didn't wait to see if Jake went up the stairs to the room he himself had just left. He felt that would be unseemly. Instead, he walked out of town, disquieted without quite knowing why. He realized he had no right to boss Maggie Tilton at all. She had her employment and could do as she pleased. The thought that disturbed him, right or no right, was that Jake and Maggie were now living together. That notion startled him greatly. Maggie was a respectable woman now, with a child who was well-liked. She needed to be thinking of her work and her child, and not risk her respectability for any reason, certainly not for the irresponsible Jake Spoon. Call walked out of Austin on the wagon road that led to San Antonio. He wished Gus were back, not because the governor wanted him back, but so he could ask his opinion about the matter of Maggie and Jake. Of course, he knew nothing definite. All he knew was that what he was feeling left him too agitated for sleep. In what seemed like a matter of minutes, Call was surprised to see, at a curve in the wagon road, a big live oak tree that had been split by lightning some years before. The reason for his surprise was that the live oak was 10 miles from town. In his confusion, he had walked much farther than he had meant to. Usually he only strolled 2 or 3 miles and went to bed. But he had walked 10 miles without noticing, and would have to walk another 10 to get back to the bunkhouse. The walk back went slower. It was almost dawn when he got back to the bunkhouse. Across the way, Maggie's window was dark. Was Jake sleeping there? And what if he was? He had long since put the whole question of Maggie and men out of his mind. Now, suddenly, it was very much in his mind, and yet he had no one to discuss the matter with, and was far from knowing even what he felt himself. Old Ikey Ripple, retired now, except for ceremonial appearances, was sitting on a nail keg rubbing his white hair when Call walked up in the first light. "Hello, you're up early," Call said to the old man. Ikey, of course, was always up early. "Yep, I don't like to miss none of the day," Ikey said. Ikey was a snuff dipper. He had already worked his lip over a good wad of snuff. "Where have you been, Captain?" he asked. "It's too early for patrol." "Just looking around," Call said. "Someone saw 3 Indians west of town yesterday. I don't want 'em slipping in and running off any stock." "Will you be going off to the war, Captain?" Ikey asked. Call shook his head, which seemed to reassure the old man. "If you was to go off to that war, I expect the Indians would slip in and get all the stock," Ikey said. Ikey looked around and saw only the morning mist. The mention of Indians to the west was unwelcome. Those same Indians could be hidden by the mist. They might be lurking anywhere, in which case he was more than glad to have Captain Call with him. "I've been skeered of Indians all my life," Ikey said, feeling the sudden need to unburden himself in the matter. "I expect I've woke up 1,000 times expecting to see an Indian standing over me ready to yank off my scalp. But here I am 80, and they ain't got me yet, so I expect it was wasted worry." "I imagine you'll be safe if you just stay in town," Call told him. "You need to be careful, though, if you're off fishing." "Oh, I don't fish no more. Give it up," Ikey said. "Why, Ikey?" Call asked. "Fishing is a harmless pursuit." "It's because of the bones," Ikey said. "Remember Jacob Lowe? He was that tailor who choked on a fishbone. got it stuck in his gullet and was dead before anybody knew what to do. Here I've survived the Comanches near 80 years. I'm damned if I want to take the risk of choking on a bone from one of them bony little perch." "I don't recall that you've been married since I've known you," Call said. But he left the remark hanging, just a remark, not quite a question. He felt absurd suddenly. Maggie Tilton had wanted for years to marry him, but he had declined, preferring bachelorhood. Why was he talking about marriage to an 80-year-old bachelor who had little to do but gossip? Though fond of Maggie, he had never wanted to marry, and didn't know why he was so disturbed to discover that she was keeping closer company with Jake than he had supposed. "Illinois," Ikey Ripple said. "I sparked a girl once. It was in Illinois." Though Captain Call didn't question him further, Ikey thought back across 60 years to the girl he had sparked in Illinois, whose name was Sally. They had danced once in a hoedown. She had blue eyes. But Sally had fallen out of a boat on a foggy morning while crossing the Mississippi River on a trip to St. Louis with her father. Her body, so far as he could recall, had never been found. Had her name been Sally? Or had it been Mary? Had her eyes been blue? Or had they been brown? He had danced with her once at a hoedown. Was it her father she had been with on the boat trip? Or was it her mother? Captain Call, who had seemed interested for a moment in Ikey's past with women, walked off to seek breakfast, leaving Ikey to sit alone on his nail keg. As the morning sun burned away the mist in the streets of Austin, the mist in Ikey's memory deepened. As he tried to think about that girl, was it Mary or Sally? Were her eyes blue or brown? Was it her mother or her father she was in the boat with? He had danced with at a hoedown long ago. By the 10th day of travel, P.I. had given himself up for lost. There was so little vegetation that he had let his horse go at night in hopes that he would find enough grazing to survive. Often, when he awoke in the gray dawn, neither the horse nor Famous Shoes would be anywhere in sight. All he would see as the sun rose was an empty, arid plain, almost desert. There was seldom a cloud, just a great ring of horizon with nothing moving within it. The freezing plains to the north had been just as empty, but he had only ventured onto the Llano with a troop of men. Now, for most of the day, he was alone. He had long since stopped believing that they would find Gus McCrae. Why would Gus leave the cozy saloons of Austin to come to such a place? After the first week, P.I.'s days were spent struggling against his own sense of desperation. Sometimes he would not see Famous Shoes until the evening. He rode west, 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 feeling hopeless. It was true that Famous Shoes always returned, as promised, when the evening star shone. But every day P.I. became more anxious that the man would abandon him. When Famous Shoes did appear, P.I.'s relief was intense but short-lived. Soon it would be morning again, and Famous Shoes nowhere to be seen. Sometimes it took P.I. an hour just to locate his horse. The animal would be nibbling leaves or small plants in some little dip or gully. Then all day he would plod to the west, seeing no one. All day he longed for company, any company. On the 10th evening, when Famous Shoes rejoined him, P.I. could not hold back his doubts. "Gus ain't out here, is he?" he asked. "How would he get this far? Why would he want to cross so much of this poor country?" Famous Shoes knew the young ranger was scared. Nothing was easier to detect in a man than fear. It showed even in the way he fumbled with his cup while drinking coffee, and it was normal that he would be afraid. He didn't know where he was, and it must puzzle him that Captain McCrae would choose to go so far into the desert. The young ranger was not old enough to understand the things men might do when they were uncertain and unhappy. "He is ahead of us. Just one day," Famous Shoes said. "I have not lost his track, and I won't lose it." "But why would he come so far?" P.I. asked. "There's nothing here." Famous Shoes had been wondering about the same thing. The journeys that people took had always interested him. His own life was a constant journeying, though not quite so constant as it had been before he had his wives and children. Usually he only agreed to scout for the Texans if they were going in a direction he wanted to go himself, in order to see a particular hill or stream, to visit a relative or friend, or just to search for a bird or animal he wanted to observe. Also, he often went back to places he had been at earlier times in his life just to see if the places would seem the same. In most cases, because he himself had changed, the places did not seem exactly as he remembered them, but there were exceptions. The simplest places, where there was only rock and sky, or water and rock, changed the least. When he felt disturbances in his life, as all men would, Famous Shoes tried to go back to one of the simple places, the places of rock and sky, to steady himself and grow calm again. Though he had not talked with Captain McCrae about his journey, Famous Shoes had the feeling that such a thing might be happening within him because of the loss of his wife. Captain McCrae might be going back to some place that he had been before, hoping he would find that it was the same and that it was simple. Every day Famous Shoes followed his track and noted that the captain was not wandering aimlessly like a man too distracted to notice where he was going. Captain McCrae knew where he was going. That much Famous Shoes did not doubt. "I think he is going back to a place he has been before," Famous Shoes said, in answer to P.I.'s question. "He is pointed toward the Rio Grande now. If he stops when he comes to the river, we will find him tomorrow." Famous Shoes suspected that the young ranger did not believe what he had just said. He was not old enough to understand the need to go back to a place where things were simple. He had no happiness in his face, the young ranger. Perhaps he had never had a place where things were simple, a place he could think about when he needed to remember happiness. Perhaps the young ranger had been unlucky. He might have no good place or good time to remember. Famous Shoes himself had begun to feel the need to live in a simpler place. The plains were filled with white travelers now, all heading west. The Comanches were more irritable than ever because their best hunting grounds were always being disturbed. The buffalo had moved north, where there were fewer people. The old life of the plains, the life he had known as a boy, was not there to be lived anymore. The great spaces were still there, of course, but they were not empty spaces as they had once been. The plains did not encourage his dreams as they once had. Lately he had been thinking of moving his family even farther south, to a simpler, emptier place, such as could be found along the Rio Grande, in the place of the canyons. There was not much to eat along the river there. His wives would have to keep busy gathering food, and they would also have to learn to eat things that people of the desert ate: rats, mesquite beans, corn, roots of various kinds. But his wives were young and energetic. He was sure they could find enough food if he beat them a little, just enough to convince them that the lazy years were over. People who lived in the desert had to work. The food was not going to come to them. One of the reasons he had agreed to track Captain McCrae was because once the job was finished, he could go on and investigate the river country a little. He wanted a place where he would not be bothered by irritable Comanches or the continual movement of the whites. He was hoping to find a place with a high mountain nearby. He thought it might be good to sit high up once in a while. If he was high enough, there would be nothing to see but the sky, and now and then a few of the great eagles. He thought living in a place where there were eagles to watch might encourage some pretty good dreams. Augustus had always enjoyed calendars and almanacs. He rarely journeyed out of Austin without an almanac in his saddlebag. If he did any reading at night around the campfire, it was usually just a page or two of the current almanac. Often he would discover that on the very day he was living, the signs of the zodiac were in disorder, causing dire things to be predicted. If the predictions were especially dire, hurricanes, earthquakes, floods, Gus would amuse himself by reading aloud about the catastrophes that were due to start happening at any moment. If he saw a heavy cloud building up, he would inform the men that it was probably the harbinger of a 40-day flood that would probably drown them all. Many of the rangers were unable to sleep after one of Gus's readings. Those who knew a few letters would borrow the almanac and peer at the prophetic passages, only to discover that Augustus had not misread. The terrible predictions were there, and inasmuch as they were printed, must be true. When nothing happened, no flood, no earthquake, no sulphurous fire, Augustus suavely explained that they had been spared due to a sudden shifting in the stars. "Now, you see the planet Jupiter right up there," he would say, pointing straight up into the million-starred Milky Way. He knew that most of the men would not want to admit that they had no idea which star Jupiter might be. Well, Jupiter went into eclipse. I believe it was a double eclipse. You won't see that again in your lifetime. And it's all that saved us," he would conclude. "Otherwise, you'd see a wall of water 80 feet high coming right at us," he would remark to his awed listeners, some of whom thought that the mere fact that he was a captain meant that he understood such things. P.I. had that belief for a while, and worried much about the floods and earthquakes, but Call, who put little stock in almanacs, reproached Gus for scaring the men so. "Why do you want to tell them such bosh?" Call would ask. "Now they'll lose such little sleep as we can allow them." "Tactics, Woodrow, tactics," Gus would reply. "You need to finish that book on Napoleon so you'll understand how to use tactics when you're leading an army." "We ain't an army, we're just 10 Rangers," Call would point out heatedly, to no avail. Since Augustus was traveling alone this time, he didn't try to frighten himself with dire predictions, but he did keep a close calendar as he traveled west. He wanted to know how many days from home he had come, in case he developed a strong nostalgia for the saloons and whorehouses of Austin and needed to hurry home. On the 12th day, with a few mountain crags visible to the north, Augustus picked his way along the banks of the Rio Grande to the campsite where long before, as a fledgling ranger traveling far from the settlement for the first time, he and Call, Long Bill, and a number of rangers now dead had camped and waited out a terrible dust storm. A fat major named Chevalier had been leading them. Bigfoot Wallace and old Shadrach, the mountain man, had been their scouts. In the morning before the storm struck, Matty Roberts, naked as the air, had picked the big snapping turtle out of the river, carried it into camp, and threw it at Long Bill Coleman and One-Eyed Johnny Carthage, both of whom owed her money at the time. Augustus recognized the little scatter of rocks by the water's edge where Matty had found the turtle. He recognized the crags to the north, and even remembered the small mesquite tree, still small, where he and Call had snubbed a Mustang mare they were trying to saddle. No trace of the Ranger's presence remained, of course, but Augustus was nevertheless glad that he had come. Several times in his life he had felt an intense desire to start over, to somehow turn back the clock of his life to a point where he might, if he were careful, avoid the many mistakes he had made the first time around. He knew such a thing was impossible, but it was still pleasant to dream about it, to conjure in fantasy a different and more successful life. And that is what he did, sitting on a large rock by the river and watching the brown water as it rippled over the rocks where Matty had caught the turtle. While he sat, Gus noticed a number of snapping turtles, no smaller than the one Matty had captured. At least things were stable with the turtles. While the river flowed through the wide, empty landscape, a parade of dead rangers streamed through the river of his memory. Black Sam, Major Chevalier, One-Eyed Johnny, Bigfoot Wallace, Shadrach, the Button Brothers, and several more. And now, by Goodnight's account, Matty Roberts herself was dying, which of course was not wholly surprising. Whores as active as Matty had been were seldom known to live to a ripe old age. For a moment he regretted not going with Goodnight over the dry plains to Denver. He would have liked to see Matty again, to lift a glass with her and hear her thoughts on the great game of life now that she was about to lose it. She'd always hoped to make it to California someday, and yet was dying in Denver, with California no closer than it had been when she was a girl. "If I could, Matty, I'd buy you a ticket on the next stage," Augustus said, aloud, overcome by the same regretful emotion he had felt when he pressed the $60 into Charles Goodnight's hand. Later in the day, Gus walked away from the camp, attempting to locate the rocky hillock where he had first come face to face with Buffalo Hump. It had been stormy. The two of them had seen one another in a lightning flash. Gus had run as he had never run in his life, before or since, and had only escaped because of the darkness. Because it had been so dark, he could not determine which of the rocky rises he was looking for, though no moment of his life was so clearly imprinted on his memory as the one when he had seen in a moment of white light Buffalo Hump sitting on his blanket. He could even remember that the blanket had been frayed a little and that the Comanche had a rawhide string in his hand. When he tired of his search, he caught the black mare and rode on west a few miles to the high crag of rock where the Comanches had lured them into ambush. A few warriors had draped themselves in white mountain goat skins, and the rangers had taken the bait. Gus himself had only survived the ambush because he stumbled in his climb and rolled down the hill, losing his rifle in the process. Augustus tied his horse and climbed up to the boulder-strewn ridge where the Comanches had hidden. In walking around, he picked up 2 arrowheads. They seemed older than the arrowheads the Comanches had used that day, one of which had to be extracted from Johnny Carthage's leg, but he could not be sure, so he put the arrowheads in his pocket, meaning to show them to someone more expert than himself. It might be that the Comanches had been fighting off that crag for centuries. As Augustus was walking back down the hill to his horse, his eye caught a movement far to the east, from the direction of the old camp on the river. He stepped behind the same rock that had shielded him long ago and saw that 2 men approached, one on horseback and one on foot. He didn't at first recognize the horse and rider, but he did recognize the quick lope of the man on foot. Famous Shoe's lope. His first feeling was annoyance. Woodrow Call had had him tracked, at a time when all he wanted was a few days to himself. A moment later, Augustus saw that the rider was young P.I. Parker, a choice which amused him since he knew that P.I. hated expeditions, particularly lone expeditions across long stretches of Indian country. On such trips, P.I. scarcely slept or rested from nervousness. Now Call had sent the boy hundreds of miles from home, with no companion except a Kickapoo tracker who was known to wander away on his own errands for days at a stretch. Augustus waited by his horse while the horseman and the walker came toward him from the river. While he was waiting, he dug the 2 small arrowheads out of his pocket and studied them a little more, but without reaching a conclusion as to their age. "You have gone far. I don't know why," Famous Shoes said when he came to where Augustus waited. "Well, I was just looking for arrowheads," Augustus said lightly. "What do you make of these?" Famous Shoes accepted the 2 arrowheads carefully and looked at them for a long time without speaking. P.I. came up and dismounted. He looked to Gus's eye more gaunt than ever. "Hello, P. Have you slept well on your travels?" he asked. P.I. was so glad to see Captain McCrae that he didn't hear the question. He shook Gus's hand long and firmly. It was clear from his tense face that travel had been a strain. "I'm glad you ain't dead, Captain," P.I. said. "I'm real glad you ain't dead." Augustus was a little startled by the force of the young man's emotion. The trip must have been even more of a trial to him than he had imagined. "No, I ain't dead," Augustus told him. "I just rode off to think for a few days, and one of the things I wanted to think about was the fact that I ain't dead." "Why would you need to think about that, Captain?" P asked. "Well, because people die," Augustus said. 2 of my wives are dead. Long Bill Coleman is dead. Quite a few of the men I've rangered with are dead. 3 of them died right on this hill we're standing on. Jimmy Watson is dead. You knew Jimmy yourself, and you knew Long Bill. A bunch of farmers and their families got massacred that day we found you sitting by the corn crib." P.I. mainly remembered the corn. "I was mighty hungry that day," P.I. said. "That hard corn tasted good to me." Now that Captain McCrae had reminded him, P.I. did remember that there had been 3 dead bodies in the cabin where he found the scattered corn. He remembered that the bodies had arrows in them. But what he remembered better was walking through the woods for 3 days, lost, so hungry he had tried to eat the bark off trees. Finding the corn seemed like such a miracle that he did not really think about the bodies in the cabin. "I guess people have been dying all over," he said, not sure how to respond to the captain's comments. Augustus saw that P.I. was exhausted, not so much from the long ride as from nervous strain. He turned back to Famous Shoes, who was still looking intently at the 2 arrowheads. "I was in a fight with Buffalo Hump and some of his warriors here years ago," Gus said. "Do you think they dropped these arrowheads then, or are they older?" Famous Shoes handed the 2 arrowheads back to Augustus. "These were not made by the Comanche. They were made by the old people," he said. Famous Shoes started up the hill Augustus had just come down. "I want to find some of these arrowheads, too," he said. "The old people made them." "You're welcome to look," Gus said. "I mean to keep these myself. If they're so old, they might bring me luck." "You already have luck," Famous Shoes told him. But he did not pause to explain. He was too eager to look for the arrowheads that had been made by the old people. "I guess you're here to bring me home, is that right, P?" Augustus asked. "The governor wants to see you. Captain Call told me that much," P.I. said. Though Augustus knew he ought to go light on the young man, something about P.I.'s solemn manner made teasing him hard to resist. "If I'm under arrest, you best get out your handcuffs," he said, sticking out his hands in surrender. P.I. was startled, as he often was, by Captain McCrae's behavior. "I ain't got no handcuffs, Captain," he said. "Well, you might have to tie me then," Gus said. "I'm still a wild boy. I might escape before you get me back to Austin." P.I. wondered if the captain had gone a little daft. He was holding out his hands as if he expected to be tied. "Captain, I wouldn't arrest you," he said. "I just came to tell you Captain Call asked if you'd come back. The governor asked too, I believe." "Yes, and what will you tell him if I decide to slip off?" Gus asked. P.I. felt that he was being given a kind of examination just when he least expected one. "I'd just tell him you didn't want to come," he said. "If you don't want to come back, you don't have to. That's how I see it." "I'm glad you feel that way, P," Augustus said, letting his hand drop finally. "I fear I'd be uncomfortable traveling with a man who had a commission to arrest me." "I was not given no papers," P.I. said. He thought a commission must involve a document of some kind. Augustus looked past the crag of rock toward El Paso del Norte, the Pass of the North. "I guess I've traveled long enough in a westerly direction," he said. "I believe I'll go back with you, P. It'll help your career." "My what?" P.I. asked. "Your job, P. Just your job," Augustus said, annoyed that he was unable to employ his full vocabulary with the young man. "You might make sergeant yet just for bringing me home." Famous Shoes was so excited by the old things he was finding on the hill of arrowheads that he did not want to leave. All afternoon he stayed on the hill, searching the ground carefully for things the old people might have left. He looked at the base of rocks and into holes and cracks in the land. He saw the two rangers leave and ride back toward the camp by the river, but he did not have time to join them. After only a little searching, he found 6 more arrowheads, a fragment of a pot, and a little tool of bone that would have been used to scrape hides. With every discovery, his excitement grew. At first he spread the arrowheads on a flat rock, but then he decided it would be wiser not to leave them exposed. The spirits of the old people might be nearby. They might not like it that he was finding the things they had lost or left behind. If he left the arrowheads exposed, the old spirits might turn themselves into rats or chipmunks and try to carry the arrowheads back to the spirit place. The objects he was finding might be the oldest things in the world. If he took them to the elders of the tribe, they could learn many things from them. It would not do to leave them at risk, particularly not after he found the bear tooth. Famous Shoes saw something white near the base of the crag and discovered, once he dug it out with his knife, that it was the tooth of a great bear. It was far larger than the tooth of any bear he had ever seen, and its edge had been scraped to make it sharp. It could be used as a small knife, or as an awl to punch holes in the skins of buffalo or deer. Famous Shoes knew he had made a tremendous discovery. He was glad now that he had been sent after Captain McCrae. Because of it, he had found the place where the old people had once lived. He wrapped his finds carefully in a piece of deerskin and put them in his pouch. He meant to go at once to find the Kickapoo elders, some of whom lived along the Trinity River. While the elders studied what he had found, which included a small round stone used to grind corn, he meant to come back to the Hill of Arrowheads and look some more. There were several more such hills nearby where he might look. If he was lucky, he might even find the hole in the earth where the people had first come out into the light. Famous Shoes thought it possible that he had been acting on wrong information in regard to the hole of emergence. It might not be near the Caprock at all. It might be somewhere around the very hill he was standing on, where the old people had dropped so many of their arrowheads. The possibility that the hole might be nearby was not something he meant to tell the rangers. When darkness fell, he left the hill and went toward their campfire, which he could see winking in the darkness back by the river. He thought it would be courteous to tell Captain McCrae that he had to leave at once on an errand of great importance. Captain McCrae was not lost and would not need him to guide them home. When Famous Shoes reached the camp, he saw that the young ranger who had traveled with him was already asleep. In fact, he was snoring, and his snores could be heard some distance from the camp. The snores reminded Famous Shoes of the sounds an angry badger would make. "Snores awful, don't he?" Augustus said when Famous Shoes appeared. He had been enjoying a little whiskey. He had used his supply, only sparingly, so as not to run out before he got back to a place where he could count on finding a settler with a jug. "He did not snore like that while he was with me," Famous Shoes said. "He did not snore at all while we were looking for you." "I doubt he slept while he was with you," Augustus said. "It's hard to snore much if you're wide awake. I expect he was afraid you would scalp him if he went to sleep while he was with you." Famous Shoes did not reply. He knew that Captain McCrae often joked, but the discoveries he had just made were serious. He did not have the leisure to listen to jokes or to talk that made no sense. "Did you find any more of them old arrowheads?" Gus asked. "I have to go visit some people now," Famous Shoes said. He did not want to discuss his findings with Captain McCrae. Even though Captain McCrae had shown him the old arrowheads, Famous Shoes still thought it was unwise to discuss the old people and their tools with him. He himself did not know what was sacred and what wasn't with such old things. That was for the elders to interpret. "Well, you ain't chained. Go if you like," Augustus said. "I'll tell Woodrow Call you done your job proper so he won't cut your pay." Famous Shoes did not answer. He was wondering if all the hills beyond the Pecos had old things on them. It would take a long time to search so many hills. He knew he had better get busy. It had been windy lately. The wind had blown the soil away, making it easier to see the arrowheads and pieces of pots. He wanted to hurry to the Trinity and then come back. Some white man looking for gold might dig in one of the hills and disturb the arrowheads and other tools. Augustus saw that Famous Shoes was anxious to leave, but he didn't want him to go before he could attempt to interest him in the great issue of mortality, the problem he had been pondering in the last 2 weeks as he rode west. His efforts to interest P.I. in the matter of mortality had met with complete failure. P.I. was mindful that he might die sooner rather than later from doing the dangerous work of rangering, but he didn't have much to say on the subject. When Augustus tried to get his opinion on factors that prevailed in life-or-death situations, such as Indian fights, he found that P.I. had no opinion. Some men died and some men lived, P.I. knew that, but the why of it was well beyond his reasoning powers, even beyond his interest. When questioned on the subject, P.I. just went to sleep. "Before you go loping off, tell me why you think I'm lucky," Augustus asked. "Is it just because I found them arrowheads?" "No. That was not luck. You have good eyes," Famous Shoes said. "No arrow has ever found you, no bullet either, though you have been in many battles. No bear has eaten you, and no snake has bitten you." "Buffalo Hump's lance bit me, though," Augustus said, pointing. "It bit me right out there on those flats." "It only bit your hip a little," Famous Shoes reminded him. He had heard the story often. "I admit that I was lucky it was so dark," Gus said. "If it had been daylight, I expect he would have got me." In Famous Shoes' opinion, that was true. If the encounter with Buffalo Hump had occurred in daylight, Captain McCrae would probably be dead. "If I have all this luck, why do my wives keep dying?" Augustus asked. It seemed to Famous Shoes that Captain McCrae was wanting to know the answer to questions that had no answer. Though it was sometimes possible to say why a particular woman died, it was not possible to say why one man's wives died while another man's lived. Such things were mysteries. No man could understand them, any more than a man could understand the rain and the wind. In some springs there were rain clouds, in other springs none. In some years frost came early, in other years it came late. Some women bore children easily, others died in the effort. Why one man fell in battle while the man fighting right beside him lived was a thing that could not be known. Some medicine man might know about the arrowheads he had found and about the scraper or the pots, but no medicine man or wise man knew why one man died and another lived. Wise men themselves often died before fools, and cowards before men who were brave. Famous Shoes knew that Captain McCrae enjoyed discussing such matters, but he himself could not spare the time for extended conversation, not when he had such a great distance to travel on such an urgent errand. "It was good that you showed me those arrowheads that were not from the Comanche," Famous Shoes said. "That was a good place to look for old arrowheads. I found some for myself." "I've heard they sell arrowheads back east," Augustus told him. The Indians back east have forgotten how to make 'em. I guess they've got too used to guns. Back in Carolina and Georgia and them places, the only way folks can get arrowheads is to buy 'em in a store." Famous Shoes was feeling very impatient. Captain McCrae was one of the most talkative people he had ever known. Sometimes, when there was leisure for lengthy conversation, he was an interesting man to listen to. He was curious about things that most white men paid no attention to. But everyone was curious about death. Famous Shoes didn't feel he could spend any more time discussing it with Captain McCrae, and he had no interest in discussing tribes of Indians who were so degenerate that they no longer knew how to make arrowheads. "I will see you again when I have time," he said. "Damn it, I wish you wasn't always in such a hurry," Augustus said. But his words simply floated away. Famous Shoes was already walking toward the Trinity River. Augustus could not restrain his amusement that Woodrow Call, stiff and nervous, confided his suspicion that Maggie Tilton had an involvement with Jake Spoon that went beyond the friendly. "Didn't you ever notice Jake carrying her groceries or helping her with the garden?" Augustus asked. "I noticed," Call said, "but a man ought to help a woman carry groceries, or help her with a garden if he knows anything about gardens. I'm ignorant in that field myself." "Not as ignorant as you are in the woman field," Augustus said. "If Maggie was the sun, you'd have to carry around a sundial to let you know if it's a cloudy day." "You can hold off on the fancy talk, Gus," Call said, annoyed. It had taken him a week to work up to confiding in Augustus, and he did not appreciate the flippant way his confidence was being treated. "I think he bunks there," he added, so there would be no doubt as to the nature of his suspicions. Augustus realized that his friend was considerably upset. With effort, he held in his amusement, and even passed up a chance to make another flowery comparison in regard to Woodrow's ignorance about women, an ignorance he believed to be profound. He knew there were times when Call could be safely teased and times when he couldn't. In his judgment, much more teasing in the present situation might result in fisticuffs. Woodrow appeared to be drawn about as tightly as it was safe to draw him. "Woodrow, you're correct. Jake's been bunking with Maggie for a while," Augustus said, keeping his tone mild. It was the news Call had feared. Yet Augustus delivered it as matter-of-factly as if he were merely announcing that he needed a new pair of boots. They were standing by the corrals in bright sunlight watching P.I. try to rope a young gelding, a strawberry roan. The boy Newt watched from a perch atop the fence. P.I. caught the gelding on the third throw and dug in his heels as the young horse began to fight the rope. "He's getting trained up to a point where he can almost rope," Gus said. "I can remember when it took him 30 throws to catch his horse." Call was silent. He wasn't interested in how many throws it took P.I. to catch a horse, nor was he interested in the 6 young horses the Rangers had just purchased from a horse trader near Waco, though he had approved the purchase himself and signed the check. Normally, the arrival of 6 new horses, acquired at no small cost, would have occupied him immediately. But what occupied him then was Augustus's acknowledgment that Jake was living with Maggie Tilton and her son Newt, or if not fully living with her, at least bunking with her to the extent that suited his pleasure and hers. Augustus saw that his friend was stumped, if not stunned, by the discovery of a situation that had been no secret to most of the Rangers for well over a year. It was a peculiar oversight on Woodrow's part not to notice such things. But then Woodrow Call always had been able to overlook almost everything in life not connected with the work of being a Texas Ranger. "If you knew about this, why didn't you tell me?" Call asked. Augustus found himself finally having the conversation he had been dreading for a year. He had long known that Woodrow was more attached to Maggie Tilton than he allowed himself to admit. He wouldn't marry her or claim as a son the nice little boy sitting on the fence of the corral. But neither of those evasions meant that Woodrow Call wasn't mighty fond of Maggie Tilton, even though he knew that Call had stopped visiting her as a lover about the time Newt was born. Call had known Maggie longer than he himself had known Clara Allen. It was a long stretch of time, during which Woodrow had displayed no interest, serious or trivial, in any other woman. Augustus knew, too, that the fact that Woodrow was awkward about his feelings didn't mean that his feelings were light. Maggie Tilton, he felt sure, knew this as well as anyone. Evidence that Woodrow Call harbored no light feeling for Maggie was right before him. Call looked blank and sad, not unlike the way survivors looked after an Indian raid or a shootout of some kind. "I suppose I am a fool," Call said. "I would never have expected her to accept Jake Spoon." "Why?" Gus asked. "Jake ain't a bad fella. Which ain't to say that he's George Washington or a fine hero like me." "He's lazy, and will shirk what he can shirk," Call replied. "I will admit that he writes a nice hand." "Well, that's it, Woodrow, that's accurate," Augustus said. "Jake's just a middlin' fella. He ain't really a coward, though he don't seek fights. He's lazy, and he'll whore, and I expect he cheats a little at cards when he thinks he can get away with it. But he helps ladies with their groceries, and he's handy at gardening, and will even paint a lady's house for her if the lady's pretty enough." "Maggie's pretty enough," Call replied. "She is, yes," Augustus said. "I will have to say, I ain't noticed Jake doing too many favors for the ugly gals." "Damn it, he's taking advantage of her," Call said. He could think of no other explanation for the situation. "No, I don't think he has," Gus said. "I think Jake's been about as good to Maggie as he's able to be." "Why would you say that?" Call asked. Of course it was like Augustus to take the most irritating position possible. "I say it because it's true," Gus said. "He's been a damn sight more helpful to her than you've ever been." There was a silence between the two men. Neither looked at one another for a bit. Both pretended they were watching P.I., who had managed to get the gelding snubbed to the heavy post in the center of the corral. Call started to make a hot reply, but choked it off. He knew he wasn't really much help to Maggie. As his duties as a ranger captain had increased, he had less and less time to devote to the common chores that Maggie, like everyone else, might need help with. He didn't carry her groceries or help her with her gardening. The fact was, rangering or no rangering, he had never felt comfortable doing things with Maggie in public. If they met in the street, he spoke and tipped his hat, but he rarely strolled with her or walked her home. It was not his way. If Jake or Gus or any decent fellow wanted to do otherwise, that was fine with him. But what Jake was doing now, or seemed to be doing, went well beyond giving Maggie a hand with her groceries or her garden. It bothered him, but he was getting no sympathy from Augustus. What he was getting instead was criticism. "I have no doubt you think I'm in the wrong," Call said. "You always do, unless it's just rangering that's involved." "You're always fussing at me about my whoring and drinking," Augustus reminded him. "I suppose I have a right to fuss at you when the matter is crystal clear." "It may be crystal clear to you, but it's damn murky to me," Call said. Augustus shrugged. He nodded toward Newt, who still sat on the fence, absorbed by the struggle between P.I. and the gelding. The boy loved horses. The rangers took him riding when they could, and there was talk about finding him a pony, or at least a small, gentle horse. "That boy sitting there is yours as sure as sunlight, but you won't claim him or give him your name, and you've been small help with his raising," Augustus pointed out. "P.I.'s more of a pa to him than you've been, and so am I, and so is Jake. Maggie would like to be married to you, but she ain't. The only thing I don't understand about it is why she tolerates you at all. A man who won't claim his child wouldn't be sitting in my parlor much if I was a gal." Call turned and walked off. He didn't need any more conversation about the boy. In particular, he was sick of hearing how much the boy resembled him. The business about the resemblances annoyed him intensely. The boy just looked like a boy. Discussing such matters with Augustus was clearly a waste of time. Augustus had held to his own view for years and was not likely to change it. He heard the whirl of a grindstone behind the little shed where the rangers did most of their harness repair and handiwork. Dietz was there, sharpening an axe and a couple of spades. The cockleburs were bad in the river bottom where the horses watered. Dietz sharpened the spades so he could spade them down and spare the rangers the tedious labor of pulling cockleburs out of their horses' tails, an annoyance that put them all out of temper. "Dietz, would you go get Newt and walk him to his mother?" Call asked. "It's a hot day, and he won't stay in the shade. He'll get too hot if he just sits there in the sun." "That boy need a hat," Dietz observed. The grindstone was the kind that operated with a pedal, but the pedal had a tendency to stick. He had a cramp in his calf from working the old sticking pedal most of the day, but he had an impressive pile of well-sharpened tools to show for his effort: 4 axes, 7 hatchets, an adze, 5 spades, and a double-bladed pickaxe. Walking a little with Newt would be a nice relief. Captain Call had promised to get him a better grindstone at some point, but so far the money for it hadn't been made available. Captain Augustus said it was the legislature's fault. "That legislature, it's slow," Augustus often said. Dietz thought probably the reason the legislature was so slow to provide a grindstone was because so many of the senators were drunk most of the time. Dietz had had one or two senators pointed out to him, and later had seen the very same man sprawled out full length in the street, heavily drunk. One senator had even lost a hand while sleeping in the middle of the street on a foggy morning. A wagon came along the street, and a rear wheel passed over the senator's wrist, cutting off his hand as neatly as a butcher or a surgeon could have. Dietz had been struggling to extract a long mesquite thorn from the hock of one of the pack mules at the time. He still remembered the senator's piercing scream when he awoke to find that his hand was gone and his right wrist spurting blood into the fog. The scream had such terror in it that Dietz and most of the other people who heard it assumed it could only mean an Indian attack. Men rushed for their guns and women for their hiding places. While the rushing was going on, the senator fainted. While the whole town hunkered down, waiting for the scalping Comanches to pour in among them, the senator lay unconscious in the street, bleeding. When the fog lifted, with no one scalped and no Comanches to be seen, the local blacksmith found the senator still fainted and by that time bled white. The man lived, but he soon stopped being a senator. As Dietz understood it, the man decided just to stay home, where he could drink with much less risk. Now the captain was wanting him to carry Newt home to his mother, a task he was happy to undertake. He liked Newt and would have bought him a good little hat to shade him on sunny days if he could have afforded it. Mainly, though, Dietz was just given his room and board and $1 a month toward expenses. In his present situation, he could not afford to be buying little boys' hats. The boy still sat on the fence, watching P.I. trying to rope a second gelding, the first one having been firmly snubbed to the post. Call stood watching, not at the boy or the roper, just watching generally, it seemed to Dietz. "Newt wishing he could be a roper," Dietz said. "A roper like Mr. P." Call had just watched P.I. miss the skinny gelding for the fourth time. He was not pleased. "If he ever is a roper, I hope he's better at it than P.I. Parker," he said before he walked away. "Yes, he stays here when I can keep him out of the saloons," Maggie said when Call asked her if Jake was sleeping at her house. She didn't say it bashfully either. Newt had an earache. She was warming cornmeal in a sock for him to hold against his ear. Graziella had told her she ought to drip warm honey in Newt's ear, but Maggie didn't think the earache was severe enough to risk making that big a mess. In fact, she wondered if it was an earache at all, or just a new way Newt had thought of to get himself a little more attention. Newt enjoyed his minor illnesses. Sometimes he could persuade his mother to let him sleep with her when he was a little sick, or could pretend to be. Maggie suspected that this was only a pretend earache, but she warmed the cornmeal anyway. She did not appreciate Woodrow Call's question and didn't bother to conceal how she felt. For years she had concealed most of what she felt about Woodrow, but she had given up on him and had no reason to conceal her feelings any more. "Well, I am surprised," Call said cautiously. He felt on unfamiliar ground with Maggie, possibly infirm ground as well. She didn't look up when she informed him that Jake was sleeping there. "I ain't a rock," Maggie said in reply, and this time she did look up. Call didn't know what she meant. He had never suggested that she was a rock. "I guess I don't know what you're trying to say," he said cautiously. "I can see you ain't a rock." "No, I doubt you can see it," Maggie said. "You're too strong, Woodrow. You don't understand what it's like to be weak, because you ain't weak and you've got no sympathy for those who are." "What has that got to do with Jake bunking here?" Call asked. Maggie turned her eyes to him. Her mouth was set. She didn't want to cry. She had done more than enough crying about Woodrow Call over the years. She might do more still, but if so, she hoped at least not to do it in front of him. It was too humiliating to always be crying about the same feeling in front of the same man. "I need somebody here at night," Maggie said. "Not every night, but sometimes. I get scared. Besides that, I've got a boy. He needs someone around who can be like a pa. You don't want to stay with me, and you don't want to be a pa to Newt." She paused. Despite her determination to control herself, her hands were shaking as she spooned the hot cornmeal into the old sock. It always seemed to come back to the same thing, Call thought. He wasn't willing to be her husband, and he wasn't willing either to claim Newt as his son. He knew that might give him a limited right to criticize, and he hadn't come to criticize, merely to find out if his suspicion about Maggie and Jake was true. It seemed that it was true. He had merely been honest when he said the fact surprised him. "If it makes you think the less of me, I can't help it," Maggie said. "Jake ain't my first choice, I reckon I don't have to tell you that. But he ain't a bad man, either. He's kind to me, and he likes Newt. If I didn't have someone around who liked my son, I expect I would have given up the ghost." "I don't want you to give up the ghost," Call said at once. He was shocked by the comment. "The rangerin' does keep me busy," he added, not knowing what else to say. "You wouldn't help me if helping me was the last thing in the world you had to do," Maggie told him, unable to hold back a flash of anger. "You don't know how to help nobody, Woodrow. At least you don't know how to help nobody who's female. You never have helped me, and you never will," she went on, looking him in the eye. "Jake wants to help me, at least. I try to give him back what I can. It ain't much, but he's young. He may not know that." "Yes, young and careless," Call said. "It would be a pity if he compromised you." Without hesitating, Maggie threw the panful of hot cornmeal at him. Most of it missed, but a little of it stuck to the front of his shirt. Woodrow looked as startled as if an Indian with a tomahawk had just popped out of the cupboard. As startled and more at a loss. An Indian he could have shot, but he couldn't shoot her and had no idea what to say or do. He was so surprised that he didn't even bother to brush the cornmeal off his shirt. Maggie didn't say anything. She was determined that he would at least answer her act if he wouldn't answer her need. She set the pan back on the stove. "Well, that was wasteful," Woodrow Call said finally. He recovered sufficiently to begin to brush the cornmeal off his shirt. Maggie didn't seem to be paying much attention to him. She dipped a cup into the cornmeal and scooped out enough to replace what had been in the pan. Graziella had been dozing on her little stool at the back of the kitchen. She was often there, making tortillas, such good ones that Newt was seldom seen without a half-eaten tortilla in his hand or his pocket. Something had awakened Graziella, Call didn't know what, for Maggie had not raised her voice before she threw the cornmeal. Graziella looked shocked when she saw him with cornmeal on his shirt. She put a hand over her mouth. "I see that I have upset you," Call added, perplexed and a good deal shocked himself. One reason he had grown fond of Maggie Tilton, and a big reason he stayed fond, was that she behaved so sensibly. In that respect he considered her far superior to Gus's old love, Clara, who never behaved sensibly and was rarely inclined to restrain her emotions. Certainly Clara had been competent at arithmetic. He had never caught her in an error on a bill. But that didn't keep her from being prone to wild rages and fits of weeping. Maggie had always been far more discreet about her feelings. She had mainly managed to keep her sorrows and even her annoyances to herself. Now, though, she had done something foolish, and to make matters worse had done it in front of Graziella. He knew that Mexican women were prone to gossiping. White women, of course, were hardly immune to such activity, and he was vexed to think that the story of what Maggie had just done, an act most uncharacteristic of her, would soon be talked about all over town. But the fact was she had. The deed was done. Call picked up his hat and sat a coffee cup that he'd been holding on the counter. "I regret that I upset you," he said. "I suppose I had better just go." He waited a minute to see if Maggie would apologize or explain her action in any way, but she did neither. She just went on with her task. Except for a spot of red on each cheekbone, no one would suppose that she was feeling anything out of the ordinary. Call had rather expected that she would quickly regret her action and come over and brush the cornmeal off his shirt and trousers, but she showed no inclination to do that either. Newt opened his eyes and saw Captain Woodrow with what looked to be meal on his shirt, but he was so sleepy that he felt that what he was seeing must be part of a dream. He yawned and turned over, hoping that Captain Woodrow would offer him a penny for sassafras candy when his dream ended. Call went out and started down the long flight of stairs that angled down the back of Maggie's house to the ground. When he was almost down, he got an uncomfortable feeling and turned to look back. Maggie had come outside and stood above him on the landing. Sunlight flecked the cornmeal on her hands and forearms. A visitor might have thought that her hands and forearms were flecked with gold dust. "You compromised me, Woodrow, not Jake," Maggie said, with a sharpness that he had never heard in her voice before. "You compromised me, and I hope that you'll be thinking about what you did and about how you betrayed our little son for the rest of your life, right up till the day you die. You don't deserve Newt. You don't even deserve me." Call said nothing. Maggie went back through the door. Later, when Call thought about that moment, he remembered that the sunlight made cornmeal look like gold dust on Maggie's hands and arms. After Woodrow left, Maggie went in her bedroom and cried. She was tired, more than tired of crying about Woodrow Call, but once again she couldn't help it. The best she could do was hide in her bedroom and cry so Newt wouldn't see her in tears if he woke up. He had seen her sobbing far too often as it was, and it upset him. All too often she cried after his father left, which was worrisome to her. Although Call had brought her sorrow, he was Newt's father, even though Newt didn't know it. She didn't want Newt associating his father with her tears and her pain. No one could know what might happen in life. Someday Woodrow might unbend, recognize that he had a fine son, and claim him publicly. The two of them might yet find some happiness as father and son. She didn't want to blight that chance. Graziella came in while Maggie was attempting to dry her tears. Graziella had been mightily shocked by what she had seen in the kitchen. She didn't know Captain Call very well, but she knew he was a Texas Ranger. For a woman to throw cornmeal on a Texas Ranger was a serious thing. They might hang Maggie for such an offense. At the very least, the man would beat her. "That was a bad thing you did," Graziella said. She was in the habit of speaking quite frankly to Maggie, who didn't seem to mind. "Not very bad," Maggie said. "I could have hit him with a frying pan. All I did was throw a little cornmeal on him." "Now he will beat you," Graziella said. "How will you work in the store if he beats you badly? I need to get my wages. I have my grandbabies to feed," she added. "He won't beat me, Graziella," Maggie said. "He has never hit me, and he never will. I doubt we'll see any more of him around here." "But you got his shirt dirty," Graziella said. "He will beat you. The last time my husband beat me, I could not move for 2 days. He beat me with an axe handle. I could not have worked in his store after such a beating." "This cornmeal's getting hot," Maggie said. "Would you put some in a sock and give it to Newt for his earache?" "I do not think his ear is sick," Graziella said. "I don't either, but give him the sock anyway," Maggie said. "It won't hurt to humor him." Graziella did as she was told, but she was both annoyed and uneasy. The boy wasn't sick. He had no fever. Why waste good cornmeal when it was attention he wanted anyway? She could not always be fixing poultices for a boy who wasn't sick. She was still uneasy about the beating, too. In her opinion, Maggie still had a lot to learn about the ways of men. Because Maggie wanted Captain Call and loved him, she was trying to pretend that he was better than other men, that he was above beating a woman. Graziella had had to marry 3 times before she could get a husband who knew how to stay alive. All her husbands had beaten her, and all the husbands of her sisters and her friends beat their women. It was a thing men did if they were provoked a little, or even if they were not provoked at all. The slightest drunkenness could cause a man to beat a woman, so could the slightest rebuke. Graziella had only married poor men who had to struggle and who had many worries, but 2 of her sisters had married men of wealth, men who did little all day except gamble and drink. The wealthy men had beaten her sisters just as often as the poor men had beaten her. Graziella was a little shocked by Maggie's innocence about men and women. It was not wise to take lightly or discount the violence that was in men. But before she could discuss the matter further, Newt woke up. "I don't need that hot sock. My ear don't hurt now," he said, just as Graziella finished getting the poultice ready. Such a boy deserved a good thump on the head. But before Graziella could administer the thump, Newt smiled at her so sweetly that she thought better of it and gave him one of her good tortillas instead. "I have never been no place this naked, P," Jake Spoon confided, staring with some trepidation into the bleak dusk. They had made a poor camp, waterless, shelterless, and dusty, out on the plain somewhere, a plain so vast that the sun, when it set, seemed to be 100 miles away. Captain Call had gone ahead with 6 rangers, including Charlie Goodnight. The force at the waterless camp consisted of Dietz, P., Jake, Captain McCrae, Major Featherstone Howe, a fat lieutenant named Dicus, and 6 soldiers. The purpose of the little scouting expedition was to seek out the Comanches in their winter strongholds and determine how many were left. The army wanted to know how many bands were still active and how many warriors they could put into the field. Jake Spoon had never been able to stifle his tendency to complain, unless Captain Call was in hearing. Jake said as little as possible around Captain Call. It was obvious to all the rangers that Captain Call didn't like Jake and preferred to avoid his company. P.I. considered it a puzzling thing. He didn't know why the captain had such a dislike for Jake, but at the moment, with no water and just a little food, he had more pressing things to worry about. P had developed the habit of counting his cartridges every night. He wanted to know exactly how many bullets he could expend in the event of an Indian fight. Every ranger was supposed to travel with 100 rounds, but P.I. had only been given 86 rounds, the result of some confusion in the armory the day the bullets had been handed out. It worried P considerably that he had started on the trip 14 bullets shy of a full requisition. 14 bullets could make all the difference in the world in the event that all his companions were killed while he survived. If he had to walk all the way back to Austin living on what game he could shoot, he would have to be careful. His marksmanship was not exceptional. It sometimes took him 4 or 5 bullets to bring down a deer, and his record with antelope was even worse. Also, he could shoot at Indians 14 more times if he had those bullets. The lack preyed on his mind. His count every night was to assure himself that no bullets had slipped away in the course of a day's travel. With his bullets to count and the light pour on the gloomy plain, P.I. could not waste time worrying about why Captain Call found it hard to tolerate Jake Spoon. Captain McCrae, who knew practically everything, may have known the reason, but if so, he wasn't saying. At the moment, Captain McCrae was discussing with Major Featherstone Howe the difficulty of counting Comanches with any accuracy. "Several men I know have got haircuts they didn't want while counting Comanches," he informed the Major, a skinny man with a sour disposition. "Of course, there's no risk to Dicus here," Augustus added. "He's a bald man. He's got no hair to take. They'd have to find something else to cut off if they took Dicus." Augustus liked the fat lieutenant and teased him when possible. He was less fond of the dour Featherstone Howe, though he was not especially more dour than the few army men who found themselves stuck in dusty outposts in the remote southwest while the great war raged to the east. Featherstone Howe and his men were missing out on the glory, and they knew it. And for what? To attempt to subdue a few half-starved Comanches scattered across the Texas plains? "It seems a poor exercise, don't it, Major?" Augustus said. "You could be back home fighting with Grant, or Lee, according to your beliefs. I expect it would be better employment than counting these poor Comanches." Major Featherstone Howe received that comment soberly, without change of expression. He did not welcome jocularity while in the field, but Captain McCrae, a skilled and respected ranger, seemed unable to avoid the jocular comment. "I am from Vermont, Captain," Major Featherstone Howe informed him. "I would not be fighting with General Lee, though I admire him. He once fought in these parts himself, I believe, in the war with Mexico." "Well, I didn't notice," Augustus said. "I was in love while that scrap was going on. I was younger then, about Lieutenant Dicus's age. Are you in love, Lieutenant?" Lieutenant Dicus was mortified by the question, as he was by almost every question Captain McCrae asked him. In fact, he was in love with his Millie, a strong, buxom girl of 19 whose father owned a prosperous dairy in Wisconsin. Jack Dicus nursed the deepest and tenderest feelings for his Millie, feelings so strong that tears came into his eyes if he even allowed himself to think of her. He had not been meaning to think of her. Indeed, he had been cleaning his revolver when Captain McCrae's unexpected and unwanted questions brought her suddenly and vividly to mind. Lieutenant Dicus was only just able to choke back tears. In the process of choking them back, his neck swelled and his large face turned beet red, a fact fortunately lost on the rangers and soldiers who were tending to their mounts, their saddles, or their guns, while Dietz made a small campfire and got the coffee going. Lieutenant Dicus made no reply at all to Captain McCrae's question, being well aware that if he attempted to speak he would burst into tears and lose what little authority he had over the rough soldiers under his command, horrors all of them, with scant respect for tender sentiments of the sort he harbored for his Millie. Augustus noticed the young man's discomfort and did not press his enquiry. He wished he had a book, some whiskey, or anything to distract him from the fact that he was camped in a cold, dusty place with a bunch of military men while on an errand that he considered foolish. Lately he had begun to delve into the Bible a little, mainly because Austin was so thick with preachers, there were at least 7 of them by his count, that he couldn't walk down the street without bumping into 1 or 2 of them. One, an aggressive Baptist, had the temerity to tax him one day about his whoring. In response, Augustus had bought a small Bible and began to leaf through it in idle moments, looking for notable instances of whoring, or at least of carnal appetite, among the more distinguished patriarchs of old. He soon found what he was looking for, too, and meant to use his findings to confound the preachers if they dared challenge him again. The print in his Bible was small, however, and the circumstance of a dim evening on the plains with only a flicker of campfire did not encourage biblical studies just then. He wished he had something to do besides tease nice boys such as Lieutenant Dicus, but offhand he couldn't think what it might be. It was a pity, in his view, that Charlie Goodnight had insisted on going with Call on the advance scout. He could always raise a debate with Charlie Goodnight, a man disposed to think that he knew everything. Of course, one of the things Charlie Goodnight did know was where the principal bands of Comanches hunted. Goodnight was now in the cattle business and needed to keep track of the Comanches in order to keep them from running off his saddle horses. It was obvious to Augustus that little in the way of conversation was likely to be coming from Major Featherstone Howe, the Vermonter who would not be fighting with General Lee. Major Featherstone Howe had been in Texas only a few months. This expedition was his first visit into the Texas wilds, and so far he had yet to lay eyes on a wild Comanche. It annoyed Augustus extremely that the military kept its personnel rolling over and over like clothes wringers. Each commander who came out of the East seemed to be less experienced and less knowledgeable about the geography and the terrain than the one before him. He and Call were constantly vexed by the ignorance of the military, though there had been one intelligent captain named Marcy who had conducted an excellent survey of the Red River country. Captain Marcy knew the country and the ways of the native tribes as well as anyone, but at the present time he was elsewhere, and they were stuck with Major Featherstone Howe, a man so ill-informed that he seemed surprised when told there might be problems finding water on their trip across the Llano. "But, gentlemen, I was assured there was an abundance of fine springs in Texas," the Major stated when Call brought up the matter of water the day before they departed. "Oh, there's plenty of healthy springs in Texas," Augustus assured him. "I could find you 100 easily if we was in the right part of the state." "Isn't it Texas we're going to be journeying in?" the Major asked. "Yes, but it's a big place, Major," Call said. "We're going to be crossing the Staked Plain. There may be springs there, but if there are, nobody but the Comanche know where to find them." That comment was greeted by an expression of polite disbelief on the face of Major Featherstone Howe, whose only response was to instruct his men to be sure to fill their canteens. Neither Augustus nor Call chose to press the matter. They had yet to meet a military man other than the smart Captain Marcy, who was willing to take advice from Texas Rangers, or for that matter from Indian scouts either. "It's a waste of energy to argue with a man like that," Call said as they left Fort Phantom Hill. "Agreed," Augustus said. "Let the plains do the arguing." They were only 4 days out, but already the point had been made. Major Featherstone Howe had begun to absorb some hard lessons about West Texas aridity. The Major was neat to a fault. He could not abide soiled linen or dust on his face, and had carelessly drained his own canteen by the end of the second day, wetting his kerchief often in order to swab the dust off his face. Though Augustus didn't comment, he was amused. The Major would no sooner wash his face than a dust devil or small whirlwind would sweep over the troop and get him dusty again. Now, impatient for the coffee to boil, he seemed indisposed to conversation of any kind. Augustus suspected that an offer to play a hand at cards would not be well received. "How far ahead do you suppose Captain Call's party is?" the Major asked the next morning as he was sipping coffee. "I can't really say, Major," Augustus said. "We're the slow wing of this procession." "We've come quite a distance from that fort, sir," the Major said. "Why do you think we're slow?" "Because we still stop and sleep at night," Augustus said. "Sleep does slow a troop down unless you sleep in your saddle, and Mr. Goodnight is the only one of us who's skilled at saddle snoozing. Call don't sleep at night, neither does Goodnight, and neither does Famous Shoes. I imagine some of the men with him are so tired they'd be willing to get scalped if only they could have a good nap afterwards." Major Featherstonehouse seemed unconvinced by the remark, or if not unconvinced, uninterested. "It's time to give out the prunes now," he said. "We mustn't forget the prunes, Captain." Major Hiram Featherstonehouse was a firm believer in the efficacy of prunes as an aid to regularity for men on the march. One of the pack mules carried 2 large sacks of prunes. Leaving nothing to chance, the Major had Dietz open one of the sacks each morning so that he himself could dispense the prunes. He personally handed each man in the company 6 prunes, which after some experimentation he had concluded was the number of prunes most likely to ensure clear movements in a troop of men on the march. "Here now, have your prunes, gentlemen," the Major said as he went briskly around the troop. "Clear movements now, clear movements." Augustus, the last man to receive his morning allotment, waited until the Major's back was turned and dropped his back in the sack. He did not insist that the Rangers eat prunes, but he urged them not to throw them away either. "We might get to a place out here on the Baldies where a prune would taste mighty good," he said. "Just wait till the Major ain't looking and put 'em back in the sack." P.I. particularly hated prunes. He had carelessly eaten one the first morning and had been unable to rid himself of the pruny taste all day. "What kind of a tree would grow a prune?" he asked. "A Vermont kind of tree, I reckon," Augustus said. "The Major says he grew up eating 'em." "Maybe that's why he don't never smile," P.I. said. "They probably shrunk up his mouth till he can't get a smile out." "Or it might be that he's got nothing to smile about particularly," Augustus said. "Here he is in Texas, which he don't like, trying to count Indians he can't find and couldn't whip if he did find." Within an hour of breaking camp, the Rangers found themselves riding into a brisk north wind. The long horizons quickly blurred until there was no horizon, just blowing yellowish dust. The Rangers tied their bandanas over their noses and their mouths, but the soldiers lacked bandanas and took the stinging dust full in the face. The wind that whirled across the long spaces sang in their ears, unnerving some of the soldiers, recent arrivals, who had never experienced a full norther on the plains. The howling wind convinced some of the young recruits that they were surrounded by wolves or other beasts. The Rangers had told them many stories of Comanche torture, but had said nothing about winds that sounded like the howling of beasts. "On a day like this, it's good that the Major don't smile," P.I. said to Jake. "If he did, it would just let in the grit." In the afternoon, the wind, which had been high to begin with, increased to gale force. Increasingly, it was difficult to get the horses to face it. Also, the temperature was dropping. Augustus tried to persuade Major Featherstonehouse of the wisdom of stopping until the norther blew itself out. "It won't blow like this long, Major," he said. "We could take shelter in one of these gullies and wait it out. Out here it's risky to travel when you can't see where you're going. We might ride off a cliff." Major Featherstonehouse was unmoved by the advice. Once started, he preferred not to stop until a day's march had been completed, however adverse the weather conditions. "I don't need to see where I'm going, Captain," he said. "I have a compass. I consult it frequently. I can assure you that we're going north, due north." An hour later, the half-blinded troop stumbled into and out of a steep gully. In the rock terrain, half-peppered by blowing sand, the Major dropped his compass, but didn't immediately register the loss. When, at the half-hour, he reached for it, meaning to take his bearings, as he always did twice hourly, he discovered that he no longer had his compass, a circumstance which vexed him greatly. "I must ask you to stop the troop and wait, Captain," he said. "I must have dropped my compass when we were crossing that declivity. What do you call it?" "A gully, Major," Gus said. "Yes, that's probably where it is," the Major said. "It's back in that gully. I'll just hurry back and find it." "Major, I doubt you'll find it," Augustus said. "The sand's blowing so thick you can barely see your horse's ears. That compass will be covered up by now, most likely." "Nonsense, I'm sure I can find it," the Major said. "I'll just retrace my steps. You give the men a few prunes while you're waiting. Important to avoid constipation, Captain. An army can't fight if it's constipated." "Major, I've got a compass. Take it," Augustus said, horrified by what the man planned to do. He was convinced that if the Major rode off in such a storm, they would probably never see him again. "I know mine probably ain't as good as yours, but it will point you north at least," he assured the Major, holding out his own compass. "I don't want your compass, Captain. I want my own," Major Featherstonehouse said firmly. "It was my father's compass. It was made in Reading, England. It's our family compass. It's made the trip around the Cape. I'm not going to leave it in some declivity in West Texas. I'd never be able to face Pa. He expects me to have this compass when I come home. I can assure you of that, Captain McCrae. Prunes, men, prunes." With that, The major turned and was gone. Augustus was nonplussed. He knew he ought to send someone with the major to help him find his way back, but he had no one to send except himself, and he did not feel it wise to leave the troop in such a situation. The men were huddled around him. In the blowing sand they seemed spectral, like gray ghosts. His rangers, veterans of many severe northers, were stoical, but the army boys were nervous, stunned by the abrupt departure of their commander. "I guess I should have roped him, but it's too late now," Augustus observed. The sandstorm had promptly swallowed up the major. "Now he's rode off and left me in command," Lieutenant Dicus said, appalled at being thrust into a position of responsibility under such conditions at such a time and in such a place. Augustus smiled. He could not help being amused by the large lieutenant from Wisconsin. At that moment, Lieutenant Dicus was staring hopelessly at the wall of sand into which his commanding officer had just disappeared. "It must have been a mighty good compass," Jake Spoon said. "It would have to be made of emeralds for me to go looking for it in a wind like this." "I doubt you'd know an emerald if you swallowed one, Jake," Augustus said, dismounting. "That compass was made in Reading, England, and besides, the major's got his paw to think about." "I don't know what to do, Captain," Lieutenant Dicus admitted, looking at his gray, cold, gritty men. "Well, one thing we can do is let the prunes be," Augustus said. "Myself, I'd vote for a cup of coffee over a goddamned prune." The sandstorm raged until sunset. The whirling sand seemed to magnify the sun as it sank. For a time the sand and dust even made it seem that the sun had paused in its descent. It seemed to hang just above the horizon, a great malign orb, orange at the edges but almost bluish in the center. Some of the young army men, newcomers like their major to the country of sand and wind, thought something had gone wrong with nature. One private, a thin boy from Illinois, almost frozen from a day in the biting wind, thought the bluish sun meant that the world was coming to an end. He had a memory of a church in Paducah, Illinois, where he had lived as a boy, saying that the world would end with the setting of a blue sun. The boy's name was Brierly Crisp. He was the youngest man in the troop. His mother and all his sisters wept when he left home. They all expected Brierly to be killed. Brierly had been eager at the time to get gone into the army, mainly to escape the plowing, which he detested. Now, looking at the ominous blue sun, its edges tinged with the orange hues of hell fire, and with the sand piling up on his eyelids so heavy he could hardly focus his eyes, Brierly knew he had made a terrible, fatal mistake. He had come all the way to Texas to be a soldier, and now the world was ending. He began to shiver so violently that his shaking caught the eye of Lieutenant Dicus, who, though nervous himself, felt it was now his responsibility to see that morale did not falter within the troop. "Stop that shaking, Private Crisp," he said. "If you're chilly, get a sugan off the pack mule and wrap up in it." "I ain't shivering from the chill, Lieutenant," Brierly Crisp said. "I see that old blue sun there. A preacher told me once the world would end the night the sun set blue like that one's settin'." "I doubt that preacher who upset you had spent much time along the Pecos River," Augustus said. "I've seen the sun set blue many a time in these sand showers, but the world hasn't ended. What I do doubt is that we'll see any more Major Featherstone now this evening, him or his compass either." They didn't. To Brierly Crisp's relief, the sun finally did set. The night that followed saw the temperatures drop so far that the men slept beneath white clouds of frozen breath. Toward midnight the sandstorm finally blew out. By 4 the stars were visible again. Augustus debated with himself whether to take advantage of the faint starlight to conduct a quick search for Major Featherstone now. But in the end he didn't. The morning promised to be clear. They could easily find the major then, assuming he had survived the chilly night. They were not long in doubt on that issue. There was still so much sand in the air that the sun rose in haze, with a fine nimbus around it. To Private Crisp's joy, the world was still there and still dry. Augustus had just picked up his coffee cup when he saw a moving dot to the south, a dot that soon became Major Featherstone now, cantering briskly toward them on his heavy white mare. Augustus had advised against the mare, not because of her heft, but because she was white. The Comanches they were supposed to be scouting particularly loved a white horse. "If Kicking Wolf gets sight of her, that's one more horse the army won't have to feed, Major," Augustus had informed him, but the major had only returned a chilly stare. Now, though, he was simply relieved that the major was alive. It would have been a task to locate him if he had lost himself on the Llano. "Good morning, Major. I hope you found that compass," Augustus said when Featherstone Howe trotted up, his uniform caked with dust. "Of course I found it. That was why I went back," Major Featherstone Howe said. Dusty as he was, he still seemed startled by the suggestion that he might not have found the compass. "It was made in Reading, England," he added. "My father took it around the Cape." "I wish I had a bath to offer you, Major," Augustus said. "You look like you've been buried and dug up." "Oh, it was weathery," the Major admitted. "I thought I might find one of those springs and have a wash, but I couldn't find one. Of course, I had to wait for daylight before I could locate my compass." The Major dismounted and took a little coffee, carefully inspecting his compass while he breakfasted. "I wish it would snow," he remarked to Lieutenant Dicus. "I'm accustomed to snow when it's this weathery." Lieutenant Dicus regarded it as a miracle that the Major had reappeared at all. The absence of snow, of which there was an abundance in Wisconsin, did not disturb him. "You can melt snow, and once it's melted you can heat the water and have a wash," the Major said. "Does it ever snow here, Captain?" "It snows, but not too many people care to wash in it, Major," Augustus said. "I doubt that washing's as popular in this country as it is in Vermont." An hour later, pressing on north with the aid of Major Featherstone Howe's compass, Augustus spotted a rider coming toward them across the long sage flats. "That's Charlie Goodnight. I expect he's got news," Augustus said. Major Featherstone Howe and Lieutenant Dicus both looked in the direction Augustus was pointing, but they could see nothing, just high clouds and wavery horizon. The Major could think of very little besides how much he desired to wash. He was 61 years old, and never in his more than 3 decades of soldiering had he felt as thoroughly soiled as he felt at the moment. During the weathery night, the blowing sand had worked its way into his skin to a depth no dust had ever been allowed to penetrate before. Besides that, his canteen was empty. He could not even wet his kerchief and wipe the dust off his face. His lips were so cracked from the dryness that he would have been hard put to eat, even if they had had more palatable food. All day the men talked of game, but they saw no game. The Major had once been offered a favorable position in a dry goods firm in Baltimore, but had turned it down out of a distaste for the frivolity of town life. As he stared at the Texas plain, dirt under his collar, incapable of seeing the rider that Captain McCrae could not only see but identify, the Major could not help wondering if he had been wise to turn down that position in the dry goods firm. After all, he could have resided outside of Baltimore and ridden in a buggy. If nothing else, there would have been plenty of fine, meltable snow. "How can you tell who it is?" Lieutenant Dicus asked. He had finally been able to detect motion in the sage flats to the north, but he could not even tell that the motion was made by a human on a horse. Yet Augustus McCrae could see the horse and even identify the rider. "Why, I know Charlie," Augustus said. "I know how he rides. He comes along kind of determined. He don't look fast, but the next thing you know, he's there." Events soon bore out Augustus's point. The next thing the troop knew, Goodnight was there. "I expected you to be farther along, Captain," Goodnight said. "I suppose the military had a hard time keeping up." Goodnight nodded at Major Featherstone Howe and promptly turned his horse as if assuming that the company would immediately respond and follow him. His impatience with military behavior was well known. "No, this is a speedy troop, Charlie," Augustus said. "The fact is the Major dropped his compass in that sandstorm yesterday and had to go back for it. It's a prominent compass made in Reading, England." Major Featherstone Howe, though startled by the man's manner, did not intend to let himself be deflected from his original purpose by mere frontier rudeness. He was dusty as an old boot and felt that his efficiency as a commander would soon diminish if he could not secure a good wash. "Any springs ahead of us, sir?" he asked Goodnight. "The sand has been plentiful the last 2 days. I think we could all profit from a good bath." "I imagine our weapons need cleaning as well," he added. It had just occurred to him that the blowing dust might have gummed up mechanisms to their pistols and rifles and revolvers. Military ignorance did not surprise Goodnight. "There's a fine spring, about 300 miles due north of here, Major," he said. "I expect you could reach it in a week if you don't lose your compass again." "Sir, 300 miles?" Major Featherstone Howe asked, aghast. "That is, if you can get through the Comanches," Goodnight added. "How many Comanches, and how far ahead?" Augustus asked. The soldiers, some of whom had been grimly amused by Goodnight's brusque treatment of Major Featherstone Howe, he was not a popular leader, ceased to be amused. Mention of Comanches was enough to quell all merriment in the troop and replace it with dread. The thought of Comanches called into their minds scenes of torture and dismemberment. They had all heard too many stories. "Charlie, have you run into our red foes?" Augustus inquired again. "Crossed their trail," Goodnight said. "It's a hunting party. They're about 30 miles ahead of us, but they're lazing along. I think we can overtake them if we hurry. They've got nearly 50 stolen horses, and I expect a captive or two." "Then let's go," Augustus said. Before putting spurs in his horse and following Goodnight, who had already left, he had reached down and accepted a tin cup full of coffee from Dietz and drained it in 3 swallows. Augustus looked back at the few dirty, discouraged, ignorant, and ill-paid men that constituted the troop, all of whom, including Major Featherstone Howe, looked as if they wished they could be somewhere else in the world. "We're going after the Comanches. Don't lame your horses," Gus said. "It's lucky you dropped your compass, Major. The horses got a night's rest, and that might make the difference." Then he turned and rode. It was cruel to press men as hard as it would be necessary to press them now, but the alternative was to lead a futile expedition that would accomplish nothing. With war raging among the whites, the Comanches had grown bold again. In some places, the line of white settlement had been driven back almost 100 miles. Only those settlers brave enough to live in homemade forts and risk death every day as they worked in their fields farmed the western country now. He and Call had had to abandon the border to banditry. Answering raids on the northwestern frontier took all their time and resources. Lately, they'd scarcely been in town long enough to launder their clothes. The Rangers were too few in number to overwhelm the war parties, but their guns had improved and their marksmanship as well. They would sometimes demoralize their attackers by killing a few prominent warriors. As fighting men, they had become a match for the Comanches. But their horses, for the most part heavy and slow, were rarely capable of keeping up with the leaner, faster Comanche ponies. Goodnight, in his brief time in the soldiers' camp, had quickly sized up the state of the horses. When Augustus caught up with him, he did not hold back his assessment. "Those horses are just glue buckets with legs," he told Augustus. "I doubt they've got 50 miles in them." "I doubt they've got 40, Gus agreed. Goodnight, of course, was well mounted, on a gelding with sure feet and abundant wind. Augustus, likewise, had taken care to provide himself with a resilient mount, but most of the troopers were not so fortunate. "We're fighting horse Indians, not walking Indians," he himself had pointed out to more than one governor and many legislators, but the Rangers were still mounted on the cheapest horseflesh the horse traders could provide, an economy that cost several Rangers their lives. "Who are we chasing, do we know?" he asked Goodnight. He had come to know the fighting styles of several Comanche chiefs rather well. "Peyton Nakona and some of his hunters," Goodnight said. "That's what I think, and Famous Shoes agrees." "I wonder if Buffalo Hump is still alive," Augustus said. "You'll still hear a kicking wolf taking horses now and then, but we ain't had to engage Buffalo Hump since the war started." "He's alive," Goodnight said. "How do you know?" Gus asked. "Because I'd hear of it if he died," Goodnight said. "So would you. He led 2 raids all the way to the ocean. No other Comanche has done that. They'll be singing about him when he dies." Goodnight had a disgusted look on his face. "I guess you're mad at me, Charlie, for not keeping up," Augustus ventured. "No, but I won't come back for that Major again," Goodnight said. "If he can't keep hold of his compass, then I'd rather he went home." Buffalo Hump was slow to recover from the shitting sickness, the cholera. For the first time in his life, he was forced to live with weakness in his limbs and body. For 2 months he could not mount a horse or even draw a bow. His wives fed him and tended to him. A few of the warriors still came to confer with him for a while, but then they began to avoid him, as the strong always avoid the weak. Kicking Wolf was stealing many horses from the Texans, but he did not ask Buffalo Hump to raid with him any more. No one asked Buffalo Hump to raid with them now, although warriors from many bands raided frequently. Many whites had gone to fight other whites in the east. There were few blue-coated soldiers left, and few rangers to defend the little farms and settlements. The young warriors killed, tortured, raped, and stole, but they did not take Buffalo Hump with them, nor did they come to him to brag of their courage and their exploits when they returned from the raids with horses or captives. They did not ask Buffalo Hump or brag to him because he was not young any more. He had lost his strength, and with his strength lost his power. Buffalo Hump was resentful. It was not pleasant to be ignored or even scorned by the very warriors he had trained, the very people he had led. But he was not surprised. Many times he had seen great warriors weaken, sicken, grow old, lose their power. The young men, who would have once been eager to ride with them, quickly came to scorn them. The young warriors were cruel. They whispered and snickered if one of the older men failed to make a kill or let a captive escape. They respected only the strong men who could not be insulted without a price being paid in blood. When Buffalo Hump saw that the time had passed when he could be a powerful chief, he had his wives move his lodge into a cleft in the canyon some distance from camp. He wanted to be where he would not have to listen to the young men brag after each raid. Even the screams of tortured captives had begun to irritate him. Buffalo Hump would not be scorned, not in his own camp. If he heard some young warrior whispering about him, he would fight, even if it meant his death. But he thought it was only a foolish man who put himself deliberately in the way of such challenges. He took himself away, too far from the main camp for the shouting and dancing to disturb him. Then he instructed his wives, Lark and Heavyleg, how to make good snares. It was a craft he expected them to learn. There was little large game in the canyon now, but plenty of small game: rabbits, skunks, ground squirrels, prairie dogs, quail and dove, possums, and fat prairie hens. He wanted his wives to work their snares and catch what food they needed. When his strength returned so that he could draw his bow and throw his lance, he meant to journey alone with his wives north to the cold rivers where the buffalo still lived. He would take 2 pack horses and kill enough meat to last all winter. The shitting sickness had not affected his eyes, though, or his ears. He saw the young men riding south, murder in their hearts, singing their war songs, and he could count as well. He saw how many young men rode out, and he saw how many came back. In his days of raiding, he rarely lost more than 1 or 2 warriors to the guns of the Texans. If he lost more than 3 men, he did not claim victory, and always he recovered and brought back the bodies of the fallen warriors so they could have a proper burial. Now, though, when the young men came back claiming victory, they had sometimes lost 5 or 6 men. Once they even lost 8, and another time 10. Seldom in those battles did they recover more than 1 or 2 bodies to bring home. Many warriors were left unburied, a thing that in his time would have shamed any chief or warrior who led a raid. But it did not seem to shame the young men. They spoke only of the Texans they had killed and said nothing about the warriors who were lost and whose bodies had been abandoned. Usually after such a raid, a few of the old men would come to Buffalo Hump in his new camp to discuss the shameful losses and the even more shameful abandonment of bodies. Some of the elders, Old Sunrise in particular, wanted Buffalo Hump to speak to the young men. They wanted him to ride with them on a raid, to instruct them of the correct way to behave toward the dead. But Buffalo Hump refused. He would not ride with warriors who didn't want him. The young men had no use for him now. They made that clear by the arrogant looks they gave him when he walked through the camp or rode out to the horse herd to watch the young horses. When the old men came to him with their complaints, he listened but did not say much in reply. He had led the band for a long time, but now could not. Let the young men decide who should be chief. Let them do without a chief if they could not decide. After all, any warrior could follow anyone he wanted to, or follow no one if that was his choice. Buffalo Hump did not like what he saw, but he could do little about it. His own time was short. It had almost ended in the weeks of his sickness, and he did not intend to use it giving advice to young men who did not want it. With Kicking Wolf, though, he sometimes did talk, and talk frankly about what the large losses meant. "The Texans have learned to fight us," he said. Heavyleg had caught a fat coon in a snare and was cooking it. "Some have," Kicking Wolf admitted. "Some are fools." "Yes, some are fools, but Gun in the Water is not a fool, and neither is McCrae," Buffalo Hump said. "They don't get scared now just because we yell at them. Their men wait until we are close and then they shoot us. They have better guns now. If they had better horses, they would follow us and kill us all." "Their horses are too fat and too slow," Kicking Wolf agreed. "That is because you have stolen so many of the good ones," Buffalo Hump told him. Though Kicking Wolf had often annoyed him, it was clear that he was the best horse thief the tribe had ever produced. Now he felt annoyed again, but it was not because Kicking Wolf had been rude. Kicking Wolf had always been rude. What was annoying was that he was younger. He had not been sick, and the hand of age had not touched him. The young men made a little fun of him, but not much. They didn't fear him as a fighter, but they respected him as a thief. "Slow Tree has sat down with the white man," Kicking Wolf informed him one day. "So have Murray and Little Cloud. They are all going to the place the whites want to put them, near the Brazos. The Texans have promised to give them beef." That news came as no surprise to Buffalo Hump. He had never sat down with the white men, and never would, but it did not surprise him that Slow Tree and others, worn out by the difficulty of feeding their bands, would talk with the whites and go to the places the white men wanted to put them. "It is because the buffalo have left," Kicking Wolf said, a little apologetically. Buffalo Hump was looking angry. He did not like the news that Comanches were giving in to the white men, ceasing to fight or be free. Yet he knew how thin the game was. He saw that the buffalo were gone. "The buffalo haven't left the world," Buffalo Hump told him. "They have only gone to the north, to be away from the Texans. If we go north, we can still kill buffalo." "Slow Tree and the other chiefs are too old," Kicking Wolf said. "They don't like to go into the snows." "No, I see that," Buffalo Hump said. "They had rather sit with the Texans and make speeches. They had rather be given beef than steal them, although cattle are easy to steal." Kicking Wolf was sorry he had mentioned that the chiefs were too old. It brought anger to Buffalo Hump's face. He was fingering his knife, the cold look in his eyes. Kicking Wolf understood that the anger was because Buffalo Hump himself was now old. He could not ride the war trail again. It was known that he planned to go north to hunt buffalo alone. Kicking Wolf thought that was foolish, but he didn't say anything. There were many whites to the north, and they did have good guns. "Would you let the whites tell you where to live?" Buffalo Hump asked him. "Would you let them buy you off for a few of their skinny beeves?" "No, I would rather eat horse meat than beef," Kicking Wolf said. "I can eat the horses I steal. I will never sit down with the whites." There was a long silence. The coon had been chopped up. It was bubbling in the pot. The flesh sagged on Buffalo Hump's arms, and his torso was thin now. His hump seemed as if it would pull his body over backward. "Doesn't Slow Tree have horses he could eat?" Buffalo Hump asked. "Doesn't Murray?" "They have some horses," Kicking Wolf said. "I think they are just tired of fighting. Many of their young men have been killed, and their women are unhappy. They have been fighting for a long time." "We have all been fighting for a long time," Buffalo Hump reminded him. "We have been fighting for our whole lives. That is our way." He was silent again. He had begun to think that it was time for him to leave his people, perhaps even leave his wives. If, one by one, the chiefs of the various bands were giving up, making peace with the white men, then the time of the free Comanche was over. And so was his own time. Perhaps he should go away alone and seek a place to die. The greatest warriors inconvenienced no one when their time was ending. They simply went away, alone or with one old horse. Of course, it was a thing rarely done now, a custom that was almost forgotten. The Texans had made it hard for any man to survive long enough to come to the natural end of his time. Now so many warriors fell in battle that few could survive until they could die with dignity in the old way. Buffalo Hump did not want to discuss this possibility with Kicking Wolf. He wanted only one more piece of information. He wanted to know about Quanah, the young chief of the Antelope Band, the Comanches who lived the farthest west in the barren Llano. These Comanches had never sat down with the whites. They survived in their harsh land even when the buffalo didn't come. The Antelope Comanches would live on roots and grubs, on weeds and prairie dogs and bulbs they dug from the earth. Buffalo Hump himself had only been among the Antelope Comanches once or twice in his life. They lived too far away and were not friendly. The fact that they were not friendly was something he had come to admire. They lived in their own place, in the old way, hunting, moving as the game moved, finding enough water to survive in a place where no one else could find water. The antelope rarely fought the whites because the whites could not find them. When the whites came, the antelope merely retreated deeper and deeper into the long space of the Llano. Always the whites ran out of food and out of water before they could attack them. Antelope knew their country and could survive in it. The whites didn't know it and feared it. Even Famous Shoes, the Kickapoo who went everywhere, did not try to follow the Antelope Comanches to their watering holes. Even he found the Llano too hard a test. Now Buffalo Hump had heard that there was a young chief of the Antelope Band. His name was Quanah. Though scarcely more than a boy, he was said to be a great fighter, decisive and terrible in battle, a horseman and hunter, one who had no fear either of the whites or of the country. The talk was that Quanah was half white, the son of Peta Nocona and the captive Nadua, who had been with the Comanche for many years. She had been taken in a raid near the Brazos when Buffalo Hump himself had been young. Nadua had been with the people so long that she had forgotten that she was a captive. Now her son led the Antelope Comanches and kept his people far from the whites and their councils. When Buffalo Hump asked about Quanah, Kicking Wolf did not answer immediately. The subject seemed to annoy him. "I took him 4 good horses, but he didn't want them," he said finally. "Did you try to fool him?" Buffalo Hump asked. "I remember that you used to try and trade me bad horses. You only wanted to trade the horses there was something wrong with. Maybe Quanah is too smart for you. Maybe he knew those horses had something wrong with them." Kicking Wolf immediately rose and prepared to leave. "There was nothing wrong with the horses I took him, or with the horses I traded you either," he said. "Some day Quanah will wish he had horses as good as those I took him." Then he walked away, to the embarrassment of Heavyleg and Lark, who had been preparing to offer him some of the coon. That was the polite thing to do. When Buffalo Hump visited Kicking Wolf, he always politely ate a little of what Kicking Wolf's wives had prepared. He was a good guest. He did not simply get up and leave just as the meal was ready. Lark and Heavyleg were afraid they might have done something to offend their guest. Perhaps he was forbidden to eat coon? They didn't know what to think, but they were fearful. If they had erred, Buffalo Hump would surely beat them. Since his sickness, he was often in a bad temper and beat them for the smallest errors in the management of the lodge. They knew that the beatings mainly came about because Buffalo Hump was old and ill, but they were severe beatings anyway, so severe that it behooved them to be as careful as possible. This time, though, Buffalo Hump merely ate his food. He said nothing to his wives. It amused him that Kicking Wolf was annoyed with Quanah, the young war chief of the Antelopes, just because he was a good judge of horseflesh. It only impressed Buffalo Hump more that Quanah had refused to trade with Kicking Wolf. Living where he lived, on the Llano, where the distances to be traveled were great and the forage sparse, a war chief could not afford to make mistakes about horses. If a horse's feet were poor, it might imperil the success of a hunt, and the people's survival depended on the hunt. Of course, Kicking Wolf was notorious, and had been throughout his whole career as a thief, for attempting to trade off horses that looked like fine horses, but that had one hard-to-detect flaw. Perhaps a given horse was deficient in endurance, or had no wind, or had hooves that were prone to splitting. Kicking Wolf was skilled at glossing over flaws that only a man with an experienced eye could see. There was a way of knowing that some men had and some men didn't. Kicking Wolf could watch a horse graze for a few minutes and know whether he was watching a good horse. But fewer and fewer could do that. Buffalo Hump had never been an exact appraiser of horseflesh himself. What he knew was that Kicking Wolf was tricky, and that he ought to be wary of the horses that Kicking Wolf praised the most. It amused him to think that this boy, this half-white war chief Quanah, might know the same thing, that Kicking Wolf was sly, too sly to be easily trusted when it came to horses. Nadua was nursing the child when the other women began to scream. She had been dreaming while the little girl nursed, dreaming of the warm lodge they could build if Peta was successful in the hunt and brought some good skins for her to clean and tan. The men had left early to hunt. Only an hour before Peta had been there. There were a few slaves in the camp, young Kickapoos who had been caught only a week before. The white men charging at them on the horses were shooting the young slaves, thinking they were warriors. Before Nadua could run, the Texans were all around her. Her little girl, Flower, was a speedy child. She was almost 2 years old and could run as fast as any of the little children in the camp. Before Nadua could flee, Flower dropped the breast and ran, crazed with fear of the Texans. She almost ran under one of the charging horses, but the rider pulled up just in time. The wind was up, dust swirled through the camp. In the confusion, with the dust blinding them, the Texans were shooting at anyone who ran, whether woman or slave. Nadua only wanted to catch her child before one of the horses injured her. Her hope was that Peta and the other hunters would hear the shooting and come back to attack the Texans. Just as Nadua caught up with her little girl, she turned and saw two men aiming rifles at her. They were going to shoot her down. The wind blew her clothes away from her legs. She held tightly to Flower, regretting that there was no time to hide her. If she could just hide the child well, then even if she herself were killed, the men would return and find her. Flower would live. Nadua thought death was coming, but the first man suddenly lifted his rifle and put out his hand to keep the other Texan from shooting. The first rider jumped off his horse and grabbed Nadua to pull her aside so that none of the Texans would ride her down or shoot her. Some of the other women had been killed, and others were fleeing with their children. Nadua tried to pull free and run, but the man who held her was strong. Though she fought and scratched, she could not break free. When the shooting stopped, several of the Texans gathered around her. Their smell was terrible. They peered into her eyes and rubbed her skin. One even lifted her garments to stare at her legs. Nadua thought rape was coming, the rape that many women experienced when a camp was invaded. The Texans kept rubbing her skin, arguing with one another. Nadua thought they were only arguing about who would rape her first, but the men didn't rape her. Instead, they began to make plans to take her with them. When Nadua saw what they were about, she began to scream and try to free herself. She could not stand the touch of a Texan. Their breath smelled like the breath of animals, and their eyes were cruel. Nadua screamed and fought. When she got a hand free, she began to rake at herself, clawing at her breast to make herself bloody and ugly so the Texans would leave her to run away with the other women. She knew Peta would come back if she could only find a hiding place where she could wait for him. The Texans would not free her, though. They tied her hands and put her on a horse, but Nadua immediately rolled off and ran a few steps before the Texans caught her again. This time, when they put her on the horse, they tied her feet under the horse's belly so she could not get free. Some of the men rode off rapidly toward the west in the direction Peta had gone with the other hunters. Nadua hoped that Peta was too far away for the Texans to catch. There were too many Texans for Peta and the few hunters to fight. Other warriors had already taken the stolen horses north. It was mainly the horses that the Texans wanted. Soon the riders came back and the Texans began to ride south. Nadua screamed and struggled with her bonds. She wanted the Texans to leave her. 2 women lay dead at the edge of the camp, shot by the Texans in the first charge. But Nadua was tied to the horse and could not escape. She wished she could be dead like the women whose bodies she had seen. She thought it would be better to be dead than to be taken by the Texans, men whose breath smelled like the breath of beasts. "She might be the Parker girl," Goodnight said as they rode away from the Comanche camp. The blue-eyed woman tied to the horse behind them screamed as if her life were ending. Call had his doubts about taking the woman back. Even Goodnight, who led the horse she was on, seemed to have his doubts. All of them had seen what happened when captive white women were returned to white society. Grief was what happened, and the longer the captivity, the less likely it was that the women could accept what they would have to face, or be accepted even by the families who had wanted them back. Most of the returned captives soon died. "The Parker girl was taken 25 years ago," Call reminded Goodnight. "Comanche women themselves mostly don't live that long. I doubt any white woman could survive it." "I know I couldn't survive 25 years in one of their camps," Augustus said. "If I couldn't get to a saloon now and then, I'd pine away." He said it in jest, hoping to lighten the general mood, but the jest failed. The mood was grim and stayed grim. They had killed 6 Comanche women as they charged into the camp. They had also killed 3 Kickapoo captives who were only boys. It was not their practice to kill women or the young, but the men were frightened, the dust was bad, and they knew there was a band of Comanche hunters in camp or not far away. At such times, fear and bloodlust easily combined. It was impossible to control nervous, frightened men in such a situation, men in particular who had good reason to hate all Comanches. Except for the new soldiers, there was scarcely a man in the troop who had not lost loved ones in the Comanche raids. Killing women left a bad taste in the mouth, but the deed was done. They had killed 6. The women were dead. There was nothing to do but go home. They were all troubled by the woman screaming, and by the way she ripped at her breast when she saw that they meant to take her. Despite her blue eyes and white skin, the poor woman thought she was Comanche. She wanted to stay with the people she felt and believed to be her own. Taking captive women back was not a duty any of the men could be sure of or be easy with. Of course, leaving a white woman with the Comanches would have been just as hard and left them just as uneasy. "She doesn't know English," Goodnight said. "She's been with him so long she's forgot it." "In that case, it would be a mercy to shoot her," Call said. "She'll never be right in the head." "I don't know why you think she's the Parker girl, Charlie," Augustus said. "That girl was taken before I was even a ranger, and I can't even remember what I was before I started being a ranger." "You were a loafer," Call said, though he agreed with Gus's point. Sometimes Goodnight's opinions irritated him. The poor woman could be anybody, yet Goodnight had convinced himself that she was the long-lost Parker girl, the mother, some said, of Quanah, the young war chief of the Antelope Band, a warrior few white men had ever seen. "I know the Parkers, that's why I think it," Goodnight said. "I've been around Parkers ever since I came to Texas, and this woman looks like a Parker to me." "Well, even if she was born a Parker, she's a Comanche now, and she's got a Comanche child," Augustus said. "Call's right, it would be a mercy to shoot her." Goodnight didn't argue further. He saw no point. There was no clear right to be argued. The captive was a white-skinned woman with blue eyes. She had not been born a Comanche. They could neither shoot her nor leave her. He knew, as did Call and McCrae, that only sorrow awaited her in the settlements of the whites. It was a hard thing. The white families, of course, thought they wanted their captive loved ones back. They thought it right up until the moment when rangers or soldiers did actually return some poor, ragged, dirty, wild captive to them, a person who, likely as not, had not been washed except by the rain since the moment they had been stolen. If the captivity had lasted more than a month or two, the person the families got back was never the person they had lost. The change was too violent, the gap opened between new life and old too wide to be closed. Call said no more about the white woman either. He knew they were saving her merely to kill her by tortures different from those the Indians practiced. He could take no pride in recovering captives, unless, by a rapid chase, the rangers were able to recover them within a few days of their capture. Only those who had been freshly taken ever flourished once they were returned. As usual, he rode homeward off the plains with a sense of incompletion. They had fought 3 violent skirmishes and acquitted themselves well. Some livestock had been recovered, though most of the stolen horses had escaped them. Several Comanche warriors had been killed with the loss of only one ranger, Lee Hitch, who had lagged behind to pick persimmons and had strayed right into a Comanche hunting party. They shot him full of arrows, scalped him, mutilated him, and left. By the time his friend Stove Jones went back and found him, the Comanches had cut the track of the ranger troop and fled to the open plains, joining the horse thieves in their flight. Stove Jones was incoherent with grief. In the space of an hour he had lost his oldest friend. "Them persimmons weren't even ripe yet either," Stove said. He was to repeat the same bewildered comment for years, whenever the name of Lee Hitch came up. That his friend had got himself butchered over green persimmons was a fact that never ceased to haunt him. Call regretted the loss, too. An able ranger had made a single mistake in a place where a single mistake was all it took to finish a man. It was the kind of thing that could have happened to Augustus if whiskey bottles grew on bushes like persimmons. What troubled him continually was the impossibility of protecting hundreds of miles of frontier with just a small troop of men. The government had been right to build a line of forts, but now the Civil War was rapidly draining those forts of soldiers. The frontier was almost as unprotected as it had been in the 40s, when he and Augustus had first taken up the gun. The Comanches had been in retreat, demoralized, sick, hungry. A few aggressive campaigns would have eliminated them as a threat to white settlement. But now, because of the war, progress had been checked. With so few fighting men to oppose them, the Comanches would raid again at will, picking and choosing from the little exposed ranches and farms. There had just been reports that a young chief had even ridden down the old war trail into Mexico, destroying 3 villages and costing the Mexicans many children. It left Call with such a sense of futility that he and Augustus had even begun to talk of doing something else. They rarely had even 50 men under their command at any one time. Though the Comanches were comparatively weak, the Rangers were weaker still. Meanwhile, to the south and west, the banditry raged unchecked. The more prominent cattlemen of South Texas, men such as Captain King, were virtually at war with their counterparts in Mexico, forced to employ large bands of well-mounted and well-armed riflemen in order to hold their ground. To the east, where the war raged, the tide of battle was uncertain. No one could say whether North or South would win. Even those partisans in Austin who regarded General Lee as second only to the Almighty had muted their bragging now. The struggle was too desperate. No one knew what would happen. What Call did know was that his own men were tired. They had more ground to cover than any one group of men could reasonably be expected to cover, and despite many promises, their mounts were still inadequate. Governors and legislators wanted the hostiles held in check and the bandits hung, but they wanted it all to be done with the fewest possible men on the cheapest possible horses. It irritated Call and infuriated Augustus. "If I could, I'd strike a deal with old Buffalo Hump," Augustus said at one point. Admittedly, he was well in his cups. "I'd bring him down and turn him loose in the legislature. If he scalped about half the damn senators, I have no doubt they'd vote to let us buy some good horses." "How could they vote if they were dead?" Call asked. "Oh, there'd soon be more legislators," Gus said. "I'd make the new ones dig the graves for the old ones. It would be a lesson to them." Meanwhile, the captive woman had not ceased or abated her shrieking. It was a cold, cloudy day with a bitter wind. The woman's wild shrieking unnerved the men, the younger ones particularly. As P.I. watched, the woman tried to bite her own flesh in order to pull her wrists free of their rawhide bonds. She bit herself so violently that blood was soon streaming down her horse's shoulders. Of course, it did no good. Jake Spoon had tied the knots, and Jake was good with knots. It was Jake, of all the rangers, who seemed most disturbed by the woman screaming. "I wish we could just shoot her, P," Jake said. "If I had known she was going to bite herself and carry on like that, I would have shot her to begin with." "I wouldn't want to shoot no woman, not me," P.I. said. He wished the sun would come out. After violent skirmishes, his head was apt to throb for hours. It was throbbing at the time. He had a notion that if the sun would just come out, his head might get a little better. His horse had a hard trot, which made his head pound the worse. Jake Spoon, who was delicate and prone to vomits at the sight of dead people, couldn't tolerate the woman's shrieks. He plugged his ears with some cotton ticking he kept in his saddlebags for just such a purpose. Then he loped ahead so he wouldn't have to see the blood from the woman's torn wrists dripping off her horse's shoulders. "What's wrong with that boy?" Goodnight asked when he saw the tufts of cotton sticking out of Jake Spoon's ears. "Why, I don't know, Charlie," Augustus said. "Maybe he's just tired of listening to all this idle conversation." Idaho had ridden all the way from the Big Wichita to the Arkansas River, looking for Blue Duck and his band of renegades. He wanted to join the band and become a renegade himself, mainly so he could go on killing white people and stealing their guns. Idaho would kill anybody, Indian or white, if they had guns that he wanted to shoot. He didn't consider himself a harsh or a particularly bloodthirsty man. It was merely that killing people was usually the easiest way to get their guns. To his annoyance, Idaho missed Blue Duck as he was traveling toward the Arkansas. Several people had told him Blue Duck was camped on the Arkansas, when in fact he was camped on a sandy bend of the Red River, well east, where the river curved into the forests. "Quicksand," Blue Duck informed him when Idaho finally found his camp and asked why he was camping on the Red River. "There's bad sand along this stretch of the river. If the law tries to come at us from the south, they'll bog their horses. We can shoot them or let them drown. 5 or 6 laws from Texas have drowned already." "If they drown, do you get their guns?" Idaho asked. He was from the Comanche band of Pahayuka, whom Blue Duck had known long ago when he was still welcome among the Comanche people. But Pahayuka had agreed to take his people onto a reservation the whites had promised him. Pahayuka was old. What had made him agree to go onto the reservation was the news that the big war between the whites might soon end. The white soldiers were said to have reached an agreement to stop killing one another. At least that was the rumor, though there had been other such rumors in the last few years, and they had not been accurate. But it was Pahayuka's opinion that once the white soldiers stopped killing one another, they would start killing Comanches again. The bluecoat soldiers would return to the empty forts stretching westward along the rivers. Many bluecoats would come, and this time they would come onto the Llano and press the fight until there were no more free Comanches left to kill. Pahayuka was not a coward, nor was he a fool. Idaho knew that he was probably right in his assessment, right when he said that the people would no longer be able to live in the old ways. If they wanted to live at all, they would have to compromise and live as the whites wanted them to. Also, they would have to stop killing whites. They could no longer just kill and scalp and rob and rape whenever they came across a few whites. It was that injunction that caused Idaho to leave and seek out Blue Duck, the outcast, the man not welcome in the lodges of the Comanches. Blue Duck continued to kill whites whenever he met them. He also hated Kiowas because they had denied him a woman he wanted. He killed Kiowas when he could, and also Kickapoos and Wichitas. Idaho had known Blue Duck when the latter was still with his people. They had ridden together and practiced shooting guns. They both thought it was foolish to try and kill people or game with bows and arrows, since it was so much easier to kill them with bullets. The two had been friends, which is why Idaho decided to seek him out when Pahayuka made his decision. Fortunately, Blue Duck was at the camp on the Red River when Idaho rode up. The camp was a violent place where strangers were not welcome. Everyone stopped what they were doing when they saw a horseman approaching. They all picked up their guns, but Blue Duck recognized Idaho and immediately rode out to escort him into camp, a signal to all the renegades that Idaho enjoyed his protection. "All the people are going on reservations now," Idaho said when Blue Duck greeted him. "I do not want to live that way. I thought I would come and fight with you." Blue Duck was glad to see Idaho. No other Comanches had ever come to join his band. He remembered Idaho's love of guns and immediately presented him with a fine shotgun he had taken from a traveler he killed in Arkansas. Idaho was so delighted with his present that he immediately began to shoot off the shotgun, a disturbance hardly noticed in the camp of Blue Duck, where a lot of loud activity was going on. At the edge of the Red River where the bad sand was supposed to be, two renegades were dragging a white woman through the water. They seemed to be trying to drown her. One man was on horseback. He was dragging the woman through the mud on the end of a rope. The other man followed on foot. Now and then he would jump on the woman, who was screaming and choking in fear. Idaho saw to his astonishment that there was a half-grown bear in the camp, tethered by a chain to a willow tree. The bear made a lunge and caught a dog who had been unwary enough to approach it. The bear immediately killed the dog, which seemed to annoy Blue Duck. He immediately grabbed a big club and beat the bear off the corpse of the dog. Blue Duck took the dog's tail and slung the dead dog in the direction of a number of dirty women who were sitting around a big cookpot. Two half-naked prisoners, both skinny old men, lay securely tied not far from the women. Both had been severely beaten, and one had had the soles of his feet sliced off, a torment the Comanches sometimes inflicted on their captives. Usually a captive who had the soles of his feet sliced off was made to run over rocks for a while, or cactus on his bloody feet. But the old man Idaho saw looked too weak to run very far. The two prisoners stared at Idaho hopefully. Perhaps they thought he might rescue them, but of course Idaho had no intention of interfering with Blue Duck's captives. The dog the bear had killed was the only fat dog in the camp, which was no doubt why Blue Duck took it away from the bear and gave it to the women to cook. "A fat dog is too good to waste on a bear," Blue Duck said. "You and I will eat that dog ourselves." "What does the bear eat?" Idaho asked. Personally, he thought it was bad luck to keep a bear in camp. He had been shocked when Blue Duck casually picked up the club and beat the young bear until blood came out of its nose. He had been raised to believe that bears were to be respected. Their power was as great as the power of the buffalo. Seeing Blue Duck beat the bear as casually as most men would beat a dog or a recalcitrant horse gave Idaho a moment of doubt. If Blue Duck had forgotten the need to respect the power of the bear, then he might have been foolish to come to Blue Duck's camp. Though Idaho had left the Comanches, he had only done so a few days ago. He had not forgotten or discarded any of the important ways or teachings of his people. But Blue Duck had been a renegade for years. Perhaps the old teachings no longer mattered to him. It was a thought that made Idaho uneasy. A little later, while the dog was cooking, Blue Duck dragged the old man whose soles had been sliced off over to where the bear was. He wanted the bear to eat the old man, who was so terrified to be at the mercy of a bear that he could not even scream. He lay as if paralyzed, with his lips trembling and his eyes wide open. But the bear had no interest in the old man, a fact which annoyed Blue Duck. He picked up the club and beat the bear some more. But though the bear whimpered and whined, he would not touch the skinny old captive. The second beating of the bear was too much for Idaho. He took his new shotgun and walked away beside the Red River, pretending he wanted to hunt geese. He was a new guest and did not want to complain, but he knew it was wrong for Blue Duck to beat the bear. Behind him he heard screams. The two renegades who had been playing at drowning the woman had brought her back to camp and were tormenting her with hot sticks. Idaho walked away until the sounds of the camp grew faint. The thought of finding Blue Duck had excited him so much that he had ridden all the way to the Arkansas River and then back to the Red. But what he found now that he was in Blue Duck's camp troubled him. He didn't know if he wanted to stay, even though Blue Duck had already given him a fine shotgun and would certainly expect him to stay. But Blue Duck's treatment of the bear discouraged him. Idaho knew that Blue Duck had formed a company of raiders, but he had thought that most of them would be Kiowa or men of other tribes who had joined Blue Duck in order to keep killing the whites in the old way. But the men in the camp were mostly white men. Some were mixed blood, and all of them, he knew, would kill him without a qualm if they could do it without Blue Duck knowing. They didn't like it that Blue Duck had ridden out especially to escort him in, and the long-haired half-breed Ermoki liked him least of all. Idaho felt Ermoki's angry eyes following him as he walked around the camp. Even the women of the camp, all of them filthy and most of them thin from hunger, looked at him hostilely, as if he were only one more man who had come to abuse them. It was not what Idaho had expected. But, on the other hand, he had not expected his own chief, Pahayuka, to agree to take his people onto a reservation. He knew he could not live on a reservation and be subject to the rules of a white man. He did not want to wait like a beggar by his lodge for whites to give him one of their skinny beeves. He had left his 3 wives behind in order to join Blue Duck. Already he missed his women, and yet he had no intention of bringing them to such a filthy camp where the men had no respect for anything, not even a bear. The longer Idaho walked, the more troubled and confused he became. He did not know what to do. He was a hunter and a warrior. He wanted to hunt on the prairies and fight his enemies until he was old, or until some warrior vanquished him. There was no shame in defeat at the hands of a good fighter. Idaho knew that in many of the battles he had fought, but for a lucky move at the right moment he would have been killed. He did not fear the risks of a warrior's life. He respected the dangers such a life entailed. But Idaho wanted to remain a warrior and a hunter. He did not want to become a mere bandit. He wanted to steal from his enemies, the Texans, but he did not intend to steal from the people who had always been his people. The men in the camp of Blue Duck had no such qualms, he knew. They would steal from anyone. If they saw a Comanche riding a fine horse or carrying a fine gun or married to a pretty plump woman, they would, if they could, kill the Comanche and take the horse, the gun, or the woman. Fine gun or no fine gun, Idaho knew he could not live with such men. After all, he himself had a fine shotgun now. Several of the men in camp had looked at his gift with envious eyes. Some day, if Blue Duck happened to be gone, one of the renegades would kill him for it, or try to. Idaho considered the problem through a long afternoon. Many ducks and geese landed on the Red River and then flew away again, but Idaho did not shoot them. He was thinking of what he had done, and by the time the sun set he had reached a conclusion. It was clear that he had made a mistake. He could not live as Blue Duck lived. Where he would go he was not sure. The way of his chief, Pahayuka, was not a way he could follow any longer. He would have to give back the fine shotgun and leave. He had begun to feel wrong when he saw Blue Duck beat the bear. Now he felt he didn't want to stay where such things happened. When Idaho walked back to camp, it was almost dark. One of the skinny old white men had been killed while he was gone. Someone had clubbed him to death. Blue Duck was sitting alone, eating the dog meat the women had cooked. Idaho went to him and handed him back his shotgun. "What's this? I thought you were going to bring us a goose," Blue Duck said. "No, I wasn't hunting," Idaho told him. "This is a fine gun, though." "If it is such a fine gun, why are you giving it back to me?" Blue Duck asked, scowling. He did not like having his gift returned. Idaho knew that what he had done was rude, but he had no choice. He wanted to leave and didn't want the renegades following him in order to kill him and take the gun. "When you gave me this gun, I thought I could stay here," Idaho said. "But I am not going to stay." Blue Duck stared at him, a dark look on his face and coldness in his eyes. Idaho remembered that Buffalo Hump had once stared at people like that when he had been younger, and then usually he killed the people he had been staring at with eyes like sleet. Idaho wanted to get his horse and leave. He did not want to fight Blue Duck in his own camp where there were so many hostile renegades. He knew, though, that he might have to fight. Blue Duck had gone out of his way to welcome him as a guest, and he was going to think it rude of Idaho to go away so soon. "Eat a little of this dog. It's tasty," Blue Duck said. "You just got here. I guess you can leave in the morning if you're determined to go." Idaho did as he was asked. He had not changed his mind. He meant to go, but he did not want to be rude, and it was very rude to refuse food. So he sat down by Blue Duck and accepted some of the dog. He had not been eating much on his travels and was happy to have a good portion of dog meat to fill him up. While they were eating, Blue Duck seemed to relax a little, but Idaho remained wary. In deciding to go away, he had made a dangerous decision. "What about my father?" Blue Duck asked. "Is he going to the reservation too with his people?" "No, only Pahayuka is going now," Idaho said. "Slowtree has already taken his people in, and so has Murray." "I didn't ask you about them. I asked about Buffalo Hump," Blue Duck said. "He is old now. People do not speak of him any more," Idaho said. "His people still live in the canyon. They have not gone to the reservation." "I want to kill Buffalo Hump," Blue Duck said. "Will you go with me and help me?" Idaho decided at once to change the subject. Blue Duck had always hated Buffalo Hump, but killing him was not a matter he himself wanted to discuss. "I wish you would let the bear go," Idaho said. "It is not right to tie a bear to a tree. If you want to kill him, but don't mistreat him." "I drug that bear out of a den when he was just a cub," Blue Duck informed him. "He's my bear. If you don't like the way I treat him, you can go kill him yourself." He said it with a sly little smile. Idaho knew he was being taunted and that he was in danger, but where the bear was concerned, Idaho suffered no doubt and had to disregard such considerations. "He's my pet bear," Blue Duck added. "If I was to turn him loose, he wouldn't know what to do. He doesn't know how to hunt anything but dogs." Idaho thought that was a terrible comment. No bear should have its freedom taken away in order to be a pet. He himself had once seen a bear kill an elk, and he had also had 2 of his best stallions killed by bears. It was right that bears should kill elk and stallions. It was a humiliating thing that a bear should be reduced to killing dogs in a camp of sullen outlaws. Idaho didn't know what life he was going to have now anyway. He had left his people and did not intend to go back. He could go to one of the other free bands of Comanches and see if they would accept him and let him hunt and fight with them, but it might be that they would refuse. His home would be the prairie and the grasslands. He might not again be able to live with his people. It seemed to him that he ought to do what he could to see that a great animal such as a bear was treated in a dignified manner, even if it meant his own death. "If you would turn him loose, I wouldn't have to kill him," Idaho said. "It's my bear, and I ain't turning him loose," Blue Duck said. "Kill him if you want to." Idaho decided that his life was probably over. He got up and began to sing a song about some of the things he had done in his life. He made a song about the bear that he had seen kill an elk. While he sang, the camp grew quiet. Idaho thought it might be his last song, so he did not hurry. He sang about Pahayuka and the people who would no longer be free. Then he walked over to his horse, took his rifle, and went to the willow tree where the bear was chained. The bear looked up as he approached. It still had blood on its nose from the beating Blue Duck had given it. Idaho was still singing. The bear was such a sad bear that he didn't think it would mind losing its life. He stepped very close to the bear so he would not have to shoot it a second time. The bear did not move away from him. It merely waited. Idaho shot the bear dead with one shot placed just above its ear. Then, still singing, he took the chain off it so that it would not have in death the humiliations it had had to endure in its life. Idaho expected then that Blue Duck would kill him or order Ermoki or some of the other renegades to kill him. But instead Blue Duck merely ordered the camp women to skin the bear and cut up the meat. Idaho went on singing until he was well out of camp. He didn't know why Blue Duck had let him go, but he went on singing as loudly as he could. He made a song about some of the hunts he had been on in his life. If the renegades were going to follow him, he wanted them to know exactly where he was. He didn't want them to think he was a coward who would slink away. That night he thought he heard a ghost bear, far away on the prairie. howling in answer to his song. Though Ermoki knew it was dangerous to question Blue Duck, he was so angry at what he had seen Idaho do that he went to him anyway, to complain about his lax behavior with the Comanche from the south. One of the rules of the band was that there could be no visitors. Those who came either stayed or were killed. Blue Duck had made the rule himself, and now had broken it flagrantly. Within the space of a single day, a man had ridden in, surveyed the camp, and ridden out. That Idaho had killed the bear also bothered Ermoki. No one liked the bear, a coward whose spirit Blue Duck had broken long ago. When they tried to use it to make sport with captives, the bear only whimpered and turned its back. Once they had even convinced a terrified white woman that they were going to force the bear to mate with her. But of course the bear did not mate with her, or even scratch her. Besides, even though it was a skinny bear, it had to be fed from time to time. The bear was only a source of discontent. Sometimes, just to flaunt his authority, Blue Duck would feed the bear choice cuts of venison or buffalo that the men in camp would have liked to eat themselves. It galled them to see a bear eating meat while they had to subsist on mush or fish. What infuriated Ermoki was that the Comanche Idaho had been in the camp long enough to count and identify every man in it. Besides, he knew exactly where the camp was. If he cared to sell his knowledge to the white law would make him rich. It was to prevent that very thing from happening that Blue Duck had made the rule regarding visitors. Ermoki marched up to Blue Duck in a fury, which was the safest way to approach him in the event of a dispute. Blue Duck showed the timid no mercy, but he was sometimes indulgent of angry men. "Why did you let the Comanche go?" Ermoki asked. "Now we can tell the white men where we are and how many of us there are." "Idaho does not like white men," Blue Duck said. "People are not supposed to come and go from our camp," Ermoki insisted. "You said so yourself. If people can come and go, someone will betray us and we will all be dead." "You should go help those women skin that bear. I don't think they know how to skin bears," Blue Duck said. It was an insult, and he knew it. If Ermoki helped the women do their work, he would soon be laughed out of camp. He thought the insult would make Ermoki mad enough that he would kill one or two of the filthy, cowardly white men. They were men who would betray anyone if they could do so profitably. There were always too many people in the camp. Men drifted in hoping for quick riches and were too lazy to leave. There was never enough food in the camp or enough women. Several times Blue Duck had killed some of the white men himself. He would merely prop a rifle across his knees and start shooting. Sometimes the men would sit, stupefied and stunned, like buffalo in a herd, while he shot such victims as caught his eye. "I wish I could follow that man and kill him," Ermoki said. "I don't like it that he knows where our camp is." Blue Duck looked at Ermoki in surprise. He saw that the man was angry, so angry that he didn't care what he did. Usually when Ermoki was angry, he took his anger out on captive women. He was very lustful. But the one woman captive in the camp had already been abused so badly that she offered no sport. So now Ermoki had decided to be angry at Idaho. Blue Duck thought Ermoki was a fool. Idaho was a Comanche warrior, Ermoki just a renegade. If the two men fought, Idaho would not be the one who lost his scalp. But Blue Duck had another reason for letting Idaho leave the camp without challenge, a reason he did not intend to share with Ermoki. He had asked Idaho to help him kill Buffalo Hump. Of course, Idaho had refused, but Idaho was a gossip. Soon all the Comanches would know that Blue Duck intended to kill Buffalo Hump. Blue Duck knew that when a chief was old and had lost his power, he could expect little help from the young warriors. Old chiefs were just old men. They could expect no protection as they waited to die. Blue Duck wanted Idaho to spread the word that he intended to kill his father. That was why he had let Idaho go. The nice thing was that Idaho had even given him back the shotgun. He had lost nothing from Idaho's visit except the bear, and the bear had become more trouble than it was worth. Ermoki still faced him, still hot. "If you want to kill somebody, go kill that other old man," Blue Duck said. "I'm tired of looking at him. Go club him out. But don't bother my friend Idaho. If you bother him, I'll club you out." Ermoki didn't like what he was told. He didn't like it that a Comanche was allowed to come and go just because he was a Comanche. There was little food in the camp. Tomorrow he meant to take a few of the better warriors and try to find game. He thought he might follow the Comanche while he was at it. He didn't know. He was angry, but not angry enough to start a fight with Blue Duck. Not then. To relieve his anger, he got a club and beat the old white man until he had broken most of his ribs. Several of the renegades watched the beating idly. One of them, a short whiskey trader with a bent leg named Monkey John, began to upbraid the women for doing such a crude job of skinning the bear. They had got the skin off, but it was cut in several places. The bear lay on its back, a naked pile of meat. When Monkey John got tired of yelling at the cowering women, he took his knife and cut off the bear's paws, meaning to extract all the claws. Some of the half-breeds put great store in bear claws. Monkey John meant to use them as money and gamble with them. In the night, the old man who had been so severely beaten coughed up blood and died. One of the half-breeds dragged him into the river, but the river was shallow. The old man didn't float far. He grounded on a mud bank a few hundred yards from camp. In the morning, the mud bank was thick with carrion birds. "Buzzard breakfast, serves 'em right," Monkey John said. He rattled his bear claws, hoping to entice some of the renegades into a game of cards. Jake Spoon's decision to leave the Rangers and go north caught everyone by surprise except Augustus McCrae, who, as he grew older, laid more and more frequent claims to omniscience. Gus had stopped allowing himself to be surprised. When something unexpected happened, such as Jake abruptly quitting the troop, Augustus immediately claimed that he had known it was going to happen. Augustus's habit of appearing all-knowing weighed on everybody, but it weighed heaviest on Woodrow Call. "How did you know it?" Call asked. "Jake said himself he only made up his mind last night." "Well, but that's a lie," Augustus said. "Jake's been planning to leave for years, ever since you took against him. It's just that he's a lazy cuss and was slow to get around to it." "I didn't take against the man," Call said, "although I agree that he's lazy." "Would you at least agree that you don't like the man?" Gus asked. "You ain't liked him a bit since he started bunking with Maggie, and that was back about the time the war started." Call ignored the comment. It had been some years since he had been up the steps to Maggie's room. If he met her on the street, he said a polite hello, but had no other contact with her. The boy, Newt, was always around where the Rangers were, of course. P.I., Dietz, and Jake had made a kind of pet of the boy. But what went on between Jake Spoon and Maggie Tilton had long ceased to be any concern of his. "I don't regard him highly. Will that satisfy you?" Call said. "No, but I have passed the point in life where I expect to be satisfied," Augustus said. "At least I don't expect to be satisfied with much. When it comes right down to it, Woodrow, I guess my own cooking beats anything I've come across in this life." Lately, due to a dissatisfaction with the succession of company cooks, Dietz no longer had the time to cook due to his duties with the horses. Augustus had mastered the art of making sourdough biscuits, a skill of which he was inordinately proud. "I will allow that Jake has done a fair job with the bookkeeping," Call said. "That'll be your job once he leaves, and you need to be strict about it." They were sitting in front of a little two-room shack they had purchased together at the start of the war to be their living quarters. Augustus, after the death of his Nell, vowed never to marry again. Call gave marriage no thought. The house cost them $45. It consisted of 2 rooms with a dirt floor. It beat sleeping outdoors, but not by much, particularly not in the season when the fleas were active. "Bookkeep yourself," Gus said. "I will leave, too, before I'll waste my time scribbling in a ledger." Across the way, at the lots, they could see Jake Spoon standing around with Dietz and P.I. and several other Rangers. His horse was saddled, but he seemed in no hurry to leave. He sat on the top rail of the corral with Newt dangling his feet. "He said he was leaving this morning, but it's nearly dark and he's still here," Call said. "Maybe he just wants to spend one more night in safe company," Augustus suggested. "With the war ending, I expect he'll have to put up with a lot of thieving riffraff on the roads." "I expect so," Call said, wishing Jake would go on and leave. Some of the Rangers were using his departure as an occasion for getting thoroughly drunk. "The question ain't why Jake's leaving, it's why we're staying," Augustus said. "We ought to up and quit ourselves." Call had been thinking along the same lines, but had not pushed his thoughts hard enough to reach a conclusion. The distant war had ended, but the Comanche war hadn't. There was still plenty of rangering to do. Yet the thought of quitting had occurred to him more than once. "If we don't quit pretty soon, we'll be doing this when we're 90 years old," Augustus said. "Some young governor will be sending us out to catch rascals that any decent sheriff ought to be able to catch. And that will have been life," he added. "A lot of whoring and the rest of the time spent catching rascals." "I would like to see the Indian business through," Call replied. "Woodrow, it's through," Augustus said. The settlers up in Jack County don't think so, Call said. There had been a small massacre only the week before. A party of teamsters had been ambushed and killed. I have no doubt a few more firecrackers will go off, Augustus said, but not many. The Yankee military boys will soon come down and finish off the Comanche. Call knew there was truth in what Gus said. Most of the Comanche bands had already come in. Only a few hundred warriors were still free and inclined to fight. Still, it was too soon to say it was over. Besides that, there was the border, as chaotic from the standpoint of law and order as it had been before the Mexican War. Augustus, though, was not through with his discourse on the Indian question. "In 6 months' time we'll have the Yankees here giving us orders," he said. "We're just rebs to them. They won't want our help. We'll be lucky if they even let us keep our firearms. They'll probably have to issue us a pass before we're even allowed on the plains." "I don't think it'll be that bad," Call said, but he spoke without conviction. The Confederacy had been defeated, and Texas had been part of the Confederacy. There was little telling what the future of the Rangers would be. What Augustus had proposed on the spur of the moment, quitting the Rangers, might not merely be something they ought to consider, it might be something they would have to consider. "We've done this since we were boys," he said to Gus. "What would we do if we quit?" "I don't care, as long as we go someplace that ain't dull," Augustus said. "Remember that town that wasn't quite there yet by the river? I expect that French woman has got the roof on that saloon by now. Not only could she cook, she could barber. Lonesome Dove, wasn't that what they called it? It might be booming now. It wouldn't hurt us to ride down that way and take a look." Call didn't reply. He saw that Jake Spoon was shaking hands with all concerned. Probably he had decided to leave that night after all. Augustus noticed and stood up, meaning to saunter over and say goodbye. "Coming, Woodrow?" he asked. "No, he's got half the town to say goodbye to as it is," Call said. But Augustus, to his surprise, insisted that he come. "You've been his captain since he was a boy," Gus said. "You mustn't let him go off without a goodbye." Call knew Augustus was right. It would puzzle the boys who were staying if he held aloof from Jake's goodbye. He walked over with Augustus and shook Jake's hand. "Take care on the roads, Jake, and good luck," he said. Jake Spoon was so surprised that Call had come to see him off that he flushed with gratitude. It had been 4 years or more since Call had spoken to him, other than to issue the briefest and simplest commands. Mostly for the whole term of the Civil War, Captain Call had treated him as if he were not there. It was such a surprise to receive a handshake from him that Jake was speechless for a time. "Thanks, Captain," he managed to mumble. "I aim to go prospecting for silver." Call saw no need to extend the courtesies further. Even though Jake was mounted, Augustus produced a bottle and passed it around. Soon the whole troop would be too drunk to notice whether he was polite to Jake Spoon or not. He noticed to his surprise that several of the Rangers had been crying. To P.I. and Dietz and several of the younger men, Jake was a pard, a friend who had rangered with them and shared the anxieties of youth. Jake had ever been a merry companion, except when he was scared. Why wouldn't they mist up a little now that he was gone? Call walked away, back across the street, past the house where Maggie Tilton still boarded. He wondered for a moment what she was thinking, now that the man who had carried her groceries and tended her garden was going. He seldom thought much of Maggie now, though sometimes, from habit, crossing beneath her window at night, he would look up to see if her lamp was lit. In the dusk, by the lots, the men were urging Jake to stay at least until morning. Newt could not control his emotions. Tears kept leaking out of his eyes. He kept turning his back to wipe them away so that P.I. and Dietz and the others would not see him crying. Jake was his best pard and his mother's best friend. With his mother sickly and Jake leaving, Newt hardly knew what he would do. He would have to try and do all the things that Jake did when it came to helping his mother. He didn't know much about gardening, but he thought he could manage the firewood at least. P.I., too, was disturbed. Jake had been talking about leaving the Rangers the whole of the time P.I. had known him. He supposed it was just the kind of dreamy talk men indulged in when they were restless or blue. But now his horse was saddled and all his goods packed on a mule he had bought with some saved-up wages. P.I. considered the move a dreadful mistake, but no one could argue Jake out of it. Dietz said only a brief goodbye. The comings and goings of white men were beyond his understanding and concern. Now and then, though, he saw things in the stars he didn't like, things that suggested Mr. Jake might be having some trouble someday. No doubt his leaving would make Miss Maggie sad. When Augustus learned that Jake had purchased a mule to carry his tack, he was indignant. "Why, Jake, you scamp, you've been hoarding up money," he said. "Your job was to bring out your money and lose it to me in a fair game of poker. Now that I know you're a hoarder, I ain't so sorry you're leaving." Jake had taken a good amount of liquor in the course of his goodbyes. In fact, he had been drunk for the last 3 days, attempting to work himself up to departing. No one could understand why he wanted to leave at such a time, with the war just ended. Jake hadn't wanted to be a soldier in that war, but he did want to get rich. He had seen a little booklet about the silver prospects in Colorado, and the thought of discovering silver had given him a bad case of wanderlust. Besides, Texas was poor, impoverished by the war, the Indians were still bad, and Woodrow Call didn't like him. All reasons for leaving. Even if Call had liked him, there would have been no way to get rich in Texas. Jake had a longing for fine clothes that would never be satisfied if he stayed in Texas. Of course, there was Maggie and Newt. They'd been a family to him for a few years, although Maggie had refused him the one time he suggested marriage. Later, Jake was relieved by the refusal. Maggie was not well, and even if she had been, it was too hard to earn a living in a poor place such as Texas. Besides, he had heard a rumor that the Yankee military meant to come in and hang all the Texas Rangers, as being sympathizers with the Rebs. He didn't want to hang, so now he was leaving. But it wasn't an easy thing. He had bidden goodbye to Maggie 3 times now, and to Newt. He had said several goodbyes to P.I. and the boys. It was time to go, and yet he lingered. "Go on now, Jake, if you're going," Augustus said finally. "I can't afford no more goodbye toasts." With no further ado, Augustus walked away, and the Rangers, after a final farewell handshake, wandered off to the part of town where the whores plied their trade. Jake felt lonely, suddenly. Lonely and confused. Part of him had hoped, until the end, that someone would come out with an argument that would cause him to change his mind and stay. But now the street was empty. The boys had blandly accepted his decision to leave, and it seemed he must go. If he waited until morning and announced that he had changed his mind, the boys would only scorn him and take him for an irresolute fool. Sad and unsteadied, Jake managed to secure the lead rope attached to the pack mule. Now that he actually had to leave, the fact of the mule irritated him. It had already proven itself to be an annoying beast, but if he waited until morning and tried to sell it back to the horse traders, they would only offer him a pittance. He decided to sell the mule in Fort Worth instead. Perhaps there was a shortage of good mules up there. He would see. In leaving, he passed beneath Maggie's window. If the lamp had been lit, he would have hitched his animals and rushed up for one more farewell, perhaps even one more embrace. But the window was dark. Tears rushed out at the thought that he was leaving his Mag, but Jake didn't stop. He knew Newt wanted him to stay, but he wasn't so sure about Maggie. She didn't chatter much with him anymore. Perhaps it was her illness. In any case, there were said to be merry women in Colorado, and Colorado was where he was bound. Above him, in the dark room, Maggie watched him leave. Newt had come in sobbing and cried himself to sleep. Maggie watched out the darkened window as Jake made his extended farewells. She left the light off deliberately so that Jake would not rush at her again, confused, sad, importunate. One minute he wanted her to bless his departure, the next he wanted her to marry him and keep him in Austin. In either mood he sought her welcome, wanted her to lie with him. It had been months since Maggie had felt well. She had a cough that wouldn't leave her. She did her job and tended her child, but she rarely had the energy now to deal with Jake Spoon's confusions or his needs. Though Maggie knew she would miss Jake, she felt a certain sadness as he passed beneath her window. She also felt relieved that he was going. Though he was as helpful as he knew how to be, having him with her was like having 2 children, and she no longer had the energy for it. She had never been able to be quite what Jake wanted, though she had tried. Though she would now have no one to carry her groceries or help her with her garden, she would also be free of the strain involved in never being quite what a man wanted. Her true regret was for Newt. Jake had been what Father Newt had. Newt's life would be the poorer for his leaving. Maggie was glad that all the ranger boys liked her son. They let him stay with them all day when they were in town. The fear that haunted Maggie, that seized her every time she coughed, was that she would die before Newt was grown. What would happen to Newt then? Sometimes Maggie imagined that with her death Woodrow would soften and accept his son, but it was not a thing she could be confident of. Many nights she scarcely slept. She tried to evaluate her own coughing. She wondered what her son would do if she died. At least she knew he was welcome with the ranger boys, Augustus and P.I. and Dietz. Newt had grown up with those men. They had all had a hand in his raising. Ikey Ripple was like a grandfather to the boy. Maggie knew Augustus well enough to know that with all his whoring and his drinking, he would see to it that Newt was well cared for. Gus wouldn't desert him, nor would Dietz or P. Even without her, Newt would be better off than many of the orphan children adrift in the country now, children whose parents the war had taken. But such reflections didn't end Maggie's fears. Augustus McCrae was not immortal, and neither were the others. What if they had to leave Texas to earn a living, as Jake was doing? What if they were all killed in an Indian fight? The worry about Newt and his future was a worry Maggie could not entirely put down. It made her determined to last. If she could just last a few more years, Newt would be old enough that someone might employ him. She knew that many cowboys were no more than 12 or 13 when they first gained employment on the many ranches to the south. The streets of Austin were empty. Jake was gone. Maggie sat by the window a long time, thinking, hoping, looking down at the silent street. Then, just as she was about to go to bed, she saw P.I. roll out of the wagon where he'd been napping. Maggie watched, expecting him to walk off. She'd never known P.I. to be drunk, but then old friends such as Jake Spoon didn't leave the troop every day. It was late in the night and chilly. It had begun to drizzle. Maggie waited, thinking P.I. would wake up, stand up, and make his way to the shelter of the bunkhouse. But he didn't wake up. He lay as he had fallen, flat on his face in the street. Maggie went to bed, telling herself that P.I. was, after all, a grown man. As a roving ranger, he had no doubt slept out of doors in far worse weather and in more dangerous places than the streets of Austin. Maggie's reasoning failed to convince her. The thought of P.I. kept sleep from coming. No doubt he had slept out of doors in worse weather, but on those occasions she hadn't been in sight of him. Finally she got up, took a heavy quilt out of her cedar chest, went down the stairs, walked the few steps, covered P with the quilt, and pulled him around so that his legs were no longer sticking into the street where a wagon could run over them, as in the case of the senator who lost his hand. The next morning, when Maggie went down to recover her quilt, P.I. was seated with his back to the wagon wheel, looking like a man in shaky health and spirits. "I wish I could take my hat off," he said to Maggie. "If I could take it off, I'd chuck it far enough away that I couldn't feel it throb." "Many a man has ruined his health for good drinking whiskey with Gus McCrae," Maggie informed him sternly. P.I. didn't dispute the opinion. "Gus, he can hold more liquor in a tub," he said. "Is this your quilt?" "Yes, I thought I'd better cover you," Maggie said. "I had an awful dream," P.I. said. "I dreamed a big Comanche held me up by my legs and scalped me." "That wasn't a Comanche, that was me," Maggie said. "Your legs were sticking into the street. I was afraid a wagon would run over you, so I pulled you around." "Jake's gone off to Colorado to find a silver mine," P.I. said. Maggie didn't answer. Instead, to P.I.'s consternation, she began to cry. She didn't say anything, she just took her quilt and walked home with it, crying. P.I., never certain about what women might do, got up at once and walked back to the bunkhouse. He resolved in future never to get drunk and fall asleep where a woman might spot him. That way there would be no tears. "Maybe I shouldn't have talked about my dream," he said a little later, discussing the incident with Dietz. "Do you think it would upset a woman to hear about my dream?" P asked. "Don't know. I ain't a woman and I ain't had no dream," Dietz said. Einish Skull, General Skull now, thanks to a brilliant, some would say brutal series of victories in the long conflict with the South, had just settled into his study with the morning papers and a cup of Turkish coffee when his nephew, Augureau, a wispy youth with French leanings, wandered in with an annoyed look on his face. "It's a damn nuisance not having a butler," Augureau said. "Why would Entwistle enlist?" "I suppose he didn't want to miss the great fight," General Skull replied. "I didn't so much mind his enlisting. The real nuisance is that the man got himself killed, and within 2 weeks of the armistice, too. If the fool had only kept his head down for another 2 weeks, you wouldn't be having to answer the door, would you, Augureau?" "It is rather annoying. I ain't a butler," Augureau said. "I was reading Vauvenargues." "Well, Vauvenargues will keep. But what about the fellow at the door? I suppose it was a fellow," Skull said. "Yes, I believe he's a colonel," Augureau said. "There's no reason to expect. Either he is or he isn't," Skull said. "Would it discommode you too much to show him in?" "I suppose I could show him in since he's here," Augureau said. "I say, will Auntie Inez be back soon? It's a good deal more jolly when Auntie Inez is here." "Your aunt just inherited a great deal of money," Skull informed him. "She's run off to Cuba to buy another plantation. I don't know when she'll be returning. Her tropical habits ain't exactly suited to Boston." "Oh, what, the masturbation?" young Augureau said. "But there was a lap robe, and they were in a carriage. What's the bother?" "Augureau, would you mind going and getting that colonel?" Skull said. "We can discuss your dear auntie's behavior some other time." Augureau went to the door, but he didn't quite exit the study. He stood for almost a minute right in the doorway, as if undecided whether to go out or stay in. "The fact is, I don't much care for Vauvenargues," he said. "I do care for Auntie. Hang the bloody masturbation." Then, before Skull could speak to him again about the colonel he had misplaced somewhere in the house, Augureau turned and drifted off, leaving the door to the study ajar, a lapse that irritated Skull intensely. He liked doors, drawers, shutters, windows, and cabinets to be closed properly, and on balance was more annoyed with his impeccably trained butler, Entwistle, for getting himself shot at an obscure depot in Pennsylvania than he was at Inez for masturbating old Jervis Dalrymple in an open carriage injudiciously parked near Boston Common. Somehow the lap robe had slipped during the operation. To Inez's annoyance, the policeman who happened to be passing was a tall Vermonter, well able to look into the carriage and witness the act, which resulted in a charge of public fornication, not to mention much fuss and bother. "Really, you Yankees," Inez remarked in annoyance. "I was only doing off his pizzle in order to calm him down. I couldn't take him into Mr. Cabot's tea party in that state, now could I? He might have thrust himself on some innocent young miss." "I have no doubt your action was well intended," Skull told his wife, "but you might have been more careful about where you parked." "I'll park where I please. This is a free country. Or at least it was until you filthy Yankees won the war," Inez told him, her fury rising. "It was no worse than milking a cow. I suppose next I'll be arrested if I decide to milk my jersey in public." "Your jersey and a Dalrymple pizzle are not quite the same thing, not in the eyes of Boston," Skull informed her. He had recently been forced to turn all the Skull portraits face to the wall to prevent Inez from ruining them with her wild quirtings. Young Augureau never reappeared, but after a bit Skull heard a tread in the hallway, a hesitant and rather unmilitary tread. He put down his Turkish coffee and stepped out of the study just in time to stop a thin-stooped colonel in the United States Army from proceeding along the almost endless hallway. "I'm here, Colonel. We lost our butler, you know," Skull said. "I'm Colonel Soult," the man said. "We met not long after Vicksburg, but I don't suppose you remember. That's Soult. It's often confused with salt. In my youth I was called Salty because of the confusion." Skull had no memory of the man, but he did recall seeing the name Soult on a muster roll or document of some sort. "Samuel Soult, is it?" he inquired, only to see a flush of delight come to the man's sallow features. "Why, yes, that's me, Sam Soult," he said, shaking Skull's hand. "What brings you to our old Boston, Colonel Soult?" Skull asked, once the two of them were settled in his study. A sulky cook had even been persuaded to bring Colonel Soult a cup of the strong Turkish coffee General Skull now favored. Skull wore the multi-lens dark glasses he had worn throughout the war, glasses which got him the nickname Blinder's Skull. With a touch of his finger, he could regulate the tint and thickness of the lenses to compensate for whatever intensity of light prevailed. The study, at the time, was rather a litter. Skull could see that the disorder offended the neat colonel a little. But by the end of the war, he was in a fever of impatience to get back to the book he had just started writing when the conflict broke out. The Anatomy and Function of the Eyelid in Mammals, Reptiles, Fish, and Birds. At the moment, he was plowing through the classical authors, noting every reference to the eyelids, however slight. A towering pile of papers, journals, books, letters, photographs, and drawings had to be dumped out of the chair where Colonel Soult was by now rather cautiously sitting. "I was sent, sir, sent by the generals," Colonel Soult said. "You did leave the front rather quickly once the peace was settled." "True, I'm not a man to wait," Skull said. "The fighting was over. The details can be left to the clerks. I had a book to write, as you can see, a book on the eyelid, a neglected subject. Until I lost my own, I didn't realize how neglected. I was eager to get to it. Still am. I hope you've not come all this way to try and pull me away from my researchers, Colonel Soult." "Well, I was sent by the generals," Colonel Soult admitted. "They believe you're the man to take the West. I believe that's the general view." The colonel was almost stuttering in his anxiety. "Take the West? Take it where?" Skull asked. "What I meant to say was administer it," the colonel said. "General Grant and General Sherman, they're of the view that you're the man to do it." "What did General Sherman think about this scheme?" Skull inquired. He knew that the rough Sherman was not likely to sponsor or support his candidacy for such an important post. "Don't know that Sherman was consulted," the colonel admitted. "If you won't take the West, would you at least take Texas? The savages there require a firm hand, and the border is not entirely pacified, if reports are to be believed." "No, the savages in Texas are broken," Skull said firmly. "I don't doubt that there are a few free remnants, but they won't last long. As for the border, my view is that we should never have bothered stealing it from Mexico in the first place. It's only thorn and mesquite anyway." He let that opinion sink in, and then pointed his thick blinders directly at the quaking colonel and let fly. "You're a poor specimen of colonel, Sam Soult," Skull said. "First you offer me the West, and then you reduce me to Texas before I even refuse the first offer. All I did was inquire about General Sherman's opinion, which you evidently can't provide." "Oh, beg pardon, General. I suppose I'm not used to this sweet coffee," the colonel said, aghast at the blunder he had just committed. "Your tone when I offered the West was not encouraging. Of course, if you would take the whole West, the generals would be delighted." "No, sir, I pass," Skull said. "Let General Sherman run the West. I expect the Sioux and the Cheyenne will lead him on a merry chase for a few more years." "I don't believe he wants it either," the colonel said with a droop in his tone. "General Sherman has not declared his intentions." "If Sherman won't take it, give it to whoever you want," Skull said. "I doubt the northern tribes will last 10 years, if they last that long." "But, General, what about Texas?" the lugubrious colonel asked. "We have no one to send. The president was particularly hopeful that you'd take Texas." Ines Skull clicked his lenses a few times until he came to the last lens, the one that shut out all light and ensured perfect darkness. Behind his black lens he could no longer see the colonel, which was how he preferred it. He wanted to think for a few minutes. Ines hated the black lens. She knew he could click the black lens and make her vanish from view. But Colonel Soult was not in on the secret. He didn't know that he had just vanished from view. All he could tell was that Blinder's Skull, victor in 15 engagements with the Rebs, was staring at him from behind the very blinders that had produced his nickname. It made Colonel Soult distinctly uncomfortable, but no more uncomfortable, he felt sure, than having to journey back to Washington with the news that Skull had refused everything. The refusal would undoubtedly be taken as the result of his own inadequate diplomacy. He was unhappily aware that he had blundered by offering General Skull Texas before he had quite refused the whole West. If word of that misspeaking leaked out, the colonel knew that his own next posting was not likely to be one that would appeal to Mrs. Soult. If it happened to be west of Ohio, Mrs. Soult would be disturbed, it being her firm belief that Ohio was the westernmost point at which a civilized existence could be sustained. She had once heard of a frontiersman who, faced with a howling blizzard, had actually torn pages out of one of Mrs. Browning's books in order to start a fire. Mrs. Soult herself wrote a little poetry, mostly of a devotional nature. The report of the frontiersman and the fire struck her as evidence enough that beyond Ohio there was only barbarism and blizzards. General Skull, secure behind his blinders, was reflecting on the fact that he had abruptly stopped hopping during the siege of Vicksburg. The flea malady, as he called it, that had seized him while in Ahumado's pit had left him because of a particularly loud cannon blast one gray morning in Mississippi. He had been hopping uncontrollably to the bewilderment of his troops when the cannon boomed in his ear. Since then he had not indulged in a single hop. Now he had been offered the West, land of distances and sky, the place where the last unpacified aboriginal people dwelled. He had been at a conclave once, attended by a few Cheyenne, and thought he had never seen a handsomer people. The necessity of blasting and starving them into line with territorial policy did not appeal to him. It was a job he could happily refuse. When he remembered Texas, though, he found himself unable to be quite so immediate or so categorical in his refusal. He had enjoyed tramping the plains at the head of his ranger troop. It beat mowing down his cousins from the Carolinas or Inez's cousins from Georgia. He remembered his sharp engagements with Buffalo Hump, an enemy he had never even really seen at close range. He remembered the daring thievery of Kicking Wolf and the loquacity of the tracker Famous Shoes. In particular, Skull remembered Ahumado, the black vaquero, the pit, the cages, the raw pigeons, and the blistering his brain suffered once the old Mayan had taken off his eyelids. His friend Freddie Catherwood and his companion Johnny Stevens had regaled him several times with tales of Chiapas and the Yucatan. Catherwood had even given him a portfolio of drawings of lost temples in the Yucatan, made on his last journey with Johnny Stevens. Ahumado, he recalled, had been a man of the South, of the very regions Catherwood and Stevens had explored. Skull felt he might go someday and see the jungles and the temples, the place that had spawned his shrewdest foe. But Ahumado, if alive, was in Mexico, whereas Texas was the theater he was being offered. He wondered which of the men he had once led were still alive, and whether Buffalo Hump still held the great Palo Duro Canyon. Skull had kept up as best he could with the battle reports from Texas, but it had been years since he had seen Buffalo Hump's name mentioned in connection with a raid. Like most great chiefs, his name had simply dropped from history once he grew old. It occurred to him as he hid behind his blinders that the one good reason for going back to Texas was Inez. Since there was no way to control her, it was no doubt better to turn her loose on a frontier than in the somber streets of Boston. The cattle business was booming from what he could read. With cowboys and cattle barons to amuse her, Inez might be content for a year or two. But Inez was in Cuba, mistress now to the greatest plantation on the island. There was no telling when or if she would return, and, in any case, experience persuaded him that it was seldom wise to return to a theater he had left. There were far too many places in the world that he hadn't seen to waste his years revisiting those he had already been to. Johnny Stevens had been to Persia and was enthusiastic about it, going on and on about the blue mosques and the long light. Then there was the impediment of his book. All during the war, sentences and paragraphs had boiled up in his brain. He had scribbled them down in every imaginable article, including on occasion his saddlebags. He had worn out a whole set of Pickering's excellent little diamond classics, thumbing through them during intervals in battle for chance references to eyelids. When at last he clicked his lenses and brought Colonel Solt back into focus, he saw that the man was almost shaking with anxiety. Battle itself could have hardly unnerved him more than his hour in the dim old mansion on Beacon Hill. "They thought if I came myself to bring you their respects in person, maybe you would consider a command in the West," Colonel Solt said. "Some part of the West, at least, General." The colonel saw from the set of General Skull's jaw that he was about to deliver a refusal. Sam Solt had not served as a subordinate to 7 generals not to know when he was about to get a no rather than a yes. "Thank them kindly, Colonel, but as you can see, I'm a man of the library now," Skull said. "I've just served 5 years in a great war. The only struggle that still interests me is the conflict with the sentence, sir. The English sentence." Colonel Solt had got the refusal he expected, but the grounds the general gave confused him. "Excuse me, General, the sentence?" Colonel Solt replied. Skull seized a blank sheet of foolscap and waved it dramatically in front of Colonel Solt's face. It might make the man's job easier if he could be sent back to Washington with the conviction that the great General Inish Skull was a little tetched. "See this page of paper? It's blank," Skull said. "That, sir, is the most frightening battlefield in the world, the blank page. I mean to fill this paper with decent sentences, sir. This page and hundreds like it. Let me tell you, Colonel, it's harder than fighting Lee. Why, it's harder than fighting Napoleon. It requires unremitting attention, which is why I can't oblige the President or the generals who sent you here." Then he leaned back and smiled. "Besides, they just want me to go back and eat dust so they won't have to," he said. "I won't do it, sir. That's my final word." "Well, if you won't, you won't, General," Colonel Soult said. It was a dictum he was to repeat to himself many times on the somber train ride back to Washington. General Skull had said no, which meant that he himself could look forward to a posting well west of Ohio, where Mrs. Browning's books were considered little better than kindling. Sam Soult knew well that it would greatly dismay his wife. Famous Shoes was traveling by night, covering as much ground as he could, when he heard the singing to the south. At first, when he was far from the singer, he thought the faint sound he heard might be a wolf, but as he came closer he realized it was a Comanche, though only one Comanche. All that was very curious. Why would a single Comanche be singing by himself at night on the Llano? He himself had been to the Cimarron River, where a few old people of his tribe still held out. He had been showing some of the flints he had found while tracking Captain McCrae to some of the oldest of the Kickapoos. Over the years since his discovery, he had shown the flints to most of the oldest members of his tribe, and they had been impressed. He had been back several times to the place where he found the flints, and had located so many arrowheads and spearheads that he had to take a sack with him to carry them. He had found a fine hiding place, too, on the Guadalupe River, a small cave well concealed by bushes, which is where he hid the flints that had been made by the old people. His one disappointment was that he had never found the hole where the people emerged from the earth. He had talked about the hole so much that the Kickapoos had come to consider him rather a bore. Of course, the hole where the people had emerged was important, but they themselves did not have time to look for it and had lost interest in talking to Famous Shoes about it. It was while returning from his trip to the Cimarron that Famous Shoes had the misfortune to run into 3 of Blue Duck's half-breed renegades. They had just ambushed an elderly white man who was riding a fine gray horse. It was the white man Famous Shoes saw first. He had been shot 2 or 3 times, stripped of all his clothes, and left to die. When Famous Shoes spotted him, he had just stumbled into a little gully. By the time Famous Shoes reached him, he was staring the stare of death, though he was still breathing a little. Then the renegades themselves came riding down into the gully. One of them rode the old man's fine horse, and the others had donned pieces of his clothing, which was better clothing than their filthy rags. "Leave him alone, he is ours," one of the renegades said insolently. Famous Shoes was startled by the bad tone the renegades adopted. Apparently they had decided to torture the dying man a little, but before they could start, the man coughed up a great flood of blood and died. "He is not yours now," Famous Shoes pointed out. "He is dead." "No, he is still ours," the renegades said. The 3 renegades were drunk. They began to hack the old man up. Soon they had blood all over the clothes they had taken from him. While the renegades were cutting up the old man, Famous Shoes left. They were in such a frenzy of hacking and ripping that they didn't notice him leaving. He was a mile away before one of the drunken killers decided to pursue him. It was not the bandit who had taken the gray horse. That man was called Leanhead. The man who pursued Famous Shoes was a skinny fellow with a purple birthmark on his neck. Birthmarks brought either good luck or bad, and this bandit's did not bring him good luck. Famous Shoes noticed the other 2 bandits riding off in the direction the old man had come from. No doubt they wanted to scavenge among his possessions a little more thoroughly. Because the skinny renegade was alone, and his companions headed in the other direction, Famous Shoes saw no reason not to kill his pursuer, which he did with dispatch. He had a bow and a few arrows with him, which he used to provide himself with game. When the renegade loped up behind him, Famous Shoes turned and put 3 arrows in him before the man could catch his breath. In fact, the renegade never did catch his breath again. He opened his mouth to yell for help, but before he could yell, Famous Shoes pulled him off the horse and cut his throat. Then he grabbed the horse's bridle and cut the horse's throat too. The horse was as skinny as the rider. Famous Shoes left them together, their lifeblood ebbing into the prairie. He left the arrows in the dead man. There were so many guns on the plains now that it was becoming rare to see a man killed with arrows. The renegades might be so ignorant that they could not tell Kickapoo arrows from any other. They might conclude that their friend had been killed by a passing Kiowa. The renegades, though, were not quite so ignorant. By the middle of the afternoon, Famous Shoes saw their dust far behind him. Once he knew they were pursuing him, he turned due west onto the Llano. He was soon into a land of gullies. He skipped from rock to rock and walked so close to the edge of the gullies that the pursuers could not follow his steps without riding so close to the gullies that they risked falling in. That night he only rested for an hour. However drunken or foolish the renegades might be, pursuit was likely to make them determined or even bold. They would think that he was a rabbit they could run to ground. They would never think that since he had killed one of them he might kill them too. In general, he preferred to avoid killing men, even rude, ignorant, dangerous men, for it meant setting a spirit loose that might become his enemy and conspire against him with witches. He ran west into the Llano all night and most of the next day, not merely to evade his pursuers, but to put as much distance as possible between himself and the spirit of the dead man. Now that the skinny man was dead, Famous Shoes began to worry about the birthmark, which might mean that the man had an affinity with witches. It was as he moved deeper into the waterless Llano that he heard the faint singing at night and determined that it was made by a single Comanche. Famous Shoes thought he ought to just pass by the Comanche, but the closer he came to the singing, the more curious he felt. Though he knew it was dangerous to approach a Comanche, in this case he could not resist. As he eased closer to the singer, it became clear to him that the man was singing the song of his life. He was singing of his deeds and victories, of his defeats and sorrows, of the warriors he had known and the raids he had ridden on. As he came closer, Famous Shoes saw that the man was indeed alone. He had only a tiny fire made of buffalo dung, and a dead horse lay nearby. The song he sang was both a life song and a death song. The warrior had decided to leave life and had sensibly decided to take his horse along with him so that he could ride comfortably in the spirit world. Famous Shoes decided that he wanted to know this warrior who had chosen such a fine way to leave life. He didn't think the Comanche would turn on him and kill him. From listening to the life song that was a death song, he knew that the warrior would probably not be interested in him at all. He knew, though, that it was not polite to interrupt such a song. He waited where he was, napping a little until the gray dawn came. Then he stood up and walked toward the warrior, who was poking up his fire a little. The warrior by the small fire did not rise when he saw Famous Shoes coming. His voice was a little hoarse from all his singing. At first, when he saw Famous Shoes approaching, his look was indifferent, like the look of warriors so badly wounded in battle that their spirits were already leaving their bodies, or like the look of old people who were looking beyond, into the spirit home. The warrior was very thin and very tired. He had not eaten any of the dead horse that lay nearby. He was exhausted with the effort it took to get his life into the song. Famous Shoes did not know him. "I was passing and heard your song," Famous Shoes said. "Some of Blue Duck's men were chasing me. I had to kill one of them. That was 2 days ago." At mention of Blue Duck, the warrior's expression changed from one of indifference to one of contempt. "I was at the camp of Blue Duck," he said in his hoarse voice. "He was camped on the Rio Rojo near the forests. I did not stay. They had a bear there and were mistreating it. The men with Blue Duck are only thieves. I am glad you killed one." He paused and looked into the fire. "If I had been there, I would have killed the other two," he said. "I did not like the way they abused the bear." Famous Shoes knew the man was in a state not far from death. It was most uncommon for a Comanche to say he would have fought along with a Kickapoo, since the two peoples were enemies, one of the other. "What did they do to the bear?" he asked. "I killed the bear," Idaho said, remembering the expression on the bear's face when he had walked up to shoot it. It had been a sad bear, broken by many beatings. Though Idaho felt no anger at the Kickapoo who had stopped to talk with him, he did feel a great tiredness when he tried to speak to the man. He had been almost out of life, singing the song of his deeds. But the Kickapoo was not out of life at all. He was a fully living man, still curious about the things that living men did. Idaho found it hard to come back. He had turned inside him toward the spirit time, and could not easily concern himself with Blue Duck or the things of fleshly life. Famous Shoes saw that the Comanche was weary and only wanted to get on with his dying. Though he knew it was impolite to detain a person bent on traveling in the spirit time, he could not resist one more question. "Why are you alone?" he asked. The Comanche seemed a little annoyed by the question. "You are alone yourself," he pointed out with a touch of disdain. "Yes, but I am merely traveling," Famous Shoes said. "You have killed your horse. I don't think you want to travel any farther." Idaho thought the Kickapoo was a pesky fellow. That was the problem with Kickapoos. They were all pesky, continually asking questions about things that were none of their business. Probably that was one reason his own people always killed Kickapoos as soon as possible when they happened on one of them. Idaho decided just to tell this Kickapoo what he wanted to know. Maybe then he would leave so Idaho could continue singing his song. "My people have gone to the place the whites wanted them to go," he said. "I did not want to go to that place, so I left. I went to be with the antelope Comanche, but they have nothing to eat. They live on mice and prairie dogs and roots they pull out of the ground. I am not a good hunter, so they did not want me. None of the Comanches have much to eat now," he added. "But the Comanches have many horses," Famous Shoes reminded him. It had always struck him as a vanity that the Comanches were so reluctant to eat their horses. They were not practical people like the Kickapoo, who would as cheerfully eat a horse as a deer or a buffalo. Idaho didn't answer. Of course the Comanches had horses. Even the antelopes had quite a few horses. But Quanah, the war chief of the antelope, still meant to fight the Texans, and fighting men could not afford to eat their mounts while they still contemplated war. Their horses were their power. Without horses they would not really be Comanches anymore. He did not want to talk of this to the Kickapoo, so he began to sing again, although in a faint voice. Famous Shoes knew he had stayed long enough. The Comanche had chosen to go on and die, which was a wise thing. His own people had gone on to the reservation, and the other bands of Comanches did not want him. Probably the warrior was tired of being hungry and alone, and had decided to go on to the place that was well peopled by spirits. "I am going on with my traveling," Famous Shoes told him. "I hope those 2 renegades who ride with Blue Duck do not bother you. They are very rude." Idaho did not respond to the remark. He was remembering a feast his people had once had when they had managed to stampede a herd of buffalo off a cliff into the Palo Duro. There had been meat enough for the whole band to feast for a week. One of 2 of the neighboring bands had come too. Famous Shoes did not have much food either. He did not like prairie dog meat, which was the easiest meat to obtain on the dry llano. He would have liked to take a little horse meat from the Comanche warrior's dead horse, but he knew that it would not be a polite thing to do. The lone Comanche who had decided to die sang his final song so faintly that before Famous Shoes had taken many steps he could no longer hear him singing. Kicking Wolf was the last person in the tribe to have a conversation with Buffalo Hump, and the conversation, as usual, had been about horses. Both of Buffalo Hump's wives were now dead. Of the 2, Heavyleg had lived the longer, though Lark was much the younger woman. Lark had foolishly let a deer kick her. Though the deer was down and dying, it still managed to kick Lark so badly in the ribs that she began to spit blood. Within 2 days she was dead. Heavyleg had not been foolish in regard to dying deer, but in the winter she had died anyway, leaving Buffalo Hump with no one to tend his lodge. Of course, Buffalo Hump possessed many horses. He could easily have bought himself another wife, but he didn't. The young women still tittered about the old chief's hump. Some of them wondered what it would be like to couple with such a man, but none of them found out because Buffalo Hump ignored them. Although his lodge soon grew tattered and poorly kept and he had to prepare his own meals, he did not send for a new wife or seek one. He spent most of his days sitting on his favorite pinnacle of rock, watching the hawks and eagles soar high above the canyon. He had no visitors. Many of the young people of the tribe had forgotten that he had ever been a chief. Only when there was singing and a few of the old warriors sang about the 1,000-warrior raid was Buffalo Hump recalled. Buffalo Hump himself kept apart from the singing, which itself had become a rare thing. Singing was most likely to happen when there was a feast. Since there was less and less to feast on, there were fewer and fewer feasts. Kicking Wolf, of course, was still an active horse thief. He seldom fired a gun at a Texan and seldom was fired at, preferring, as always, to work at night and depend on stealth. The reason Kicking Wolf sought out Buffalo Hump was because he wanted his opinion on the horse herd. Peta, the war chief, thought there could never be too many horses, the result being that almost 2,000 grazed on the grasslands near the camp. Kicking Wolf's view was different. He thought there could be too many horses. He wanted to divide the horse herd and give some of the horses to the other bands that were still free. He even favored driving some of the horses away altogether, letting them go wild, and he thought his arguments were sound. Having so many horses together made it easier for the bluecoat soldiers to find them. There was not enough grass in the canyon itself to graze so many horses, and their presence kept the buffalo from coming back. Kicking Wolf was a firm believer in the return of the buffalo. There had been too many buffalo simply to vanish. They had gone north, he believed, because they did not like the smell of the whites, or the smell of their cattle either. But the buffalo were not gone from the earth. They had merely gone north. Someday they would return to the southern plains. They would, at least if the people were patient and respectful and did not graze out the plains with too many horses. When Kicking Wolf found Buffalo Hump, he had just climbed down from his rock. It was a hard climb, almost beyond Buffalo Hump's strength. He was sitting in a patch of shade, resting, when Kicking Wolf approached. "Why do you climb that rock?" Kicking Wolf asked. "Haven't you climbed it enough in your life?" Buffalo Hump didn't answer. He found the question annoying. It was none of Kicking Wolf's business how many times he climbed the rock. In the last year or two he had not only grown indifferent to company, he had begun to find it irritating. Everyone who came to see him asked questions that were either stupid or impertinent. Better to see no one than to see fools. For himself, the one sad thing about climbing the rock was that he could no longer really see the hawks and eagles. He knew they were there, sometimes he could almost feel their flight, but he could not see them as he had seen them when he was a younger man. Now his eyes would water when he tried to look hard at a flying bird or even a running deer. Sometimes he would think he saw a jackrabbit sitting for a moment, but when he came closer the jackrabbit would become a rock or a clump of grass. The plains became a blur now when he tried to look across them to some distant point. Often his ears were of more use than his eyes. He could tell what animals were near by listening. He could hear an armadillo scratching, hear the slow walk of a possum. Were it not for his skill at snaring small game, he would have had a hard time finding food. He did not mention his problems to Kicking Wolf. As always, Kicking Wolf had only one thing on his mind, which was horses. He immediately started talking about the horse herd. It was too big. It needed to be divided. It would lead the soldiers to them. It would keep the buffalo from returning. Buffalo Hump had heard it all before. The only part he felt like responding to was the nonsense about the buffalo. It annoyed him that an experienced warrior such as Kicking Wolf, a horse Comanche all his life, could be so foolish as to think that the size of the horse herd had anything to do with the disappearance of the buffalo. What were 1,000 horses or 2,000 to the millions of buffalo that had once roamed the prairies? "The buffalo won't come back," he said angrily. Kicking Wolf was startled by the anger in Buffalo Hump's voice. The old chief had seemed half asleep, his eyes staring vacantly across the prairie. But his voice when he spoke was the voice of the fighter, the man whose cold eyes had made even brave warriors want to run. "The buffalo will return," Kicking Wolf said. "They have only gone to the north for a while. The buffalo have always returned." "You are a fool," Buffalo Hump said. "The buffalo won't return because they are dead. The whites have killed them. When you go north you will only find their bones." "The whites have killed many, but not all," Kicking Wolf insisted. "They have only gone to the Missouri River to live. When we have beaten the whites back, they will return." But as he was speaking, Kicking Wolf suddenly lost heart. He realized that Buffalo Hump was right, and that the words he had just spoken were the words of a fool. The Comanches were not beating the whites, and they were not going to beat them. Only their own band and 3 or 4 others were still free Comanches. The bands that were free were the bands that could survive on the least, those who would eat small animals and dig roots from the earth. Already the bluecoat soldiers had come back to Texas and begun to fill up the old forts, places they had abandoned while they fought one another. Even if all the free tribes banded together, there would not be enough warriors to defeat the bluecoat soldiers. With the buffalo gone so far north, the white soldiers had only to drive them farther and farther into the Llano until they starved or gave up. "The whites are not foolish," Buffalo Hump said. They know that it is easier to kill a buffalo than it is to kill one of us. They know that if they kill all the buffalo, we will starve. Then they won't have to fight us. Those who don't want to starve will have to go where the whites want to put them." The two men sat in silence for a while. Some young men were racing their horses a little farther down the canyon. Kicking Wolf usually took a keen interest in such contests. He wanted to know which horses were fastest. But today he didn't care. He felt too sad. "The medicine men are deceiving the young warriors when they tell them the buffalo will return," Buffalo Hump said. "If any buffalo come back, they will only be ghost buffalo. Their ghosts might return because they remember these lands. But that will not help us. We cannot eat their ghosts." Thinking about the buffalo, how many there had once been, not a one remaining on the Comancheria, Kicking Wolf grew so heavy with sadness that he could not speak. He had never thought that such abundance could pass, yet it had. He thought that it would have been better to have fallen in battle than to have lived to see such greatness pass and go. The sadness was so deep that no more words came out of his throat. He got up and walked away without another word. Buffalo Hump continued to sit, resting. He could scarcely see the horses racing on the prairie, though he could hear the drum of their hoofbeats. He was glad that Kicking Wolf had left. He did not like it any more when people took up his time talking foolishness about the buffalo returning. The medicine men thought that their ranting and praying could make the white buffalo hunters die, but it would surely be the other way around. The white buffalo hunters, with guns so powerful that they could shoot nearly to the horizon, would be making the medicine men die. Worm had already been killed by one of the long-shooting guns. Of course, old Worm had been crazy at the time. He had smeared himself with a potion made from weasel glands and eagle droppings, convinced that it would stop a bullet. A buffalo hunter with a good aim had proven him wrong. Later that day, Buffalo Hump walked through the horse herd until he located his oldest horse, a thin gelding whose teeth were only stumps. That night he took his bow and arrows, his lance, and a few snares, and left the camp on the old horse. No one heard him go, and no one would have cared if they had heard. Buffalo Hump thought the horse might be too old to climb the steep trail out of the canyon, but the horse was eager to go, and climbed the trail as quickly as if he were a young colt again, snorting like a wild horse might snort. When he reached the lip of the canyon, Buffalo Hump didn't stop. He rode north and west all night, only stopping when dawn touched the sky. He wanted to ride to the empty places, the land where he was not likely to meet any of the people, or any whites either. He had left the tribe forever. He wanted to see no more humans. Most of the talk of human beings was silly talk, talk that was of less weight than a man's breath. He had taken leave of all such silliness. He wanted to go where he could only hear the wind, and whatever animals might be moving near him, the little animals, ground squirrels, and mice that lived under the grass. The thing that Buffalo Hump was most grateful for as he rode into the emptiness was the knowledge that in the years of his youth and manhood he had drawn the lifeblood of so many enemies. He had been a great killer. It was his way and the way of his people. No one in his tribe had killed so often and so well. The killings were good to remember, as he rode his old horse deeper into the llano, away from all the places where people came. "I feel like I've been around this ring once too often, Woodrow," Augustus said, "don't you? The same governor we used to work for wants to send us after the same outlaw we ought to have killed way back when Ina Skull was our boss." The governor he was referring to was E.M. Pease, one of the few able men willing to take the provisional governorship under the terms of a harsh reconstruction. The outlaw in question was Blue Duck, whose band of murderers was making travel hazardous from the Sabine to the Big Wichita. The army was busy trying to subdue the few remaining free Comanches. The Rangers were depleted in numbers and in spirit, but they were still the only force capable of dealing with general lawlessness of a magnitude likely to be beyond the scope of local sheriffs. "I agree we ought to have killed him then," Call said, "but we didn't. Now we'll have to do." "I dislike it," Augustus said. His face was red and his neck swelled, as it was likely to do when he was in a temper. Why the temper, Call didn't understand. Governor Pease had been meek as a mouse when he called them in and asked them to go after Blue Duck. "I can see you're riled, but I don't know why," Call said. Governor Pease was polite. He's always been polite. "I ain't a policeman, that's why I'm riled," Augustus said. "I don't mind hanging a fat bandit, or a skinny one either, if they're handy, but I've been a free ranger all this time, and I don't like being told that all I'm good for is hanging bandits and putting drunks in jail. We ain't to fight Indians now, unless it's to save our hair. We can't chase a bandit across the Rio Grande. I feel handcuffed, and I'm ready to quit." "You've been ready to quit ever since you joined up with Major Chevali," Call said. He knew, though, that Gus's complaint was mainly valid. All they had been given to do lately was cool off feuding families, of which there were plenty among the land-grabbing settlers pushing into lands the Comanches were no longer able to contest. The country was changing. It wasn't the governor's fault. Call meant to point out that Blue Duck was no modest bandit. He was Buffalo Hump's son, and his gang of ruffians had taken more than 40 lives along the military trail that led from Fort Smith to Santa Fe. That trail, blazed by the great Captain Marcy himself, passed through the cross timbers and the southern plains. Before he could present his arguments, though, Augustus marched into a saloon. When in town, he was seldom outside the saloons. Whenever he was annoyed or bored, Augustus drank, and he was all too frequently annoyed or bored. In that, he was no exception, of course. The frontier was laced with whiskey. What Call could not contest was Gus's fury at the diminished status of the Rangers. For years, the Rangers had provided what protection the frontier families had. It was hard now to find themselves treated as no better than local constables. Call, as much as Gus, wanted to be done with it, but he could not feel right about refusing a request from Governor Pease, a kind man who had fought with the legislature many times in his earlier term to get the Rangers what they needed in the way of supplies, horses, and weaponry. He thought that catching or killing Blue Duck was something they ought to do. Once they had done it, that would be enough. They could quit their rangering then, though what they would do once they quit he didn't know. Cattle ranching was the new thing. Hundreds of thousands of Texas cattle were being driven north every year now. Once, while in San Antonio, he and Gus had ridden out with Captain King to watch one of his herds pass, some 4,000 cattle in all. They were being skillfully handled by experienced vaqueros, a sight that interested Call but immediately bored Gus, for the vaqueros were mainly letting the cattle graze along at their own pace. "Watching weeds turn brown is more interesting than this," Augustus said. "I could have stayed in the saloon and looked out the window at a donkey eating a prickly pear. It would have been just as much fun, and besides, I'd be drunk." This sally caused Captain King to laugh heartily. "Use your mind's eye, Captain," he said. "Think of the East, the teeming millions." "The what?" Gus asked. "The people, sir," Captain King said. "The millionaires and the beggars, the English, the Irish, the Italians, the Poles, the Swedes, and the Jews. People in the finest New York mansions will soon be eating this beef. The cooks in Boston, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Washington will soon be cooking it." "Why, what a bother! You take cattle all that way so a bunch of foreigners can eat beef? Let 'em grow their own beef, I say." "But there's no room, sir. The East is mighty crowded," Captain King explained. "Beef is what will bring Texas back from the war. Cotton won't do it. There's too damn much cotton in the world now. But beef, that's different. All the starving Irish who have never tasted anything except the potato in their entire lives will pay for beef." "Me, I'd rather have whores," Augustus said. "Me sorting dry goods? No, thank you," Augustus had said, when Call once mentioned the possibility of their buying a store. He had given a similarly dismissive reply to several other ideas Call had floated. Only the notion of running a livery stable seemed to arouse his interest, if only because, as Gus envisioned the enterprise, there would be P.I. and Dietz to do the work, whereas he would take the money to the bank and perhaps wet his whistle against the drought on the way back. The thought of owning a livery stable affected Gus much as the thought of the beef-eating millionaires affected Captain King. Every time a livery stable was mentioned around the bunkhouse, Gus would get a light in his eye and would soon be spinning notions that made the contemplated livery stable unlike any Call or P or Dietz had ever seen. "Of course, we wouldn't have to just rent horses," he said one blazing day when the group of them were sitting in the shade of a big mesquite behind the bunkhouse. "No, we could rent a mule or two if we had a couple," Call allowed, only to draw from Augustus the look of scorn he reserved for the hopelessly unimaginative. "I wasn't talking about mules, Woodrow," he said. "A mule is just a lesser horse, and so is a donkey." "They may be lesser, but a lot of people would rather rent a mule than a horse, I imagine," P.I. said. "A mule won't step in a hole, and a horse will." "You're out of your depth when it comes to commerce, P," Gus said. "You should keep your tongue back there behind your teeth." Call was puzzled. "What other kind of animals would you be renting, then?" he asked, though he knew Augustus was probably just launching into one of the elaborate leg pulls he loved so much. He particularly loved them when he had the credulous Deets and P to confound and dumbfound. "Well, we could rent sheep and goats and lay-in hens," Augustus said without hesitation. "Lay-in hens? Why would anybody pay to rent a hen?" Call asked. "It could be that a salesman had just come to town for a few days," Gus said. "He might want a nice raw egg with his coffee, and of course he'd prefer it to be fresh. We could rent him a hen for a day or two so he'd have his egg." The answer had a certain logic to it. Such a thing could happen, though Call knew it never would. That was the devilish thing about arguing with Augustus. He could always come up with answers that made sense about schemes that would never happen. "How much would I have to pay if I was to rent a hen from you for a day or two, Gus?" P.I. asked. "If it was one of those nice speckled hens, I expect I'd require a quarter a day," Augustus said. "If it was just one of those plain brown hens, I might let you rent her for 15 cents. "All right, but why would anyone want to rent a sheep or a goat?" Dan Connor asked. He was a small, feisty ranger who had joined the troop after Jake left. "Well, our same salesman might want a sheep around because the odor of sheep repels mosquitoes," Augustus said. "He might want to hitch a sheep at the foot of his bed so the skeeters wouldn't bite him too hard." That answer, which Augustus delivered with a straight face, stopped conversation for a while, as the various rangers tried to remember if they had slept free of mosquitoes while there was a sheep around. Of course, there were no sheep in Austin, and very few anywhere in Texas, so the theory was hard to test. "What would a goat do, then?" P.I. inquired. "Goats eat up the trash," Deets ventured unexpectedly. Though he always listened intently to the general conversation, he rarely contributed a remark, especially not if one of the captains was around. Alone with P.I., though, Deets had plenty to say. "That's it, Deets, that's it," Augustus declared. "Your salesman might have some old ledgers or a few bills of lading he wants to dispose of. We'd rent him a goat for 30 cents a day, and the problem would be solved." "How about pigs, then, Captain?" Dan Connor asked. "A pig has got as good an appetite as a goat. How much would a pig rent for?" At that, Augustus looked stern. "Oh, we wouldn't be renting no pigs. Couldn't afford to, Dan," he said. "It might lead to lawsuits." "Why would renting a pig lead to lawsuits?" Call asked. He had had enough of the conversation and was about to take a walk, but he thought he would hear how Augustus justified his remark about pigs and lawsuits. "Now, the difficulty with a pig is that it's smarter than most human beings, and it has a large appetite," Gus said. "A pig might even eat a customer if the customer was drunk and not alert, or it might at least eat one of his legs if it was in the mood to snack. Or it could eat his coat off, or swallow the nice belt buckle his wife had given him for his birthday, which would get him in trouble at home and cause a passel of bad feelings. Even if it didn't mean a lawsuit, it might cause him to tell all his friends not to rent from us, which could mean a sag in the profits." At that point, Call walked off, as Gus was regaling his audience with his wildest scheme yet, which was to locate a zebra somewhere and teach it to pull a wagon, after which they could rent the zebra and the wagon together at a steep price for all manner of festivities. "It might work for weddings," Augustus allowed. "We could teach it to pull the buggy that the bride and groom ride in." "As I recall, you walked to your weddings," Call said. "I doubt anyone in this part of the country could afford to rent a zebra, even if we had one, which we don't." The one point the two of them agreed on was that their future, once they left the Rangers, would not be spent in Austin. They had been there too long, seen too much of politics, and had arrested, for one crime or another, a relative of virtually every person in town. They had also hung, for murder or horse thievery, quite a few men who had been popular in the saloons. They had been the local law too long. It was time to move. Call walked onto the lots to begin to get the horses ready for their attempt to catch blue duck. The boy Newt was there, as he usually was, practicing his roping on the chickens. Call wondered sometimes about Maggie. Since Jake Spoon's departure, she had not been seen in the company of a man. Augustus, who gossiped about everyone, had no gossip to dispense about Maggie Tilton. Call remembered the night he had walked all the way down the San Antonio road to the split tree, but he could not bring to mind exactly what his upset had been about. Something had gone wrong between himself and Maggie. He had not been up to her steps since she threw the cornmeal at him. Sometimes he missed Maggie and would have liked to sit with her for an hour and enjoy one of her tasty beefsteaks. Still, he knew he was better off than Augustus, who still pined so severely for Clara Allen that the mere sight of her handwriting on an envelope would send him into the saloons for a long bout of drinking. Often Gus would keep one of Clara's letters for a week before he could even work up to opening it. He never said much about the letters, though he did once remark that Clara had lost a boy. A year or two later, he remarked that she had lost another boy. Augustus, when he chose to employ it, had a great gift for politics. He could persuade better than any governor or senator Call had ever met. Gus could easily have been elected a senator and gone to Washington. He could have been elected governor. And yet, because he had lost the love of the one woman he really wanted, Clara Allen, Augustus had stayed a ranger. Once or twice, Gus did consider running for office, but then another letter from Clara would come, and he'd drink and put off reading it for a week. It seemed to Woodrow Call a strange way to live a life. Last Horse was sitting idly by the fire, sharpening one of his knives on a whetstone, when it gradually dawned on him what the women were saying. The women were always talking some ribaldry or other. Last Horse didn't understand why they talked about coupling so much, since most of them, including his two wives, were rarely eager to couple with him. But such was the talk of women, year in and year out. He had only been half listening until one of them mentioned Buffalo Hump. Even though Buffalo Hump was old now, some of the women still speculated about coupling with him. But that was not what they were talking about this morning. It was only when he realized that the women were claiming that the old chief had left the camp that Last Horse suddenly realized that something important had happened. What they said was true. Buffalo Hump's lodge appeared to be empty. There was no sign that he had used it for 2 or 3 days. Last Horse started to go inside the lodge and see if Buffalo Hump had left anything behind, but when he got to the entrance he stopped. Buffalo Hump was unpredictable. He might be in his lodge, waiting quietly for some fool to slip in and try to rob him. He might be waiting with his big knife. Even if he wasn't waiting, even if he was truly gone, entering his lodge was not a step to be taken lightly. After all, he might only have gone on a hunt. He might return and make an issue of the fact that his lodge had been entered without his permission. Last Horse hesitated. He had been afraid of Buffalo Hump all his life. Even if he knew that Buffalo Hump were dead, he would have felt the need for caution. Such a chief would have a powerful spirit, one that might come back and work evil on interferers. Alive or dead, Buffalo Hump was a power Last Horse did not want to confront. He immediately got his rifle and set off for the northeast to look for Blue Duck. Last Horse had grown up with Blue Duck. Last year, while on a hunt, he had run into Blue Duck and some of his men. He feared trouble, but instead Blue Duck was friendly and even gave him some of his whiskey, a liquid he liked very much, although the sickness that came the next day was not pleasant. In the morning, to his surprise, Blue Duck had given him 2 pistols and a watch. Later in the day, while still feeling the unpleasantness that resulted from drinking so much whiskey, Last Horse had a most unfortunate accident while trying to load one of his new pistols. Because he was a little shaky, he let the hammer slip while the pistol was pointed at his foot, the result being that he shot off the middle toe on his right foot. Such a foolish accident caused Last Horse great embarrassment, but it amused the ruffians who rode with Blue Duck very much. They began to tease him and call him Lost Toe. Their rude behavior annoyed Last Horse greatly. Before he left to go home, Blue Duck himself brewed some leaves and made a little poultice to put on his toe. "How do you know how to make medicine?" Last Horse asked. "A witch woman taught me," Blue Duck said. Then he revealed the real reason he had been so generous with Last Horse. He wanted Last Horse to keep an eye on Buffalo Hump and let him know if the old man left the camp to go on a hunt or a journey. Blue Duck made no secret of the fact that he meant to kill Buffalo Hump. All the Comanches, including Buffalo Hump, had known of Blue Duck's intentions for many years. But Buffalo Hump, old as he was, feared no one and didn't let the threat keep him from going where he pleased. Blue Duck showed Last Horse a fine rifle with silver on the stock. He promised to give Last Horse the rifle if he would come quickly and let him know if Buffalo Hump left camp. Once back with the tribe, Last Horse could not get the fine rifle out of his mind, or the whiskey either. That is why the women's news excited him so. Last Horse asked all the warriors if Buffalo Hump had mentioned where he was going. He even asked Kicking Wolf, a man he was afraid of. But Buffalo Hump had spoken to no one. He had just ridden away. Kicking Wolf seemed a little surprised by the news. He took the trouble to ride out to the horse herd to see if he could determine how many horses Buffalo Hump had taken with him. When he came back, he seemed subdued. He went himself to Buffalo Hump's lodge to examine the horse tracks. Once he had done so, he seemed even more subdued. "He only took that one old horse," Kicking Wolf said. "He has gone to find a place to die." Last Horse did not wait to question Kicking Wolf further. He set off at once to find Blue Duck. He knew he had to get to Blue Duck as soon as possible. If he delayed, Buffalo Hump might go on and die, in which case Blue Duck would have no reason to give him the rifle. Last Horse did not feel entirely right about his errand, though. He knew that he was doing a thing that would not be approved of. Buffalo Hump had been a great chief, but Blue Duck was only an outlaw. The people might scorn him for taking Blue Duck such news, but Last Horse kept riding east anyway. He felt sad, but he kept riding. His sadness wasn't just from the knowledge that he was doing something that was not too honorable. In the great days of the Comanche people, it would not have occurred to him to betray a chief to a brash outlaw who happened to be his son. The farther Last Horse went from the camp and the tribe, the more he began to doubt that he could ever go back and live among the people again. With the people, he was always hungry. Everyone in the band was always hungry. The great days of feasting were over. Peta, their leader, had talked to the whites more than once lately. It would not be long before the band would have to move onto the land the whites wanted them to have. Because of that, Last Horse felt less bad about what he was doing. He pressed his horse until the horse was lathered white with sweat. There was nothing behind him but sickness and starvation. If he rode with Blue Duck, there would at least be food, because Blue Duck hunted in the forests where the deer were still thick. When Blue Duck saw Last Horse coming, his horse pushed almost to the point of death, he immediately slipped his ammunition belts over his shoulder. If the Comanche had run his horse almost to death, it could only be because he had urgent news of Buffalo Hump. Blue Duck went to a little wagon where he kept his whiskey and pulled out a bottle, which he handed to Last Horse as soon as the Comanche stepped off his stumbling mount. "You have killed your horse. We might as well eat him," Blue Duck said. "I don't know why you are in such a hurry unless you have a big thirst for whiskey." Last Horse was almost as tired as his mount. He wanted to deliver his news at once before he started drinking the whiskey. "Buffalo Hump left," he said. "He took only one horse, and he went northwest. Kicking Wolf says he has gone away to die. Now can I have that pretty gun?" He saw the rifle he had been promised propped against a wagon wheel, the sun glinting off the silver on the stock. Blue Duck walked over and picked it up. He looked at it carefully, as if he had never seen it before. Then, instead of giving it to Last Horse as he had promised, he pointed it at him instead. "This gun is too good for a thieving Comanche like you," Blue Duck said. "But since you are here, I can let you have the bullets." Blue Duck fired twice. The bullet spun Last Horse around and knocked him to his knees. Several grasshoppers were hopping in the brown grass. Last Horse fell forward. His eyes were still open when one of the yellow grasshoppers hopped onto his face. Blue Duck took the unopened whiskey bottle out of his hand and put it back in the little wagon. Moki, who had been about to snatch it, was disappointed. After killing Last Horse, a man so foolish he had shot off his own toe, Blue Duck needed only a few minutes to complete his preparations for his journey in pursuit of Buffalo Hump. He caught 4 of his fastest horses because he wanted to travel fast and far. Although he didn't expect much resistance from the old man himself, it was hard to predict what one might encounter on the prairies, so he made sure he was well armed. The week before, his men had come upon 2 buffalo hunters whose hide wagon had broken down and had killed them both, mainly in order to get their supply of tobacco, a substance always in short supply around the camp. Blue Duck didn't care about the tobacco himself, but he was always pleased to capture the buffalo hunters' heavy rifles and their ammunition. Now he strapped one of their big 50-caliber rifles on one of the horses, an action that aroused the suspicions of Moki and Monkey John. They knew that Blue Duck had it in mind to kill his father someday, but they were not aware of the news Last Horse had brought. When they saw Blue Duck making ready to leave with 4 horses and a buffalo gun, they assumed he must be going to ambush somebody rich. Blue Duck made no effort to divide treasures when he killed or captured some traveler. He always kept everything for himself and frequently bullied other members of the robber gang to give him some of their spoils. It was a source of annoyance. When Urmoki complained, which he only did when he was drunk, Blue Duck laughed at him. 2 or 3 men immediately went over and searched the dead Comanche last horse, but he had nothing on him except a knife and one of the pistols Blue Duck had given him earlier. It was the pistol he had used to shoot off his own toe. When Blue Duck was ready, he simply rode away without saying a word to anyone. As soon as he was out of sight, Urmoki and Monkey John caught their horses and followed him. They caught up with him about 3 miles from camp. Both men were a little nervous. When Blue Duck acted as if he didn't want company, it was well to be cautious. His killing moods were unpredictable. Neither of them had expected him to kill the Comanche who had ridden into camp. Earlier he had been quite friendly with the man. Certainly the Comanche had not expected to be killed. He had ridden his horse to death to reach Blue Duck quickly. But now he was dead, and so was his horse. The women were butchering it as Urmoki and Monkey John rode away. Blue Duck didn't say a word when the 2 men joined him on his ride to the west. He knew they had followed, thinking he was about to kill some traveler with a lot of money. Though it was impertinent for the 2 to join him when he hadn't asked for their company, he decided to let them come. They didn't know he was only riding off to kill an old Comanche who owned nothing worth stealing. They would make a long ride for nothing, which would serve them right. Once they found Buffalo Hump, Blue Duck meant to inform the 2 killers that only he was to kill the old man. He did not want them to interfere. The mission he was on was one he had waited for since he left the tribe. Blue Duck had forgotten none of the insults Buffalo Hump had heaped on him. Now he meant to have his revenge. Blue Duck was convinced, too, that he knew where his father would go to make his death. Long ago, when Blue Duck was a boy of 7 or 8, before his father began to insult him, Buffalo Hump had taken him on a long ride to Black Mesa, west of the Beaver River. In country that was so dry, Blue Duck thought they might die of thirst. But Buffalo Hump did not intend to die of thirst. He knew of an old lake near Black Mesa, a lake that was then dry. What Buffalo Hump knew was that there was a little seeping spring in the center of the dry lake, hidden under weeds. They had ridden 2 days without water before they came to the dry lake and found the little seeping spring. Blue Duck had never forgotten the taste of that cool water, and he never told anyone else about the existence of the spring. Buffalo Hump had told him that the people had lived near Black Mesa long before his own time, when they were just becoming a horse people. He had said it was a place of powerful spirits. Blue Duck had a clear memory of the journey and felt sure he could find the dry lake again and the little spring. He wanted to hurry, though. Last Horse had said that Buffalo Hump had left with only 1 horse, and an old one at that. If the horse weakened, Buffalo Hump might die before he reached the mesa. Blue Duck rode hard all day, switching horses often so as not to wear out his mounts. Urmoki and Monkey John foolishly had not brought extra horses. They had assumed that Blue Duck must be after a victim fairly close to camp, which only showed Blue Duck how stupid they were. They had seen him ride out with 4 horses. Did they think the other 3 were only to carry loot from his ambush? Blue Duck showed them no mercy where speed was concerned. If they rode their horses to death, he meant to leave them. If they starved before they could get back to camp, it was what they deserved. By the afternoon of the 3rd day, Urmoki and Monkey John were far behind. Already they were on a part of the llano they didn't know, and it was very dry. Both men knew Blue Duck would not wait for them or show them any consideration at all. Monkey John began to regret that they had come. As usual, Urmoki had been hasty in his judgment. If their horses failed in such country, they would probably die. "Who's he going to rob out here?" Monkey John asked several times. "There don't nobody live way out here." Urmoki didn't answer. He was watching the ground, determined not to lose Blue Duck's track. "We ought to have brought more horses," Monkey John said a little later, when he began to feel the force of the desert. They were in a great ring of empty land. The horizon seemed 100 miles away. Urmoki was thinking that if Blue Duck didn't slow down, he might have to kill Monkey John. That way he would have another horse. Call had no trouble persuading Famous Shoes to help them find Blue Duck's camp. Famous Shoes liked to be free to go anywhere at any time, across the plains, into the forests, down to Mexico, over the mountains. The Kickapoo people were widely scattered now. He had to be able to move freely in order to visit his own people. Recently, though, because of Blue Duck and his renegades, he had had to recognize that it was unwise to travel north of the Trinity River, unless he went very far to the west to do it. Famous Shoes did not want to get killed, and he knew that Blue Duck would kill him without hesitation if he found him alone. He well remembered that Blue Duck had once delivered him to Slow Tree, thinking he was delivering him to torture. Slow Tree had let him go, but Blue Duck would not let him go if he caught him now. So when Captain Call came to him and said that the Rangers were going after Blue Duck, Famous Shoes immediately made ready to go with them. 4 days later, Captain Call, Captain McCrae, 8 Rangers, and several sheriffs were hidden in a clump of timber near the south bank of the Red River, waiting for Famous Shoes to find the renegades and let them know how many fighting men they would have to face. Famous Shoes easily found the renegades' camp, but he soon saw that Blue Duck wasn't there. He knew this news would displease Captain Call and Captain McCrae, and he was right. "Who is there if he ain't?" Augustus asked impatiently. "There are 12 men and some women. They are cooking a horse," Famous Shoes said. "Moki is not there either. He is a man who rapes whenever he can." "Where the hell is Blue Duck?" Gus asked. "I hate to waste time on the chiggers he left behind. The sheriffs can handle them." "Gus, we're here. We might as well help the sheriffs do this job," Call said. "Maybe some of the men know where he went." "Blue Duck has gone west, and he is in a hurry," Famous Shoes said. "He took 4 horses and 2 men." "That's it. Let's go get after him," Augustus said. Call looked at the sheriffs, all local men. They did not look happy at the prospect of being left to fight a dozen renegades. All were poor men. Probably they had just agreed to serve as sheriffs because they feared starvation if they tried to continue as farmers or merchants. Money was short and jobs scarce in Texas at the time. "Now let's help the sheriffs round up these outlaws," Call said. "The sheriffs would be outnumbered if we leave." In the event, the renegades in Blue Duck's camp didn't fight at all. One man did raise his rifle when the Rangers came charging into camp, but he was immediately shot dead. Then 10 dirty, half-starved men threw up their hands. The 12th man managed to wiggle out the back of a tent into some reeds by the river. He escaped that day, but was killed 2 days later in Shreveport, Louisiana, while trying to rob a hardware store. Once the renegades were disarmed, Dietz was given the job of tying them. Jake Spoon, before he left, taught Dietz what he knew about knots. Call and Augustus were ready to hand the prisoners over to the sheriffs, but the sheriffs balked. One of the sheriffs, whose name was Kettler, pointed to a grove of oak trees not far from the river. "We can't be putting the county to the expense of raising no jury," he said. "It's planting time. The men need to be in their fields. I ain't asking them to take off just to try a bunch of bad uns like these men. Your nigger there is good with knots," he added. "We'd be obliged if you'd wait long enough for him to tie the hang knots." Call looked at Augustus, who shrugged. "I expect they're all horse thieves at least," Gus said, pointing to the sizable horse herd grazing nearby. "All right," Call said. "If they're with Blue Duck, I've no doubt they need hanging." None of the doomed men said even a word in their own defense, and none of the slatternly women followed the little procession to the oak grove. The women seemed numbed by the morning's events. They sat in dejection near one of the smoldering Oak Grove campfires. "I hope you'll at least take these women with you, Sheriff Kettler," Call said. "I imagine some of them were captives. They'll starve if you leave them." "We won't leave them," the sheriff promised. When they got to the oak grove, they discovered that there was no one tree with a limb strong enough or low enough to hang all the men from. Dietz, who rarely betrayed any sign of nerves, no matter how dangerous the conflict, looked uncertain as he searched among the oak trees for a suitable hanging tree. He had never tied a hang knot and was conscious that the eyes of the several hard sheriffs were upon him. He was being asked to hang white men, 10 at that. He knew he had to do it, though. Besides worrying that he might not get the knots right, the lariat ropes he had to work with were of uneven strength and texture. He had already begun to worry about the fact that he would soon be setting 10 ghosts loose, ghosts that might pursue him and work spells against him. None of the 10 condemned men had made any effort to plead for their lives. They stood silently among the sheriffs and rangers, looking like whipped dogs. "Here's one good stout limb," Augustus said. "It ought to hold 4 of them at least." "I'd make that 3, Sheriff Kettler said, looking at the limb in question with a practiced eye. "If you hang men too close together, they're apt to bump into one another while they're swinging." "What would it matter if they're swinging?" Augustus said. Call found the proceedings an irritant. Time was being wasted. If only the outlaws had put up a fight, they could have shot several of them and not had to proceed with such a lengthy hanging. Finally, 3 limbs were selected. The men were put on borrowed horses. Dietz carefully tied the hang knots just as he'd seen Jake do. 2 limbs held 3 men each, and another limb held 4. The sheriffs grouped the men carelessly so that the tallest man ended up hanging from the lowest and weakest limb. His toes, when he bounced on the rope, were less than an inch from the ground. Dietz, despite his conviction that a passel of spells would soon be unleashed against him, did a careful job. None of the knots failed. The heavier men died instantly, while the lighter fellows kicked and swayed for several minutes. Only the tall man occasioned much of a wait. At the end of 10 minutes he was still alive. Call, impatient, wanted to shoot him, but knew that would be improper procedure. Finally the man ceased to kick, but by the time they were ready to ride off, the limb had sagged so much that the tall man's toes rested on the ground. "I thank you for obliging me," Sheriff Kettler said to Call and Augustus. "This has saved the county a passel of expense." "Don't forget the women," Call said as they rode away. Famous Shoes, too, was impatient. He did not understand the Texans' preference for hanging. If they didn't want to torture the men, why not just shoot them? It would have been much quicker. As they rode away, Call observed that Augustus seemed unusually melancholy. "What's wrong with you?" he asked. "It's gloomy work hanging men in the morning," Augustus said. "Here the sun's up and it's a nice day, but they won't get to live it. Besides," he added a little later, "I get to thinking that, but for luck, it could have been me hanging there." Call was startled by the remark. "You? Why would it have been you?" he asked. "Ornery as you are, I don't think you deserve a hanging." "No, but for luck I might have," Augustus said, turning in his saddle to take one last look at the grove where the 10 bodies hung. At night, Famous Shoes ranged far ahead of the rangers, who could not push their mounts any harder without putting them at risk. It was the night of the full moon. The prairies were almost as light as day. The tracks of the men they were chasing had not changed direction all day. Blue Duck and the 2 men with him were heading northwest into the deepest part of the Llano, a course that puzzled Famous Shoes. They would soon be on the long plain of New Mexico, where there was no water. Even the antelope Comanche had to be careful when they traveled there. He had heard that sometimes the antelopes had to cut open a horse in order to drink the liquids in the horse's stomach. That they could do such things was the reason they had not yet been conquered by the whites. So far, the bluecoat soldiers lacked the skills that would enable them to attack the antelopes. But Blue Duck was not of the antelope band. He raided in country where there was plenty of water. He would be foolish to think he could continue across the Llano and not get in trouble. Besides, there was no one in that country at all, no one at least to rob or kill. Of course there was Quanah and his band, but they were poor, and anyway, if Blue Duck came near them, they would promptly kill him and his companions. And yet the tracks didn't turn. They pointed straight into the longest distance of the Llano. Famous Shoes thought that perhaps Blue Duck meant to go to Colorado, to the settlements, where no doubt there were plenty of people to rob. But if he meant to go to Colorado, he would have gone along the Arkansas River, where there was plenty of water. Late in the night, Famous Shoes went back to the rangers. Although the tracks of Blue Duck and his men were plain, he had learned that it was not wise to assume that the Texans would see what to him was plain. The Texans, even experienced men such as Captain Call and Captain McCrae, had curious eyes. He could never be confident that he knew what they would see when following a trail. Often they took incorrect routes, which had to be corrected with much loss of time. In such dry country, Famous Shoes did not want to risk having the rangers go astray. When he came, the rangers were just finishing their brief breakfast. Famous Shoes saw to his surprise that P.I. Parker had his trousers off. One of his legs was an angry red. Dietz was studying the leg carefully, a big needle in his hand. "Bad luck," Call said when Famous Shoes approached. "He knelt on a cactus when he went to hobble his horse. Now his leg's as bad as if he had been snake-bit." When Famous Shoes was shown the cactus in question, he agreed with the captain's assessment. The thorns of the little green cactus were as poisonous as the bite of a rattlesnake. "The thorn's under the kneecap," Augustus said. "Get it out," Famous Shoes said. "If you get it out, he will soon be well, but if you leave it in his leg, he will never walk far again." "Go to it, Dietz, otherwise P will have to retire," Gus said. When Dietz finally succeeded in coaxing the tiny tip of the cactus thorn out of P.I.'s leg, he and all the other men were surprised that such a tiny thorn could produce such a bad inflammation. But Famous Shoes was right. In 10 minutes, P.I. declared himself fit for travel. Famous Shoes took a little coffee and made a thorough inspection of the ranger's horses. What he found did not please him. Only 5 or 6 of the horses looked strong enough to go where Blue Duck was going. "If you know where he's going, I wish you'd tell us," Call said, although he knew it was probably unwise to put a direct question to the tracker. Famous Shoes had never ceased to madden and frustrate him. Sometimes he would speak as plainly as a white man, but at other times no amount of questioning would produce any but the most elliptical replies. "I don't know where he is going unless it is to Black Mesa," Famous Shoes said. "I don't know why he would want to go there. It is where the Comanches used to go to pray, but I don't know if that is why he is going." "Doubtful. He don't strike me as being a man of prayer," Augustus said. "I never heard of Black Mesa. How far away is it?" "It is a mesa where the rocks are black," Famous Shoes said. "I have never been there. There is no water in that country. His men have only 1 horse apiece. They will die if they try to follow him." He looked around at the rangers, hoping that Captain Call or Captain McCrae would understand what he meant, which was that they should send most of the men home. He thought either of the captains would be a match for Blue Duck. He saw no reason why they should take 8 rangers into the driest part of the Llano and try to keep them alive. Call and Augustus immediately took his point, which was that they too had more men than they could hope to keep alive. "There's only 3 outlaws," Call said to Augustus. "I'd say that P and Dietz are all we need. We better send the rest of these men home while they can find their way." "If they can find their way," Augustus said. "We're way out here in the big empty. They might just ride around in circles until they fall over and drop." Call knew there was a chance that Gus was right. Few men were truly competent at navigating the deceptive, featureless plains. Even experienced plainsmen sometimes lost confidence in their judgments, or even in their compasses. Some familiar-looking ridge or rise in the ground would tease their memories and tempt them to rethink their course, often with serious or even fatal consequences. Augustus looked around. It was a beautiful spring day. The sweep of the long horizons was appealing, and yet, except for the arch of the sun, there was nothing in sight that would suggest direction. Some of the men had already become nervous at the thought of being left with no guide. "These men hired on to ranger, Woodrow. Let 'em ranger on back home," Gus said. A few minutes later, 6 nervous, apprehensive men, under the nominal leadership of Stove Jones, were trotting away to the southeast, toward the distant rivers and the even more distant settlements. Call, Augustus, P.I., and Dietz kept 1 pack mule. More important, they kept Famous Shoes. While the men who were being sent home were saddling up and dividing the few supplies, Famous Shoes walked a few hundred yards to the north to smell the wind. It disturbed him that he could not sense where Blue Duck was going, or what he might do. Why the man would simply plunge into the Llano, far from any route where travelers went, puzzled him. And it was while he was walking around in puzzlement that the owl flew out of the ground. A great white owl, with wings as wide as a man's arm spread, suddenly rose right at his feet, in his face. The owl flew from a hole in the ground, near a ridge with a few rocks on it. That the owl flew so near his face frightened Famous Shoes badly, so badly that he stumbled as he tried to run back to camp. His heart began to pound. He had never been so frightened, not even when a brown bear tried to catch him on the Brazos once. The owl that flew in his face went up high and glided over the rangers. It was Snow White. Of course, Famous Shoes knew that little brown owls sometimes went into prairie dog holes to catch snakes or to eat the young prairie dogs. But this was not such an owl. This owl had been Snow White, though it was not winter and there was no reason for a white owl to be rising out of a hole on a ridge. Captain Call and Captain McCrae looked up at it, and then it flew so far that Famous Shoes lost it in the white sunlight. Of course, the owl meant death. Thus it had always been. But it was not an ordinary owl, so the death it presaged would not be that of an ordinary man. Though Famous Shoes had been very frightened when the owl flew at him, he soon decided that the owl did not want his death. He was only an ordinary man, who liked to lie with his wives when he was home, and who liked to travel the country when he had got enough for a time of lying with his wives. He was a good tracker, too, but not good enough that his death would need to be announced by the appearance of a great white owl. It was another death, the death of a great man, that the white owl must have come to announce. Famous Shoes thought that one of the captains, who were great men of the Texans, might be about to die. It could mean that Blue Duck's apparent foolishness in journeying into the Llano was in fact just a ruse. Maybe somewhere ahead he was plotting an ambush. Maybe he was hiding in a hole somewhere, as the owl had been, waiting to shoot one of the captains. "Did you see the owl?" Famous Shoes asked when he reached the captains. "We seen it. It was right pretty," Captain McCrae said cheerfully. "You don't see too many of them big snow owls low down this way now." Augustus was happy that the troop had been pared down to the men who were necessary, even though it meant that he would have fewer victims in the event of an evening card game. Famous Shoes realized then, when he heard Captain McCrae's casual and cheerful tone, that it was as he had always believed, which was that it was no use talking to white men about serious things. The owl of death, the most imposing and important bird he had ever seen, had flown right over the two captains' heads, and they merely thought it was a pretty bird. If he tried to persuade them that the bird had come out of the earth where the death spirits lived, they would just think he was talking nonsense. Captain Call was no more bothered by the owl than Captain McCrae, a fact which made Famous Shoes decide not to speak. He turned and led them west again, but this time he proceeded very carefully, expecting that Blue Duck might be laying his ambush somewhere not far ahead, in a hole that one would not notice until it was too late. As her strength began its final ebbing, the thing that tormented Maggie most was the fear in her son's eyes. Newt knew she was dying, everybody knew it. He struggled mightily to relieve her of the household chores. He was an able boy, too. He could cook a little and clean. If there was a chore to be done that was within his capacity, Maggie seldom had to ask him to do it. He just did it, and did it competently. In that way, and many others, he reminded her of his father. Yet it was in thinking of Newt that Maggie found her best peace. She thought she had done a fair job with him. If the Rangers or the Stewarts would just take him for a year or two, he would be old enough to earn his keep. Maggie hoped it would be the Rangers. "A boy ought to be with his father," she told her friend Pearl Coleman one afternoon. Maggie had managed to get down the steps, meaning to rake a little in her garden, but just getting down the steps exhausted her strength. She was able to do little more than sit amid her bean plants. Newt was particularly fond of green beans and snap peas. Though Pearl Coleman had suitors aplenty, she had never remarried. Her suitors were mainly men new to the area. Most of them didn't know about her rape by the Comanches, didn't know why Long Bill had hung himself. Though Pearl was lonely, she was afraid to remarry. Once the old news came to light, her new husband might turn her out, or else do as Long Bill had done. Because she was lonely and knew that she was never likely to have a child of her own, Pearl offered to take young Newt when Maggie passed. "He ought to be with his father, even if his father won't claim him," Maggie went on. Pearl had little patience with Woodrow Call, but she didn't want to tire her friend with argument. There would not be many more chances for Maggie Tilton to sit in her garden in the spring sunlight. Best not to spoil it. "Mag, it don't have to be one way or the other," Pearl said. "Newt can stay with me when the men folks are gone and bunk with the boys when they're home." "Well, if you wouldn't mind," Maggie said. It was just a short walk from Pearl's house to the ranger barracks, such as they were. Pearl was such a good cook, it would be a shame for Newt to miss out on her tasty meals. "I think the Stewarts will be wanting him to work in the store a little when there's unpacking to do," Maggie said. Pearl did not particularly like the Stewarts. In her view, they were too quick to insist on payment of her bills. But she did not demur. If Newt could earn a quarter now and then, so much the better. "Everybody in this town likes your boy," Pearl assured her. "He'll be well cared for. You can rest your mind about that." Maggie knew Pearl was right. There were many kindly folks in Austin who took an interest in Newt, people she had met at church or served in the store. Hard as times had been since the war, and poor as most people were, she didn't doubt that people would see that her child was fed and clothed. Knowing that, though, didn't put her mind at rest. How could a mother not worry about her child? She would have liked to have one more good talk with Augustus about Newt's future. She would have liked even to sit at her window and watch Newt practice roping with Dietz and Pi. It reassured her to see him with the men who would be his companions once she was gone. It was unfortunate that they had had to leave on patrol just as she felt herself slipping into a deeper weakness. Newt, in the lots with his rope, would look up every few minutes to see if he could catch a glimpse of his mother's pale face in her window. He knew his mother was dying. He spent hour after hour with his rope, throwing loops at chickens, or the milk-pan calf, or stumps, or posts, to distract himself a little from this frightening knowledge. He was so proficient with the lariat now that the milk-pan calf and even some of the chickens had taken to stopping submissively when he approached with the rope in his hands. Sometimes, restless in his apprehension, Newt would walk out of town to the little graveyard. He had been to several funerals now, mostly funerals of people his mother knew from church, and he knew that soon there would have to be a funeral for his mother, too. At the graveyard he would sometimes talk to his mother, aimless talk about the Rangers, about some superstition Dietz had told him, or some belief, such as Dietz's belief that Indians lived on the moon, having jumped their horses there at some time long ago when the moon had been only a few feet from the earth. Sometimes Newt would sit and watch the moon rise with Dietz, hoping for a glimpse of the Indians, but he could never see them. Mainly, though, Newt talked at the graveyard so he could get in practice to talk to his mother once she was dead. There were seldom many live people in the graveyard, but there were often one or two, usually an old man or old woman, or a bereaved young husband or wife whose spouse had died unexpectedly. Many times he had heard the old ones muttering over the graves of their loved ones. It seemed to him that talking to the dead must be an accepted practice. Probably the dead continued to want to know about the goings-on of the living. That seemed natural to Newt. Of course, once his mother died, everything would change. He was hoping that Captain Woodrow and Captain Augustus would allow him to live with the Rangers then. Even before his mother got sick, he had begun to want to live with the Rangers. But even if he had to live with Mrs. Coleman or Mrs. Stewart until he could become a full-fledged Ranger himself, it was to be expected that his mother would still want to know what he was doing, how his lessons were going, what had happened at the general store, whether Mrs. Coleman had decided to marry any of the men who wanted to marry her, whether Mrs. Stewart was still hitting Mr. Stewart with the barrel stave when he came in drunk and tardy. Of course, too, she might want to know about Captain Woodrow, or whether there was any news of Jake Spoon, or if Captain Augustus had done anything unusual while drunk. Newt meant to keep a close watch on everything that happened in the community, so that he could come to the graveyard every day or two and give his mother a full report. When the day was bright and he was busy with his chores or his lessons, Newt would manage to put out of his mind for a few hours the fact that his mother was dying. He never mentioned his mother's sickness to anyone, not even to Ike Ripple, who was so old now that he was practically a dead person himself. Ike and Newt were good friends, though Ike was so blind now that he had to feel Newt with his hands to make sure he was there. Ike told Newt terrifying stories about the days when wild Comanche Indians came into town and ripped people's hair right off their heads. Newt would stop practicing with his rope while Ike told him stories of the old days when people often got shot full of arrows or had their stomachs cut open. Sometimes, while he talked, Ike would whittle a stick with his little thin-bladed pocket knife. Although he never looked at the sticks as he whittled them, he never cut himself with a sharp little knife either. Ike whittled and whittled, shaving the stick away until it was only a small white sliver of wood, small enough to be used as a toothpick. Although, since Ike only had 3 or 4 teeth and didn't really need a toothpick, he would often give the smooth little slivers of wood to Newt, who saved them as treasures. Scary as Ike's stories were, nothing frightened Newt as much as laying on his pallet at night, listening to his mother's labored breathing. He wished his ma could just sleep peacefully and easily as she had when he had been younger. He didn't want her to have to draw such hard breaths. Often he would be awake for hours, looking out the window, waiting for his mother's breathing to get easier. He knew, though, that her breathing was growing harder, not easier. When it stopped, she wouldn't be well, she would be dead, and would have to be taken to the graveyard and put in the ground. Then he would have to begin talking to her in a new way, the way the living talk to the dead. In his fright, In the darkness, Newt would begin to wish more than anything that Captain Woodrow and Captain Augustus would hurry and get back to Austin before his mother died. Every day, Newt asked Ike if he knew when they would be back, and every day Ike said no, he hadn't heard. They would just be back when they got back. Of course, Captain Woodrow didn't come to see his mother anymore as he had in earlier years. Though Newt saw him often in the lots, Captain Woodrow rarely had much to say to him, and seldom gave him pennies for sassafras candy now. Still, Newt wanted badly for him to come back. He felt the whole business of his mother's dying would be better taken care of if Captain Woodrow were there, and Captain Gus. They would see that Dietz put the grave in a nice spot, and see that there was plenty of singing. Then, once the funeral was over, maybe they would let him move into the bunkhouse and live until he was big enough to carry a pistol and be a ranger himself. That was Newt's hope, but he didn't tell it to his mother because she didn't much approve of guns. He didn't intend to mention it while his mother lived. It might make her mad, and when she was mad she coughed up blood, a thing that upset Graziella so that she would start crying and fanning herself and calling out the names of saints as if it were she and not his mother who was dying. Mainly Newt talked about his dream of having a pistol to Dietz and P.I., who saw no reason why he shouldn't have a pistol, and even now and then let him hold their own pistols. Sometimes, if they turned their heads, he would even point the pistol at the milk-pen calf, though of course he didn't shoot. Long before Buffalo Hump came to the dry lake where the first people had laid in wait to catch the wild horses that came to refresh themselves at the little seeping spring, he wished he had used better judgment in picking a horse for his own last journey. The problem was that the old horse he had chosen had worn away all his teeth. In the canyon there was tall grass that he could masticate, but on the dry llano in the vicinity of the Lake of Horses there was no tall grass. The old horse was reduced to dirtying its nose as it tried to get at the sparse short grass with its yellow nubs of teeth. Though the horse had frisked along briskly for some 20 miles, its strength soon gave out and it became what it was, an old horse slowly dying for lack of teeth. That was the way of old horses, just as shaky hands and wavery eyesight was the way of old men. Buffalo Hump knew he had made a poor choice. He wanted to reach Black Mesa to sing his way into death among the black rocks that were the oldest rocks. Some believed that only in the black rocks were the spirits that welcomed one into death. But because the old horse had slowed to a walk, Buffalo Hump was still a long way even from the Lake of Horses. He knew, though, that if the little spring was still seeping, the old horse might refresh itself and make it on to Black Mesa. The old horse was so weak now that he was only stumbling. For a time Buffalo Hump dismounted and led him, a thing he had not had to do in his long life as a horseman. Always, when a horse of his came up lame, he had simply left it, switching to another horse or going on foot if he had no other horse. He had owned many horses in his life, and had never let a failing horse slow him down. But the fact was he had chosen the old black horse to be the horse that would carry him to the place of his death. For him, Buffalo Hump, there would be no more horses. He had to do what he could to get the old horse to take him where he needed to go. It would not do to abandon him, which would leave him afoot in the spirit world. He did not want such a thing to happen. If it did, he would be disgraced. All his victories and conquests would be as naught. Where the black horse died, he would die. And he wanted it, if possible, to be where the black rocks were. For most of a day and all of one night, he nursed the old horse along, leading him carefully over the sparse grass, letting him stop to rest when he needed to, watching him nuzzle the sparse brown grass with his stubs of teeth to get a few bites of nourishment. Always on the llano, Buffalo Hump's eyes had sought the horizon, the distant line drawn by earth and sky. But now, when he looked toward a horizon, there was no line, but a wavering, in which sunlight, sky, and earth were all mixed and indistinct. Once he would have known exactly how far he was from the Lake of Horses, and again how far from Black Mesa. But he was no longer sure of the distances to either place. What Buffalo Hump knew was that he must not leave the black horse. Their fates were now linked. When the horse stumbled and wanted to stop, Buffalo Hump let him rest. As the horse rested, he began to sing again the high songs of the war trail. For a time the old horse did nothing, Then he lifted his head and pricked up his ears, as if hearing again his own hoofbeats from the time of warring. Buffalo Hump was not singing to the horse. He was singing the memories of his own life. But the horse, once he was resting a little, was able to go a few more miles, though at a slow walk. As the heat of the day grew, though, the horse weakened again and stopped, though they were not yet to the Lake of Horses. Now Buffalo Hump began to beat the old horse with his lance. He beat it with all his strength. He twisted the horse's tail and pounded it on the sides with his lance. He was determined once more to make a horse go where he wanted it to go, and he succeeded. The black horse, which had been about to sink down and die, quivered while he was being beaten. Then he revived and walked on another few miles until Buffalo Hump saw the cracked earth of the dry lake not far ahead. Soon the horse smelled the water from the little spring and became excited. He ran toward the water in a wobbly canter. When Buffalo Hump caught up with him, he had pushed aside the thick weeds that hid the spring and was sucking the cold water. The spring was so small that it left only a little film of water around the stems of the weeds. Nonetheless, it was water, pure water, and it saved both Buffalo Hump and the old black horse. They drank and then drank again. The horse was even able to nibble on the tops of the thick weeds around the spring, nourishment enough to enable him to continue the walk to the north when the cool of the evening came. Though the horse could eat the tops of the weeds, Buffalo Hump couldn't, and he was out of food. He had his short bow and some snares, but the only animals he saw were some prairie dogs. He could not see well enough to hit one of the prairie dogs with an arrow, and did not have the time or the patience to lay an effective snare. He wanted to hurry on to where the black rocks were. In the night, after they left the spring, it was he rather than the black horse that faltered. By the middle of the next day he was as unsteady on his feet as a baby just learning to balance himself and stand upright. Buffalo Hump became so weak and unsteady that he mounted the black horse again and made it carry him a few more miles. By the evening, to his joy, he began to see a black rock here and there on the ground. Although, strain his eyes as he might, he could see no sign of the mesa land he sought. He began to feel uncertain about the mesa. Perhaps it was only the black rocks that he remembered. Perhaps he had imagined the mesa, or dreamed it, or confused it with a mesa in another place. He wasn't sure, but at least he had found the black rocks, the rocks which were said to welcome the dead. Then, in the heat of the day, the horse fell. It didn't wobble, it simply fell, throwing Buffalo Hump to the ground. Slowly he got up, meaning to beat the horse again and urge him to get up and go on a few more miles. But before he could even find his lance and raise it, the black horse heaved a sigh and died. For a few minutes Buffalo Hump was upset with himself for having ridden along carelessly, singing battle songs as if he were a young warrior again on a spirited war horse, when in fact he was an old man on a horse that was walking its last steps. If he had dismounted and led the horse again, they might have made it a few more miles into the country of the black rocks. But now it was too late. The horse was dead, and the place where he stood was the place he would die. At least, though, he had reached the place of the black rocks. Buffalo Hump would have preferred to be high on the mesa, looking over the plains where he had spent his life. But that was a thing he had not been granted. He would have to make the best death he could on the spot where his horse had fallen. Buffalo Hump went to his horse and with his knife neatly and quickly took out its eyes and buried them in a small hole. The eyes a horse needed in life were not the eyes it would need when it trod the plains of death. Then he began to gather up as many of the black rocks as he could. He meant to make a ring of rocks in which to sit until he died. He could not find the mesa, which might only be a dream mesa anyway. As he worked gathering the rocks, he began to remember bits and pieces of his life, scraps of things that had been said to him by various people. Once his memory had been good, but now it was as leaky as a water sack that had been pierced by a thorn. He could not remember very much, just bits and pieces of things said long ago. While memories flowed in and out of his mind like a river eddying, he worked at gathering the rocks. As Buffalo Hump was about to finish the ring of black rocks that he meant to sit in until he left his body and became a spirit, he remembered another thing his old grandmother had told him long ago, when he was a boy, too young to ride the war trail. It had been dry in the fall and winter. There were many sandstorms. The sandstorms put his grandmother in a bad mood. She did not like it when the air was dusty. One day, when the dogs were turning their tails to the wind that whipped through the camp, his grandmother had begun to wail and utter lamentations. Because of her bad mood, she began to sing dark prophecies in which she foresaw the end of the Comanche people. She predicted wars and pestilence. The people would lose their place. The plains would be covered with white people as numerous as ants. The people would die of their plagues. Then the buffalo would go away, and the time of the Comanche would end. As Buffalo Hump arranged the rocks in a large circle, large because he wanted to show that he was one with the plains, with the great ring of the sky, he realized that his grandmother had prophesied truly. At the time, he had thought she was just a bad-tempered old woman who ought to keep her wailing to herself. Now, though, he realized that he had been unjust. The whites had swarmed like ants up the rivers, spreading their pestilence, just as his grandmother had predicted. And, as she had predicted, the buffalo had gone. Evening came. Buffalo Hump seated himself on a fine buffalo robe he had brought with him. He put his bow and his lance and the fine bone shield he had carefully made from the skull of the great buffalo he had killed near to hand. It was a clear day with little wind. The sun sank clearly in the west, free of the yellow haze which blowing sand sometimes produced. Buffalo Hump kept his face turned toward the red light of sunset until the light died and the horizon grew purple. He was sorry to see the sun go. He wanted to keep the sunlight that had bathed him his whole life, but the sun went and the plain darkened. No man could slow the sun. In the night, Buffalo Hump, though weak from lack of food, began to sing a little, though his voice was cracked. Again he was remembering scraps of things. The wind came up. He was glad he had a good blanket to put over his shoulders. A little dust began to blow, reminding him of his grandmother and her lamentations, her wailings, her prophecies of the end of the Comanche time. It was then that he remembered his grandmother's prophecy about his own end, a thing he had not thought of in years. She had said that he would only die when his great hump was pierced, and had suggested in her prophecy that this would happen when a dark woman came, riding a white mule and holding aloft a sword. At the time his grandmother made the prophecy, Buffalo Hump thought she was just a crazy old woman. Half the old men and old women of the tribe spent their time making strange prophecies. No one paid their mutterings much mind. But then, a few years later, on a plain west of the Rio Pecos, he had seen a dark woman on a white mule, holding aloft a great sword. Buffalo Hump might have tried to kill her then and there, except that with her there had been a naked white woman with a rotting body, singing a high war song and carrying a great snake. A witch, undoubtedly, and a powerful one. All his men had run away at the sight of the naked witch whose body was rotting. Even Kicking Wolf had run away. Buffalo Hump had not run, but he did remember his grandmother's prophecy about his hump being pierced. The sight of the witch was so horrible that Buffalo Hump retreated, but he retreated slowly, backing his horse step by step so that his hump would not be exposed to the dark woman with the sword. All that had happened so many years before that Buffalo Hump had almost forgotten it. The dark woman with the sword was the servant of a powerful witch. It puzzled him that the witch had made no effort to pierce his hump and kill him. But then the years began to pass. He fought the Texans and the Mexicans. He stole many captives. He made his first great raid to the sea and then his second. The buffalo were still on the plains and there were hunts to pursue. Buffalo Hump had much to do, trying to drive the white people back so the plains would be free of their smell. The sickness came. It became difficult to find enough good warriors to make war. As the years passed, the memory of the dark woman and the rotting witch faded. His grandmother died, and her prophecies were lost, with the many prophecies of the old women of the tribe. He had even forgotten the prophecy about his hump being pierced, but now he remembered it. He remembered how careful he had been not to turn his back on Slow Tree, for fear that Slow Tree would stick him with a lance behind and succeed in killing him. Though his grandmother had been right about the wars and pestilences, about the whites and about the departure of the buffalo, it seemed now that she had just been talking nonsense about the dark woman on the white mule. He was dying, all right, in a circle of black rocks near the Lake of Horses, but his hump was, as it had always been, a thing woven into his muscles, a hunk of gristle that had always been there to slow him when he drew a bow or mounted a horse. He had lived with it, and now he would die with it. Neither the rotting witch nor Slow Tree would come to pierce it. Between the setting of the sun and the rising of the moon, Buffalo Hump dozed. When he woke, he saw a form walking near the ring of black rocks, a white bird which rose when he moved. The bird was the owl of his dreams, the white owl of death. In flight, the owl passed between him and the thin moon and flew away. Though it had annoyed him to see the owl walking around near his circle of rocks, once the owl was gone he relaxed and began to sing his memory songs again. The owl had merely come to tell him to get ready to let his spirit slip away from his body, as the little moth slipped away from caterpillars. Buffalo Hump was ready. He was hungry, and would not wait too long to slip away. "Famous Shoes don't like these snow owls. That's 4 we've seen now," Augustus said. "He thinks it means the world's coming to an end." "They're just birds," Call said impatiently. They were in the driest country he had been in since he had been marched as a prisoner across the Jornada del Muerto many years before, a trip that Augustus also had made and survived. This time they were in pursuit of a dangerous man and had their horses to think of. Finding water for them and their horses was what Famous Shoes ought to be thinking about. Water, not the fact that a few snow owls from the north had decided to linger in Texas. "He ought to be worried about this dry country," Call said, "not those birds." Augustus, as usual, found himself having to explain the obvious to Woodrow Call, the obvious being that a white owl meant one thing to a white man and another thing to a Kickapoo tracker. "He might be right, though, Woodrow," Augustus said. "Maybe the owls mean there ain't no water out here anywhere. If we die of thirst, then the world will have come to an end. Don't you see?" He knew Woodrow Call was a single-minded man who couldn't think about but one problem at a time. But a glance at P.I. and Dietz, not to mention the agitated Famous Shoes, convinced him that something had to be done to improve company morale, else they would die of worrying before they died of thirst. Famous Shoes was indeed very upset about the white owls, because they should not be where they were. The white owls were there to bring death. Famous Shoes knew that, and did not care what the whites thought about it. He was very thirsty, so were the other men, and so were the horses. That morning, though, he had seen a plover flying north, which meant that there was water somewhere near. Plovers were not birds that flew far. Also, Blue Duck and his 2 men were still ahead of them, their tracks as plain as rocks. For Famous Shoes, the important thing was that Blue Duck was ahead of them. Where Blue Duck could go, he could go. Twice Famous Shoes had thought he saw Blue Duck far ahead, but Captain McCrae, who still had his keen eyesight, insisted that he was wrong. It was only an antelope they saw. Call and Augustus, too, could plainly see the tracks bearing to the northwest. The tracks didn't deviate either, as they would have if Blue Duck and his 2 companions had been casting about for water. Blue Duck either knew where he was going or thought he did. He was gambling his life and the lives of the 2 men with him that water would be where he thought it was. "Wherever he's going, he's been there before," Call said when they stopped for the night. "Yes, he has been there before, and so has the other one," Famous Shoes said. "Other one? I thought you said there were 2 men riding with Blue Duck," Augustus protested, confused by the statement. "There are 2 men riding with Blue Duck, but there is another one, an old one," Famous Shoes said. "He is the one they are looking for." "Oh, Lord, that's 4 against us now," P.I. said. Although there were 5 themselves, he feared the Comanche tendency to multiply unexpectedly. If there were 4 against them today, there might be 20 tomorrow. "The old one is too old to be dangerous," Famous Shoes said. "He is riding a horse whose feet are split and whose teeth are gone. I think Blue Duck will catch him tomorrow." "I wish you'd told us about this other one sooner," Call said. Like Gus, he was confused by the news. Famous Shoes knew that Captain Call was as smart as any ranger, yet at times he could be stupid as a possum. The tracks of the old man and the old horse were plain to see, right by the other tracks. All of the rangers had missed what was there to see. "Why would an old man on a poor mount be in a place like this?" Augustus asked. "That's question number 1. And question number 2 is, why would Blue Duck be following him? I doubt he's rich enough to rob." Famous Shoes had been too preoccupied with the question of the white owls to give much thought to the questions Captain McCrae raised. The white owls had distracted him so much that he had almost forgotten about Blue Duck. But once he stopped thinking about the owls, it was not hard to know the answers to Captain McCrae's questions. "The old one is looking for a good place to die," Famous Shoes said. "Lord, if that's all he wants, he can stop looking," Augustus said. "He's found his place to die." "Blue Duck is following him because he wants to kill him," Famous Shoes said. "He doesn't want to let him die of thirst. He wants to kill him. The old man is Buffalo Hump. He twists his foot when he steps because of the hump. I should have remembered this, but I was thinking about the owls." The name gave all the rangers a start. No one had mentioned Buffalo Hump to them in several years, not since the beginning of the war. "Buffalo Hump? We thought he was dead," Call replied, startled. "Blue Duck is his son, I recall," Augustus said. "He ran to his father's camp that day he killed Jimmy Watson." "It was cold that day," P.I. said. He didn't remember the Indians very well, but he did remember the cold. He had supposed he would freeze that night for want of an adequate coat. The whites began to speculate about why Blue Duck would want to kill Buffalo Hump, but Famous Shoes didn't listen. The young man wanted to kill the old man for all the reasons that normally drove men to kill one another. In the clear night, he had just heard the song of the plover, which meant that water was near. All night Famous Shoes sat listening. He heard the plover cry several more times and rejoiced. Men lied often, but the plover only lied when it had eggs to protect. If the plover's nest was near, then water too was near. In the morning they could drink. Blue Duck let her Moki and Monkey John ride his spare horses because of the 2 Comanches who watched them for a day. Moki was the first to see them. It was shortly before his horse gave out. He pulled his rifle and pointed to the west, but Blue Duck at first could see nothing that he could clearly identify. Monkey John, so short-sighted that he would sometimes climb on someone else's horse thinking it was his own, could see nothing, but he pulled his rifle just in case. "What you see is a yucca, or 2 yuccas," Blue Duck told Moki. He was anxious to press on and catch up with Buffalo Hump, whose track was the track of a weak old man, a man who would die within a day or 2. Blue Duck did not want his father to die before they found him. He was prepared to ignore everything else in order to catch his father before he died. It was not until they had limped into the lake of horses and were drinking at the little spring that Blue Duck finally saw the 2 Comanches. He decided that thirst had weakened his vision. Sitting well to the west in plain view were 2 Comanche warriors. They were not approaching, they were merely watching, but it made Blue Duck more anxious than ever to hurry on with the chase. Then Monkey John's horse lay down and could not rise, no matter how hard they beat him. Blue Duck knew that the Comanches must belong to the Antelope Band, Quanah's band. No other Indians would dare venture that far into the Llano. They must know of the little spring. Perhaps they were its guardians. If they were there, the rest of the band must not be far. Blue Duck knew that the Antelope would not consider him a Comanche. If they decided to kill him, they would come with enough warriors to kill him, which is why he decided he had better keep Moki and Monkey John with him, even if it meant letting them use his spare horses. Both men were reliable shots, and 3 rifles were better than 1 if it came to a fight with the antelopes. They rested for part of a day by the spring in the Lake of Horses. The 2 Comanches did not approach, but neither did they leave. Blue Duck knew his father could only be a few miles ahead. In an hour or 2 they could catch him and dispatch him. He wanted the horses to rest and eat. They could fill up on the weeds that grew around the little spring. He did not want to fight the antelopes unless he had to. It was a fight he would be unlikely to win. He stayed near the spring through the night, until an hour before dawn. He meant to leave before it was light, find his father, kill him, and go north as fast as he could to strike the Rio Carrizo or the Cimarron. If he moved quickly enough, he would soon be back in the tall grass along the Cimarron. He didn't think the antelopes would follow him there. If necessary, he would kill Ermoki and Monkey John and take the horses they rode. Better to ride all the horses to death and hope to ambush a traveler on one of the westward trails than to get into a fight with the antelopes. In the morning, when it was light enough to scan the whole plain, Ermoki, who was very nervous, made another discovery. The rangers they thought they had outdistanced had not given up. Not only were the two Comanches still in plain sight to the west, but at least 4 horsemen were pursuing them from the south. Seeing this, Ermoki became bitterly annoyed with himself for following Blue Duck to such a place. Now there were Comanches on one side and Texas Rangers behind them, in country too dry to live in, and they were there for no better reason than that Blue Duck wanted to settle a grudge with Buffalo Hump. "We ought to have let him come by himself," he said to Monkey John. "Them two to the west want our hair, and the goddamn Rangers want to hang us." Monkey John was too frightened of the Comanches to worry about the Rangers. "I ain't worried about the hanging," he said. "There's nothing out here they can hang us from. I'd like to keep my hair, though, if I can. Besides that, we're out of tobacco," he added a little later. "That's because you chewed it all up, you goddamn hog," Ermoki said. In fact, Monkey John, in his opinion, was little more than a human spittoon. In the back of Monkey John's anxious mind was another worry: Blue Duck. He had not asked them to come on the trip. If the Comanches had not showed up, he probably would have left them to starve, and he still might. As they rode north, Monkey John found that his worry about Blue Duck overwhelmed his other worries. "I'm afraid Duck will kill us once he's done with his paw," he said to Ermoki, who had stopped for a moment to relieve himself. Ermoki ignored the comment. His own chief worry was Captain Call, whom he knew to be an implacable foe. He knew that Call must be one of the Rangers who were following them. No one else in the Ranger troop would have been likely to have pressed a pursuit so tenaciously. Now, to his vexation, he saw that the Rangers had found the dry lake and the spring in the center of it. They had all dismounted to drink and water their horses. It made it difficult to count them, but the count in itself was not too important. If Captain Call was one of the Rangers, it meant that they had plenty to worry about. "I'm scared of Duck. He's mean," Monkey John said, a comment that amused Ermoki a good deal. "Mean? Duck? Why, when did you notice?" he said before he turned back north. Famous Shoes had heard of the spring and the dry lake from 1 or 2 old men whose minds had been cloudy when they talked of it. He had not quite believed that it was a real place, and was grateful to the plover for calling and calling until he was able to find it. It was such a small spring that it took more than an hour for the horses to water. Captain Call forbade the men to drink until the horses had had their fill, an order Captain McCrae agreed with. "We can drink our piss and make it another day or two, but these nags have to water," Augustus said. P.I. and Dietz, their tongues thick in their mouths, waited as the 2 horses drank. P.I. was so thirsty that his head swam. He had begun to see double, too, a thing that had never occurred before in his life. While the horses were drinking, Augustus spotted the 2 Comanches. Famous Shoes was a few hundred yards to the west, exploring the edges of the old lake. He, too, saw the Comanches and came running back. "We should leave here as soon as we can," he said. "Those men may not like it that we have found the spring." Call could not see the 2 warriors. Eyesight weaker than the norm, or at least weaker than Augustus's, was an old vexation. He did not dispute the opinion, though. The Comanches who lived in the depths of the Llano still had all their fight, as many an unfortunate traveler had found out to his doom. "Blue Duck got here first," Augustus commented. "If they're feeling frisky, maybe they'll take after him." "Maybe, or they might take after us both," Call said. Famous Shoes thought that the little spring must be holy. The old people who had talked about it said it was near the place where the people had come out of the earth. Now only a few birds and the antelope Comanche knew where it was. If the spring was holy, it might not want to give its water to strangers. That might be why it flowed so slowly. He was glad when the horses and the men had finished drinking. He did not want to disturb the spring that might be holy by taking too much from it. When Buffalo Hump awoke, he reached for his lance, but Blue Duck had already taken it. Buffalo Hump had been deep in a dream. In his dream he had seen millions of buffalo grazing, as they had grazed on the plains in his youth. Because of the buffalo, he did not want to wake up. He wanted to dream his way into the spirit world where Comanches rode forever. For that reason, he had tried to ignore the voices that he had begun to hear in his dream. The voices were not the voices of Comanches, and they were not ghosts. For that reason, he tried to ignore them, to stay in his comfortable sleep, dreaming of buffalo. But the voices were too loud. Soon he felt the prickling in his senses that he always felt when an enemy was near, or when there was some threat from the wild. Once the prickling awakened him when a herd of buffalo were stampeding toward the place where he rested. He had had to mount quickly and ride for his life. Another time the prickling saved him from a great she-bear, angry because a hunter had killed her cub. Many times it had alerted him to the approach of human enemies, some of them Indian and some of them white. Buffalo Hump had come to the place of black rocks to die. He wanted to help his spirit slip away from his body, and for that reason he ignored the prickling and the voices. It was when he felt the point of his own lance touch his side that he could ignore the voices no longer. He opened his eyes and rose to his feet, but he was stiff. He rose slowly, and anyway it was too late. Blue Duck had his lance. It was Blue Duck who had poked him in the ribs with his own lance. He thrust with it again, but this time Buffalo Hump blocked the lance with his buffalo skull shield, which he had kept in his lap as he slept. The lance point hit the shield and for a moment stuck in the thick bone of the buffalo's skull. Buffalo Hump held on to his shield, Blue Duck to the lance. The men with Blue Duck, one half-breed and one white, watched the brief moment of pushing and pulling silently. One of them held the short bow that Buffalo Hump had brought with him. It was plain, though, that the man could not shoot the bow. He had merely taken it so Buffalo Hump could not shoot at them with the small arrows that were only good for killing rabbits and other small game. The third man was short and misshapen, with eyes like a goat. Buffalo Hump saw that the men were Comancheros, or renegades of some kind, low men his son had brought with him on his errand of killing. Finally, with a jerk that almost pulled Buffalo Hump out of the circle of black rocks, Blue Duck freed the end of the lance. He did not speak, and neither did Buffalo Hump. It was obvious that Blue Duck had learned of his departure from the camp and had followed him to kill him. It was clear, too, that Blue Duck wanted to kill him badly, for he had gone to a great deal of trouble to follow him to the place of the black rocks. He and his two Comancheros might have starved. Rather than talk, Buffalo Hump took out his knife, the one weapon left to him. A knife was not much use against a lance, but was all he had to fight with, and it was a knife that had pierced the vitals of many enemies. Buffalo Hump had taken the knife off the body of a blue-coat soldier near the Rio Concho many years before. Blue Duck was smiling. He knew it would be easy to kill an old man who had only a knife to fight with. Besides the lance, he and his men had several guns. "I reckon you took too long a nap, old man," Blue Duck said. He moved just outside the ring of rocks, holding the lance as if he might throw it. Buffalo Hump saw from the awkward way Blue Duck held the lance that he had not changed. He seemed undecided as to whether to throw the lance or jab with it. Any well-trained Comanche who knew how to use a lance could have killed the young fool in only a few seconds. Buffalo Hump felt the scorn he had always felt at Blue Duck's crude disregard of the old weapons. He saw that Blue Duck rode a Mexican saddle and had a buffalo gun strapped to it. But such failings didn't matter now. His son had come to kill him, and had even awakened him from his death sleep to do it. All that was left was one fight, and since his son had brought two well-armed helpers, it would not be a long fight. Buffalo Hump crouched a little and waited, hoping Blue Duck would be fool enough to grapple with him. Even though he was weak, Buffalo Hump still trusted his skill with the knife. If Blue Duck were fool enough to come near him, Buffalo Hump meant to slash at his throat. Several times he had opened an enemy's windpipe so cleanly that the enemy would not even know he had been touched until blood blew out with the bubbles of air. For a minute there was a circling. Blue Duck shifted the lance from hand to hand. Buffalo Hump held his knife and his shield. Buffalo Hump knew that he could not move well. One of his legs had stiffened when he slept, and it was still stiff. All he could do was wait and hope Blue Duck made some foolish mistake. Buffalo Hump began to sing his war cry as he waited. His voice cracked as he sang, but he wanted his three enemies to know that he was still a Comanche warrior, a man who sang as he went into battle. The three men looked amused when he began to sing. They thought it was funny that an old man would sing as he was about to be killed. They were men so degraded that they didn't realize it was a warrior's special obligation to sing in battle and to raise a death song if it was clear that the battle was going against him. Other warriors who might be fighting with him would need to hear that their chief was still making war. If it had to be that he must die in the fighting, then particularly the spirits needed to be offered a death song so that they could welcome the warrior into the spirit world once he had fallen. The Comancheros didn't know these things. They merely thought he was a silly old man, singing in a weak voice to the men who were about to kill him. Then Blue Duck disappeared. The other two men pulled knives and waved them at him, though they didn't come within the circle of rocks. Buffalo Hump, his vision wavery, realized that his son must have slipped behind him. Before he could turn to face him, Blue Duck, who was young and nimble, struck full force with the lance. Buffalo Hump had tried to turn, but the stiff leg had kept him from being able to pivot as he once had. He had twisted, and then the lance struck his hump. It went in but did not go through, though the force of the blow knocked Buffalo Hump on his face. Dust was in his nostrils. He didn't feel the piercing at all, only the force of the blow. Blue Duck tried to push the lance through, or else pull it out, but could do neither. The lance point was stuck more firmly in the big hump than it had been in the buffalo skull shield. Blue Duck, maddened by the failure of his blow, jumped on his father's back and put all his weight on the lance, determined to shove it through. "Come help!" he yelled at the two renegades. Soon Buffalo Hump saw several feet moving around him as the two men and Blue Duck leaned as hard as they could on the lance. Buffalo Hump realized that once again his foolish son had erred. Once he himself had tried to put his lance through the hump of a running buffalo and had nearly lost his life as a result. Before he could push the lance through, the buffalo jerked him off his horse into the path of other buffalo. Now Blue Duck had made the same error by thrusting the lance into his hump rather than his heart. Buffalo Hump lost his war song. The men were stepping on him as they tried to push the lance through. He could not get his breath well enough to sing. He was jerked this way and that as the men struggled with the lance. Once he tried to slash at the feet of the men moving around him, but his fingers had no strength. He lost hold of his knife just as he was losing hold of life itself, his life as a warrior. With a final desperate push, Blue Duck shoved the lance through the hump, and through Buffalo Hump's body, too. Its red point went into the earth beneath him, just as his own arrows had once gone through the bodies of his enemies, pinning them to the ground. Buffalo Hump was filled with hatred for his son, for denying him the death of prayer and song that he had hoped for. Though he knew from seeing many men die, most of them at his own hand, that few men were fortunate enough to die as they would have chosen. For death did not belong to the humans or the great creatures either. Death came when it would, and now had come to him. He could do no more, and even the last look of hatred which he directed at his son went unnoticed. Blue Duck and the two other renegades were panting behind him somewhere, panting from the effort it had taken to kill him. Even then, Buffalo Hump could still move his hands and legs a little as the lance held him pinned to the earth. "Look at him," one of the men said. "He still ain't dead. He's moving like an old turtle." Buffalo Hump closed his eyes. He remembered that there were old stories about a great turtle that had let the people ride on its back as he brought them from their home in the earth to the place of light. He remembered the turtle story, an old story he had heard from his grandmother, or from someone even older than his grandmother, someone who knew about the beginnings of the people in the time before they knew of the light, or the buffalo, or the grassy plains. He felt the grass growing beneath him, growing and rising to cover him, growing to hide him from wolf and bear. Then he knew no more. "He's gone, Duck," Monkey John said, observing that the old Comanche with the ugly hump had ceased to move his arms and legs. Blue Duck was still breathing hard from the effort it had taken to kill his father. For a few moments, when the lance stuck in the hump, he had been desperate. His fear was that his father would cheat him again by dying in his own way. His father's last looks, when he had been just a weak old man holding a knife and pretending to be a warrior, had been the same looks of determined hatred that had caused so many men to lose their will and allow Buffalo Hump to kill them. Even when the old man was pinned to the ground by his own lance, his look was one of hatred. Blue Duck had been ready to get a hatchet and cut his head off if it took that to finally kill him. But when he looked again, he saw that Monkey John was right. Buffalo Hump was dead. All the same, he started for his horse, meaning to get the hatchet, when Ermoki stopped him. "Where are you going, Duck?" Ermoki asked him. "I mean to take his head," Blue Duck said. "Not today, you ain't got time," Ermoki said, pointing south toward the Lake of Horses. Blue Duck saw what he meant. On the dry plain, the dust thrown up by the 4 horses of their pursuers hung in the air. It annoyed Blue Duck that the rangers were so persistent, rushing him, denying him the full pleasure of his triumph over his father. "God damn them, what's their hurry?" he said. "I wanted to take his ugly old head home with me. I could use it to scare the boys." "Let's go, Duck. You can come back and get his head if you're that set on having it," Ermoki said. "It was hard enough to kill him. That's Call and McCrae after us. I'm for leaving." Blue Duck wanted to linger to savor the triumph he had waited for so long. He felt like killing Ermoki for so insistently rushing him off. But he knew the renegade was right. Call and McCrae had followed him where no other rangers and no other whites would have dared to go. Ermoki and Monkey John were no match for them. He himself might be, but only if he could ensure himself proper cover, and there was no cover close. "You killed the man you came to kill, Duck," Ermoki said. "Let's leave." "We'll go. But once they're gone, I mean to come back for his head," Blue Duck said. He went to his horse, mounted, and rode once more around the still body of his father. He rode close and put his hand on the lance. He wanted to keep it, but knew it would take much too long to pull it out. "He must have liked them black rocks," Monkey John said. "He gathered up a bunch of them before we got here." Blue Duck had a vague memory of his father saying something to him about the black rocks long ago on their journey to the Lake of Horses. But he couldn't remember what he had said, and Call and McCrae were getting closer. He left the lance in his father's body and turned to the north. As they were leaving, Monkey John reached down and picked up Buffalo Hump's big knife. Famous Shoes had not wanted to go north of the dry lake. He thought the fact that the spring was so small and so well hidden meant that the dry lake was as far as men ought to go. Also, he had seen the 2 antelope Comanches. It worried him that they were watching. Also, they had no sooner left the lake than he began to notice the black rocks. The 3 things taken together were to him powerful evidence that they had followed Blue Duck far enough. All the Kickapoos agreed that black rocks were to be avoided. They were not normal rocks and were only likely to be in places where the spirits were malign. When they left the lake, Famous Shoes said as much to Captain Call, but the captain paid no more attention to his words than he would have paid to a puff of wind. Captain Call didn't care about the black rocks. He did care about the antelope Comanches. He knew they represented danger, but he was not willing to turn back on their account. "Woodrow wants Blue Duck, and Blue Duck ain't 5 miles ahead," Augustus pointed out when the tracker came to him with his worries. "If you think Woodrow Call will turn back with his quarry in sight, you've hired on with the wrong company." Famous Shoes concluded that there was no point in talking to the 2 captains. He had been patient and intelligent in explaining his reasoning as to why it was unwise to go farther north at that time, yet both men ignored him. They just kept going. Famous Shoes thought he might as well go home. It was a waste of time to advise men who wouldn't listen. He didn't want to stay with the Rangers if they were going to proceed so foolishly. Nonetheless, he went ahead for a few miles because he wanted to see if there was another lake nearby or any reason to continue north. It was while he was trotting ahead of the cautious Rangers that he noticed a lance sticking up from the ground a short distance ahead. Since Buffalo Hump was the only man likely to be in that area who carried a lance, Famous Shoes immediately became more cautious, fearing that the old man was plotting some kind of ambush. While he was studying the land, trying to figure where the old man could be hiding, Famous Shoes saw his body. The lance held it pinned to the earth. The sight startled Famous Shoes so that for a moment his legs felt weak. He had long surmised that Buffalo Hump was making his last journey, seeking a hiding place of some sort in which to die. But that surmise did not diminish his shock when he saw the body with the lance driven through it. On weak legs he went forward until he stood on the edge of the circle of black rocks. He was too shocked to wave at the rangers or do anything but stand and look. Buffalo Hump had been killed with his own lance, and it was undoubtedly Blue Duck and his men who had killed him. The lance went right through the hump. Famous Shoes remembered hearing some prophecy or old story to the effect that Buffalo Hump would only die when his hump was pierced. It might have been Buffalo Hump's own grandmother who told him the story, long ago when he was caring for her as she waited to die. The old man's great buffalo skull shield lay beside him. It was a shield that many warriors wanted, yet Blue Duck had left it, as if it were a thing without value or power. That, too, was a shock. Famous Shoes was squatting just outside the circle of black rock when the rangers rode up. "Oh, my Lord," Augustus said when he saw that Buffalo Hump was dead. "Oh, my Lord." Call was just as shocked, though he didn't speak. He dismounted and stood by Famous Shoes. The others dismounted too, but for a time no one spoke. Dietz, who had never seen Buffalo Hump up close, was so scared that he wanted to leave. It was his belief that only a witch would have such a hump, and though the man appeared to be dead, a lance through his body, it was not clear to Dietz that a witch would have to stay dead. He thought it would be better to stand a little farther away, in case the witch with the big hump suddenly rose up and did some witchery on them. Call was curious at last to see Buffalo Hump up close. It had been some years since he had thought much about the man, yet he knew that his career as a ranger had been, in large measure, a pursuit of the Comanche who lay dead at his feet. Augustus was so startled that all color had drained from his face. "That's a lance like the one he stuck me with way back then," he said. P.I. too wanted to go. He knew that Buffalo Hump had been a mighty fearsome chief, but now he was dead, and it was wasteful just to stand there looking at his body if they hoped to catch the bandits they had been chasing for so long. Captain Call and Captain McCrae, though, showed no inclination to hurry on, and neither did Famous Shoes. P.I. only looked once at the hump. He did not care to examine deformities for fear it would result in bad dreams. To Call's eye, Buffalo Hump looked smaller in death than he had looked in life. He was not the giant they had supposed him to be, but only a man of medium height. "I thought he was bigger," Call added, squatting for a moment by the body. "I did too, Woodrow," Augustus said. "When he was after me with his lance, I thought he was as big as a god." "He's old," Call said. "He might have shrunk a little in his old age." "No, we just remember him as bigger than he was because he was so fierce and had that terrible war cry," Augustus said. To P.I., it seemed that the discovery of Buffalo Hump's body had put the two captains into a kind of memory trance. "He was the first Comanche I ever saw," Call remarked. "I remember when he came racing out of that gully with that dead boy behind him on his horse. I forget the boy's name." "Josh Corn was his name," Augustus said. "He went into the bushes to take a shit and picked the wrong bunch of bushes to go into. It was the end of him." "This old man was gaunt," Call said. "I doubt he found much to eat these last few years." Famous Shoes started to tell the two rangers that they should not be standing within the circle of black rocks as they talked. Buffalo Hump had made a death circle with the rocks, and it should be respected. But he had himself another concern, which also involved respect. He wanted the great buffalo skull shield. He wanted the shield badly. It was just laying there, ignored by Blue Duck and ignored too by the rangers. Though he wanted it, Famous Shoes knew the shield should remain within the circle of rocks. If he himself took it, the Comanches might find out and try to kill him because of what he had done. He knelt down and looked closely at the shield, knowing that it contained great power, but he was afraid to take it. "We ought to get that lance out of him if we can," Call said. He pulled, and then he and Augustus pulled together, but they soon saw that the task was hopeless. The lance point came free of the ground, but it did not come free of Buffalo Hump's body. It had gone through his hump, through his ribs, and through his chest. "It's like a tree grew through him," Gus said. "He was a great chief. He ought to be laid out proper, but there's now no way to do it with this lance sticking through him," Call said. "Well, I ain't holding a funeral for him. He's killed too many of my friends," Augustus said. I expect but for him Long Bill would be alive, and Neely Dickens, and several more I could name." "I didn't mention a funeral," Call said. "I just think any man ought to be laid out proper." He looked again at the body of Buffalo Hump, and then, mindful that their task was not done, turned toward the horses. He didn't feel the relief he had always supposed he would feel at the death of Buffalo Hump. The man who lay before him was no longer the terror of the plains. He was just an old man, dead. Though they were in pursuit of Blue Duck, Call felt for a moment that there was little point in going on. He felt he had used up all his energy. When he walked back to his horse, he didn't for a moment have the strength to mount. "Those were Comanches watching us at the lake," he told Gus. "I expect they'll find Buffalo Hump and do what's proper." Famous Shoes knew better. The two Comanches were of the Antelope Band, and the Antelopes had always held aloof from the other tribes. Probably the warriors who watched them were too young to have heard of Buffalo Hump. Even if they rode over to look at the body, the deformity would scare them away. When they saw the hump, they would think witchery was involved. They would want nothing to do with the old dead man with the ugly hump. He himself wanted nothing to do with the antelopes. Though their country was poor and harsh, they were not broken men. He didn't know why the two warriors were watching the dry lake, but he was glad there were only two. Maybe the rest of the band were hunting somewhere. If more of them had been there, they would probably have attacked. Captain Call and Captain McCrae lingered by their horses. For some reason they were reluctant to mount and ride on, although their quarry, Blue Duck, was not many miles ahead. The delay broke down Famous Shoes' resolve in regard to the shield. It was an important thing. None of the whites seemed to realize that. None of them had even picked it up or looked at it. Famous Shoes, though, couldn't take his eyes off it. Even though he knew he should leave it with Buffalo Hump so that he could use it in battle in the spirit world, Famous Shoes wanted it too much. After all, once they left, no one might ever come near the spot where Buffalo Hump lay. They might be the only ones who would ever look on the body of the old chief. But the animals would look. Wolf would come, and coyote, and badger, and bobcat. Buzzards would come, and beetles, to take what they could of old Buffalo Hump. If he left the shield, a wolf or a coyote might drag it away. With all the animals that would soon be coming, the shield of Buffalo Hump might soon be lost. And yet it was a shield made by a great chief from a buffalo skull. With the buffalo now almost gone, it might be that no one would ever make such a shield again. With such thoughts in his mind, Famous Shoes soon convinced himself that he should take the shield, though he did not want to step into the death circle to do it. While the rangers made a careful inspection of their horses' feet, a very wise thing since they had no spare horses, Famous Shoes took a rifle and reached across the black rocks and hooked the shield. He got the rifle barrel inside the rawhide grips that Buffalo Hump had made so that he could hold the shield where he wanted it. Famous Shoes was glad the shield had not been too far inside the circle. He was just able to reach it with the rifle barrel, and in a moment he had it, the shield of Buffalo Hump, an important and powerful tool of war. He was just about to take the shield to Dietz and ask him to carry it in one of his saddlebags when the first shot came. "We were too far away. I didn't get no chance to sight this gun," Blue Duck said in annoyance when he saw that his first shot from the big buffalo rifle had only hit Captain Call in the foot. At least that was how it appeared. The man held up one leg and hopped behind the horses. Ermoki was annoyed too. He had wanted to be the one to shoot the big gun. He considered himself a far better shot than Blue Duck, particularly at long distances, and in this case the distance was long. They had made sure to ride well beyond the range of the Texans' Winchesters before they pulled up and unstrapped the big buffalo gun. There was a little growth of yucca where they stopped, the only cover in sight, but all they needed. With the big gun, they could relax and pick off the Texans one by one. Only now Blue Duck had spoiled the whole plan by shooting low. Blue Duck quickly drew a bead on Ranger McCrae, but missed again, though the bullet did knock one of the four horses down. He was aware that Ermoki was looking at him critically. Ermoki was vain about his marksmanship, particularly if the distances were long. He had once killed an antelope with a Winchester at a distance of almost 1,000 yards, and had never ceased to brag about the exploit. Even though he had now missed twice, Blue Duck didn't yield the gun. It was his gun, for one thing. He had run the frightened buffalo hunter to earth, and it had been no easy chase. The hunter had 3 guns, and had emptied them all at him during the long pursuit. He might even have escaped had his horse not stepped in a prairie dog hole. In the fall, the buffalo hunter broke his neck. He was paralyzed when Blue Duck walked up and cut his throat. The pursuit had taken all day, and the hunter had no money, only a worthless tin watch and his guns. Blue Duck had meant to practice a little with the big rifle, but Last Horse had arrived unexpectedly before he got around to it. He had never shot such a powerful rifle before. Now, with the rangers in easy killing distance, he was vexed to find that the weapon shot low. He had missed a clean shot at Call and an even better one at McCrae. Now the rangers were on their bellies in the grass, hard to see. Ermoki clearly wanted a chance to shoot, but Blue Duck didn't give it to him. Instead, he shot another of the rangers' horses, even as the black man was trying to hurry them out of range. "I guess that will stop them," he said. "2 of their horses are down and Call's shot in the leg. They'll starve anyway. Let's go. We won't have to be in such a damn hurry now." "Monkey's sick. He's shitting white shit," Ermoki observed. He saw that Blue Duck was angry, so he did not ask if he could shoot the buffalo gun. If he asked, Blue Duck might turn the gun on him, as he had on the Comanche who came to tell him about Buffalo Hump. "What about Monkey?" Ermoki asked when he saw Blue Duck mount up. Blue Duck glanced at the stumpy man who was a few yards away, squatting with his pants down, looking miserable. "Monkey? He can come or he can stay," Blue Duck said. "I guess our fine waters don't agree with him. You can wait for him if you like. I doubt I ought to be associating with a man who shits white shit anyway." The first bullet knocked Call a foot in the air. Immediately he lost all feeling in his left leg, but he pulled himself around behind his horse. Then the second bullet knocked the horse down on top of him, or almost. P and Augustus pulled him out from under the horse, which was kicking wildly. A third shot hit P's horse and killed it. "Run with the other horses!" Call yelled to Dietz. "If you don't, he's going to put us all afoot!" Dietz needed no urging. He was already running south with his brown mule and the other uninjured horse. There were 4 more booms from the big rifle, but Dietz was soon out of range, and the other men had their faces flat in the dirt. The bullets merely kicked up dirt. The rifleman stopped firing since he had stopped hitting, but the 3 rangers kept their heads down, fearing that the rifleman would soon find the range. Call glanced at his leg and saw no blood, but he assumed he was probably crippled anyway. The leg was numb from the hip down. His horse, by then, had stopped kicking, but lay with its eyes open, panting. "He's shooting a buffalo gun," Augustus said. "If I'd known he had one, I'd have been more careful." "We ought to have been more careful anyway," Call said. "Anyone can get their hands on a buffalo gun." Augustus had not yet looked at his friend's wound. In their time as partners, it was the first time he could remember seeing Woodrow Call knocked off his feet. The sight made a bad impression on him. If Woodrow was still down, it probably meant the wound was mortal. Everyone who worked with Call knew that he had to be killed to be stopped. The thought that Woodrow might die sobered Augustus so much that he put off examining the wound. "Where'd he hit you, Captain?" P.I. asked finally. He, too, was afraid that the captain was mortally hit, else he would be up fighting. "In the leg," Call said. He, too, assumed that his wound was serious, perhaps fatal. He didn't try to rise because he knew his leg wouldn't hold him. Standing up would have been unwise in any case. The man with the buffalo gun had them well marked. He was not a very highly skilled marksman, or he would have killed all 4 of the horses and probably at least 2 of the men. But he was good enough, and he might improve once he found the range. Call noticed that his horse had only been hit in the hip, but the minute after he noticed it, the horse died. "Those buffalo guns are powerful," Call said. "That one killed my horse, and the shot wasn't even well placed." "Don't be getting pessimistic now. So far he ain't killed you," Augustus said. "You're going to have to let us drag you farther away, Woodrow, so we can look at your wound." "Keep as low as you can," Call said. "I expect it's Blue Duck shooting." "Yes, that's why we are alive," Famous Shoes said. "Ermoki is a better shot. If he had let Ermoki shoot, he would have killed us all." "I don't know, Mr. Ermoki," Augustus said, "but if he's their marksman, I'm glad he took the day off. He might have put a bullet in me, and I'm intolerant of bullets." "Pull me back," Call said. "We better look at this wound." Augustus and P.I., keeping low, grabbed Call under the armpits and dragged him away, expecting at any moment to hear the boom of the great gun. But no shots came. Dietz, looking scared, was waiting with the horse well out of range of even a buffalo gun. "You examine him, Dietz. You're the best doc we got," Augustus said. Call noticed that Augustus, always a cool man under fire, looked a little pale. "What's the matter? Are you hit too?" he asked. "No, but I'm vomity," Augustus said. "It's seeing these horses die. I've never been able to tolerate seeing horses die." Call felt the same way. For some reason, injuries to horses affected him worse than injuries to men. Eating one of his own horses, if it was a case of necessity, didn't trouble him, so long as he didn't have to see the animals suffer and die. It was a curious thing. Augustus crawled off a little distance to empty his stomach. While he was gone, Call surrendered himself to Dietz and waited for the black man to tell him he was dying, or at the very least crippled or lamed. He felt no pain, just a numbness, which he knew was common enough when a wound was fresh. The pain would come later, and in abundance usually. When Dietz began to examine the captain, he had the darkest apprehensions. He expected to see a gaping wound, a splintered bone, or both. But he saw immediately there was no blood on the captain's leg or on his body anywhere. The horse that had just died bled profusely, but Captain Call wasn't bleeding at all, not that he could see. "What's the matter?" Call asked, seeing Dietz's look of puzzlement. "You ain't got no blood on you," Dietz said. "No blood, Captain." "I must have somewhere," Call said. "I can't feel my leg." But when he looked again himself, he saw that Dietz was right. There was no blood on him anywhere. P.I. came over to help with the examination, and Augustus, once finished with his vomiting, came too. Dietz, Call, and P.I. were all dead serious. They were puzzled and almost offended by their inability to spot the blood that would surely issue from such a large wound. Call took his pants down, fearing that the wound must be higher on his body than he had supposed. But Augustus, after a careful look, smiled and pointed at Call's boot. "Keep your pants on, Woodrow," he said. "You ain't shot in the leg, you're just shot in the boot heel." Call looked again at his foot and saw that Augustus was right. The boot heel was entirely missing. He had not been hit at all, and yet the shock of the big bullet hitting his boot heel had thrown him in the air and left his leg as numb as if all its nerves had been removed. "Well, I swear," he said. "See if you can find the boot heel, Dietz. I'd like to tack it back on if I can. Otherwise, I've got a long way to hobble." A diligent search failed to turn up even a trace of the boot heel. "It's a waste of time looking," Augustus said. "That was a .50 caliber bullet that hit that boot heel. You won't find it because it's been blown to smithereens." Call found it hard to adjust to the fact that he was unhurt. His mind had accepted the thought that he was wounded easier than it would accept the fact that he wasn't. Once the notion that he was crippled or dying left his mind, it was succeeded by vexation at the thought that the man they had chased so far was undoubtedly getting away. For a moment he was tempted to take one of the surviving horses and go after him, but Augustus would not hear of that plan. "We're in a bad enough fix as it is, Woodrow," he said. "It's a long way back to where we need to be, and most of it is dry traveling. We've only got one horse and one mule for 4 men. We'll have to walk a good part of the way and save the horses for when we have to have them. We may have to eat both animals before we get home. We need to think about saving ourselves now. Blue Duck can wait. Besides that, there's Quanah and his warriors out there somewhere," he added, pointing to the west into the empty Llano. "I don't know what their mood is, and you don't neither. We may have to fight our way back for all you know." Call knew he was right. They were a small force stranded in a desert. They would be easy prey for any strong band of fighters, whether native or outlaw. They would have to stay together to have any chance. But the fact was he still wanted to go after Blue Duck. He had a hard time mastering himself, and Augustus knew it. "He's a damn killer. I hate to let him go," Call said. "You're as bad as Ein's skull," Augustus commented. "He was so determined to catch Kicking Wolf that he walked off on foot." "Yes, I was with him," Famous Shoes said. "He walked fast, that man. He did not stop until we were in the land of the Black Vaquero." "I wonder what became of the old Black Vaquero," Augustus said. "There's been no news of him in years." "He went back to where Jaguar lives," Famous Shoes said. Augustus saw that Woodrow Call was still not settled in his mind about Blue Duck. He had never known a man so unwilling to leave a pursuit once he had begun one. It would not be unlike him to go after Blue Duck on foot, even with one boot heel shot off. "He ain't gone forever, Woodrow," Augustus pointed out. "He'll just go back to the Red River and start raiding again. We can go get him in the fall." "If they let us," Call said. "They may disband us before the fall." "All the better if they do," Gus said. "Then we can just go get him for the fun of it. That way we won't have to keep track of the damn expenses." Famous Shoes was annoyed by the Ranger's habit of debating meaningless things while the sun moved and time was lost. Whether they were to be Rangers in the fall did not interest him. There was the Llano to cross, and talking would not propel them across it. "We had better go drink some of that water back at the spring," he said. His words reminded the Rangers of what they faced. They had barely survived the trek out when they had horses. Now they would have to cover the same distance walking, or at best riding double a few hours a day. "That's right," Augustus said. "It's apt to be a long, dry walk." "I aim to drink all I can hold," P.I. said, turning toward the dry lake. "All I can hold and then some. I sure hate to be dry in my mouth." In the night, Newt knew that his mother must have died, because he couldn't hear her breathing anymore. The room felt different. It had become a room in which he was alone. But he didn't know what he was supposed to do, so he lay on his pallet doing nothing until the gray light came into the windows by the street. Then he carefully got up, dressed, and put a few things of his into a shoebox: his top, his ball, his book full of pictures of animals, and a deck of cards the Rangers had let him keep. Then he put on his hat. Captain Gus had given it to him, looked just once at his mother dead in her bed, and hurried down the stairs and over to Mrs. Coleman, who began to sob the minute she saw him. Mrs. Coleman continued to cry all day. Newt was sad about the fact that Dietz and P.I. and the other Rangers were gone. He knew they would have wanted to say goodbye to his mother, but now they would have no chance. The grave was dug. That same afternoon they put his mother in it. There was a little singing, and then they covered her up. Mrs. Coleman gave him supper. There was a lot of food, but he wasn't very hungry. Mrs. Coleman had mainly got control of herself by then, though tears still dripped out of her eyes from time to time. "Newt, I know you'll be wanting to stay with the Rangers when they all get back," she told him after supper. "But would you like to just stay here for a night or two? There's nobody much in the bunkhouse." Newt shook his head. Though he didn't want to hurt Mrs. Coleman's feelings, he knew she had been his mother's best friend. He didn't want to stay with her either. "I better just bunk with the boys," he said, although he knew that the only Ranger in the bunkhouse at the time was Ike Ripple, who was far too old to be called a boy. But he wanted badly to stay in the bunkhouse, and Mrs. Coleman didn't argue with him. It was dark by the time the meal was finished, so she went with him the few blocks to where the Rangers stayed. Ike was already asleep and was snoring loudly. "I hope you can sleep with that snoring, Newt," Mrs. Coleman said. Then suddenly she hugged him tight for a moment and left the bunkhouse. Newt put his shoebox under the bunk where he usually slept when he stayed with the Rangers. Then he took his rope and went outside. He could hear Mrs. Coleman sobbing as she walked home, a thing which made him feel a little bad. Mrs. Coleman had no one to live with. He supposed she was lonely. Probably he should have stayed with her a night or two. He climbed up on the fence, holding his rope, and watched the moon for a while. He could hear Ike snoring all the way out in the lots. In the morning he planned to go down to the graveyard and tell his mother the news, even though there wasn't much. Just that he had decided to move into the bunkhouse right away, so he would be there to help water the horses and do the chores. That way he would be ready to help the boys when they came home. When Kicking Wolf heard that 4 Rangers were walking across the Llano with only 1 horse and a mule, he didn't know what to make of the news. A lot of strange news had come lately, some of it distressing and some of it merely puzzling. He had not left the camp in 2 weeks because one of his legs had a bad cramp in it. Of course, now and then a man's leg would cramp, but never in his life had he experienced so debilitating a cramp as the one which afflicted his right leg. Sometimes even when he was moving his bowels, a cramp would seize him, playing havoc with even that simple operation. Kicking Wolf thought it was his old wife, Broken Foot, who was sending the cramp into his leg. The fact was, Broken Foot had been angry with him for several months. He didn't know why. When he asked her, she smiled and denied that she was angry, but Kicking Wolf didn't believe her denials. Even though he was aging, Kicking Wolf was still a good hunter. He owned more horses than anyone in the tribe and supplied Broken Foot with everything she needed. Their lodge was the warmest in the camp. Kicking Wolf knew, though, that having many reasons to be content didn't necessarily mean that a person was content, particularly not if the person in question was a woman. Broken Foot, despite her denials, was angry with him. Either she had put a bad herb in his food, causing his leg to cramp, or else she had conspired with a medicine man and had had the medicine man work a bad spell. Broken Foot was not much younger than he was and had grown very fat in her old age. Kicking Wolf gave up trying to get her to stop being angry with him and concentrated on avoiding her. But it was hard to avoid a woman as large as Broken Foot in a tent at night, which was why, as the weather grew warmer, Kicking Wolf started spending more and more nights outside by himself. It didn't stop the cramps, but at least he didn't have Broken Foot there gloating while he tried to get the painful cramps to leave his leg. It was during the period when Kicking Wolf was sleeping outside that the strange news began to arrive, most of it brought by Dancing Rabbit, a young warrior who had wanderlust badly, and just plain lust as well. Dancing Rabbit was constantly visiting the various bands of Comanches, hoping to find a woman who would marry him. But he was poor, and also rather ugly. So far, no woman had agreed to be his wife. It was Dancing Rabbit who dashed up to Kicking Wolf one morning while Kicking Wolf was sitting by a pile of white cattle bones, rubbing his leg to lessen the cramp. Dancing Rabbit was very upset with the news he had, which was that Blue Duck had followed Buffalo Hump to his death place and killed him with his own lance. "Ah," Kicking Wolf said. He had hoped that Buffalo Hump had been able to make a peaceful death. Certainly he had not led a peaceful life, but to die at the hands of his own son was not a thing Buffalo Hump would have expected to happen. Kicking Wolf didn't immediately believe it, though. Dancing Rabbit wandered from camp to camp collecting stories. Then, often, he got them all mixed together before he could get back to his own camp and tell everyone the news. Blue Duck probably just said that. He was always a braggart, Kicking Wolf said. "No, it's true. The antelope saw his body with the lance sticking through it," Dancing Rabbit insisted. "The lance went into his hump, and then it went through his body into the ground." Several of the young men of the tribe had gathered by this time to hear Dancing Rabbit tell his tale about the death of the great chief Buffalo Hump, the only chief to lead a raid all the way to the Great Water. Only a few days before, the same young warriors had scorned Buffalo Hump. To them, while he lived, he was just a surly old man with an ugly hump and a violent temper, an old man who was weak, who could not hunt, who had to live by snaring small game. The presence of the young men irritated Kicking Wolf. They had never seen Buffalo Hump in his days as a raider, and had been rude to him many times once he was old and couldn't strike at them. But now that he was dead, they could not get enough of hearing stories about him. They did not deserve to know about Buffalo Hump in his view, and anyway he himself did not believe half of what Dancing Rabbit was saying. "How do you know where the lance went in?" he asked in a tone that was not friendly. "Were you there?" "No, but the antelope saw the body," Dancing Rabbit insisted. "The Texans saw it too. The Texans tried to pull the lance out, but they couldn't remove it. Then Blue Duck shot 2 of their horses. That is why they are walking across the Llano. They have little water. We can go and steal their horses if you want to." Kicking Wolf sat in silence for a long time after hearing this speech. Dancing Rabbit was claiming knowledge he didn't have. Also, there were several issues that needed to be studied and assessed before he could make up his mind what to do. Dancing Rabbit was annoyed that old Kicking Wolf kept silent, even though he had brought him exciting news. The Texans were not far, only 30 miles. They had walked a long way and were tired and low on water. They could easily be killed. Or, if Kicking Wolf was not interested in killing them, they could at least steal the Texans' horse and mule. That would be a simple thing for a master horse thief such as Kicking Wolf. In fact, Dancing Rabbit was very anxious to go with Kicking Wolf and watch how he went about stealing horses. Dancing Rabbit at the moment possessed only 2 horses, and neither of them was a very good horse. The fact that he was poor and had no horses to offer was one thing that was making it difficult for him to find a wife. He wanted a wife badly, but knew that he would have to get some horses first if he expected to purchase a wife who had much appeal. That is why he spent so much time with Kicking Wolf, the great horse thief. Dancing Rabbit hoped to get Kicking Wolf interested in stealing horses again. Perhaps if they could manage to steal a good many horses, Kicking Wolf would allow him to keep a few, enough at least to allow him to trade for an acceptable wife. But now Kicking Wolf was sitting by some cattle bones in silence. He showed little interest in the story Dancing Rabbit had ridden all night to tell him. Kicking Wolf was thinking that most of what Dancing Rabbit told him was probably a lie. For one thing, he claimed that his information came from the antelope. But the antelope were an aloof people, so contemptuous of other Indians, even other Comanches, that they routinely made up big lies in order to mislead them. If the antelope saw these Texans, why didn't they kill them? Kicking Wolf asked. You said there were only 4 Texans. The antelopes are hard fighters. They could easily kill 4 Texans. One of the things Dancing Rabbit liked least about Kicking Wolf was that he was always skeptical. He was never willing just to accept the information that was given him. Now Kicking Wolf was embarrassing him in front of several young warriors by doubting the information he had brought. Now the young warriors, including some of his best friends, were beginning to look skeptical too. Dancing Rabbit was vexed that an old man would put him in such a position. They didn't kill the Texans because they don't have very many bullets, he said. In fact, he had no idea himself why the Antelope Comanche were letting the Texans get away. Gun in the Water was one of the Texans, he added. It was information he had just remembered, and it did cause Kicking Wolf to raise his head and look a little more interested. If Gun in the Water was there, Silverhair McCrae is there too, Kicking Wolf said. At mention of the 2 rangers, Kicking Wolf lapsed into memory. But it was not the 2 rangers he was remembering. Rather, he was thinking of the young Mexican woman who had been Blue Duck's mother. His memory would not bring back her name, but it did bring back her beauty. He had tried hard to get Buffalo Hump to let him have the girl. He had offered many horses, and fine horses too, but Buffalo Hump had ignored him, insulted him, kept the girl, and then let her run away and freeze in a blizzard not long after she bore Blue Duck. If Buffalo Hump had only accepted his offer, it had been a handsome offer too, the woman might be alive, and he might not have to suffer the anger of his fat old wife, Brokenfoot, every day and every night. He wouldn't let me have that pretty Mexican girl, and now the son she bore him has killed him, Kicking Wolf thought. But he said nothing of what he was remembering to Dancing Rabbit and the other young warriors. Already several of the young men had concluded that Dancing Rabbit was only telling more lies. They had begun to wander off, making jokes about coupling with women. They were young men. They did not want to waste all day hearing an old man tell stories of the past. "What is wrong with you?" Dancing Rabbit asked, unable to contain his annoyance with Kicking Wolf any longer. "Are you too old to steal horses from the Texans now?" "You are just a boy. Go away and tell your lies to the women," Kicking Wolf said. "Right now I have to think about some things." He wanted Dancing Rabbit to calm down and stop pestering him, but once he had given the matter some thought, he decided to go see if it really was Gun in the Water and McCrae who were crossing the Llano. Many Texans came to the plains now, but those 2 hadn't, not in some years. For all Kicking Wolf knew, they might suppose he was dead. They might think they were rid of the great horse thief, Kicking Wolf. It would amuse him to show them that he was still alive, and that he had lost none of his skill where horse thievery was concerned. Also, it might be that if he got far enough away from Brokenfoot, the cramps in his leg might subside. After midday, Kicking Wolf began to stir himself. He took several rawhide thongs he used when he was leading horses away. He had acquired a fine rifle in a trade the year before, an excellent Winchester, but after some thought he decided to leave the rifle. He only took his bow and a good supply of arrows. Dancing Rabbit, who had been watching Kicking Wolf closely, saw him making preparations to leave camp and hurried over, eager for the trip to begin. "Take your rifle. If you don't want to shoot it, I will shoot it," Dancing Rabbit said. Kicking Wolf ignored him. What weapons he took was none of Dancing Rabbit's business. Horses could smell rifles. Having a greasy gun along only made them difficult to approach. But that was only one of the reasons that had made Kicking Wolf decide to leave the gun. There were many bad Indians adrift on the plains in these days, Comancheros, half-breeds, renegades, and exiles such as Blue Duck, men with no respect for anything. He was an older man. If he ran into some greedy renegades and they saw he had a fine rifle, they might kill him for it. It was better to leave the gun at home, where he would be sure of having it the next time he went to hunt antelope. Of course, Dancing Rabbit came with him when he left the camp. He was so excited by the prospect of stealing horses with Kicking Wolf that he didn't stop talking for many miles. As Dancing Rabbit chattered on, Kicking Wolf rode west into the Llano. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that he finally crossed the track of the Texans. They had been farther away than Dancing Rabbit supposed. By then the young man was so thirsty that he had almost stopped chattering. Kicking Wolf had not gone deep into the Llano for several years. He, too, had forgotten how very dry it was. The Texans still mainly farmed the watered lands. It was not necessary to get thirsty in order to steal their horses. The good part of the venture they had set out on was that Kicking Wolf's leg did not cramp at all during the night. The next morning he moved his bowels easily with no twinges from his leg. He mounted his horse with grace. It was so good not to have a tight leg that he felt like kicking or jumping or taking part in a dance. The fact that his leg had immediately stopped cramping once he left Broken Foot convinced him that he had been right all along. His wife was mad at him and had probably fed him bad herbs. In the dry country, the trail of the 4 Texans was easy to spot. They were traveling slowly, and there was something wrong with one of the men's boots. The boots had no heels. The other men left normal footprints. Dancing Rabbit knew nothing about tracking. He even failed to notice that one of the men had no heels on his boots. Kicking Wolf had not really believed that the Texans would be so far into the Llano with only one horse. He had expected to steal several horses, and was irritated to find that that part of Dancing Rabbit's story was true. But the tracks were plain. There was only one horse with the Texans. They may have had to eat the other horse, Dancing Rabbit conjectured nervously. He saw that Kicking Wolf was irritated that there was only one animal for him to steal. Nonetheless, they had come a long way, and the old man decided to press on. They caught up with the Texans sooner than Kicking Wolf had expected to. They had only ridden a little way south when they spotted the 4 men, dots on the Llano far ahead. Immediately, Kicking Wolf made a long loop to the west. McCrae had sharp eyes, and so did Famous Shoes. He didn't want to alert the Texans to the fact that they were being followed. He intended to loop well in front of them and wait in case he decided to steal their one horse. Walking men were sure to be tired. It would be an easy theft if the horse was one he wanted. During the rest of the day, as the sun fell, Kicking Wolf and Dancing Rabbit made a half-circle around the Texans, taking care, as they rode, to make use of gullies or little ridges to hide themselves so that not even the sharpest eye could detect their presence. Then they came back in front of the Texans to await their passage. Once they had hidden their own horses well, Kicking Wolf told Dancing Rabbit to stay with them, an order that upset the young warrior greatly. "But I want to see what you do," Dancing Rabbit protested. "I want to see how the great Kicking Wolf steals a horse." "You wait," Kicking Wolf insisted. "I am not going to steal the horse while the sun is up. If I want the horse, I will steal it tonight. You can come with me then." He paused and looked at the sullen young warrior, a young man full of complaint. When he himself had been young, he would never have dared protest an order given by an older man. Dancing Rabbit was pouting like a girl when Kicking Wolf left him with their horses. Kicking Wolf was well ahead of the Texans. He hid behind a low stand of yucca and waited. Long before the Texans passed, he saw to his disgust that it was not even a horse they had with them. It was only a brown mule. It was all a waste, his trip. The only use Comanches had for mules was to eat them. Some Comanches thought mule meat tasted better than horse meat. He himself had mainly avoided stealing mules because they couldn't breed. Why steal a horse that couldn't make colts? He waited, though, crouched behind the yucca as the Texans passed about a half-mile away. Famous Shoes had gone ahead, hoping to find water, probably. Gun in the Water was with the Texans, and so was McCrae. Besides them, there was a black man and a skinny man, both younger. Gun in the Water limped a little. Perhaps it was because he had no heels on his boots. As he watched the weary men walking toward the big orb of the setting sun, Kicking Wolf suddenly had a sadness fill him. His breast felt so heavy with it that he began to envy Buffalo Hump, who was dead. He knew already that he didn't want to steal the Texans' brown mule, and that was not because he had any liking for Texans or pitied them their long walk. He knew the Texans would kill him if they saw him, and he in turn would try to kill them if they made themselves easy targets. They had always been hated enemies and were hated enemies still. Kicking Wolf was grateful that he was prosperous enough and free so that he could still hate Texans as a Comanche should. He was glad that he did not have to pretend to be friends with them to collect a mere pittance to live on. Yet he felt sad, and as the Texans stopped to camp, while dusk made the long plain indistinct, shadows here, last streaks of sunlight there, the sadness filled him until he felt he would burst. There, nearby, were Gun in the Water and Silver-Hair McCrae, men he had fought most of his life and would gladly fight again if he could. He had stolen many, many horses from them or from companies of rangers they rode with. Once he and Buffalo Hump had set a prairie fire that had nearly caught the two men and burned them and their company. There had been shots exchanged, arrows shot, lances thrown, and yet the two rangers were still alive, and so was he. Kicking Wolf remembered, as he watched the black man hobble the brown mule, that once, only a few miles from where they were, he had stolen the buffalo horse, right from under Big Horse Skull's very nose. He had stolen him and taken him to Mexico, a venture that had cost Three Birds his life and led to his own derangement, his time of seeing two where there was one. It had been a great thing, the stealing of the buffalo horse, a great horse whose fate had been to be eaten in Mexico by many small dark people. Some of the old men still sang about Big Horse Skull and the buffalo horse. He sang about it too when there were great feasts and dancing, a thing that had not been common since the buffalo went to the north, where they would not have to smell the whites. Remembering his great feat made Kicking Wolf want to sing. The urge to sing rose in him and mixed in his breast with the sadness that came in him because he realized that the time of good fighting was over. There would be a little more killing, probably. Quanah and the antelopes might make a little more war, but only a little more. The time of good fighting was ended. What was left for the Comanches was to smile at the white men and pretend they didn't hate them. Kicking Wolf did not want to smile at the white man. He wanted to die somewhere on the Llano, alone, in a spirit place, as Buffalo Hump had tried to do. Not only that, he did not want to steal the puny brown mule either. Why would a man who had once stolen the buffalo horse want to steal a skinny brown mule? It would be an insult to himself to do such a thing. So he waited until the moon rose and turned to go back to the gully and the horses, only to discover that Dancing Rabbit, the foolish boy, had disobeyed and followed him. "What are you doing? I told you to watch the horses," Kicking Wolf said. "If those Texans were not so tired, they would steal our horses." "I only came because I wanted to watch you steal the horse," Dancing Rabbit said. "I just want to see how you do it." "It is not even a horse," Kicking Wolf said. He grew so angry that he almost forgot to whisper, but then he remembered the Texans and led the foolish boy farther away to reprimand him. "It is only a mule," he pointed out once it was safe to talk. "It was near here that I stole the buffalo horse. I am not going to steal a mule." "You steal it if you want it so badly," he told the boy. Dancing Rabbit knew he had not skill enough to steal the mule. Besides, he didn't want the mule. He merely wanted to watch as Kicking Wolf stole it. "Just show me how you approach it," he pleaded. "Just show me how, in case I see some Texans with a fine horse I could steal." "I stole the buffalo horse," Kicking Wolf said several more times. But in the end he gave in and did what Dancing Rabbit wanted. He sat with the young warrior most of the night, watching the moon arch over the still prairies. He saw Famous Shoes come back and lay down to rest. He watched as the Texans, exhausted all of them, fell asleep. Even Gun in the Water, whose habit was to stand guard outside of camp, did not stand guard that night. "When will you do it?" Dancing Rabbit asked him several times. "It will be light soon." He was worried that Kicking Wolf wouldn't do it, but then he looked again, and Kicking Wolf was gone. The old man had been sitting quietly a few feet away, but now he was gone. Then, to his astonishment, he saw Kicking Wolf standing by the mule, stroking its neck. The black man who had tethered the mule was sleeping only a few yards away, but the mule was calm, and so was Kicking Wolf. The old man stood by the mule for a few minutes, as if talking quietly to it, and then he disappeared again. He had been by the mule, but now he wasn't. Dancing Rabbit had no idea where the old man had gone. Hastily, he made his way back to the gully where the horses were, only to find, when he reached it, that Kicking Wolf was there and had already mounted his horse. "We had better go," Kicking Wolf said. "The Kickapoo will see my track first thing in the morning. I don't think they will follow us, but I don't know. Gun in the Water might chase us on the mule." "I didn't see you move," Dancing Rabbit said when they were riding together. "You were with me, and then you were with the mule. I didn't see you move." Kicking Wolf smiled. It had been pleasant to do his old trick again, to walk without making a sound, to go up to a horse, or in this case a mule, to touch it and make it his while the owner slept nearby. It was a skill he had that no other Comanche had ever equaled. Though he had had to travel a long way across the Llano in dry weather, it was good to know that he still had his old gift. It made up a little for broken foot and the cramps in his leg, and the sadness of knowing that the old ways were gone. "I don't move," he said to the credulous young man, who could still not quite believe what he had seen. "When the time is right, I am just there by the horse." "But I saw you. You were with me, and then you were by the horse. I know you moved," Dancing Rabbit said. "It isn't moving. It is something else," Kicking Wolf said. Dancing Rabbit pestered him all the way home, wanting to know how Kicking Wolf did what he did when he approached a horse. But Kicking Wolf didn't tell him, because he couldn't. It was a way, his way, and that was all. When Famous Shoes saw Kicking Wolf standing by the mule, he thought at first that it was just another of his dreams. Since seeing the white owl come out of the earth, he had had many dreams that were not good. In some of them Comanches were killing his children. In another Ahumado had him, and in a third a great flood came while he was on the Llano. He tried to outrun the water, but the flood swept over him and carried him down to where there was a great fish shaped like jaguar. Compared to those nightmares, seeing Kicking Wolf standing by the brown mule was not so bad. Then, waking, he thought he saw Kicking Wolf walking in the white moonlight. It might have been Kicking Wolf, or it might have been his ghost. In the morning, when he had almost forgotten his dream, Famous Shoes walked over to where the brown mule grazed and saw at once that no dream had occurred. Kicking Wolf had been there. On the ground, plain to see, was the footprint that he had seen so many times when he and Big Horse Skull had followed the Comanche horse thieves into Mexico. What he had seen in the moonlight was not a ghost, but a man. Kicking Wolf had come for the mule and then left it. Famous Shoes found it surprising that the old Comanche would follow them all the way into the Llano after one mule, but it was not surprising that he had left the mule once he saw how skinny it was. Kicking Wolf was a man who had always been choosy about horseflesh. He only took the best horses, and Dietz's brown mule could not even be said to be a horse. When Famous Shoes went to the campfire and announced that Kicking Wolf had been there, all the Texans put down their coffee cups and ran over to look at the tracks, bringing their rifles with them as if they feared attack. They all looked around anxiously, but of course the Llano was empty in all directions. Captain Call was vexed, but he had been vexed the whole way back because of the trouble with his boot heels. His boots were now so nearly useless that when they were in grassy country he often walked barefoot. On the worst of the walk, the Rangers had had to drink their own piss, a thing that bothered Captain Call less than the fact that Blue Duck's first shot had ruined his only boots. Fortunately, they were only 2 days from the Brazos now and would not have to drink their own piss again. Far to the south, thunderclouds rumbled. The rain might soon fill the many little declivities that dotted the Llano, turning them into temporary waterholes. "Well, I swear," P.I. said, looking at the tracks. "A man was here, but he didn't take the mule." The sight of the footprints made him nervous, though. A Comanche had come close enough to kill, and no one had heard him. It was a scary thing, just as scary as it had been the first time he journeyed onto the plain. "Didn't take it, and I'm glad," Dietz said, for he was very fond of his brown mule, the only animal, after all, to survive their trip. The other horses had either starved or been shot. Augustus took his hat off and scratched his head, amused by what he saw, even though it was a dark joke. After the walk they had had, any joke seemed better than none to him. "Why, he turned up his nose at our mule, old Kickin' Wolf," he said. Call didn't find it amusing. He would have liked to chase the man. It seemed that half his life had been spent chasing Kicking Wolf, but he had only a tired mule to chase him on. The rain clouds hovering to the south had been dancing away from them for a week. The Brazos River, still a full 2 days to the south, might have to be their salvation, as it had been for many travelers. Once again he had to carry with him on a long trip home a sense of incompletion. They had traveled a long way, hung 10 bandits, but missed their leader, Blue Duck, murderer of his own father, and many others besides. Augustus, though, would not be denied his amusement. "How's this for a scandal, Woodrow?" he said. "We didn't get our man, and now we've sunk so low that a Comanche won't even steal our mule. I guess that means the fun's over." "It may be over, but it wasn't fun," Call said, looking at the long, dry distance that still waited to be crossed.
Comanche Moon was written by Larry McMurtry. It was read, edited, and directed by Frank Muller. Additional editing by Erica Muller. Post-production by Common Mode. Paul Fowley, Technical Director.